Lawrence of Arabia by B.H. Liddell Hart. Preface. This book has changed its form as it has progressed. I began it with the idea of writing an historical sketch of the Arab Revolt in which T.E. Lawrence would naturally fill a large corner. My purpose was to clear away the dust of legend that has covered this peculiarly interesting episode of the World War and to put it in perspective, bringing out its relation to the main campaign and to the history of irregular warfare. Also, I desired to establish the true proportions of Lawrence's personal achievement, which I expected to be less than legend conveyed. But as my study went further and deeper, my picture changed. The events that had significance were seen to have their source in his action, and still more in his conception. The others faded into insignificance. I saw that there was a truth greater than its superficial suggestion in his deprecatory comment that his part was only synthetic. I combined their loose shower of sparks into a firm flame, transformed their series of unrelated incidents into a conscious operation. No. Although he was here speaking only of his relations with the Arab chiefs, I have gradually come to see that it should be applied to the whole. But for him, the Arab Revolt would have remained a collection of slight and passing incidents. Through him it had important bearing on the course of outer events both during and since the war. Also on the course of warfare. I found him growing more distinct as the background faded, until the Arab Revolt became an emanation of him. Thus I was compelled to recast the book and to make it primarily a study of him. I have, however, kept the original form of the opening chapters while diminishing their content, because it may help to convey the gradual sense of how he grew out of the revolt as the revolt was growing out of him. Those who are not interested in the events that led up to the revolt may prefer to skip Book 2, Chapters 3 and IV. For their convenience, a brief historical summary is provided as an introduction to Book 3. My grateful thanks are due to the numerous participants in the campaign, and to others with first-hand knowledge of earlier and later events covered in this book, who have generously assisted me with their evidence in checking and supplementing that of documentary records. Also for the facilities afforded me in regard to such records. Beyond these sources of information, I have been fortunate in that T.E. Shaw, sometime Lawrence, has provided me with many notes and comments that help to explain his ideas and actions, as well as the course of events. These have been of special value. My indebtedness is increased by the astonishing patience he has shown in submitting to prolonged and repeated cross-examination on questions of fact. But I would make it clear that he has no part in the opinions I express or the judgments I have formed. In seeking evidence from many sources, I have found two sharply contrasted currents of opinion as to Lawrence's achievement, character, and qualities of leadership. One is overwhelmingly favorable, the other disparagingly skeptical. Such a difference of view is to be expected about any outstanding figure. The remarkable feature of this case lies in the contrast of the composition of the two groups. For it is significant that the first includes all those who for long periods were in close contact with Lawrence and his work in the Arab campaign. Although they have an extraordinary diversity of type and outlook, they are linked in a common admiration for Lawrence and an unstinting testimony to his transcendent powers. The second current of opinion I have observed is composed of men who had only a fleeting contact with Lawrence, or, more often, a hearsay acquaintance with his activities. Usually their adverse attitude is discovered, on deeper examination, to have its roots in a dislike of the cause for which he strove. The man is castigated merely as a symbol. Thus it is clear which of the two currents must have the greater influence with anyone who is trying to form an historical judgment, even if the first were not confirmed by analysis of events. BHLH. Book 1. Personal Prologue. Chapter 1. The Crusader. The county of Carnarvon in North Wales points like an arm into the Irish Sea. At the armpit lie the villages of Portmadoc and Tremadoc, close beneath the foothills of Snowdon. This resemblance, which catches the map-gazing eye, offers a convenient method of indication. It is also an apt symbol for the career of one who was born here on August 15, 1888. History hardly offers a clearer case of a man born for a mission, of a life moving along a path pointed out by fate, even though twists in its course may have hid the direction. He was of mixed race. His father's family were Elizabethan settlers from England, favored in gaining land in County Meath by Walter Raleigh, a connection. During 300 years of Irish domicile, they never married into Ireland, but chose their wives from intruders such as themselves, from England, from Holland. His mother was Island Scottish in feeling and education, but her parentage was part English, part Scandinavian. The sympathy of his home was Irish, all the stronger for being exiled. Wales had no share in him after his first year. The friends of his manhood called him T.T.E. for convenience and to show that they recognized how his adopted surnames, Lawrence, Ross, Shaw, whatever they were, did not belong. The father's self-appointed exile reduced his means to a craftsman's income, which the landowning pride of caste forbade him to increase by labor. As 5 sons came, one after the other, the family's very necessaries of life were straitened. They existed only by the father's denying himself every amenity, and by the mother's serving her household like a drudge. Observers noticed a difference in social attitude between the courtly but abrupt and large father and the laborious mother. The father shot, fished, rode, sailed with the certainty of birthright experience. He never touched a book or wrote a check. The mother kept to herself and kept her children jealously from meeting or knowing their neighbors. She was a Calvinist and an ascetic, though a wonderful housewife, a woman of character and keen intelligence, with iron decision and charming when she wished. The father's family seemed unconscious of his sons, even when after his death recognition of their achievement might have done honor to the name. The 5 brothers, accordingly, were brought up to be self-sufficient, and were sufficient till the war struck away to and left in their sequence gaps in age that were overwide for sympathy to cross. Then their loneliness seemed to rankle, sometimes. To friends who wondered aloud how he could endure the company of the barrack room and its bareness, T.E. might retort, almost fiercely, that he had gone back to his boyhood class and was at home. The fellows were his. But this declaration of birthright seemed to strain the truth. Once, when I remarked this, he replied, "Not perhaps as much as you feel. I can be on terms with scholars, or writing people, or painters, or politicians. But equally, I am happy with bus conductors, fitters, or plain workmen, anybody with a trade or calling." Daddy with a trade or calling. And all such classes are at home with me, though I fancy none would call me on of them. Perhaps my upbringing and adventures and way of thinking have bereft me of class. Only the leisured make me uncomfortable, as I cannot play or pass time. His first 8 years were wandering. Scotland, the Isle of Man, Brittany, the Channel Islands, Hampshire. Eventually, the family's migrations brought them to Oxford for reasons of education. T.E. arrived there with a child's lip knowledge of French and a fund of book learning. He had learned his letters through hearing his eldest brother taught them, and in his 4th year was reading newspapers and books. Latin at 6 through private tuition, and then at 8 began his attendance at the City of Oxford School, a day school small in numbers and low in fees. The fees he made lower for himself from the age of 12 upwards by winning scholarships in a series that covered his tuition till he had taken his degree at the university. School, he said later, was an irrelevant and time-wasting nuisance which I hated and contemned. Here he shared the experience of most men of original mind. His career was yet another example of the truth that self-education is the only form of education. Formal lessons were small beer against his private reading, which had already ranged relatively far and wide in the three languages he understood. The discovery of grammars for English, French, and Latin was an unpleasant interruption to the enjoyment of their books, just as the long school hours and the plague of homework cut into the pursuit of archaeology that was already the child's passion. He hunted fragments of Roman or medieval pottery on every site or in any chance excavation, and went off alone on long cycling tours to collect rubbings from country church brasses and to photograph castles. His study of medieval art was linked with that of armor, and led on to a new interest in the military art. While still at school, he spent his holidays in tours through France, where he pursued cathedrals and castles with impartiality and equal zest, while traveling as light in luggage as in pocket. During one of these tours, when 16, he had his first dose of malaria, probably contracted sleeping out in the marshy delta of the Rhone, while studying the fortifications of Aigues-Mortes. Within the span of a few years, he saw every 12th century castle in France, England, and Wales, and became an expert in roof climbing through his practice of going up towers and roofs in order to get new angles of photography for architectural purposes. But the study of military architecture led him on, especially through reading the works of Viollet Leduc, to study the siege operations to which castles gave rise, and then to the campaigns of which they formed part. The theme of the Crusades caught his imagination, although his sympathies were attracted by the opponents of the Crusaders, or by those Crusaders who settled in Syria and learnt civilized ways, only to be cried out against by the rougher new arrivals. But the idea of a crusade, the idea underlying it, revolved in his mind, giving rise to a dream crusade, which implied a leader with whom in a sense he identified himself yet remained as himself a sympathetic observer. Naturally, it would be a crusade in the modern form, the freeing of a race from bondage. Where, however, was he to find a race in need of release, and at the same time of historical appeal? The Arabs seemed the only suitable one left, and they fitted in with the trend of his interests. Thus, early did the dream of his mission come, if it took a curiously detached form. It quickened his interest in the military side of history and archaeology, and, unconsciously moving towards its fulfillment, he began to study the history of wars, especially of wars that were risings. He ranged widely, reading all he could about the Risorgimento, the wars of the Condottieri, and even translating extracts from Procopius. The mischance all being laid up with a broken leg, which abruptly ended his physical growth, was turned to the profit of his mental growth. The accident occurred when wrestling with another boy. That was the sort of physical contest he could relish, because it was a natural form. For organized games, football or cricket, he had no liking. They were competitions governed by conventions and attaining only a figurative end. While he was more full of physical energy than most boys, he preferred to expend it not in kicking goals, but in exploring towards some goal. One aspect of this bent was his love of tracing the source of streams. Another was his ceaseless search for fragments of ancient and medieval pottery, a search in which he acquired not only an uncanny flair but a remarkable knowledge. And he was always elusive, going off by himself, avoiding observation while on his wanderings, returning when he chose, the individual among yet apart from the herd. But although he loved the sense of freedom, he acquired, while still young, the power of being free in a deeper than the physical sense. In his teens, he took a sudden turn for military experience at the urge of some private difficulty, and served for a while in the ranks. He has remarked since on the difference between the pre-war and the post-war army, especially the hard drinking and the brutality of conduct and manners in the former as compared with the latter. But this experience, if its restrictions irked him, rather strengthened than weakened his essential apartness. It became more marked in the greater freedom of his next phase as an undergraduate. At school they had wanted him to try for a mathematical scholarship, but a consequent surfeit of the subject led him to change over suddenly to history just before he was 18. After 6 months, he tried for a history scholarship at St. John's College but failed. At the next shot, he gained an exhibition at Jesus College, Oxford, where the fact that he had been born in Wales gave him official preference. He had rooms in college only for 1 term. Otherwise, he lived at home during the years he was in statu pupillari. The condition, laid on his mother, of reporting that he was home by 12 allowed of elastic interpretation. He was often out again soon after midnight. The still hours of darkness were the time he favored for working, for his walks abroad, or even for visiting his friends. These were few, if rich in variety, as he only seemed to care for company when it offered some fresh and different facet to his intellectual curiosity. But the few with whom he made contact quickly came, then as in later years, under his spell. That much overworked word expresses the effect of his personality as no other word can. He refused to take part in the ordinary college life, and the other undergraduates would hardly have realized his existence if his imperceptibility had not been pressed so far as ultimately to provoke curiosity. He had then as later the extreme unobtrusiveness which compels notice. If undesired, this may yet have been enjoyed, for he had an impish streak. The curiosity he aroused appealed to his sense of humor, which lay deep beneath the surface, as intangible as himself. His was the sense of humor that is synonymous with a philosophy of life. I suspect that Socrates consoled himself thus. In his studies, Lawrence was equally free. He had decided to read for the history school, but he paid little attention to the prescribed books and perfunctory attendance at the prescribed lectures. His reading widened with every opportunity, pursuing many interesting, if academically irrelevant, avenues, from medieval poetry to modern strategy. He used to borrow 6 volumes at a time from the Oxford Union Library, in his father's name and his own, and often changed them daily. For he thought nothing of reading all day and half through the night, lying on a rug or mattress, a habit that had the convenience of allowing him to go to sleep where he lay. He has preserved it, slightly adapted, for later life in the cottage where he intends to settle down. He not only read fast but absorbed quickly, for he had a way of sensing a subject, as a bee draws in the nectar as it flits from flower to flower. It was always the unexpected, the undiscovered, or the inaccessible sources that he sought, originals and sidelights, not compilations. But this habit of study did not accord with the normal examination course. It was more suited, as he was more suited, to the medieval conception of university studies. In the circumstances, he was fortunate to have chosen Oxford, and not a more modern, mass-production university. It was suggested that, to compensate his neglect of the usual course of reading, he should submit a thesis on some special subject. He chose the influence of the Crusades on the medieval military architecture of Europe. Towards it, he had already behind him the knowledge gained from his visits to the castles of France and Britain. He now decided to spend the long vacation before he took finals in seeing the castles of the Crusaders in Syria, and also, characteristically, in tracking down remains of a more remote race, the Hittites, whose remains he had been studying with Dr. Hogarth. Contrary to what has been said, T.E. had known Hogarth some time before he conceived this visit to Syria. I had attracted his notice by the way I arranged the medieval pottery cabinets in the Ashmolean, which had been neglected. This was the first link in a momentous chain of causation. When he mooted his idea of spending the long vac in Syria, Hogarth warned him that the summer was a bad season for such a journey, and that in any case it would mean considerable outlay on the necessary retinue. To this T.E. replied that he was going to walk, and going alone. The fact of walking would entitle him to hospitality in the villages he passed through. It would also, he admitted later, have led to my immediate arrest by the suspicious Turkish government, but Lord Curzon obtained for me, from the Turkish cabinet, an open letter to its governors in Syria to afford me every assistance. This was a piquant passport for a tramp to carry. No. Even so, it was a hazardous adventure, but he carried it through successfully despite a return of malaria and a narrow escape from murder. First, he tramped on foot through the country over which Allenby's cavalry would sweep like a flood some 10 years after, with himself on their flank. From Beirut he went to Sidon, thence past Lake Huleh, the waters of Merom, into Transjordan, back by Nazareth and over Carmel to Acre, and then up the coast to Antioch, on a varying course that made his route like a spider's web over mountain Syria. After visiting and photographing in detail some 50 of the ruined castles in Syria, he pushed on northward beyond Aleppo to Antab, where he collected a number of Hittite seals, and then turned east across the middle reaches of the Euphrates to Urfa and Haran. He had picked up a smattering of conversational Arabic from a Syrian Protestant clergyman living in Oxford, the Reverend Ennawa Odeh, and he improved it with practice in the Syrian villages where he lodged at night, usually in the sheikh's house if there was no khan, or inn. To a man more dependent on comfort, the hospitality that he received in these poor quarters would have been a hardship, but to T.E. it was merely an interesting experience. He had no craving for European drink or meat, and none of the usual European's qualms over using his hand in place of spoon and fork. Although he looked a mere boy, more youthful than his actual years, there was something in his manner that commanded the attention of the Arabs, just as it did of the more perceptive among Europeans he met. It was during the last stage, near the Euphrates, that a covetous Turkman, mistaking his cheap copper watch for gold, followed in his tracks, and eventually seized a chance to spring on him and bring him down. The Turkman tried to kill him with his own Webley pistol, only to be foiled because Lawrence pulled out the trigger guard, so collapsing the pistol before the Turkman wrested it away. Even so, nothing but the accidental intrusion of a shepherd prevented him from smashing T.E.'s head. Thus reprieved, T.E., with a bad headache, walked to the nearest town, and would not rest until he had obtained the help of a body of Turkish police, whom he brought back to the village where the robber had taken refuge. After a lengthy argument, the man was surrendered, and his booty restored. What I was really after were my Hittite seals, not the watch. The adventure failed to cure T.E. of his love of solitary wandering. Indeed, actual contact with the Bedouin had replaced their idealistic attraction for him with a stronger tie, while loosening the uneasy and already precarious hold of civilized habit. He may have lost his romantic ideas about the Bedouin themselves, at any rate he has none now, but he was drawn to their way of life. The desert, like the malaria, was in his blood. He had not long to wait for a chance to feel it again. Once back at Oxford, after a 4-month tour, he settled down to prepare his thesis. Its general trend was that the Crusaders had brought more military architectural science to Syria than they took away, and that their work owed little to Byzantine influence. The thesis gained him first-class honors in the final examination for his degree. Despite the impression it made, he refused to print it, on the ground that it was only a preliminary study and not good enough to publish. He now thought of doing a 4th year and taking a B.Lit on medieval pottery. But, better than a first, he had gained the admiration of Hogarth, who was henceforth his patron and the familiar spirit who presided over his fortunes. I owe to him every good job I've had except my enlistment in the Air Force. Trenchard let me in to the RAF. Till then DGH had been a godfather to me, and he remained the best friend I ever had. A great man. It was Hogarth who now induced Magdalen College to give him a 4 years senior demyship, or traveling endowment, and took him on the British Museum expedition to Jarablus, on the upper Euphrates, the presumed site of ancient Carchemish of the Hittites. On this first trip, T.E. Shear was a handyman who proved his value best of all by his knack of keeping the native labor gangs in a good humor. But in addition, he did all the pottery, and produced before the season ended a complete stratification of types and rims from the surface to 30 feet down. Also, he did the photography. When the November rains came and interrupted the work, Hogarth sent Tei to Egypt in order that he might learn something of scientific methods of digging under Sir Flanders Petrie, whose camp was near the Fayum. There is a good story that Tei asked at the station how he could find the Petries, and was told to walk in the direction of the desert till he saw flies swarming, and then make for where the flies were thickest, and there he would find Flanders Petrie. The latter, however, if careless, revealed an amusing streak of conventionality, for T.E.'s appearance in the shorts and blazer that he had been accustomed to wear at Carchemish drew from the great Egyptologist the ironical reproof. "Young man, we don't play cricket here." The irony was greater than he imagined, for his apparent haziness as to the difference between the garbs of cricket and football was surpassed by T.E.'s aversion to any game. But although it was not long before Flanders Petrie corrected his first impressions of the new recruit, T.E. himself found that excavation in Egypt soon palled. It had reached a point where it lacked the lure of the unknown that still surrounded the Hittite civilization, and it had become too minutely organized a branch of research for his taste. He returned to Carchemish again the following year with Hogarth, and subsequently assisted Woolley there right up to the coming of war in 1914. The work offered plenty of variety, for his province embraced the photographs, sculpture, pottery, and the copying of inscriptions. 20 years later, he remarked, "It was the best life I ever lived, better even than the RAF. That was the refuge of his maturity." Even in off-seasons, during the long winter floods and the heat of the summer, he only went home occasionally for short spells, and spent the rest of the time traveling round the Middle and Near East, or staying at the diggings alone. During the digging season he received 15 shillings a day. During the rest of the year while traveling, he lived on his demyship of £100 a year, supplemented by casual earnings of queerly varied kinds. Once, for example, he took on a checker's job in coaling ships at Port Said. In 5 years he came to know Syria like a book, much of North Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, Egypt, and Greece. He was always going up and down wherever going was cheap. The solitary spells at Carchemish not only saved money, but gave him a better opportunity to make contacts among the local Arabs and Kurds, and through close acquaintance to reach an understanding of their ways and thoughts. Although he was not, and never would be, an Arabic scholar, he has always been most frank in refuting this popular belief. He learnt to talk it well enough for conversational purposes, and his limitations were covered up by his fluency, if also by his profound understanding of native ways. This was more than indeed essentially different from the acquired knowledge of the outside observer. Particularly, my poverty let me learn the masses, from whom the wealthy traveler was cut off by his money and attendance. It was an immersion in them, by sympathetic projection. And by this faculty he came to perceive what he expressed later, when it was the secret of his power, in the words, "Among the Arabs there were no distinctions, traditional or natural, except the unconscious power given a famous sheikh by virtue of his accomplishment, and they taught me that no man could be their leader except he ate the ranks' food, wore their clothes, lived level with them, and yet appeared better in himself." Wow. It was by this complete abandonment not only of the conventions, but of the resources of civilized life, by what other Europeans would have considered an abasement, that T.E. became a naturalized Arab instead of merely a European visitor to the Arab lands. He was helped by his indifference to the outward deference that other Europeans, and especially Englishmen, demand, and the way was eased by his tramp habits and outlook. From a street Arab to a white Arab was not a difficult transition. It was while at Carchemish that he adopted the habit of wearing native dress on occasional and specific wanderings. Short and slight, fair and clean-shaven, he was apparently the last man to carry off such a guise successfully, and his obvious incongruities have provoked scornful comment from various European experts and externals. Yet there is ample evidence that by the Arabs he was accepted, if not mistaken, for one of themselves. According to him, that was not difficult in northern Syria, where the racial admixture has produced many fair natives, and many with only a broken knowledge of Arab. I could never pass as an Arab, but easily as some other native speaking Arabic. Yet here he passes over the deeper explanation, his ability to get inside an Arab skin when donning his outer garments. It was the more easy for Te to do so because he already shared the Arabs' deep-rooted desire for untrammeled freedom, and had no more desire than they had for the material possessions that offer comfort at the price of circumscription. In the desert he found, like them, the stark simplicity that suited him, and although he never lost the power to adapt himself to and appreciate the more subtle pleasures of civilized society, it was in the desert that he found the solitude that satisfied his deepest instinct. But to imagine him as always brooding would be essentially false. He was no hermit. It would be nearer the truth to say that he was always perceiving, and that reflection on these impressions was a process of swift mental appreciation rather than meditation. Such at least is my own impression, which may be right or wrong, for all those who meet Lawrence see a facet of his personality that largely depends on their own cast of thought, and so is often different. Moreover, the same man at different meetings may see different aspects. It has led some of his friends to christen him the human chameleon, but this term hardly fits the figure, or conveys the idea, so well as if one says that he is essentially dynamic or, better still, fluid, in the likeness of mercury, divisible into globules yet inherently coalescent. Perhaps his own explanation is better still. At an OTC field day I was once told to disguise myself as a battalion in close order, and have done ever since. Nahal. There is a curious duality in Te's appearance. At a casual glance he may easily escape notice, owing to his short stature, his weather-reddened face, and a dull look that often serves as a convenient mask when he wants to merge into the background. But at a closer view one is struck by the size of his head, with its rampant crest of fair hair springing from the high forehead, and the strangely penetrating blue eyes, whose predominant expression is kindly yet remote. The size of the head would be more noticeable if it were not for the way that the intellectual brow is balanced by the strong jaw, which in turn redresses and seems to be controlling the sensuous shape of the mouth. The general effect in repose is rather severe, but it disappears when he speaks or smiles. He has a voice of extraordinary charm and an utterly disarming smile. It is in the mouth that one may perhaps trace an aspect of Te that is more misunderstood than any other, an extreme sensuousness that is entirely unsensual in the accepted meaning. For what most astonishes the public is his disregard of the pleasures that the ordinary man pursues, and his relish for what other men would regard as discomforts to be avoided. Thus he speaks of himself as sexless, meaning that he is devoid of sexual appetites. He takes no interest in food, and when by himself is satisfied with one meal a day, of the simplest kind, although he will eat a normal dinner when with friends. Fruit, especially apples, is the only form of food for which he seems to have any real liking. He neither drinks nor smokes. He has occasionally tasted wine, but prefers water as being more varied in flavor. This is not a jest. His senses are very highly developed, but different. He says himself that he hunts sensation, in the deeper sense of the word. He is always eager for a new sensation, but he does not repeat it if unpleasant. Pleasure and pain, as he emphasizes, are matters of individual judgment. He finds exhilaration in what other men would shrink from, and pain in what are often their pastimes. High diving would be pain. It is a question of difference of tastes, not of a taste for discomfort. And in his judgment, the more elemental you can keep sensations, the better you feel them. A taste for wine mars the more subtle appreciation of water. This explanation may serve to modify the common assumption that his way of life can be ascribed to an innate asceticism. He declares himself that he is not an ascetic, but a hedonist. The denial is easier to accept than the affirmation, when one remembers how the brow balances the jaw, and the jaw controls the mouth. His hedonism, itself different from the normal, is an essential part of him, but it is only a part. It helps us, however, to understand his street Arabism. On his excursions, he has told me, I traveled always with someone from our Carchemish digging gang, and we thoroughly enjoyed ourselves, taking a few camels on hire, carrying, sailing down the Syrian coast, bathing, harvesting, and sightseeing in the towns. Urfa, in particular, made a lasting impression on him by its bazaars and magnificent Byzantine castle. One of his expeditions in the valley of the upper Euphrates gave him, however, a far less pleasant memory and an awkward adventure, the first of his 2 enforced enlistments in the Turkish army. Lured by the report of a statue of a woman seated on the backs of 2 lions that might have been Hittite, he set off in native dress accompanied by one of his workmen. The district was too north for Arabs to wander, and near Birijik he and his companion were arrested as suspected deserters from the Turkish army. They were kicked down the stairs of a noisome and verminous dungeon, being bruised all up one side and his fellow prisoners suffering a bad sprain. They were left all night in confinement to contemplate the prospect of compulsory military service, but in the morning managed to bribe their guards to let them go. At Carchemish, the outlets Overad found were characteristic. His time was not merely divided between the excavations at the Great Mound and wandering among the natives. He went for bathes daily in the Euphrates, and added zest to them by building a water chute of clay, down which he used to toboggan into the river. He made frequent trips on it, defying its dangerous currents, in a canoe fitted with a small auxiliary motor of uncertain ways, which he brought out at a cost he could ill afford. Waterwork had come to him naturally, from his childhood in his father's sailing yachts, and he had been an adept in handling a canoe ever since his school-day river explorations at Oxford. He practiced shooting with automatic pistols at matchboxes and other minute targets until he became an exceptionally fine shot. Indoors, he spent hours in developing the photographs that were his specialty, but he also found time to continue this reading. The hut where he abode, when he did not sleep in the open as he often chose, contained a library that gave the place an air of Oxford on the Euphrates. With the native workmen, mainly Kurds and Arabs, relations were more than good. If this enviable state owed much to Te's way of conversing with them, the devotion he inspired was even more a tribute to his strength of character, and, in particular, his quietly fearless air. Sir Hubert Young, who was one of his visitors, relates that by his mere personality he had turned the excavation into a miniature British consulate, and tells a story of his way of asserting his position as the unofficial consulas, or representative of the great British government. When out on a trip by canoe, they came upon several stalwart-looking Kurds who were dynamiting fish. Te walked straight up to the biggest, reminded him that it was against the Turkish law, added that it was a shameless thing to do, and ordered the man to come with him to the police station. The Kurd looked down contemptuously at him and declined emphatically, whereupon Te seized him by the arm and began to march him off. The other Kurds followed, however, throwing stones and drawing their knives. The situation looked ugly, and at Young's urging, Te released his prisoner. But, unwilling to be defied, he went straight to the nearest police post, and when he found the inspector showing signs of typical Turkish inertia, stirred him into activity by a threat to have him removed, as his predecessor had been. Several opportunities of character test were provided by the German engineers then engaged in bridging the Euphrates at Carchemish to carry the famous Baghdad Railway, the instrument of such ambitious design. While T.E. was away in the Lebanon and Woolley home on leave, the Germans attempted to utilize some mounds of archaeological importance to build up their railway embankment. After vain protest, the Arab overseer left in charge, mounted guard over the mounds with a rifle, and threatened to shoot anyone who came near. Meantime, T.E.I., who had himself been notified by telegram, telegraphed to Constantinople and collected a high Turkish official, with whom he made a dramatic appearance on the scene, to the discomfiture of the Germans, who were compelled to abandon their plans. Not long after, a German engineer beat one of the Englishman's house servants on a flimsy pretext. T.E. went to the German camp and demanded that the offender should offer a public apology to the victim. The chief engineer, a surly, hard-drinking man, retorted that logging was the only way to deal with natives, and washed his hands of the matter. This did not satisfy T.E. who, in his ominously quiet voice, remarked that in such a case he would have to take the engineer forcibly and make him apologize. The German looked at T.E. and gave in. But the Germans themselves were later to have cause to bless that power of his, if they did not appreciate it. Dissatisfaction with the working conditions led to a riot in their camp. T.E. and Woolley went across to find several hundred furious Kurds besieging the handful of Germans. They stopped firing instantly when the two Englishmen appeared, but the besieged foolishly continued, and it was only by the exertions and cool determination of the Englishmen, risking the bullets of the men they were trying to save, that a massacre was averted. Even then, in the sequel, the neighboring Kurds held up progress of the work until, finally, Englishmen were called in to adjudicate the dispute. They persuaded the Kurds to accept a payment of blood money for a man who had been shot. The Turkish authorities wished to confer decorations on the Englishmen for settling the trouble, but their offer was declined. In view of the part that T.E. was to play within a few years, there would have been a delicious irony in his acceptance. But this sense of gratitude was not shared by some of the Germans. They harbored the belief that T.E. was at the root of the troubles they experienced with their native workmen, a belief not unnatural to those who saw the contentment in the other camp and were unable to see the cause. Moreover, conscious of the designs that inspired the Baghdad Railway, they were sensitively quick to suspect T.E. of designing to sabotage it, or, at the least, to spy upon it. And here his own impish side came uppermost. Young relates that he said gleefully that he did not go out of his way to remove this impression. On the contrary, he took a mischievous delight in rousing the German's suspicions and cutting him out in every possible way. He even told us that he had gone so far one day as to drag some large pipes up to the top of the mound, whereupon the German had reported in a frantic telegram, which somehow fell into his hands, that the mad Englishman was mounting guns to command the railway bridge over the Euphrates. Whether the last part be fact or surmise, we may say of the story that it is so good that it ought to be true. And Lawrence, whose impishness sometimes extends to his stories, has the artistic sense to supply the appropriate complement, even if it were missing. Again, one cannot avoid the suspicion that he was influenced by his sense of humor as well as by his sense of gratitude for their help. When he took a couple of the Arab headmen back to Oxford with him in the summer of 1913, they took the experience very calmly, and the aspect of Oxford that they most admired was that of the beautiful glazed bricks in the public lavatories, while their chief surprise was furnished by the bicycle. T.E.L. amusingly tells of the delight with which they learnt to ride on women's bicycles because of their lowing garments, and how they careered in circles round a stupefied policeman in the center of Carfax. That winter, after his return to Syria, a more serious mission awaited him. Woolley and he were at Aleppo, resting after a hard spell at Carchemish, when a telegram came from London telling him that they were wanted to take part in an expedition to Sinai. They went south accordingly, and were met at Beersheba by Captain Newcomb, a sapper officer, who was to be their companion. They learnt that their part in the expedition was to be an archaeological camouflage for a military survey, by Newcomb and his assistants, of the country beyond the frontier of Egypt. He on his part had an equal surprise, for he had not unnaturally assumed that the archaeologists would be as venerable as their subject, only to be confronted by two youngsters, one of whom looked barely 18. Newcomb, who had already been surveying the frontier zone, had written home to the War Office to suggest that the survey be extended to cover the region between Beersheba and Aqaba. The War Office thought it wise to arrange a camouflage, and as this purpose coincided with an archaeological desire to fill certain gaps in scientific knowledge, the expedition was carried out under die auspices of the Palestine Exploration Fund, on whose behalf the necessary permit was obtained from the Turks. One may add that Lord Kitchener, then British agent in Egypt, in approving the scheme had shown anxiety lest Turkish suspicions be aroused. The party traveled southward from Beersheba to Kalasa, and thence by a zigzag route through the wilderness to Ain Kadesh, supposed to be the Kadesh Barnea of the Israelite wanderings. Instead of the verdant oasis pictured by some imaginative explorers, to the beguilement of modern biblical geographers, they found it to be merely a small spring in a stony and barren valley. An American traveler, Dr. Trumbull, who visited the spot in 1882, and wrote a rapturous account of it, had told of the delight with which his Arab servants stripped and plunged into the lower and larger pool for a bathe. Lawrence, in giving the exact measure of its shallowness, ironically remarked, "Our guide also washed his feet in it." The site of Kadesh Barnea was but one of many fantastic suppositions about biblical traditions and Byzantine antiquities that Lawrence and Woolley helped to explode. But the expedition had a future as well as a historical value, for later in his course, T.E. passed by way of Wadi Musa and Jebel Harun, the traditional Mount Hor on which Aaron was buried, to Ma'an on the new strategic Hejaz railway that linked Medina with Damascus. Thus he unknowingly did a preliminary reconnaissance of the scene of his operations in the second half of 1917. T.E.'s historical interest had already led him to spend some of his off-season travels in studying the approaches to Syria from the desert, and this study from Saladin's point of view helped his own strategy later. Even though he did not operate at the same places as Saladin, and the railway was a fresh addition, my problem and Saladin's were not far apart. He also remarks, Saladin's conquest of Syria was an accident, born of lopping off the edges. More notable still, T.E. on this Sinai survey also explored the ground for his first great war exploit at Aqaba, although not in the way that has been recorded. It has been said that when the Turks refused permission for the party to visit this little port on the eastern arm of the Red Sea, Lawrence volunteered to go there on his own and obtain certain bearings that Newcomb needed. The facts are different. The Turks were not asked for permission. Newcomb went there alone to survey this potentially important strategic point, while Woolley and Lawrence pursued their exploration in the north. On arrival, despite rebuffs, his persistence won the day, and he was finally left at peace to carry out his work. But before long, Lawrence left Woolley to follow Newcomb, whom he found in camp about 2 miles from Aqaba. Near here, on a little island about a quarter of a mile from the shore, there was a ruined castle which had played its part in crusading history, alternately in Muslim and Christian hands. Lawrence was eager to examine it for constructions by Renaud of Chatillon or Saladin. An interest in military defenses of such remote importance aroused the Turks' suspicions, and they posted a guard over the boat he had intended to use. Thereupon, Lawrence borrowed camel water tanks from Newcomb, bound them together into a crude raft, and ferried himself and one of his Carchemish followers over to the island. He reached Jebel Faran unobserved, and found it interesting, but completely in ruins, with even the cisterns broken. The return journey proved more difficult, as the wind was against him, while the presence of sharks in the water made the raft seem a rather frail protection, so that he felt no small relief when at last he reached land. During his stay at Aqaba Te, made an inland excursion of more future significance, for he went several miles up the gorge of the Wadi Itham, through which ran the direct route to the important station of Ma'an on the Hejaz Railway. It was far enough for him to see that it was impregnable against an advance from the coast side, a piece of knowledge that was to bear fruit 3 years later. He was certainly a dangerous visitor for the Turks to harbor, even though they could not foresee the consequence of his curiosity. But his wandering habits sufficed to arouse their suspicions, and on his leaving Newcomb's camp to return north, the Turks sent a police officer with as escort. Disliking this check on his curiosity, Lawrence gave the policeman the slip and made his way to Petra. Here he found Lady Evelyn Cobbold, who lent him the money for his fare back to Damascus from Ma'an. This expedition, with its veiled military purpose, gave a reinforcement to thoughts which were already stirring in Lawrence's mind since his sojourn at Carchemish. His basic intention in exploring Syria was always to write a strategic study of the Crusades, but incidentally, he saw many other things. From Carchemish, he had watched the construction of the Baghdad Railway with his own eyes, and thus had the keener perception of its potential menace to the outposts of Britain. The Armenian revolutionaries had come to him for help and advice, and he had dipped far into their counsels. The opposition party of the Kurdish reactionaries against the Young Turks had encouraged him to ride in their ranks and seek opportunity in the Balkan crisis. From the Arabs among whom he moved, he had heard of their aspirations for freedom from the Turkish yoke. He had even made contact with sections of the secret society which, within and without the Turkish army, was actively working towards such an end. The knowledge gave a new meaning to his old dreams, and brought them on to the horizon of reality. The expedition to Sinai was, he could feel, a definite step towards his aim and theirs. Indeed, the title of that famous story of spying on the German coastline, The Riddle of the Sands, might have been coined still more aptly to fit his recent activities. Before long he would himself propound a fresh riddle in the desert sands that the Turks would never succeed in solving. Book 2. Historical Prologue. Chapter 2. The Sick Man. The Curious Revolutions of a Century in Anglo-Turkish Relations. The Intrusion of Germany. The Outbreak of the World War. The Sidestep that took Turkey into the war. The Lost Opportunity at the Dardanelles. The century that preceded the World War shows nothing more curious in the diplomatic sphere than the ever-changing yet ever-repeating relationship between Britain and Turkey. It might aptly be entitled The Near East Knockabout Turn. The beginning of the 19th century found us fighting alongside the Turks against Napoleon. Yet in 1807, a British fleet passed through the Dardanelles in an attempt to compel Turkey to give way to Russia, and then sailed for Alexandria to support the Mamelukes in their revolt against the Turkish suzerainty. In 1826, our sympathy with the Greeks in their struggle for independence was expressed by our ships in sinking the Turkish fleet at Navarino. Yet, in the following year we set our face against Russia and reverted to the policy of preserving at all costs the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. In 1852, British public and political opinion was showing its mistrust of Turkey's sincerity in the path of reform. But in 1854, a British army was fighting in the Crimea to defend Turkey against Russia. In 1867, the Sultan was in London receiving the Order of the Garter at the hands of Queen Victoria. But in 1876, Britain was wrathfully denouncing the Bulgarian atrocities and execrating the unspeakable Turk, who was not only massacring his subject peoples but suspending payment on his debts. However, a year later, the British fleet, was again in the Bosphorus, covering Constantinople with its guns against the advancing Russians. In 1882, the British Army occupied Egypt, to the intense displeasure of the Turks. In 1885, Britain and Turkey had reached an amicable agreement, and their respective high commissioners were working side by side in Egypt. The result was an arrangement that the British occupation would come to an end in 1890. But French and Russian diplomacy intervened to disturb the atmosphere and persuade the Sultan not to ratify the convention. So the British remained in occupation, and the Turkish High Commissioner remained as a cipher. The picture reminds one of a kind of medieval clock, with symbolical figures to represent concord and discord, peace and war, bobbing in and out alternately. This extraordinary series of reversals is largely to be explained by the counterpole of Britain's moral impulses and material interests. The behavior of Turkey towards her subject peoples repeatedly offended the Englishman's sense of justice as well as his sentiment. But whenever there was a threat to our Mediterranean trade routes, or a danger that France, and still more, Russia, might profit from the offender's punishment, the Englishman's moral sense gave way to his political instinct, the weight of commercial interest reversing the balance. As Napoleon wrote in 1808, "Who is to have Constantinople? That is always the crux of the problem." It proved to be so for another century. In the light of those 100 years of history and their sequel, the use of our national gift for compromise may not seem altogether happy. Such delicate adjustment, to be truly effective, requires a Machiavelli, and the Englishman is not Machiavelli. He can never rid himself of moral scruples sufficiently to fill the part. Thus, he is always and inevitably handicapped in an immoral competition, whether in duplicity or blood and iron. Realization of this inherent weakness suggests that Britain might find it better to be more consistently moral. At any rate, the experiment has yet to be tried. On the other hand, there is plenty of experience to show the dilemmas and dangers into which Britain's maladjustment of morality and materialism has landed her. The most striking example was provided in that sphere of international relations where Britain had been most inconsistent, and it came in the opening months of the World War. Or, rather, it came to a head then, for the scales had for a number of years been tilting against Britain's influence with Turkey. The cause, this time, was not an outburst of British moral indignation, but a new trend in Britain's European policy. This gave a new point to old memories, and the point was directed at us, leading to what the British Prime Minister termed a treacherous stab in the back. His feelings surely overcame his historical sense, for in view of the past centuries record there was a piquant irony in the way writers referred to our century-old friendship with Turkey, and in the shocked indignation of the public at what was termed Turkey's base ingratitude. Map 1. The Near and Middle East. The truth was that Turkey had no assured grounds for relying on our support in her policy, or even in her resistance to Russian policy. She could perceive that our support in the past had only been tendered, reluctantly, when it suited our interests to give a check to Russia. Thus, the drawing together of Britain and Russia, which followed the Entente with France, and was completed by the Anglo-Russian agreement, shook Turkey to the core. It produced a sense of insecurity greater than she had ever known. That negative effect was accentuated by a positive influence. Germany's growing ambition for eastward expansion, her dream of empire extending to the Persian Gulf, had led her to extend her friendship to Turkey. The strengthening of her influence there meant the loosening of Britain's. Little by little, the wedge was inserted, beginning with a German military mission. If its energetic zeal for efficiency was found irksome, the Turk found a redeeming restfulness in his new friend's silence when the treatment of Turkey's subjects was called in question. While the British lion roared with indignation at the reports of atrocities, the German eagle soared above such trifles in quest of its ultimate goal. After the moral lectures he had so often received from Britain, the Turk could not but appreciate the comfort of Germany's indifference to his method. The German wedge, moreover, had a man of weight behind it. This was Baron Marshal von Bieberstein, who from 1897 to 1912 was ambassador at Constantinople, to a race who admired strength above all, whose chivalry was only extended to the strong Marshal von Bieberstein's huge frame, scarred face and trampling manner, formed a living picture of the growing power of Germany. He had an able successor whose forceful character was blended with foxiness, in Baron von Wangenheim, nicknamed the cuirassier diplomat. There was one man who might have counteracted the impression with that of Britain's more mature and quieter determination. This was Kitchener, who seems to have had an unrealized desire for the post. Instead, the successive British ambassadors during these critical years lacked both the necessary prestige and strength of personality. Moreover, during the critical weeks of late July and early August 1914, our representative was even absent from his post on leave. Yet, despite the assiduous way she was wooed by Germany, Turkey once more turned to her old supporter when again in danger from Italy in 1911 and made an overture for alliance with Britain. The proposal was put aside by the British government, although not without realization of the consequences. This is shown in a letter that Mr. Winston Churchill wrote from Balmoral to Sir Arthur Nicholson at the Foreign Office. Will it not, if it comes to war or warlike tension, throw Turkey into German arms more than ever, thus making the complete causeway? Germany, Austria, Romania, Turkey. Na so good boy on the ground, Mal. Do you think it possible that Germany has been marking time for this to happen in order to secure an atmosphere more suited to thunderbolts? Nevertheless, while foreseeing the risks, he himself came to the conclusion, clearly we must prefer Italy to Turkey on all grounds, moral and unmoral. Britain's aloofness rankled deeply in the young Turks, who had seized control of Turkey only to find themselves beset by external dangers. Despoiled of Tripoli by Italy and of Macedonia by the armed alliance of their erstwhile Balkan subjects in 1912. Some of the new leaders of Turkey still clung, almost pathetically, to the hope of renewed ties with Britain. But their feelings, both emotional and diplomatic, were opposed by a certain chilling influence in the British embassy, where a powerful prejudice against young Turk Freemasonry was combined with a lingering support of the powerless Sultan and his palace clique. This prejudice had a concrete base in the discovery that the Grand Orient of Turkey was in close touch with the extreme nationalists in Egypt. Moreover, there were shrewd observers who became convinced that Turkey's destination was inevitable from the moment Germany appeared, in shining armor, by Austria's side in 1990. That in Turkish measure British sympathy could never balance the scales against German might. But as it was, the antipathy checked several friendly advances, while the Germanophile side of the Young Turk movement grew stronger under the contrast of treatment. And although Germany's proffered embrace had its embarrassments, it held no such obvious danger as the bear hug of Russia. If the fear of rape by Russia, supplemented by the hope of loot at Russia's expense, was the main factor in bringing Turkey into the war against Britain, the immediate impulse was provided by 3 ships. They were the new German battlecruiser Gaben and the British-built battleships Sultan Osman and Rishadai, as a shrewd step to enhance German prestige, which had suffered from the defeats of the German-trained Turkish army in the recent Balkan War, and to weaken the one remaining foothold of British influence. Our naval mission, the Goeben, was sent out to Constantinople early in 1914, and for long lay anchored near the entrance to the Golden Horn. Then in the war-charged atmosphere of late July, the ever-present fear of Russian lust for the Dardanelles developed almost to panic pitch. Certain of war between Germany and Russia, uncertain of Britain's participation, and egged on by Enver Pasha, the Germanophile and German trained leader of the Young Turks. The Turkish Grand Vizier responded to previous German overtures by asking Wangenheim, on July 27, for a secret alliance against Russia. Next day the proposal was accepted, and on August the treaty was signed, unknown to most of the Turkish cabinet. On the morrow the first mines were laid in the Dardanelles. Enver had already mobilized the Turkish army on his own initiative. Nevertheless, the news of Britain's entry into the war against Germany came to Turkey as a shock which nearly burst the new treaty. It caused such a reaction indeed that it even produced an astonishing offer to Russia of a Turkish alliance. But this offer did not suit Russia's ambitions, even though it promised her the one chance of a channel through which she could receive munitions from her French and British allies. She preferred isolation to the sacrifices of her dream of annexation, and did not even report the offer to her allies. Turkey's sudden reversal of attitude was short-lived, and within a few days, her new fear of British power had given way to her old fear of Russian ambition. The revival of confidence owed much to an access of annoyance. Smarting under the sting of defeat in the Balkan War, Turkey had been awaiting delivery of her first two modern battleships with an eager pride that was all the more general because the purchase money had been raised by collections among the people. On August 3rd, however, Turkey was notified that the British government was taking over the ships. The news caused an explosion of anger. Everyone who had contributed his mite felt a sense of having been robbed. And the popular outcry was at its height when on August 10th, the Goeben together with the cruiser Breslau appeared at the entrance to the Dardanelles. They had slipped past the British fleet near Sicily. An officer of the German military mission, Lieutenant Colonel Kress von Kressenstein, brought the news to the war minister, Enver Pasha, and told him that the forts were asking for instructions. Enver replied, "I can't decide that now. I must first consult the Grand Vizier. But we must wire immediately." There was a moment of turmoil in Enver's mind. Then came the answer. They are to allow them to enter. Kress asked a further and guileful question. If the English warships follow the Germans, are they to be fired on if they also attempt an entrance? The matter must be left to the decision of the cabinet. Excellency, we can't leave our subordinates in such a position without issuing immediately clear and definite instructions. Are the English to be fired on or not? Another pause. Then, yes. General Canon Gieser, a German witness of this momentous discussion, says, "We heard the clanking of the portcullis descending before the Dardanelles. International law was evaded, British objections frustrated, Turkish pride satisfied, and Enver's nervous colleagues calmed by arranging the fictitious purchase of the two German warships. Turkey was not yet ready, nor agreed upon war, and Britain had every reason to avoid. Thus, during the weeks that followed, the Turks were successively enabled and emboldened to advance along the path to war by Britain's characteristic indefiniteness, her passivity in face of growing provocation. The German crews were kept. The German admiral was appointed to command the Turkish navy. The British naval mission was removed from control, and then forced to withdraw. British ships were detained and their wireless dismantled, while a stream of German soldiers and sailors filtered into Constantinople. On September 27th, the straits were definitely closed, on German initiative once again. Meantime, Turkish ministers, ever ready with glib assurances, congratulated themselves on this gullibility of the British, whose restraint was rather due to their acute sense of vulnerability as a power with millions of Muslim subjects. Fear of a jihad, the proclamation of a holy war, overhung British policy like a cloud. But Britain's continued refusal to take offense was at least worrying to the war party in Turkey and its German whips. So Enver decided to prick Britain's most sensitive spot and arranged for several aggressive reconnaissances across the Egyptian frontier into Sinai. The potential threat to our communications through the Suez Canal caused Kitchener, now war minister at home, considerable anxiety and hastened the measures for sending a large protective force from India. But the Germans in Turkey became still more uneasy when this fresh provocation failed to goad Britain to war. A more dramatic and decisive effort was staged. On the evening of October 27th, the German admiral, with Enver's connivance, led the Turkish fleet on a raid into the Black Sea against Britain's most sensitive ally. Odessa and other Russian ports were shelled. The story of this provocation, as related to and recorded by Lord D'Aubigny after the war, is illuminating. The official sanction came to the German embassy in a sealed envelope addressed to the admiral. An official took the initiative of opening it and the precaution of sending on merely a copy. The first report that reached Constantinople was that the Goeben had been sunk. So, assuming that the order had been sunk with her, the Grand Vizier conciliatingly replied to the Russian protests by denying that any such order had been given. Thereupon the German embassy sent to him saying, "The order of which you deny the existence, because you think it was sunk with the Goeben, is in a safe place at the German embassy. Pray cease to deny that the Turkish government has given the order to attack Russia." Thus, the war-fearing Grand Vizier was compelled to stand aside helplessly, while German craft, in a dual sense, deprived the Entente of any possible excuse for avoiding war with Turkey. On October 30th, the Russian ambassador demanded his passports, and was followed by the British and French, after a final appeal for the dismissal of the German military and naval missions. The best chance for both Britain and Russia was now in taking the offensive instantly. The defenses of the Dardanelles were obsolete and incomplete. The only two munition factories in Turkey lay on the shore close to Constantinople and open to easy destruction by any warships which penetrated thither. The neglect of the opportunity and the forfeiture of time that could never be regained form a tale of almost incredible haphazardness on the part of Britain, of suicidal short-sightedness on the part of Russia. Britain was certainly hampered by lack of available forces, and Russia still more by excess of jealousy, lest anyone else should establish a claim to participate in the destiny of the Dardanelles. But both were fettered above all by a narrow doctrine of strategy. The soldiers of Europe had come to accept rigidly the theory of Clausewitz that all efforts and all forces should be concentrated in the main theater and against the main enemy. As interpreted by his pupils, it was a theory without elasticity, and without regard to the practical question whether such concentration at the decisive spot was likely to produce an effective result at the actual time. The dead hand of Clausewitz on the strategy of his country's opponents may well be counted as his supreme patriotic legacy. On November 3rd, the Franco-British fleet briefly bombarded the outer forts of the Dardanelles. Its only use was to help the German authorities in trying to overcome Turkish inertia over the defenses. But the effect of this warning has been overrated, for Turkish lethargy was almost as boundless as British indefiniteness. Not until the end of February did the Turks post more than one division on the Gallipoli Peninsula, and not until March did the improvements in the defenses approach completion. In part, this state of weakness seems to have been due to a feeling that it was a hopeless waste of energy to prevent a passage. If the experts, German or Turk, doubted their power to stop a purely naval attack, they were still less confident of resisting a combined land and sea offensive. The Turkish staff history frankly states that, up to February 25th, it would have been possible to effect a landing successfully at any point on the peninsula, and the capture of the straits by land troops would have been comparatively easy. But in England, Winston Churchill was almost alone in showing a definite appreciation of the importance of opening the Dardanelles and of the time factor. From August onwards, he frequently tried to arouse the interest of the War Office, which for several years had not even made a perfunctory review of the question. 3 weeks after Turkey entered the war, he raised it again at the first meeting of the new War Council, pointing out that such an attack was the true method of defending Egypt. But other eyes were still focused on the Western Front, and he received no support from Kitchener. It is fair to say that Kitchener mooted the idea of a landing near Alexandretta, at the corner between Asia Minor and Syria, to cut the Turks' rail line of communication with their territories in the Middle East. But he was advised that a large force would be necessary for more than a momentary effect. So, the project was shelved, and the conclusion accepted that the passive defense of the Suez Canal was the only possible way of protecting Egypt. It meant that the Turks were granted a fresh lease of repose. In Germany, on the other hand, Falkenhayn, the new directing military brain, fully realized the decisive importance of Turkey joining in the struggle. It placed a barrier across the channel of munition supply to Russia and promised an invaluable distraction to the military strength of Britain and Russia. This lever was now applied before the Allies attempted any move. Under German dictation, Turkey struck as early as mid-December against the Russians in the Caucasus. Enver, however, overreached himself, and his ambitious plan ended in disaster at the Battle of Sarikamis. It was the cold, rather than the human foe, that destroyed the attacking army. The disaster was the more serious because the first-line Caucasus army was the only efficient force Enver possessed. Turkey was no more fortunate in her next venture, to cut the Suez Canal artery of Britain's power in the east. The Sinai Desert was a natural check on an invasion in strength, and the Turkish force, totaling some 20,000 men, which eventually delivered a fragmentary attack on the canal, near Tusum and Ismailia, in the first week of February 1915, was easily repulsed, although allowed to make good its retreat. Nevertheless, if both the Caucasus and Sinai offensives were tactical failures, they were of great strategic value to Germany by pinning down large Russian and British forces. At the time of the attack on the canal, there were 70,000 troops in Egypt, although only part were then fully trained. The force was still kept up to that strength in midsummer, although 28,000 were counted as a reserve for the Gallipoli expedition. After the evacuation of Gallipoli, it rose to 100,000. Indeed, Sir John Maxwell, commanding in Egypt, considered that a far larger force was needed to guarantee the safety of Egypt, suggesting 12 infantry divisions on the canal and 3 to hold Egypt and the western frontier. Even the general staff at home conceded that 8 were necessary on the canal. In midsummer 1916, the garrison of Egypt exceeded 174,000 men, while a further 237,000 were occupying at Salonika, what the Germans satirically called their largest prisoners of war camp. Such was the most uneconomic sequel to our multiple mistimed efforts to force the Dardanelles in 1915. A paper written on the eve of that year by Lieutenant Colonel Maurice Hankey, Secretary of the War Council, had diagnosed the deadlock on the Western Front and suggested that in the actual conditions, Germany could most effectively be struck through her allies, especially Turkey. He had advocated the use of the first 3 new army corps for an attack on Constantinople as a means to knock Turkey out of the war, bring the weight of the Balkans into the scale of the Allies, and open communication with Russia, abundant in wheat but deficient in munitions. In the light of history, there can hardly be a doubt that such a force, the equivalent of 150,000 men, would have sufficed to achieve success with a margin to spare, if it had been used when the actual landing was made on April 25th. Instead, 75,000 were sent. Even this number, exactly half, might well have sufficed a month or 6 weeks earlier. By early June, the utter failure of the offensives in France inspired Churchill to urge that we should double the force at the Dardanelles. But a month passed before the government finally decided to do so. By the end of July, they were ready to sanction still larger reinforcements. But the consequence of the belated decision and tardy steps was, first, that the second attempt could not be made until early August, and second, that the force was once more outweighed by the Turkish reinforcements that had been brought up in the meantime. The effort was too late in the sense of being too small for the actual time. Worse still, the delay had far-reaching repercussions. It allowed a new danger to arise, and a new drain of force to be created. The Germans were allowed time to prepare a campaign to open communication with Turkey by knocking out Serbia, and the Dardanelles' lack of success due to loss of time encouraged Bulgaria to enter the war as Germany's partner. As a result, Serbia was overrun, and the sequel to this disaster was the unwilling occupation of Salonika by a Franco-British force, which became another investment too large for the Allies' bank balance, yet too small to produce a dividend. As for the Gallipoli expedition, with winter approaching and opportunity waning, a withdrawal was now decided upon and carried out. During the early hours of December night, the last lighters quitted the derelict piers of Hells with the last British troops who would set foot on the peninsula until after the war, while behind them the dark sky was suddenly reddened with the glare of blazing dumps and stabbed with Turkish rockets soaring skyward in alarm. In the circumstances, evacuation may have been the most reasonable course, but it restored Turkey's freedom of action. It thereby exposed Egypt to danger anew, and our Mesopotamian expedition to a fresh danger. If the horizon of most strategists in the West was narrowed to the Western Front, Kitchener certainly perceived the menace. All his associations, all his instincts, made him acutely sensitive to any movement towards Egypt. Already in October, when the evacuation of Gallipoli was in the air, he had urgently demanded from Maxwell a report of the Turkish communications in Asia and Syria. The work of preparing it fell largely on a temporary second lieutenant in Cairo, whose commission bore the name T.E. Lawrence Stott. Chapter 3. The Lifeline. The chains of empire, the construction of the Hejaz and Baghdad railways, the Turkish menace to Egypt, and the Suez Canal, active or passive defense, Britain's Alexandretta project and its shelving, the menace looms dos, the revolt that brought relief. When the 20th century opened, the Turkish Empire was still in the 18th, as regards its means of imperial communication and control. Virtually roadless and railless. In all the vast territories beyond Asia Minor, there were only two short stretches of railway, both narrow gauge, one connecting Damascus with the sea at Beirut and the other linking Jerusalem with the port of Jaffa. But in 1900, the Sultan Abdul Hamid set on foot the construction of a far-reaching railway line to connect his Arabian provinces with Damascus. It would not only help to strengthen his control over them, but would avoid the unpleasant necessity of passing through the foreign-controlled Suez Canal. And it could be achieved in an economical way that delighted the heart of Abdul Hamid. For, by announcing it as a means of facilitating the pilgrimage to Mecca, its construction was carried out with money subscribed by pious Muslims throughout the world. The term, a pious fraud, might have been coined to fit the Hejaz Railway. Moreover, its construction was carried out by German engineers. Their government watched their work with a more than benevolent eye. For if the Sultan looked forward to strengthening his authority in the Hejaz, Germany looked forward to controlling, through him, the western shores of Arabia. It promised a means of exerting pressure on Britain's Suez Canal and Red Sea artery. The railway followed, generally, the pilgrim track and ran through desert that offered few serious difficulties, save the scarcity of water. In 1904, the 285-mile stretch from Damascus to Ma'an was opened, and in 1908, the railway reached Medina, 820 miles from Damascus. It was intended to prolong the line to Mecca, 280 miles distant, although delays supervened, and an eventual extension to the Yemen was contemplated by the German. Map 2. The Hejaz Railway. The ulterior purpose of the Hejaz Railway was to a large extent masked not only by its pious foundation, but by another vast railway scheme, the AIM. of which became more palpable. This was the Baghdad Railway. Back in 1888, a concession to build a railway in Anatolia, which would link Angora with Constantinople, had been granted to a group of German and British capitalists. The Germans subsequently bought out the British rights. In January 1902, they were granted a further concession to extend the railway from Konya through the Taurus Mountain, across the Euphrates to Mosul, down the Tigris to Baghdad, and thence on to Basra, thus linking the Bosphorus and Berlin with the Persian Gulf. The scheme caused much apprehension in England because of its potential threat to her sphere of influence. The Germans then offered to let the British participate, but on terms which would have established German control in perpetuity. The proposal collapsed, but the railway carried on in disjointed sections. It sprouted both to east and west of Aleppo, the pivotal point where it linked up with the south-running Hejaz Railway. The eastern stretch extended to Jarablus on the Euphrates, and as far again beyond. By 1917, this distance was doubled, and it had reached Nisibin, but over 100 miles still separated it from Mosul, and there was then another 100 down the Tigris before it could join the short chute that ran out from Baghdad. This railway system, designed to be the steel cord that should bind the crumbling Ottoman Empire together, plays such a part in the story of the war years that one needs to keep it ever in the mind's eye. It may be pictured as a huge, with the upper stroke slanting from the Bosphorus to Baghdad, and the lower stroke running from Aleppo to Medina. The latter alone was complete, with a break of a gauge at Riyadh. For in the upper stroke, there was not only a wide gap in the eastern half, but there were still, at the outset of the war, 2 breaks west of Aleppo. One was in the passage through the Taurus Mountains. Troops and supplies coming from Constantinople had to be detrained at Byzanti and moved by a narrow mountain road to Tarsus, 20 miles distant, where they could be entrained again, but only for a short distance. For the other uncompleted stretch was in the Amanus Mountains, where the 5-mile-long Baksh tunnel had still to be pierced. In consequence, on reaching the Amanus break, some 40 miles beyond Tarsus, the trains were usually switched down the branch line to Alexandretta, where their occupants detrained again, and went by road to Aleppo, or a station just west of it, before rejoining the railway. The alternative, slower and more difficult, was to march over the Amanus Mountains. The Alexandretta branch had originally been planned as the main line, but its course ran too close to the Gulf of Iskandarun to be strategically comfortable, and fears of its interruption from the sea had led to a change in the course of the main line. By October 1915, there were still 20 tunnels on the Taurus section to be pierced, but the road from Byzanti to Tarsus had been improved, and work on the Baksh tunnel had gone ahead so well that it promised to be ready at an early date. 1. Moreover, there had been a more ominous extension in Palestine which unmasked a new aspect of the Hejaz railway scheme. The branch from the Hejaz Railway, which ran from Daraa down to the sea at Haifa, had thrown out an offshoot down the coastal plain of Sharon, which not only linked up with Jerusalem, but extended south to Beersheba. And from Beersheba it would soon extend another 20-odd miles to El Auja on the Egyptian frontier. Thus the original big had grown a small attached on the western side of the lower stroke. By this, Egypt might now be menaced by forces far stronger than hitherto, if they were available. And the forces, indeed the bulk of the Turkish army, had now, it seemed, been set free by the British withdrawal from Gallipoli. Moreover, since the enemy occupation of Serbia, they could be supplied with munitions direct from Germany. Such was the situation that caused anxiety to Kitchener, and still more to Maxwell, on the eve of 1916. Instead of gripping the Turk by the throat, we now merely smelt his tail, a forked tail. It was a delicate position, for tails can be used to inflict painful blows without serious risk to the animal itself. Maxwell's thoughts reverted to the idea of averting the danger by striking the Turk in the pit of his stomach, near Alexandretta. He urged that the evacuation of Gallipoli would have disastrous moral and material effects unless such a counterstroke were delivered. Sir Henry McMahon, the High Commissioner in Egypt, concurred. Kitchener, who had come out to the Mediterranean to examine the problem of Gallipoli, listened sympathetically. But the General Staff at home opposed it strongly, both in detail and on the general ground. Now, such a familiar chorus, that the scheme offended against a fundamental principle of strategy, to retain the power of concentrating strength for a great offensive in a decisive theater of war. By this, of course, they meant Flanders, which was the bounds of their horizon. In face of these objections, Kitchener referred the question to Sir Charles Monro for a detached opinion. In strict truth, his opinion could hardly be termed this, for he had commanded an army in France and had only made a brief visit to the Mediterranean. And while there, he had already recommended the abandonment of the Gallipoli venture. But, most surprisingly, his reply went far to endorse the project and to discount the objections of the General Staff. He agreed that Maxwell's estimate of 100,000 troops would suffice not merely to cut the Turkish communications, but to hold a position that would keep them severed indefinitely with security to itself. That reply, one may add, was influenced by the strategic arguments of Second Lieutenant T.E. Lawrence, injected into the receptive ear of a superior whose voice carried weight. The scales seemed to have been tilted decisively towards the project. But at this point, a new ally came to the aid of the discomfited General Staff. The weight of France was thrown into the scales against the proposed landing in Is Bay, and it was impelled by a political rather than a military motive. For on November 13, 1915, the French military attaché presented the following note. Should the British government be considering a disembarkation of troops in the Gulf of Alexandretta in order to cut the railway to Palestine, they will have to take into consideration not only the economic interests, but also the moral and political position of France in these countries. French public opinion could not be indifferent to any operations attempted in a country which it considers as destined to form part of the future Syrian state, and it would require of the French government not only that no military operations should be undertaken in this particular country without previous agreement between the Allies, but also that, should such action be taken, the greater part of the task should be entrusted to French troops and the French generals commanding them. This must surely be one of the most astounding documents ever presented to an ally when engaged in a life-and-death struggle, for it imposed what was really a veto on the best opportunity of cutting the common enemy's lifeline and of protecting our own. As the French government did not propose to send troops, their intervention killed the plan. The British General Staff may also be considered as accessories to the crime. It was no less, when we count the large force engaged and losses incurred in the frontal advance into Palestine that had alternatively to be undertaken. The first attempt, in the spring of 1917, to force the Gaia Gateway was made with over 100,000 troops, and failed with a loss of over 10,000. It was renewed in the autumn with some 100 men. And when, after a year of struggle, the advance finally reached Aleppo, the British battle casualties alone had reached nearly 50,000. Despite the superbly economic conduct of the actual campaign, the veto on the Alexandretta stroke had meant that, once this way of hamstringing the enemy had been forsworn, we had to fall back on the painfully slow method of masticating the Turkish Empire from the tail upward if we were to operate against it in any way. But more than a year passed after the evacuation of Gallipoli before the British forces took the initiative in any real way. And during that year of inactivity, the garrison of Egypt rose at one time, March 1916, to as high as 275,000 men. The best that can be said for this great concentration of idle force is that it served as an imperial strategic reserve, which could be, and was, drawn on by other theaters of war. The campaign of 1916 might be summed up briefly by saying that throughout most of the year, the two sides crouched growling at each other a safe distance apart. The monotony varied only by the occasional Turkish pastime of stretching forward suddenly to pull a few hairs out of the lion's mane, an audacity which the lion repaid with a sharp slap when it was repeated. A curious stretch of imagination had led the British command to magnify beyond all reason the size of the Turkish forces which might be assembled for the invasion of Egypt. That magnification might be charitably described as due to a mirage of the desert. Did one not know that the inflated estimate sent home was contrary to the facts known on the spot, to the information furnished to the head of the military intelligence by his subordinates, the active intelligence staff officers? The false estimate was persisted in despite their protests. They at least were not subject to the common vice that hierarchy breeds, that of telling a superior what he wishes to hear and what flatters his sense of importance. In such a case, the superior is often the more to blame. At the beginning of 1916, Sir Archibald Murray, previously Chief of the Imperial General Staff, had arrived to take over the command. In February he wrote to his successor at home, Sir William Robertson, that it would be possible for the Turks to bring down 250,000 men to Beersheba and push them across the desert. Robertson put the figure at 100,000, and even this was certainly an overestimate. Half the number of Murray's estimate might conceivably have been brought to Beersheba, but they could hardly have been maintained there, and far less could they have been moved across the Sinai Desert. In the actual event, Turkish lethargy and inefficiency, accentuated by distractions from other enemies than the British, removed any danger. Nothing happened until April. Then a small force of 3,500 moved out along the desert route nearest the Mediterranean shore against the British posts, which had been established in the Katia oasis as a shock absorber in front of the canal. The Turks overwhelmed the garrisons and then made their retirement. This neat little surprise coup was directed by the Bavarian colonel, Kress von Kressenstein, who was the inspiration and brain of the Turks in Palestine for the first 3 years of the war. After the Katia insult, peace settled on the desert no man's land for another 3 months. Kress on his part was waiting for artillery, machine guns, mortars, and aircraft from Germany. The British were consolidating their position. Then in July, Kress advanced again with some 16,000 men, and this time pushed beyond Katia to Romani. But he tempted fortune by lingering too long near Katia, waiting for his heavy artillery, and the delay allowed the British to prepare an encircling embrace when at last, after 10 days, his attack developed. It failed, and he had a narrow escape from the trap. Once outside the lion's jaws, he succeeded in fending off the disjointed pursuit and even administered a sharp rap to the pursuers. If the British had missed a fine opportunity of netting the whole Turkish force, Kress had suffered a defeat and risked a disaster because his means were not adapted to his end. His force was too small for a sustained advance, while too large and encumbered for a raid. A few months earlier, a fundamentally similar fault had marred another Turco-German move of similar intention on the opposite frontier of Egypt. Here in the western desert, the tribes belonged to the Moslem sect of the Senussi. With them, the Turkish proclamation of a jihad against the infidel, in general a failure, had a measure of success. Nuri Bey, a half-brother of Enver, appeared on the scene and incited the Senussi to harass the British in Egypt. Another Turkish officer, Jafar Pasha, set to work to drill the Arab levies. Jafar was a Baghdadi Arab of marked capacity and even greater capaciousness. He spoke 8 languages and had been trained in the German army, but his efforts to discipline the Bedouin and make them into a regular force had merely the effect of making them into a regular target for the British. So long as the Senussi's followers stayed drilling in the desert, they were a menace. The news created serious unrest in Egypt and grave apprehension of an internal rising to the British authorities. It even led the British to evacuate the coast. But when, In December 1915, the Senussi's troops advanced against our frontier force. Their progress was checked, although they baffled several British counter-moves, and in February they were decisively routed, Ja'far himself being captured. By contrast with these unsuccessful efforts to harass the British, the Turks themselves would soon receive a lesson at their expense in the technique of harassing warfare and in the way to convert the roaming Bedouin into an effective agent of war. The teacher would be an Englishman, T.E. Lawrence. And the opportunity was provided by a rising of the Arabs against Turkish rule. This event, so far-reaching in its effects, took place in the Hejaz. Thereby the birthplace of the Muslim religion, a warrior faith, became the birthplace of the first scientific theory of irregular warfare. The scene, also, of its application. The revolt opened in June 1916. Its first long-range effect was on the British, for the news of it inspired them to exchange their hitherto passive defense of Egypt for an offensive move into Turkish territory. To quote the official history of the campaigns in Egypt and Palestine, Sir A. Murray was now directed by the CIGS to consider seriously that advance to El Arish which had previously been merely a vague possibility. Moreover, the Hejaz rising set up that much needed distraction to the Turkish initiative and the Turkish forces which the British, since the evacuation of Gallipoli, had hitherto failed to provide from their own resources. The revolt would spread in space, scale, and effect until it ultimately became known to the world as the Arab Revolt. Actually, the gaps were not covered until early in 1917, and even then only by a light railway link. By the irony of fate, the first through trains began running in September 1918, just in time to greet the final victorious onrush of the British. His first appointment was to command the forces on the Suez Canal front, but in March he took over the whole force in Egypt, and Sir John Maxwell went home. Chapter 4. The Undercurrent. 1914-1916. The Arabs' pre-war dreams of independence. Kitchener's assurance to the Sheriff of Mecca. The Sheriff refuses Turkey's behest to proclaim a holy war. McMahon pursues negotiations with the Sheriff, which culminate in Britain's if qualified, Pledge of October 1915 to recognize Arab independence. Meantime, another British agent, Sir Mark Sykes, independently makes a different arrangement, negotiating a treaty with the French for the future division of the still unconquered Turkish Empire. The Turks attempt to suppress the Arab movement and dispatch reinforcements to the Hejaz. The Sheriff hastens the long-contemplated revolt. In June 1916, during the years immediately before the war, Kitchener in Cairo, with his oriental habit of keeping his ear close to the ground, was well aware of subterranean stirrings among the Arab subjects of the Turkish Empire. As he spun his spider's web of information for Britain's imperial interests, many significant clues and secret currents came to his knowledge. Among them were the ambitious dreams of Hussein, Sheriff of Mecca, and his sons, of a vast Arab confederacy under the suzerainty of their family. A vision of the past glory of the Abbasid Empire floated before their eyes. In February 1914, the Young Turks appointed Vahib Bey, who was known for his violently anti-Arab sentiments, as Vali, or governor, of the Hejaz. After his arrival in Mecca, he ordered the sheriff to hand over 100 old Mauser rifles with which his guard was armed. The insult provoked a riot. That same month, the Emir Abdullah, the sheriff's second son, came to visit Kitchener in Cairo and told him privately of the sheriff's ambition to achieve independence for the Hejaz. He found a sympathetic listener, who had himself long cherished the idea of founding an independent Arab state in Arabia and Syria. Then the war came and Kitchener left Cairo for London to supervise schemes of vaster scope and more immediate execution. But amid the cares of creating a new army of millions, he did not forget the possibility of converting the Arabs into a British asset. Moreover, a reminder came to him from the depths of Arabia, in the form of a cryptic message sent by a circuitous route, following for Lord Kitchener. "Remember our conversation. The day has come." The ominous bearing of Turkey gave emphasis to the matter. If the Turks were to proclaim a jihad, the attitude of the Sheriff of Mecca would have an important influence on its scope and its success. Map 3. Arabia, Syria, and Mesopotamia. Thus, towards the end of September, Kitchener sent a message to the Emir Abdullah to inquire whether the Sheriff would be on the side of Britain or against her if Turkey joined in the war. The reply was friendly, but guarded. The Sheriff's ambition was tempered by his caution, and he was typically Arab, some might say traditionally British, in his care to sit on the fence, with a foot still on either side, until the right moment had arrived and the outlook had cleared. He implied that he would not side with the Turks of his own choice, but evidently wanted an assurance from the British side before he took the risk of defying his overlord in Constantinople. He did not forget that it was the policy of the Turks to keep alternative sheriffs in stock there. He himself and his sons had been held for years as hostages by Abdul Hamid, until the revolution of the Young Turks had caused a convenient revolution in his fortunes and put him in Mecca in the place of his cousin. But there were several factors to check the British from committing themselves hastily. Any definite assurance might precipitate that very conflict with Turkey that Britain, on moral even more than on material grounds, was striving so hard to avoid. The religious problem was a complex one, and Britain, with millions of Muslim subjects, had to consider the issues carefully before supporting a challenge to the Sultan of Turkey, who as holder of the caliphate was their spiritual head. Hussein, as the Sheriff of Mecca and descendant of the Prophet, counted for much, but it was doubtful whether he had the temporal weight to lay claim to the caliphate. When Turkey entered the war against Britain, these considerations lost much of their force. The Sheriff might not have adequate weight for the caliphate, but he had enough to be a counterpoise to the jihad. At Kitchener's instigation, a fresh message was sent through Abdullah Tuai. It gave the Sheriff a definite assurance that if he and the Arabs actively aided Britain in the war, she would recognize and support their independence in return. Another cautious reply came back to Cairo. It was more definite on the subject of neutrality, but intimated that the Sheriff's position in Islam made it impossible for him to break with Turkey immediately. His hesitation this time was largely explained by the fact that he was still sounding other Arab leaders. His third son, Faisal, had gone to Syria to gauge the value of the Arab secret society there, which had just appealed to him for support in a proposed mutiny. But in essentials, the Sheriff had already rendered Britain a service greater than any that could be expected in the material realm, for he had refused, much to the Turks' indignation, to proclaim the jihad from the holy cities, and thus had largely drawn its sting. 1. Outside Turkey itself, the jihad would have little meaning, despite the assiduous efforts of Turkish and German missionaries. Britain had a war with Turkey on her hands, but to all intents she was save the back-breaking burden of a holy war. In this state of more than benevolent neutrality, the relations between Britain and the Sheriff remained throughout 1915. It would have been exchanged much earlier for active intervention if the British project of a landing near Alexandria had been fulfilled, for in this event, a mutiny had been arranged among the Arab troops of the Turkish army in Syria. On the other hand, Arab assistance might also have ceased much earlier, because the Arabs' idea was apparently to make the embarrassed Turks an offer of peace in return for a recognition of their independence, so that they might have a chance of keeping it even if the British failed to win the war. So long as the Alexandria landing hung fire, Faisal advised his father to hang back until the prospects became clearer. When the British landed instead on Gallipoli, he went thither as an officer in the Turkish army to watch the trend of the struggle. Meantime, Sir Henry McMahon, the new High Commissioner in Egypt, seconded by Sir Reginald Wingate, Governor-General of the Sudan, fulfilled the Foreign Office policy of cultivating the friendship with Hussein. In July, a promising bud appeared on the Arab side. The British pressure and the Turkish losses on Gallipoli, together with Townshend's advance in Mesopotamia, had an influence on this initiative. News travels fast through the desert. A closer influence was exerted by hunger pressure at home. The Hejaz was being ground between an upper and a nether millstone. On the one hand, the Red Sea blockade, which Britain partially enforced, and might tighten against the Hejaz. On the other, the partial land blockade which the Turks had instituted through their control of rail traffic, as punishment for the sheriff's refusal to proclaim the jihad against Britain. Writing to McMahon, the sheriff requested that Britain would guarantee the independence of all Arab lands as the reward of a revolt against Turkey. The bud had a long stem, longer than the British cared to contemplate, for his detailed proposals were that Britain should acknowledge Arab independence within an area that stretched from the Taurus Mountains in the north to the Indian Ocean, excluding merely the Aden Protectorate, and from the Mediterranean to the Persian frontier. He followed up this immense vision of empire with a private letter in which he begged that the annual donation from Egypt to the holy cities might be resumed. Without it, the Hejaz faced bankruptcy, for the interruption of the annual pilgrimage to Mecca had deprived this barren land of its chief source of revenue. The British, in answering, donned Hussein's discarded mantle of caution. Their reply abounded in cordiality, assured the sheriff that Britain would arrange for the transmission of the pious donations if he would guarantee their safety, remarked that the discussion of boundaries was premature, and dropped the question of the caliphate in discreet silence. To the sheriff, not unnaturally, the warmth of these expressions of friendship suffered a chill in transmission. He communicated his feelings to McMahon, who began to press upon the Foreign Office the urgency of giving the Arabs an adequate guarantee. The overcast prospects of the Gallipoli expedition gave a deeper emphasis to McMahon's arguments, which were backed by very detailed information as to the political conditions in the Arab lands. This had been gathered and collated not only by the military intelligence branch in Egypt, of which Lawrence was a nominally humble, if actually invaluable, and equally obstreperous member, but even more by a group of experts that McMahon had gathered round him. This collection of travelers, archaeologists, and political officers was transformed a few months later in February 1916 into an Arab bureau under the direction of Dr. Hogarth, who, by one of the war's strange metamorphoses, had come to bear the stripes of a commander in the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve. During the first part of the war, the government of India, in virtue of its concern with Aden, had been responsible for dealing with Arab questions on the whole Red Sea coast. Distance did not lend enchantment to its view, nor help its information. At the end of March 1915, responsibility for Arab affairs down to a point 80 miles south of Mecca was transferred to the High Commissioner in Egypt. The change brought not only an increase of efficiency but an increased value to the Allied cause. The impression was reinforced both by the general stream of reports as to unrest in the Turkish dominions and by special information concerning the Arab secret societies within the Turkish Empire and their preparations for a rising. In Mesopotamia, there was the Ahad, a military brotherhood, composed of Arab officers in the Turkish army, who were bent on gaining military knowledge, so that they might the more effectively destroy their masters when the moment was ripe. Some of its members were in high positions, and stayed in them throughout the war, working insidiously rather than openly. A larger society, predominantly civil, was the Fida in Syria. This was so organized and so assiduous in cultivating adherents at home and possible allies abroad that its activities were more difficult to hide. The way that the Turks, so contrary to their usual habit, were refraining from measures of suppression seemed a testimony to the wide dimensions of the movement, and suggested that the Turks might find it wiser to bribe it than to break it. If that course were taken, the jihad might become a dangerous reality. Hence, both McMahon and Maxwell urged the British government at home, and Kitchener in particular, to do something more definite to encourage the sheriff and towards meeting his proposals. As a result, McMahon was instructed in October to tell the sheriff that Britain pledged herself to recognize and support the independence of the Arabs within the boundaries he had proposed, subject to certain exceptions. These were the districts, not purely Arab, that lay along the Syrian coast from the Taurus Mountains down to the west of Damascus. But the reservations were also made. First, that the assurance was limited to those parts of the Arab territories where Britain was free to act without detriment to the interests of France. And second, that the districts of Basra and Baghdad would be subjected to a measure of British control. These terms stretched far, but the elasticity of the contract lay mainly in its power of contraction. The real significance lay in the reservations, which had a vagueness that spelt confusion among those who formulated them, as well as among those who heard them. By reason of them, Britain was to be involved in an entanglement with Arab policy, akin to that in which she had been involved for 100 years in her effort to adjust herself to Turkish policy. The entanglement might have its origin in the casuistry of policy, in that inability of nations to rise even to the relatively low standards of honest dealing that prevail among individuals. But its embarrassments would be due in large measure to the relatively high standard of honor attained by the individuals who were instruments of that policy. England's policy would once again run on the rocks of the Englishman's conscience, and provide yet another object lesson of the dangers of following Machiavelli without being thoroughly Machiavellian. Although McMahon had pressed the Foreign Office to arrange terms of alliance with the Arabs, he was disquieted by the vagueness of those on which he was instructed to negotiate an agreement, and he sent a warning to the Foreign Office in which he emphasized the importance of keeping faith with the Arab leaders, as well as the dangers of underrating the possible development of the Arab movement. Further, he urged the need for unity of control over all negotiations. In the meantime, however, the Foreign Office had been using that eminent but erratic political traveler, Sir Mark Sykes, as another agent on Kitchener's initiative and his own. After carrying out a secret mission to the Middle East, Sykes was deputed by the Foreign Office to enter into negotiations with George Picot, representing France, as to the future boundaries of the Arab states and the respective spheres of influence of Britain and France in the prospective partitioning of the Turkish Empire among its conquerors. One wonders whether any of the parties remembered a previous occasion in Palestine when a condemned man's cloak was thus divided up before he passed away. A recollection of that undying story might have prepared them for another resurrection. The discussions eventually had issue in a map, which remains an historical curiosity. On it were marked the zones defined in the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which laid the powder trail of controversy. A blue zone showed where a French administration would be established. It covered all Syria north of Acre and west of Damascus and Aleppo, and extended well into Asia Minor. A red zone similarly indicated where Britain would establish an administration. It comprised the valley of the Tigris and the Euphrates from north of Baghdad to the Persian Gulf. Two further zones, A and B, showed respectively the French and British spheres of influence, where they would support an Arab state or confederation of states. These zones embraced the desert and its fringes. A was a triangular area of which the base ran from Aleppo to the Sea of Galilee, while the apex was at Rawandus, near the Persian frontier. This put the important city of Mosul into the French sphere of influence. B area lay to the south, its western boundary running from the Sea of Galilee along the Jordan to the Dead Sea, then out to the coast at Gaza, and along the old Sinai frontier to Aqaba. To the east, it went as far as the boundary of the projected red zone in Mesopotamia. Arrangements had also to be made for Russia to have an adequate meal off Turkey's carcass. After further negotiations, notes were exchanged in May 1916 between the three powers, which defined their respective portions. If we picture them in terms of the natural simile, France and Britain were to have the wings of the turkey, Russia to have the breast. The Arabs were allotted the innards and legs, while the head and neck were left. The trouble that arose over this division was due not merely to its prematurity, but to its obscurity. While Sykes was the hand on the carving knife in these arrangements with Picot, McMahon was negotiating with the Arabs, and the left hand of Britain's foreign policy did not know what the right was doing. Indeed, the first intimation that McMahon received was when Sykes returned to Cairo, and in conversation, producing a map, remarked, "What do you think of my treaty?" Like a high-velocity shell, the burst thus coincided with the sound. McMahon's fingers in the Arab Bureau, Lawrence among them, were still more cut off from the knowledge of the reality. Although they later gained an inkling, the Sykes-Picot agreement only became known to the Arab contestants when it was made known to the world by the Bolshevik government publishing broadcasts the secret treaty which it found in the archives after the Russian Revolution. To lessen the shock, Sykes and Picot were sent to the Hejaz early in May 1917 at the urgent request of the Arab Bureau, so that they might explain to Faisal and Hussein the broad provisions of the treaty and the intentions of the British government. But by the time they arrived, the collapse of the British offensive against Gaza had made the vista of Syria remote, and hence the two commissioners deemed it best to leave their treaty in a gentle haze when interpreting it to Hussein. In this, they were perhaps helped by the difficulty of translation into Arabic. That, however, was a long way ahead. Early in 1916, the negotiations with the sheriff ended in an agreement to take action as soon as the moment was ripe. If he made objection to various points in the guarantee, it is unlikely that, with his experience of the ways of diplomacy, he was wholly deluded either as to the ambiguity or the complexity of the issues that underlay its broad phrases. That he was sufficiently satisfied at the time is suggested by the fact that McMahon was not forced to offer an additional inducement which he had been authorized to make. This was to abandon the reservation about Basra and Baghdad if that concession was necessary to turn the scales. The sheriff, it is true, had other more urgent considerations to hasten his decision. The British naval blockade of the Arabian coast was inevitably aggravating the internal distress caused by the lack of pilgrims. The Turkish attitude was foreboding danger, both to his own rule and to the chance of a successful rising. Relieved of the British pressure at the Dardanelles, the Turks deemed the moment opportune to crush the Arab movement within their own ranks and territories. Early in 1916, Jamal Pasha suddenly swooped on the secret society in Syria. All Arab units were dispersed to distant parts, and suspected rebels were put to death wholesale. Apart from those brought to summary trial and execution, the gendarmerie were turned loose to punish the Arabs and their families in the Turks' too familiar style. These measures were brutally effective not only in quenching the intended rising, but in deterring most of the Syrian Arabs from taking an active part in the later Arab advance. On the other hand, they forfeited such allegiance as the Arabs had hitherto given the Turks, and sapped the morale of the Arab troops in the Turkish army, to its ultimate cost. Faisal himself was in Syria at the time of these massacres, as an unwilling and unwelcome guest of Jamal. Although he was an object of suspicion, the Turks felt that it was still unwise to strike directly at him and his family. But he was compelled to swallow frequent insults, and worse still, was taken out by Jamal with malicious pleasure to watch the hanging of his Arab sympathizers and intending supporters. The turn of the Hejaz Arabs was likely to come next. Indeed, a special Turkish force under Kairi Bey was being formed in Constantinople for dispatch by rail to Medina, whence it was intended to march to Mecca, there to show the flag and overawe the Arabs, before moving on to the Yemen. Such an overland march was an innovation, and to make it possible the force was organized as a mobile column, 3,500 strong, with a light field battery and 2 machine gun companies. The force was accompanied by a German mission of small size, but considerable importance under Major von Stotzingen. who bore letters of recommendation, one of which, from Countess Schlieffen, was phrased with unconscious humor. He does not obtrude his personality and has not those characteristics which often make the Germans disliked in foreign parts. His orders were to set up a wireless station on the coast in order to open up communication with German East Africa, as well as back to Turkish General Headquarters. Stotzingen was also to direct anti-British propaganda in Darfur, the Sudan, Abyssinia, and Somaliland. For this purpose, the party included a German adventurer, Karl Neufeld, who had been rescued by the British from the Khalifa's grip after the Battle of Omdurman in 1898, and had been expelled from the Sudan by them on the outbreak of war in 1914. The ultimate purpose of the mobile column seems to have been more than merely sedative, for in July 1915, one of the two Turkish divisions in the Yemen, the other had to watch the Idrisi, the bitterly anti-Turk emir of Subayyi, fell on the small British force at Lahaj and drove it back into Aden. An Indian brigade landed 3 weeks later and temporarily raised the siege. But after its departure, the Turks remain a potential menace to our hold on Aden, being themselves provisioned by the Imam of the Yemen for 2 years after they had been cut off from home by the rising in the Hejaz. If they had been reinforced by the new mobile column, Aden itself might have been stormed. The interception of this danger, as well as of Stotzingen's mission, was not the least of the services to Britain achieved by the Arab revolt. The dispatch of the column was the danger signal which, reversing the usual order, released the train of action. Faisal, who had been advising delay after the frustration in Syria, was himself a witness of the preparations to send these Turkish reinforcements, and he realized that the immediate dangers of delay outweighed the potential advantages. Nevertheless, the revolt opened under serious material handicaps. In fulfillment of the agreement with Hussein, Wingate had begun to send rifles and ammunition, as well as money and food, across the Red Sea from the Sudan. But both McMahon and Wingate had been anxious for the sheriff to hold his hand until he had been more fully equipped. They were still urging delay when the news traveled back that the rising had taken place on June 5, 1916. One in taking this decision, Hussein appears to have been influenced and was undoubtedly strengthened by the attitude of Ibn Sa'd, whom he consulted in January 1915 when pressed by the Turks to proclaim a jihad. Ibn Sa'd's reply was to the effect that Hussein should evade the Turkish demand by pleading fear of British reprisals against the Hejaz ports. Before sending it, Ibn Sa'd discussed the issues with Captain Shakespeare, a British political officer then at his camp, who stood high in his esteem. 7 days later, Shakespeare was killed in a tribal battle between Ibn Sa'd and Ibn Rashid, the pro-Turk emir of Hale. Book 3. The Arab Revolt. Introduction to Book 3. For those who prefer to skip the historical prologue in Book 2. The humor of history is nowhere better illustrated than in the relations between Britain and Turkey during the 19th century. Supported in arms when her immunity, particularly from a Russian bear hug, coincided with Britain's interests, Turkey was scolded and chastised between times for her moral lapse. But as the 20th century dawned, this paternal relationship was altered by the intrusion of a wooer, who offered Turkey a strong arm to rest upon without the accompaniment of moral homilies. Turkey proved susceptible to such advances, and when the new friend came to blows with the old guardian, on the outbreak of the World War in August 1914, fear of Russia combined with faith in Germany's strength to draw Turkey into arms against Britain at the end of October. This was a valuable gain for Germany and Austria. It locked the Black Sea door by which Russia's manpower might have been supplied with munitions, helped to cover their own Balkan back door, and promised to divert part of the British and Russian forces. On the other hand, Turkey herself was disquietingly vulnerable. Her head and neck, on the edge of Europe, lay dangerously exposed to a severe cut, while her sprawling body in Asia was predisposed to paralysis. The Dardanelles guarded the approach to Constantinople, but their defenses were out of date and incomplete, while Turkey's only 2 munition factories lay on the shore beyond, easy of destruction by an enemy who forced the passage. As for the Turkish Empire, its weakness lay, first, in its long drawn-out and brittle communications, secondly, in the restlessness of its subject peoples, especially the Arabs. The railway system formed an immense, of which the horizontal line, from Constantinople through Aleppo to Baghdad, was still far from being completed. The 1,000-mile vertical line ran down through Syria to the Hejaz, on the eastern shores of the Red Sea, having its terminus at Medina. The course of the struggle would largely depend on how far Turkey's opponents profited by her inherent weaknesses to diminish the damage caused by her entry into the war against them. That issue in turn was largely determined by the grip of a century-old German theory on their minds, Clausewitz's doctrine, that all efforts and all forces should as far as possible be concentrated in the main theater against the main enemy. Because of their strict and straight allegiance to a doctrine which had hardened with time into dogma, the Allied strategists neglected the opportunity offered by Turkey's weaknesses, allowing her time to cover these and to develop her own activities. In consequence, with fateful irony, their determination to avoid diverting their strength to secondary ends led them eventually to dissipate their strength more lavishly for tertiary ends, in safeguarding themselves, especially in Egypt, against danger from the Turks. The first year witnessed the British attempts to open the Dardanelles with forces that were always too late and too few for the time of their action. When a withdrawal was decided on in the autumn of 1915, an alternative plan of severing the railway near its joint was conceived. But this Bay project was stillborn, the objections of the General Staff at home being reinforced by a French political veto on British intrusion into Syria. Early in 1916, after the evacuation of Gallipoli, the British forces in Egypt rose to over 250,000 men, a large proportion of whom remained. They were kept there by fear for the safety of the Suez Canal, Britain's imperial artery to India. They were kept idle by the General Staff's reluctance to embark on fresh sideshows. Such passivity invited the pinpricks which came from the Turks on both the eastern and the western frontiers of uneasy Egypt. The need of providing an outside distraction to the Turks was perceived by the High Commissioner, Sir Henry McMahon. Several months of long-range negotiation with Hussein, the Sheriff of Mecca, ended in an agreement that the Arabs in the Hejaz were to rise against the Turks when the time was ripe, while Britain guaranteed, with certain reservations, the independence of the Arab lands that then formed part of the Turkish Empire. Meantime, however, another representative of the Foreign Office, Sir Mark Sykes, had been independently engaged with the French in carving up the Turkish Empire on a different plan. This Sykes-Picot Treaty contained the germ of future trouble with the Arabs, Turkey's lifeline. A fourth party, the Turks, now intervened by sending forces south to forestall trouble to themselves. The news of their dispatch hastened the Arab Rising, which began in June 1916. Chapter 5. The Toxin Rings. June 1916. The Rising suffers from lack of organization. The Arabs seize Mecca and the coast, but the Turks maintain their hold on Medina. Reaction sets in, and depression grows. There is a manifest need for British aid, but this is hindered by internal complications. Lawrence's career in the opening months of the war. He is sent to Egypt, where he is employed on intelligence work and also on certain special missions. Difficulties with his superiors paved the way to a greater opportunity. The sheriff himself had organized the revolt. The results were less apparent than the evidence of disorganization. Wingate's comment on the sheriff's forces was a fair verdict. His army is practically a rabble and run on dervish lines. There were some 50,000 Arabs available, but with less than 10,000 rifles among them, and of these only a proportion were modern rifles. There were no guns or machine guns. Worse still, no arrangements had been made by Hussein to keep his forces fed and maintained in the field. Faisal had only slipped away from Damascus in time for the rising, but in any case neither he nor his brothers appear to have been consulted by their father over the details of the plan. They simply received his orders to begin the revolt. If cautiously shrewd, he was a vain and self-willed autocrat of the breakfast table, jealous of his prerogatives. But the Turks promised to provide tough fare, hard to bite, and large to swallow. The garrison of the Hejaz was mainly provided by the Turkish 22nd Division, whose 3 regiments had their headquarters at Mecca, Jeddah, and Medina, the last being now reinforced by Kairi Bey's mobile column. In addition, battalions of the 21st Division, which had its headquarters in Asir, occupied Lith and Khanfida, along the coast south of Jeddah, the port of Mecca. The total force in the Hejaz was probably over 15,000 strong, and it had not only the advantage of fortified positions, but the traditional Turkish capacity for defending them. On June 5th, the sheriff's eldest son, and Faisal raised the crimson banner of revolt on the outskirts of Medina in obedience to their father's orders. Some 30,000 Arabs had assembled in response to the call. Next day Ali moved north through the mountains to cut the railway near Madain Salah, 180 miles distant, while Faisal attempted to take the city by storm. Those of the Arabs who gained an entry were soon ejected. They were not the equals of the Turk in close-quarter fighting, and at longer range they were exposed to the Turkish artillery, whose shells provided a nerve-shattering new experience. In vain Faisal, who knew from Gallipoli experience the comparative innocuousness of such fire, wrote about the plain in an effort to calm the tribesmen. The Agil and Atiba tribesmen went to ground and stayed there. The Beni Ali had already tipped the scales by running away. For the next month Faisal had to content himself with establishing a loose blockade, and then even that was broken. Perchance in reflection, it did not seem altogether auspicious to have begun the revolt at the place where Muhammad went originally as a fugitive and ultimately to rest in his tomb. Map 4. The Hejaz. Elsewhere, however, the rising had opened with a string of scintillating successes. From Mecca, the bulk of the garrison had moved to their summer station at Ta'if, 70 miles to the southeast. The skeleton that was left comprised only 1,000 men, some of whom were quartered in barracks within the hill-girdled city, while the others occupied the forts on the heights outside. The Turkish commander, moreover, despite his uneasiness over the menacing appearance of armed Bedouin, was taken by surprise when the actual attack came on June 9. It developed by degrees, and with amusing naivety, he telephoned to the sheriff. The Bedouin have revolted against the government. Find a way out. Enjoying the joke, Hussein answered with veiled irony. Of course we shall. He promptly ordered a general attack. The Turks put up a stout defense for 3 days, but on the 12th, the Arabs succeeded in setting fire to the barracks, and thus smoked out their occupants. They followed up this success, and by the next evening, the whole of the defenses had been overcome, and the garrisons captured, save those of 2 small forts outside the city. These defied all efforts, and a month passed before they surrendered. But in their resistance they contributed to the sheriff's wider success by committing the folly of shelling the mosque that contained the Kaaba. Their shells only missed the supremely sacred black stone by a few feet, and they set the Kiswa on fire. The lives of a handful of worshippers was a cheap price for the moral that Hussein was able to draw for the enlightenment of the Moslem world, in a proclamation which Lawrence took and turned into majestic English. Meantime, in ignorance of these dramatic events, Hogarth and other members of the Arab Bureau had come across the Red Sea to meet the sheriff's representative. Expecting to discuss the future revolt, they found it in being. When they landed at a point near Jeddah on June 6th, they were met, to their surprise, by the sheriff's youngest son, Zaid, instead of by Abdullah. Zaid explained that his elder brothers were engaged in more active business, But what the British officers could glean as to the situation did not impress them with the sheriff's capacity to sustain a prolonged effort. Hogarth carried back to Egypt the sheriff's urgent appeal for another 10,000 rifles at least, and above all for some mountain artillery, which must be manned by Moslem crews. This rooted objection to any infidels coming near the holy cities, even in their protection, was for a time to be no small handicap to the Arab cause. Wingate grasped the situation and rose to the emergency at once. He realized the risk of using Egyptian troops to aid Arabs in driving out Turks. But he was a man of vision as well as of decision, and an Arab confederacy had long been his pet vision. He saw that the politico-strategic issues outweighed the politico-tactical risks. 2 mountain batteries under their own Moslem officers, together with a battery of 4 machine guns, were embarked at Port Sudan under a senior Egyptian officer. 3 ships carrying this fire brigade, as well as 3,000 rifles and a large supply of food and ammunition, sailed on June 27th and arrived next day at Jeddah. This port had just been opened through British leverage. It had originally been attacked by the Sheikh of the Harb tribe with 4,000 of his followers on the same day that Hussein struck at Mecca. But here once again, as at Medina, shell and machine gun fire proved too much for the Arabs. Nevertheless, by cutting off the water supply, they made the garrison's position hopeless. 2 days later, the cruisers Fox and Hart, the latter belonging to the Indian Marine, shelled the Turkish positions north of the town. As at Gallipoli, naval gunnery had little effect on entrenched Turks, whose positions could not be accurately observed. But on the evening of the 15th, the British seaplane carrier Ben Micree appeared on the scene, and her only 3 available aircraft flew over the port, dropping bombs on various targets. The bombardment was about to be resumed next morning when, at dawn, the White Egg went up, and the garrison of 1,400 men surrendered to the Arabs. As the Fox signaled to the Ben Micree, probably the seaplanes decided the matter. This important success was soon followed by others. That gave an ironical tinge to the German wireless communiqué of June 27th. We are in a position to deny absolutely that there has been any rebellion in the Hejaz at all. Rabgo, 100 miles north of Jeddah, was lightly held and easily taken. On July 27th, Yambo, 100 miles beyond Rabeg, also surrendered. Of the ports along the Hejaz coast, only Wa, in the extreme north, remained in Turkish hands. Inland, the hill station of Taif, 5,000 feet above sea level, was still untaken. Abdullah, with a force of some 5,000 tribesmen, had invested it, but avoided any such rashness as an assault. With its well-entrenched garrison of 3,000 Turks and 10 Krupp field guns, Taif was a hard nut to crack. Abdullah waited until the nutcrackers arrived. They comprised an Egyptian mountain battery of 4 guns that had been brought from the Sudan, and a howitzer captured from the Turks, a fact which lent irony to its present use and influence. For, opening fire on July 16th, this artillery speedily dominated the Turkish field guns, moving gradually closer in. The Arabs watched with exultation, delighted with the noise even more than the effect, but they preferred to remain admiring spectators, risking no assault. Their leader, Abdullah, already somewhat fat for his 35 years, had too much shrewdness and perhaps a too keen sense of humor to indulge in audacious ventures, especially when time was so palpably on his side and the tables were so amusingly turned on the Turks. His discretion was justified when the garrison of 2,000 men finally surrendered unconditionally on September 22nd, after the governor, Ghalib Pasha, had been badly frightened by several shells falling upon his residence. This capture brought the sheriff's bag of prisoners to over 5,000 Turkish soldiers. Many of the Arabs and Syrians among them volunteered to enter his service and later formed the nucleus of a regular force. But if the sun shone at Taif, it had become still more clouded in the northern area. The railway service from Damascus had been restored after momentary interruption, and trains were running about twice a week into Medina, taking 4 days on the journey. The command at Medina had now been taken over by Fakhri Pasha, who had risen to fame as organizer of the Adana massacres in 1909. An expert in such forms of reprisal and intimidation, he was not long in sustaining his reputation. Disheartened by the original failure, part of the Beni Ali had tried to make terms with the Turk. The subsequent negotiations gave Fakhri an opportunity which he exploited in a way that had a reminiscent flavor of the trick brought off by the Romans and their Numidian allies against the Carthaginian camps near Utica in 203 BC. He made a sudden sortie on June 27th, drove off Faisal, and surrounded the suburb which Faisal had occupied. After their successful assault, his men sacked and burnt the place, massacring the inhabitants, men, women, and children, with few exceptions. After rape, the females were thrown into the flames as a variant to death by mutilation. This experience of the Turkish mode of war made the more impression because of its breach of the Arab code of war, which rules not only that women and children should be spared, but also material property, if it cannot be removed as loot. The Arab's chivalry is guided by a sound business morality. He kills for cash and not for charity. If this relative immunity from the bloodlust that sweeps over more animal races is testimony to his good sense, it does not make him good material for a crusade, which demands a fanatical enthusiasm. As it in part explains his past subjection to the Turk, so it also helps us to understand the difficulties that were to be met by those who cherished the dream of inspiring him to a supreme and selfless effort for freedom and empire. A cavalcade was more in his line than a crusade, but battles have often been won by bluff, and wars more often by movement than by slow murder. There was a military value inherent even in a cavalcade for those who knew how to use it. This only awaited the martial genius who could understand the strength of weakness and turn the limitations of the Arab into assets. By strange contrast, this dynamic realist was to reveal himself in the man to whom the Arabs had been a romantic ideal. In midsummer 1916, there was still a hard road to travel before the right way was reached. Honor might urge the Arabs to avenge the massacre of their people, but their lucidity of mind dissuaded them from throwing their bodies against machine guns. They fell back out of range. Ali also withdrew from the railway and linked up with Faisal. The Arab forces now contented themselves with guarding the tracks that ran through the hills to Mecca. Even here they were not long left in peace. On August 3rd, the Turks took the offensive again and drove Ali 20 miles south of Medina after a running fight that lasted for a day and a night. The rocky hills, so helpful to solitary snipers, were the main check on a continued advance. But at this moment of Arab depression, the newly arrived mobile column might well have pushed through to Mecca. The Turks' lack of a time sense came to the relief of the Arabs. The Turkish commander chose to wait until fresh reinforcements reached him at Medina and permitted him to undertake a thorough subjugation of the Hejaz. 8 battalions were being sent, as well as a new sheriff, Ali Haidar, ready to make a triumphal entry into Mecca with the Turkish holy carpet. The flavor of such a vengeance was too good to lose by hurry. Thus the Turks forfeited the best chance of nipping the revolt in the bud. Time was allowed for the Arabs to gain the prestige of successful revolt as the news spread in widening ripples over the sands of the desert, gathering a volume greater than the reality in its passage. Time was also allowed for the Arabs to repair their preparatory omissions and to improve their defective organization. But they took little advantage of the respite. Organization did not come naturally to the town Arab or peasant Arab, still less to the Bedouin. Nor did it fit their family bases. If they came together in force, that force became as shifting as the sands. It frequently happened that each member of a family would serve in turn for a few days, using the family rifle, and then be replaced by a brother. Those who were married were accustomed to divide their time between war and their wives. and the fluctuations of the family system prevailed a stage higher in the tribal. An entire contingent of a clan would sometimes go home for a spell. These disorganizing influences were accentuated by the sensitiveness and suspicion of the Arabs and their intertribal feuds. The tide of a common enemy was often insufficient to bear for long the strain of a mutual dislike. Lines of division indeed were innumerable. The absence of horizontal distinctions, which has appealed to so many foreign observers, Lawrence among them, was offset by a superabundance of vertical intersections. The chief military asset of the Arabs lay in their power of strategic mobility, their ability to move long distances at short notice without the encumbrances that clog an orthodox force. But this power had more limitations than are usually realized. Only a small proportion of the Arabs, barely a tenth of Faisal's original force, were camel-men. The fact that the bulk moved on foot aggravated their problem of feeding themselves if they moved far from home. Thus, food was a factor, only second to family, in tethering them to their own tribal area. It meant that if operations were transferred to a new area, the strategist had largely to depend on raising new forces from the tribes there. This localization of the Arab armies has an interesting analogy with the cramping effect of the English county militias of the 17th and 18th centuries, or the state militias during the American Civil War. The Georgia militia, for example, were only brought to the battlefield of Grahamville by the amusing ruse of switching their train onto a branch line that took them over the South Carolina border in the dark, so that they fought next day in blissful ignorance of the fact that they were defending the soil of another state. When the first enthusiasm waned, the maintenance of the Arab rising depended on the sheriff's power to feed his followers and also to compensate them for the loot they were now failing to secure from the Turks. Here Britain's help was the decisive factor. The supply ships that came into Jeddah and Rabag were the backbone of the revolt. Through them, and them alone, the sheriff was able to feed his forces and their families. With British money, he was able to pay £2 a month for a man and 4 for a camel. As Lawrence has remarked, nothing else would have performed the miracle of keeping a tribal army in the field for 5 months on end. Less happily, those who were nearest the ships and so farthest from the fighting front tended to fare best. Thus, in an accentuated form, the familiar tendency of civilized armies was witnessed here. And as these tribal armies had no discipline to check them, the natural consequence was a reflux towards the base that drained the fighting forces. Ali and Faisal found that only a trickle of supplies was reaching them, and no money. To maintain the martial ardor of his men, Faisal hit on the ruse of filling a chest with clinking stones, had it locked and corded carefully, guarded on each daily march by his own slaves, and introduced meticulously into his tent each night. But these devices could not suffice for long. So Ali, exercising an elder brother's privilege, went down to Rabag to find out why the British were not fulfilling their promises. He found that the local chief had preferred to take the chance of a quick profit in the expectation that the Turks would settle the sheriff's account and leave his clear of debt. Sending for Zaid, who brought reinforcements from Jeddah, Ali made a show of force. The conscience-stricken chief took to the hills, while Ali took possession of Rabag, where he discovered a fine hoard of British supplies. The brothers decided to take a prolonged rest at Rabag. Thus Faisal was left to play a lone hand in the hills near Medina, striving to hold together his force, which was now melting as well as shifting. The sheikhs told him, "You promise arms and food and none come." Tired of waiting, they slipped away. And while the war languished, the Turks were not only gathering weight at Medina and strengthening their grip on the railway northward, but were collecting transport and supplies from their particular desert ally, the Emir of Hale, as well as from the north. The Arab rising might soon be extinguished unless Britain contributed something more than the sinews of war. Such was the view of the men, with one notable exception, who came in close touch with the situation. But there was a multiplicity of factors and a complexity of direction that hindered their views from having effect. The external control of Arab affairs was a tangled skein, even before French threads were woven into it. The political side was directed by the High Commissioner in Egypt, Sir Henry McMahon, whose appreciation of the value of the Arab movement was matched by his courage in espousing it. At his elbow was Mr. Ronald Storrs, whose versatility matched his variety of interests. Storrs had been Oriental Secretary to the British Agency at Cairo since 1909, and reinforced his chief with a knowledge of the people on the other side of the Red Sea, and a knack of smoothing out difficulties nearer home. But the High Commissioner's sphere of influence was limited, because the government of India still kept responsibility for the affairs of Arabia, south of the Hejaz. And his powers of action were limited because he depended for the means of action upon the commander of the forces in Egypt. Now, Sir Archibald Murray, who was not only saturated in the conventional doctrine of concentration, but had the soldiers' traditional sensitiveness to the appearance of political interference. Murray, in turn, was governed by the General Staff in London, while McMahon was under the Foreign Office. But the actual control of any military moves across the Red Sea was vested in a third person, the Governor-General of the Sudan, Sir Reginald Wingate. He had been appointed to the command of operations in the Hejaz, which meant that he was responsible for advising the sheriff as to the Arab operations and for the employment of any British forces that might be sent. His sympathy with the Arab rising was equaled by his eagerness to exploit the opportunity, but he was a general without an army, for his own forces in the Sudan were scanty and still occupied in quenching the embers of revolt in Darfur. The problem of giving long-distance advice to the sheriff was hardly less difficult, and was exceeded by the difficulty of securing its acceptance. To ease this, Wingate sent Lt. Colonel C. I. Zewan Way Wilson, governor of the Red Sea province of the Sudan, across to Jeddah as his representative. It was a high responsibility, but a happy choice. For a time, Wilson had to work unaided at the task of comforting, counseling, and reconciling the various Arab leaders. But in the end, he acquired an ascendancy over them that was only less remarkable than the confidence he inspired in the suspicious sheriff. This was due not to diplomatic cleverness, but to the fact that he was so open and honorable that the Arabs, who do not lack penetration, came to place a trust in him that they would never have given to a subtler counselor. But they perhaps forgot, to their own detriment later, that he was the man on the spot, and not the man at the top. Another fortunate chance lay in the fact that the command of the sea was exercised by a sailor so free from red tape and so ready in cooperation as Vice Admiral Sir Rosslyn Wemyss, commanding the East Indies station. He truly fulfilled the role of godfather to the revolt in the military sphere until the infant was able to take care of itself. There was a human link between these several authorities in Gilbert Clayton, a brigadier general at 41, who combined in his person the triple office of Sudan Agenti, head of the military intelligence in Egypt, and head of the political intelligence. He was also in liaison with the staff of the naval commander-in-chief, and supervised the Arab Bureau. He not only played many parts, but possessed the gifts to develop them. Although seemingly casual and even lazy, he had a knack of keeping touch with all relevant matters, together with a capacity to smile at troubles that often helped to allay them. His sense of humor was of no less value in dealing with his variegated subordinates than in composing the differences between superiors. And it was especially called on to protect one of the former from the frequent wrath of senior officers whose sense of dignity had quenched their sense of humor. Without the support and understanding of Clayton, as well as of Hogarth, the seeds of Lawrence's genius might have withered in a stony soil. When the war came, in August 1914, Lawrence had been back at Oxford, working on his part of a record of the Sinai trip, which he had made with Woolley. Undisturbed by the general upset of life in England, Lawrence continued work on this book, which was published in 1915 by the Palestine Exploration Fund under the title of The Wilderness of Zin. Lawrence's action may suggest that he was more interested in finishing the book than in a war which most young men thought was likely to be over before they had a chance to fight. But although he was to be the Drake of the desert, and later to be a familiar sight on Plymouth Hoe, he did not continue his book in August 1914, from the same reason that Drake had continued his bowls. The real cause lay in Kitchener's anxiety to avoid offense to Turkey so long as a chance remained of keeping her out of the war. Turkey was sore about the Sinai Survey, which it felt had been a military game. The only begetter of the survey, insisted on the Palestine Exploration Fund's bringing out its record of our archaeological researches, PDQ, as whitewash. Woolley and I had instructions to get it done instanter. The task did not take long to complete, and Lawrence promptly took the initiative in finding a place in the military system where his particular knowledge could be of real service. It has been said that he tried to enlist and was rejected on the ground of poor physique. This has the piquant irony that makes a good story, but here happens to be untrue. But there is still a delicate flavor in the actual fact that owing to the glut of recruits, the height standard was raised to a level beyond Lawrence's stature. 5 feet, 5 inches. Napoleon also would have been rejected by the British Army in August 1914. What happened next is best told in Lawrence's own words to me. Woolley and I wrote to Newcomb when the book was finished and asked his advice about a war job. They were difficult to get. Newcomb told Cox of the intelligence about us and got our names on the waiting list. Woolley grew tired of waiting and obtained a commission in the artillery. I asked Hogarth, prominent in the RGS, if he could expedite me something. Hogarth suggested that the geographical section of the General Staff was the right place, and apparently spoke about Lawrence through some intermediary channel. Anyhow, Lawrence received word from Hogarth to call on Colonel Headley at the War Office. Sir Coote Headley has told me that he has no recollection of being approached on Lawrence's behalf, and that he was surprised when one day in September a War Office messenger ushered into his room a young man, hatless and in grey flannels, who looked about 18. His name, however, dispelled any doubts, as Headley was well aware of his work in Sinai and had heard some good stories about him from Newcomb. Thus, he readily took Lawrence into his office. Lawrence had appeared at an opportune moment, as all save one of the officers in the geographical section, Newcomb among them, had been called away to active service on the outbreak of war, and the only one left, Captain Walter Nugent, was within a week of departing to France. Nugent hurriedly instructed me in my GSGS duties, and Headley and I were left alone in the office. Among other important work left unfinished was that, on the 150 maps of the Sinai Peninsula, which were to connect the maps of Palestine, surveyed and published by the Palestine Exploration Fund, with those of the Sinai Peninsula, prepared by the geographical section, which started from the Egyptian end. Lawrence began work while still a civilian, and his change into uniform was precipitated through the shock his appearance gave to Sir Henry Rawlinson, who had just been appointed to command the new expedition to the relief of the Belgian army. Lawrence went to show the newly printed maps of Belgium to Rawlinson, who nearly had a it when he saw me, and exclaimed, "I want to talk to an officer." Headley then said to Lawrence, "We must get you a commission." This was arranged without the formality of any medical examination, which was obviously superfluous after the practical tests of endurance he had already passed triumphantly in Syria and Sinai. It was more important that he should be in uniform, so he went off to the Army and Navy stores and fitted himself out with a second lieutenant's uniform without waiting until his appointment was gazetted. Headley found his new assistant more efficient even than he had hoped. Indeed, there's a story that some weeks later Hogarth asked Headley how his new apprentice was doing, and received the answer, not unmixed with humor. "He's running my entire department for me now," with a public, spirited generosity that is not too common in the departmental machine. Headley told Caldwell, the director of military operations and intelligence, that he had in his office the ideal officer for Egyptian intelligence work. Meantime, realizing that he would soon lose Lawrence's help, he tried to get the signing A maps finished as soon as possible. Lawrence needed no prompting. If he had not been restrained, he would have worked all through the night, for he hardly noticed what time it was. In December, after Turkey had entered the war, it was decided to strengthen the intelligence service in Cairo. Newcomb was called back from France and told that he was to go out to Egypt as assistant to Clayton. Among the officers he was to take with him were George Lloyd, Aubrey Herbert, Leonard Woolley, and Lawrence. They became known in Egypt as the Five Musketeers. Newcomb and Lawrence left London on December 8th, ahead of the others, and traveled by rail to Marseille, where they embarked on a French liner for Egypt, thereby enjoying a jest at the expense of the others, who followed in discomfort on a troop ship. In Cairo, the fountainhead for information about the Turkish army was another civilian, still uncommissioned. This was Philip Graves, who had been Times correspondent in Constantinople before the war. Foreseeing the coming conflict, he had turned himself into a military expert, keeping watch on the progress of the Turkish army reorganization that followed the Balkan War, and studying both measures and men with a closeness that the British official intelligence failed to approach. Thus, when Turkey aligned herself with the enemy in 1914, the War Office Handbook was as out of date as Graves' knowledge from superior sources was up to date. The contrast gives rise to the reflection that there is a type of official mind which would rather die, or let others die, through ignorance than conquer through unofficial information. On going to Cairo, however, after Turkey's entry into the war, Graves found in Clayton a man who was ready to profit by his unique knowledge of the opposing army. It was the more valuable because it embraced not merely the personnel, but the personalities of the opposing commanders, their virtues and vices. Thus, he was able to furnish illuminating appreciations that sometimes ran like this: a rather oily young Turk is quite unreliable, fairly unscrupulous, but not inefficient. Supposed to have made a good deal of money out of brothel keepers, though his friends say that this was for the benefit of party fund. Frequented diplomatic society, especially French circles. Reputed to live pretty fast. Nazim. The knowledge that Lawrence possessed of the lower social strata in the Turkish Empire, and also of the Arab secret societies, made him an apt complement to Graves. Hence his services were utilized not only in preparing maps, but in helping Philip Graves to compile the enemy's order of battle, the disposition of the various Turkish divisions and detachments, as pieced together from the reports of our agents and from the examination of prisoners. In this task he was helped by past exercise of his habit of gathering odd trifles of information, and his extraordinary perceptiveness of details which other men missed. If Conan Doyle had been born a generation later, he would have found in Lawrence an apt model from which to create Sherlock Holmes. This flair led to a further extension of Lawrence's duties, that examining suspects who were brought in. He frequently confounded them, and dumbfounded the Watsons, by his deductions from points of dress, manner, and speech. To his fellows, Lawrence's success in eliciting information seemed uncanny. His own explanation is, "I always knew their districts, and asked about my friends in them. Then they told me everything." After seeing the man and listening to his first few words, Lawrence was usually able to put him within 20 miles of his home, and would then remark, "Oh, you come from Aleppo. How is... In Egypt, as formerly at Carchemish, Lawrence's many-sidedness made him a general handyman. In conjunction with Graves, he produced successive fresh editions of the Turkish Army Handbook and supervised the printing of them himself. He was employed in gathering information about the seditious movement in Egypt, wherein the readiness of the conspirators to betray each other gave a relieving touch of humor to a sordid business. He was sent on a mission to the Western Desert. He was sent on a mission to Greece to get in touch with the British secret agents there. This was appreciated by him still more as a chance to feel the magic of that landscape of extraordinary purity of line, to feed his eyes once more on the shape and colors of Greek hills. Conscious works of art, it was like a cleansing shower between one cesspool and another. In the spring of 1916 he had a long-range hand in a more important matter. The capture of Erzurum by the Russian Caucasus Army after a curiously half-hearted defense. Readers of John Buchan's subsequent novel, Greenmantle, may find it worthwhile to remember that fiction has often a basis of fact. The immediate effect of this success in the Caucasus was that it stimulated the War Office to attempt a repetition in essentially different conditions, and in consequence Lawrence was sent on a secret mission to Mesopotamia. Ostensibly he went there on behalf of the intelligence in Cairo as a step towards improving the preparation and printing of maps for the Mesopotamian Expeditionary Force, and, in particular, to give advice on the compilation of maps from air photographs, a new art in which he had become expert while it was still mystery to the Indian authorities. But although most of his fellows knew only that this task had been given him, he had received confidential instructions direct from the War Office that he was to accompany Captain Aubrey Herbert, MP, on an embassy to Khalil Pasha, in command of the Turkish army then besieging Townshend's force in Kut. The object was to open negotiations with Khalil Pasha in the hope that he might allow the garrison to go free in return for a generous bribe. Lawrence also had a third aim, in his own mind, which was to explore the possibilities of creating a revolt among the Arab tribes on the Turkish lines of communication, so that the besiegers of Kut might themselves be cut off from supplies and reinforcements. But on arrival at Basra he found the atmosphere unfavorable alike to his official mission and his private purpose. The last-minute idea of buying off the Turks had been conceived by Townshend, adopted by Kitchener, and accepted by Lake, the commander-in-chief in Mesopotamia, but it went against the grain of many of the British generals. Although they had been baffled in their efforts to relieve Townshend's starving force, their defeats in open fight did not make them respond to, far less relish, what seemed to them the idea of gaining their object by underhand methods. Hence they looked coldly on a mission which affronted their soldierly code of honor. On the more practical ground that the attempt would have a worse effect on our prestige even than a military defeat, Sir Percy Cox, the chief political officer, refused to associate himself with the negotiation. It should be added that Lawrence himself was also against it, because he considered that Khalil, as Enver's nephew, was too assured of money from home and too certain of military success to be thus bought off. The result justified these expectations. The garrison of Kut was at the last gasp when the negotiations were attempted, and the Turks spurned the offer of £1,000,000 to let them go free on parole. In vain. The cabinet at home doubled their offer, and thereby provided the world outside Britain with a piquant jest at the nation of shopkeepers. The censorship might keep it from our own people, but the Turks took care to broadcast to other peoples. The actual parleys were a humiliating experience for the envoys. Under a white flag, Herbert, accompanied by Colonel Beach and Lawrence, crossed no man's land. On entering the Turkish lines, they were blindfolded before being taken back to Khalil's headquarters. All that they succeeded in extracting from him was the release of some of the sick and wounded in exchange for unwounded Turkish prisoners. Khalil would not accept Arab prisoners, saying that most of them were no better than deserters. They would only be court-martialed and shot if they were returned. When the British officers asked him not to punish the Arab inhabitants of Kut, whose share in the siege was involuntary, he showed amusement at their concern for such carrion, but assured them that he had no intention of being vindictive. He hanged only 9 at the outset, which, in view of his past record, was perhaps a proof of his mercy. Lawrence's personal project proved equally abortive. The time had passed for saving Kut, and most British officers were too scornful of the Mesopotamian Arabs to visualize them as potential allies, especially at the price of encouraging their pretensions. Lawrence here was opposed not only by military short-sight, but, in certain quarters, by a vision as far-ranging as his own, if different from it, a vision of British rule extending its borders, to the benefit of administrative order, if not to the satisfaction of native ambition. Lawrence's unconcealed contempt of the military mismanagement of the campaign in Mesopotamia did not make his views on the Arab question any more palatable to the senior officers he met, and during his brief visit, he attained a remarkable degree of unpopularity, which was to have wider effects in the years to follow. On embarking at Basra for the return trip to Egypt, he found that his solitary fellow passenger was a General Webb Gilman, who had been sent out by the War Office on a mission of investigation. At first, Gilman seemed inclined to resent the intrusion of this unconventional subaltern upon his meditation, but his sense of humor was tickled by Lawrence's suggested division of the deck for their respective perambulations, and he took full advantage of their companionship. Hearing that Lawrence had compiled a report on conditions in the Mesopotamian force, he asked to see it, and discussed every page with Lawrence at length, before starting to write his own submission. This knowledge consoled Lawrence for the editing he suffered when, on arrival in Egypt, he handed in his report on what he had observed of interest to the staff in Egypt. He had milled AC demand with a generosity that caused the recipients acute indigestion. To quote Colonel Sterling, he criticized the quality of the stones used for lithographing, the system of berthing barges alongside the quays, the inefficiency of the cranes for handling stores, the lack of system in shunting and in training on the railways, the want of adequate medical stores, the blindness of the medical authorities and their want of imagination as to their probable requirements, and, horror of horrors, he criticized the higher command and the conduct of the campaign in general. Ah, nutted shell. Sir Archibald Murray, who knew of his visit to Mesopotamia, asked to see the report. There was consternation that night in the general staff, for we were convinced that, if he were to read it, apoplexy would be the result, and we should lose our C&C. Hurriedly, therefore, we sat down and bowdlerized the report until we considered it fit to be put before his professional eye. Lawrence, however, was abundantly right in most of his criticisms, particularly on the medical question, as was proved by the tragic muddle which occurred when the wounded first started coming down. But although this devastating criticism was to be abundantly justified by history, it was vigorously resented at the time. Those professional soldiers who were in his immediate circle, men who recognized his value, who had a sense of humor, learnt to tolerate his jests at their profession, and even enjoyed the smarting sting of truth. Although their instincts rallied in defense of their profession, the defense was undermined by a deep-down feeling of agreement. But to those who were solidly buttressed by dignity and orthodoxy, the idea of a temporary second lieutenant indulging in military criticisms and sitting in judgment on generals was revolting. The pill was not even coated with the sugar of superficial and sartorial correctness. He was often curt with seniors and free in correcting their ignorance. He offended their eyes as well as their ears by the color of his collar, the pattern of his tie, and his habit of going about without a Sam Brown belt. To those brought up in the military convention that infallibility is the privilege of seniority, There was continual irritation in the complete assurance, almost dogmatic, with which Lawrence used to utter verdicts on any matter that came within his own range of knowledge. And because that range was astonishingly wide, it widened all the more the gulf between him and his official senior. Yet if they tried to put him in his place, they were left with a sense of having been ineffectual, and were apt to be checked by something they could not define, so they sought to apply corrective pressure through his immediate superior. Newcomb had gone back to France before 1915 was out, and Lawrence had been absorbed into Murray's swollen staff organization, where his chief, Holditch, was a man who could not tolerate Lawrence's chic or his superior knowledge. While they were both serving on Maxwell's staff, they had been on good terms, but in the way that is too often characteristic of the servants of authority, Holditch seems to have changed with the change of command, and to have taken on the color of his new superiors. For the causes of his divergence from Lawrence, as well as from others of his own subordinates, were more than personal. Lawrence's estimates of enemy strengths were given to the nearest 100. Holditch suppressed them and put forward his own, which seemed to his subordinates to be only the furthest 10,000s. Lawrence himself has remarked, Holditch was excellent in operations and fatal in intelligence. The history of the Palestine campaign, from 1915 to 1917, certainly endorses the second half of this judgment. The only way that the junior members of the intelligence staff could get the true figures through was under the cloak of publishing fresh editions of the Turkish Army Handbook. Lawrence's excessive enthusiasm for the Arab revolt was an additional offense in the eyes of several members of the General Staff, whose prejudice against the revolt on principle was accentuated by their personal prejudices against McMahon and Clayton. Lawrence seemed a traitor in the General Staff camp. On his part, he now began to repay their dislike by multiplying his aggravations, correcting their prose style on paper, and their ignorance over the telephone. Here he was deliberately provoking the power of a military bureaucracy to deposit its inconveniences on some out-of-the-way shelf. But he slipped through their fingers by slipping into the Arab Bureau, where a corner was found for him by the good offices of Clayton. And the Arab revolt was now about to open up a better opportunity for him. In October, while his transfer was being privily arranged through London, he took 10 days' leave and used it to make his first trip to the Hejaz, accompanying Ronald Storrs. Chapter 6. Men or a Map. July-December 1916. The danger of the Turks recapturing Mecca leads the British government to contemplate the dispatch of troops to Rabat. General Staff opposition. France takes a hand in the game. Lawrence's first visit to the Hejaz. He finds in Faisal the necessary prophet, leader. On his return, he advises against the dispatch of troops. Meantime, the reluctant General Staff is on the point of being driven to send them. A decision is put off. But the Arab situation grows worse. Relief comes suddenly. The midsummer dream had changed into an autumn specter. The news that filtered across the Red Sea was depressing to the British representatives in Egypt and the Sudan, who had hailed with delight the outbreak of the Arab revolt as the fulfillment of long-cherished hopes and an invaluable relief to the pressure on Egypt. By the Indian government, the rising had been viewed with marked distaste, so that its threatened collapse was taken lightly. In England, although the public at that time but dimly perceived the significance of the rising, in governmental circles its echoes carried far, arousing a controversy that gave the obscure port of Rabat a ringing fame which lasted until late in the year. It was drowned in the clatter of Mr. Asquith's fall. The problem of giving practical support to the rising had come before the War Committee of the Cabinet on July 6, 1. It made a number of recommendations. The chief was that the British force in Egypt should push forward to El Arish and also occupy Aqaba so as to threaten the Turkish communications with the Hejaz. But the advance to El Arish was slow to mature, while the sheriff had showed reluctance towards the idea of British troops landing at Aqaba. Thus the British higher command, reluctant to spare troops, were only too glad of an excuse to profit by his uncertainty and avoid the necessity. The dangerous situation in the autumn, however, brought a call to send him direct help. The prospect of a Turkish advance from Medina on Mecca loomed menacingly close. It was most likely that the Turks would move by way of Rabeg, the route which offered less difficulties and more water. Moreover, it was stacked with the supplies that the British had accumulated for the sheriff's use, and thus offered a tempting prize. Faced with this danger, both McMahon and Wingate urged that a British brigade should be dispatched to Rabeg. Murray strongly resisted the proposal. He seemed to have little faith in the success of the rising or insight into its possible value, and was thus the more unwilling to spare troops from his own immediate zone of operation. It was easy to conjure up arguments. The appearance of British troops so near the holy cities might antagonize the Moslem world, and even the Arabs it was intended to succor. More account was to be taken of the sheriff's past hesitation than of his present desire for such help. If troops were sent, they might serve no useful purpose, because the Turks might choose to go by the inland route. McMahon had a conference with Murray at Ismailia on September 13th in an effort to overcome these objections. Unable to reach agreement, they referred the matter to the authorities at home. A stream of telegrams passed to and fro between the High Commissioner, the Sirdar, the Foreign Office, the Commander-in-Chief in Egypt, and the Chief of the Imperial General Staff at home. The Foreign Office submitted the issue to the War Committee, which referred it to the General Staff for an opinion. Murray found strong support for his objections from his successor at home. Sir William Robertson had taken up office with a fixed determination to cut down all distant distractions in order to concentrate every possible man on the Western Front. Freed of the Gallipoli sideshow, to his delight, but entangled at Salonika, to his disgust, he had no intention of being drawn into a fresh commitment. In a memorandum of September 20th, 1916, Robertson set forth his views with a definite recommendation that no troops should be sent. Any direct help should be limited to such as the Navy could give. Several ministers, in particular Lord Curzon and Mr. B. Austin Chamberlain, did not agree with Robertson's recommendation. They suggested that the men on the spot, McMahon and Wingate, were more likely to know what was needed and what the Arabs' feelings would be than the General Staff in London. Finally, it was arranged that the views of the Viceroy of India and of the Commanders-in-Chief in Egypt and Mesopotamia should be obtained. The Viceroy's answer reflected the consistently deprecatory attitude of Indian officials towards the Arab rising, which had been a displeasing surprise to them, while the bombardment of Jeddah had been deplored. The Viceroy now set forth various objections to the dispatch of troops to Rabeg, and ended by declaring that the collapse of the revolt would be far less prejudicial to us in India, and also in Afghanistan, than would military intervention in support of the revolt. General Maud's answer for Mesopotamia seemed to reflect a similar attitude. He suggested that the tribes in his sphere were not sufficiently interested in the revolt to care whether it succeeded or failed. Murray took an optimistic line, suggesting that no troop were needed at present. These answers did not satisfy the ministers who were calling for prompt measures, but Robertson declared he had nothing to add to his original memorandum, and in face of his uncompromising opposition, the ministers yielded. His satisfaction, however, was short-lived, and his resistance was soon tested again by the turn of events, which brought not only renewed pressure from the Foreign Office, but a new pressure from France. When the news of the Arab revolt had reached France, its bearing on the ideas that on their part underlay the Sykes-Picot Treaty was quickly perceived. It inspired the French to take a hand in stirring the broth that had already so many cooks. Their view was expressed in a Ministry of War document of August 5th. The Arab, rising against Ottoman domination, was favorable in a measure to French interests. From the political point of view, it might spread among the people of Palestine, Syria, and Little Armenia, free those provinces momentarily from Turkish persecution, and pave the way for a French intervention. From the military point of view, it might immobilize the Turkish forces in proportion to its extension. From the Islamic point of view, it might lead the majority of our Muslim peoples to regard the Turks as the assailants of the holy places. In consequence, increase their loyalty towards France, who was fighting the allies of the Ottomans. The French Prime Minister laid stress on the importance of reopening the pilgrimage and sending some religious notables of assured loyalty who might carry to the Emir of Mecca presents and subsidize, with the felicitations of our Muslim subjects. To this political deputation should be added a French military mission, composed exclusively of Muslims, but under the direction of a French officer. These measures were at once put into effect. Liddell, Colonel Bremond, who had served for years in North Africa and was an accomplished Arabic scholar, was appointed head of the mission. He was to establish his headquarters in Egypt, while the Arab part, under a Muslim artillery officer, Major Qadi, went to the Hijaz. The mission reached Alexandria on September 1st, and a fortnight later sailed for the Hijaz, accompanied by the political deputation. On landing at Jeddah, it received a ceremonial reception, marked on the Arab side by flowers of speech, and on the French side by the delivery of 1,25,000 gold francs. The French African pilgrims followed a few days later. Religious enthusiasm and financial joy overflowed as the cavalcade set forth for Mecca. But after the return from Mecca, Kadur ben Gabrit, the head of the deputation, reported that the sheriff had shown no eagerness to accept the offer of French military support, suggesting that it might harm his cause. Ben Gabrit, however, warned the French Foreign Office that unless such help was at hand when real danger arose, the Arabs were likely to make terms with the Turks. He added a significant hint. Our installation in Syria will probably be a source of difficulties with the Sheriff of Mecca. If we do not profit by his present weakness to make an agreement with him that will limit his ambitions while recognizing such of his desires as are reconcilable with our interests. These difficulties and possibilities had not escaped the attention of the British Foreign Office. But the intervention of the French mission could not be avoided, hence it might as well be accompanied by military participation of more practical utility. The day after the mission landed at Alexandria, the British government asked the French to send a detachment. Well, the War Office suggested a field battery and as many specialists as possible, so long as they were Muslim soldiers. But this wish could not be fulfilled immediately because the French had no natives trained as artillerymen and few as specialists. In November, a detachment which included machine gunners and engineers as well as 2 batteries, and totaled 1,000 men, was assembled at Suez, there to complete its training. It would be of service later, but it had no effect on the immediate emergency. To compensate their own unreadiness, the French now added their voice to the chorus that was urging the dispatch of a brigade to Rabat. Fakhri Pasha had not yet moved against Mecca, but, inevitably, with every week that passed the menace of a move became more imminent. Although none of the British officers could predict the duration of Turkish inertia, there must surely, they felt, be a limit. Despite their early losses, the Turks' strength in the Hejaz was almost as high as at the outset. It comprised some 10,000 troops based on Medina, 2,500 along the railway to the north, and 1,200 garrisoning Vaish. The Arab forces were now distributed in 3 groups, one of about 5. 0 men under Ali, based on Raibay, another of about 4. 0 under Abdullah, near Mecca, and the third of about 7. 0 under Faisal, which was now based on Yanbo, with the idea of operating against the railway. But although they kept guard on the hills, they kept at a distance from Medina. Moreover, Ali and Abdullah seemed to have left most of the strain to be borne by Faisal, and his men even could not stand much. On October 19th, he fell back from Bir Abbas to Hamra, in face of a Turkish advance which was subsequently reported as consisting of a reconnoitering party of 80 Turkish camelmen. 3 days previously, Stores and Lawrence had landed at Jeddah, where Abdullah met them. Lawrence, who was on the lookout for an inspired prophet and leader, a new Muhammad, soon formed the opinion that Abdullah did not fill the part. His character was portrayed in his short, stout build, round, smooth face, full lips, and twinkling eyes. In Arab opinion, he was both an astute politician and a far-sighted statesman. In Lawrence's view, he suggested the former rather than the latter. He was more full of complaints than of inspiration, if he relieved them by a cheerful cynicism. And although he suggested that nothing might remain save to die fighting before the holy city, it was his father that he cast for this heroic end. The sheriff, who now came through on the telephone from Mecca, confirmed this decision, whereupon Abdullah, smiling a little, asked that a brigade of British troops, Muslims if possible, should be kept ready at Suez to avert such a disaster, should the Turks begin an advance from Medina. Lawrence suggested in answer that he would like to visit Faisal and see the situation for himself. Stars on the telephone persuaded the sheriff into giving a reluctant permission. The telephone, incidentally, was a new toy whose fascinations had not faded. That evening, the Englishmen were called to the telephone to hear another new toy, the sheriff's brass band, newly captured from the Turks, playing in Mecca. And when Stores expressed his appreciation, the sheriff said he would send it down by forced marches next day, so that he himself in turn might have the pleasure of hearing it from Jeddah. On the second morning, after this treat had been given, Lawrence sailed for Rabag, where he met Ali. He likewise could be dismissed from the quest. Worn and tired at 37, with drooping mouth and delicate hands, his physical frailty had its accompaniment in a character more well-meaning than well-balanced. For Lawrence's onward journey, Ali provided him with a camel and a couple of guides. To hide the fact that an infidel was going into the interior of the Holy Province, Ali delayed Lawrence's start until after dark, and in addition made him wear an Arab cloak and headcloth. As they rode through the night, Lawrence's thoughts were how this was the pilgrim road, down which, for uncounted generations, the people of the north had come to visit the holy city, bearing with them gifts of faith for the shrine. And it seemed that the Arab revolt might be in a sense a return pilgrimage, to take back to the north, to Syria, an ideal for an ideal, a belief in liberty for their past belief in a revelation. It reveals the romantic faith of the man who would inspire the inverted crusade. After pausing for a meal and resting a few hours at a hamlet 60 miles out, Lawrence reached Hamra late on the second day and found Faisal awaiting him. I felt at first glance that this was the man I had come to Arabia to seek, the leader who would bring the Arab revolt to full glory. Faisal looked very tall and pillar-like, very slender, in his long white silk robes and his brown headcloth bound with a brilliant scarlet and gold cord. His eyelids were dropped, and his black beard and colorless face were like a mask against the strange, still watchfulness of his body. He reminded Lawrence of the monument of Richard Coeur de Lion at Fontevraud. The likeness went deeper than the surface. After a greeting, Faisal politely inquired, "And do you like our place here in Wadi Safra?" "Well, but it is far from Damascus." It was a thrust that drew blood, and yet formed a binding tie, as when two men opened their veins and mingled their blood in the ancient rite. But even Faisal's spirits were low. Although they had risen when he was reinforced by the Egyptian battery, they had been damped by the discovery that the Turkish artillery easily outranged these antiquated pieces. It spelt an end to the dream that they might reduce Medina as Ty had been reduced. Faisal candidly admitted that he had fallen back for a rest. His insistent demand was for artillery, modern artillery. Lawrence had a similar but even more vehement appeal from Maulud, a real fighting soldier and the first regular soldier to join Faisal. As a Turkish officer, Maulud had been such a firebrand of Arab nationalism that he had been twice degraded and had spent 2 years of exile as secretary to Ibn Rashid in Najd. Then, commanding a Turkish cavalry regiment in Mesopotamia. He had been taken prisoner by the British at Shaiba. But as soon as he heard of the Arab rising, he had volunteered to join Faisal's forces. Galled by the consciousness of their impotence, he cried out to Lawrence, "Don't write a history of us. The needful thing is to fight and kill them. Give me a battery of Schneider mountain guns and machine guns, and I'll finish this off for you. We talk and do nothing." A discussion after supper gave Lawrence a significant glimpse of the Arab point of view. He had expressed sympathy with the Arab leaders who had suffered at Jamal's hands in Syria. When, to his surprise, he was met with the retort that they had paid, if indirectly, a just penalty for their readiness to accept French or British suzerainty as the price of assistance. And although Faisal did not join in the condemnatory chorus, he took care to impress its meaning on Lawrence, pointing out that Britain's established reputation for swallowing the territories she came to protect was bound to cause uneasiness among infant allies. Next day, Lawrence took the opportunity of studying the Arab forces at close quarters. They usually took me for a Turk, and were profuse in good-humored suggestions for my disposal. He made a note. They are a tough-looking crowd, all very dark, colored, and some negroid, as thin as possible, wearing only a thin shirt, short drawers and a headcloth which serves for every purpose. Lawrence leaves to the imagination the state of the hair beneath. But there is an Arab proverb that a deserted head shows an ungenerous mind. Faisal's new army was lavish in at least one respect. They go about bristling with cartridge belts and fire off their rifles when they can. They are learning by practice to use the sights. As for their physical condition, I doubt whether men were ever harder. It seemed to him that their unity was still an uneasy bond, and might be too easily frayed by adversity, that the shock of one serious defeat in the field, with heavy loss, would break their will to continue the war. But he found new comfort in the sight of the country, so rough and precipitous. The only practicable routes were through valleys that would more justly be called gorges. Hence he felt that even these Arab irregulars should be capable of holding up any Turkish advance so long as they were provided with light machine guns to sweep the defiles. The average range possible is from 200 to 300 yards, he noted in his report, and at point-blank ranges the Arabs shoot quite well. The hill belt is a very paradise for snipers, and 100 or 2 of determined men, especially with light machine guns, capable of being carried by hand uphill, should be able to hold up each road. Having sized up the situation, Lawrence obtained an escort as far as Yanbo, where he waited until a British warship put in and gave him a passage to Jeddah, which he reached on November 1st. Here he found Admiral Wemyss, with whom he crossed the Red Sea to Port Sudan, where they met 2 British officers, Joyce and Davenport, who were on their way to Rabat. Lawrence traveled on with Wemyss to Khartoum, where he gave his impressions to Wingate before going down the Nile to Cairo. Lawrence himself considered the situation full of promise so long as some skilled British officers were attached to the Arab leaders as technical advisors. He was opposed to the idea of sending British units into the Hejaz, having formed the opinion that such a landing would turn the tribes against the Sheriff. In both these views, however, he found himself in a minority at this moment and place. This was natural, for pessimism, proverbially, is always greater at the base than in the front line, and Lawrence alone of the European officers had been near the front. The others inevitably felt the depression that prevailed at Rabat, and inclined to the opinion that a landing in force there was the only sure way to prevent the Turks from regaining Mecca. A natural tendency to measure a military situation by regular standards impelled them to the conclusion that the Arab army was incapable of offering any serious resistance to the Turks. It was a just conclusion so long as the Arabs tried to practice regular methods. As a result of his conference with Wemyss, Wingate telegraphed home on November 7th that, in order to hold Rabat against a strong attack, and after making allowance for naval assistance, at least one brigade of regular troops with artillery was required. As an alternative, if this was refused, he suggested a trained Arab force of 5,000 men, also with artillery. Realizing the likelihood of further opposition and delay at home, and its dangers, he added that he proposed to dispatch the guns and machine guns and a light of 4 aircraft, already sanctioned, and to begin organizing a force of Arabs. Wingate's telegram was hailed by the general staff at home as proof of their contention that any intervention would become an unlimited liability. Robertson seized on and emphasized that, at least, he had had another battle with the War Committee on November 2nd, when ministers had referred to what was then happening to Romania and had happened a year before to Serbia. They had drawn a gloomy picture of the figure we would cut in the eyes of the world if another ally was allowed to perish for want of help. With a touch of pathos, Robertson subsequently complained that such arguments were not easy to meet on the spur of the moment. For lack of counter-arguments, he felt that the only safe course was rigidly to adhere to the conclusions previously reached, a year later. To England's cost and his own undoing, he was to adopt the same attitude over the Passchendaele offensive, where he insisted on giving a blank check to Haig despite his own doubts, and wrote the terrible confession, "I confess I stick to it, because my instinct prompts me to stick to it than because of any good argument by which I can support it." A strategy that was prompted by animal instinct instead of by reasoned calculation, and that could not be justified by reasoned argument, carried its own condemnation even before bitter experience confirmed this. In his attitude to the Arab campaign, he was saved from a similar condemnation by history because a strategist appeared from the ranks of amateur soldiers who was capable of evolving from reason a strategy suited to realities. As he still stood fast, the War Committee tried to shift the inconvenience by shifting the decision to a subcommittee composed of Sir Edward Grey, Lord Curzon, and Mr. Austen Chamberlain. Here, Grey was dominated by his habitual reluctance to override official military advice, but the qualms of the other 2 ministers were subdued by their sense of the danger in Arabia and its possible repercussion. After a prolonged discussion that he found rather unpleasant, Robertson was asked to report what force was necessary to hold Raybeg against the potential attack. He grudgingly agreed to do this, although he added the warning, "I could never bring myself to issue an order for British troops to be employed in the manner contemplated. It was an unmistakable threat of resignation if policy were to override his idea of strategy, and it had the more effect at a stage of the war when statesmen, in all countries, had become thoroughly subservient to soldiers through their fear of popular clamor." Robertson drew up a report in which he emphasized that we ought to be strong enough to meet the maximum, and not the minimum, numbers which the enemy could employ, and on this basis estimated the requirement as 2 infantry brigades, 2 artillery brigades, and 2 camel corps companies, with auxiliary services, a total strength of about 16,000 men. Dorndal shed the hiding their mission way, as there were not more than 15,000 Turks altogether in the Hejaz, even on Robertson's calculation. This was certainly a generous estimate for a force that would be standing on the defensive, covered by the guns of the Navy. But the higher it was put, obviously, the less likely it was to be sent. The report when presented, or the threat that preceded it, sufficed to satisfy the Prime Minister, and the attention of other ministers was distracted by the political moves which preceded the fall of Mr. B. Asquith's government. Reb was buried in its ruins and returned to the age-long obscurity from which it had so surprisingly emerged. When the new war cabinet was formed under Mr. Lloyd George, its members naturally had no desire to precipitate an immediate conflict with their chief military advisor on such a minor issue. And although there were subterranean rumblings, any danger of revived controversy and of Robertson's renewed embarrassment was allayed by a solution that was suggested from the Arabian shore. It was not without reason, and for more than a military reason, that Robertson in later years paid tribute to the inspiration of Colonel Lawrence in achieving a change in the situation. At the time he prepared his report, it is clear that, despite his assurance, he was by no means sure of its acceptance. Murray, indeed, took the precaution of concentrating 2 brigades at Suez, ready to embark for Rebeg if definite orders came from England. There the force remained until, late in January, Murray was ordered to send a whole division back to France, and told at the same time that he need no longer hold troops in readiness to go to Rebeg. These measures cast a somewhat ironical reflection on the vehement assertion's inability to spare troops. Meantime, alarms and excursions continued on the Red Sea coast. The Turkish printing presses in Medina poured out propaganda sheets in which their new nominee as Sheriff, Ali Haidar, announced his intention of bringing back the Arabs into the right path and the imminent arrival of Turkish divisions from Europe to assist the task. These sheets, circulating wide, had an ominous effect. Then on December 1st, Faisal sent word to Jeddah that Fakhri Pasha had left Medina and was advancing down the Wadi Safra. Faisal called for reinforcements, but the growing tension between the brothers and the inattention of Ali and Abdullah to active operations made his prospect a barren one. British ships had brought to Rebeg nearly 4,000 Arab prisoners of war from India, but only a fraction of them proved willing to join the Sharifian forces, and all of them wanted to be officers. As for the small contingent of Egyptian troops, which had been sent as a guard for the aircraft, they were occupied at first in guarding themselves. It was touch and go for some days whether the Arabs might not attack them, although less from hostility than from greed of loot. It was lucky that a man of Joyce's character was present to steady the Egyptians. Down in the south, a new gain was lost. Sheriff Nazir had occupied Kunfida in October, under the guns of a British warship, but when this left on December 5th, the Turks, with Bedouin help, chased out Nazir's men. Early in December also, 3 Turkish battalions with 600 cavalry and 3 guns attacked Faisal and drove him back on Yanbo. His men led after trifling loss. Desertions multiplied, while the Turks now commanded the route between Yanbo and Rebeg and had cut off Faisal from Ali, save by sea. Lawrence landed at Yanbo during the crisis. On December 10th, the sheriff came down to Jeddah from Mecca for a meeting with Wilson and Bremont. He handed Wilson a letter asking for the dispatch of 6 battalions to Rebeg, and saying that although he would prefer Muslims, in view of the circumstances, he would accept Christians. Wilson telegraphed accordingly to the Sirdar. But, by next morning, the sheriff had changed his mind and withdrew his request. What? Talk, so it went on. Some of the Arab leaders at the base urged that troops should be sent. Others hinted at peace negotiations with the Turks. The rials that had been poured into the country in thousands had largely disappeared, many of them sold, some to the Turks. Part of the food supplies had also, it was suspected, gone the same way. On Christmas Eve, Wilson and Bremont, with several local officers, held a conference to consider the evacuation of Rebeg, but decided to hold on as long as possible. The approaching Turkish force was reported as about 5,000 strong. On December 29th, Wingate took over the office of High Commissioner in Egypt, from which McMahon had been ousted by hostile forces. As the only way to settle the issue of whether troops were desired, Wingate sent a telegram, through Colonel Pearson, that was virtually an ultimatum to the sheriff that he should make up his mind one way or the other. The sheriff replied with one that by its very vagueness led Pearson to read it as an acceptance of the aid of British troops. Pearson telegraphed accordingly to Cairo, and Wingate thereupon asked Murray to dispatch Mudge's brigade, which was standing ready. It was arranged that the French detachment would go with it. Mudge's orders were that on landing at Raybeg, he would cover the base and occupy an oasis on the approaches. The embarkation was fixed for January 9th. The long-awaited step was at last decided upon. It was never taken. The orders were cancelled, and finally, on January 6th, Wilson had reached Jeddah on his return from a quick visit to Egypt. On his way, he had stopped at Yambo, where he had seen not only Faisal but Lawrence. Although Wilson had hitherto been strongly in favor of sending British troops to Raybeg, he came back with a changed opinion. He was more optimistic as to the situation and more apprehensive of the reaction that might follow the landing of British troops. On arrival at Jeddah, Wilson saw the sheriff's last telegram and deemed it unsatisfactory. He wrote to Wingate to suggest that no troops should be sent unless the sheriff would actually demand them in writing and hold himself responsible for the consequences of their appearance in the Hedja. On January 9th, Wingate sent a telegram to the sheriff in these terms. Although many of his entourage were in favor of acceptance, the sheriff hesitated to accept the responsibility. He remained undecided for 2 days. On the 11th, he replied that he had no need of British troops for the moment, although he wished to retain the possibility of calling on them later if circumstances changed. But Faisal, with Lawrence at his side, had already set out from Yambo on a 200-mile flank march up the Red Sea coast to White. This was captured on the 23rd by an advance party of Arabs landed from ships. 2 days later, the British brigade in waiting at Suez was handed back to Murray. "In war," said Napoleon, "it is not men, but the man who counts." It is still more true of irregular war. 121 years earlier, in January 1796, a young man of 26 had subtly persuaded the Directory to adopt an audacious plan, which likewise began with a flank march along the coast of the Riviera. Lawrence, now on the threshold of his first Arabian campaign, was exactly 2 years older than Napoleon Bonaparte in his first Italian campaign, for both were born on the same day of the year, August 15th. Lovers of coincidence may find an extraordinary chain. On October 16th, the day that Lawrence landed in Arabia, Napoleon was made general of division in reward for his services in the Vendemiaire Rising, the crisis that formed his opportunity. On March 27th, Napoleon assumed command of the Army of Italy, and Lawrence carried out his first independent attack against the Hejaz Railway. On May 10th, the anniversary of the Bridge of Lodi, from which Napoleon dated his vision of superhuman achievement, Lawrence would definitely cut loose from the British mission to embark, alone with the Arabs, on the expedition that raised the Arab campaign onto a new plane and set him on a pinnacle apart. But the parallel should not be pressed too far. Napoleon never attained wisdom nor learnt the folly of phantom ambition. Shrinking from truth, he stumbled into the abyss. Note 1. At the meeting on November 2nd, the War Committee bowed before Robertson's rigid obduracy, but they did not share his easy view that the possible occupation of Raybeg by the Turks had never been a matter of much importance. Instructions were sent to Wemyss to give all the naval protection to Raybeg which he could, and to land a naval detachment if necessary. The Sirdar was to send whatever military aid he could spare from the Sudan. The French government was asked to dispatch any troops they had available near the sea. After Wingate's telegram of November 7th, there was a fresh impulse to develop these vague provisions into definite measures, an impulse which gained impetus from a fresh move by the French. Ramon had added his voice to the appeal for a brigade, and at the same time had expressed unwillingness to allow his detachment of artillery and machine guns to leave Suez unless they were assured of proper infantry support at Rab. The French government backed him and suggested to the Foreign Office that Murray could easily spare a brigade from the Sinai front in view of the Turks' relatively low strength there. It also offered to lend Murray a couple of Senegalese battalions in order to facilitate the withdrawal of one of his British brigades. This French intervention was none the more palatable to Robertson because of its implied reflection on his strategical dispositions. Note 2. Robertson's report further stated that troops could not be taken from any other theater, and that if they were taken from Murray's force in Sinai, he would have to suspend the advance to El Arish, which the War Committee had ordered. In view of this declaration, it is interesting to note that there were in Sinai only 2 weak Turkish divisions, totaling some 15 rifles, opposed to the British, who had more than treble their strength. On the other hand, if this advance was made, it would relieve the menace to Mecca far more effectively than any landing at Raig, by threatening the enemy's communications with the Hijaz. It was, moreover, improbable that the reported advance from Medina on Raig and Mecca was being attempted, and, if attempted, that it would succeed. The difficulties to be overcome would be enormous, even for the Turks who were accustomed to desert warfare. For all these reasons, he submitted in conclusion, the expedition ought not to be sent. The report certainly is proof that a general staff appreciation may have more resemblance to counsel's address to the jury on behalf of his client than to a judicial summing up. The idea that an eventual advance to El Arish on the Mediterranean coast 6 weeks hence might have an immediate effect on the situation near Mecca, and be an effective threat to the Hejaz Railway, 120 miles distant across the Dead Sea and desert, is peculiarly amusing. It certainly surpasses any of those amateur calculations of Lloyd George's which Robertson was so fond of denouncing. The humor of this confident assurance becomes still more apparent in retrospect when we remember that the British advance was held up a few miles beyond El Arish, and there remained until the following autumn. Note 3. Dissatisfied both with the situation and Hussein's attitude, Bremond, who was an ardent advocate of armed intervention, crossed the Red Sea to visit the Sirdar, accompanied by Captain, later Lord Lloyd. He declared to Wingate that nothing could stop the Turks, and that money alone was keeping the Arabs in the field. Hence, to avert the fall of Mecca, he urged that the Soynijain British should at once land at Aqaba or advance by Gaza to cut the Hejaz Railway, that they should occupy Raig in strength, that they should occupy Ray as another base of action against the railway, and leave Medina alone for the time being. When Wingate pointed out that he had no troops available, and could barely scrape together 1,500 to deal with the local menace in Darfur, Bremond remarked that Uganda had furnished no men to Britain, whereas French West Africa had raised tens of thousands. One Sir Mark Sykes was called into consultation. He had embodied his proposals in a formula that, towards all Arabs, whether independent allies, as Ibn Sa, Oud or the Sheriff, inhabitants of protectorates, spheres of influence, vassal states, we should show ourselves as pro-Arabs, and that wherever we are on Arab soil, we are going to back the Arab language and Arab race, and that we shall protect or support Arabs against external oppression by force as much as we are able, and from alien exploitation. The significance of his formula lies in its illumination of his own view when drawing up the Sykes-Picot Agreement. 1C Note 1 at end of chap. 1C Note 2 at end of chap. 1C Note 3 at end of chapter. Chapter 7. The Wedge. December 1916. January. Lawrence's advice against sending British troops to the Hejaz wins him favor. He is sent himself. Instead, he arrives to find Faisal driven back and Yanbo in danger. A searchlight display restores the balance. A new move turns the scales. Faisal's army sets out on a march up the coast. The capture of Ve turns the flank of the Turkish menace to Mecca. On Lawrence's return to Cairo after his first visit to Faisal, he had written a report for Clayton, which was similar to but rather stronger than the views he had expressed at Khartoum. It was a short and very pungent note, opposing the dispatch of a brigade, root and branch. He considered that the Arabs were capable of maintaining themselves in the hill belt, which crossed the routes to Mecca, so long as they were supplied with plenty of light automatics, with adequate artillery to offset the Turkish guns, and with technical advice. But from his own experience, he was definitely against the dispatch of British troops. In his opinion, their arrival would create so much suspicion and prejudice among the Arabs that it would destroy such unity as now exists. Moreover, he regarded British infantry as too cumbersome for operations in such barren and rugged country, and thought that the Turks were quite capable of evading a static force at Rebek. He pitched his argument the more strongly because of the preparations he found in progress to send a force. Soon afterwards, he had cause to reinforce his objections because of his discovery that Bremen, in pressing for its dispatch, was influenced by political motives. Lawrence's suspicions were aroused by a conversation in which Bremen hinted that, if the Arabs resented the landing of Allied troops, their resentment would be directed against the Sharif, who would in consequence become more dependent on Allied support and more subservient. On Lawrence's part, also, one may surmise that his objection to a military expedition was not purely military. Bremen later hinted that Lawrence's objection was due to personal ambition, as the arrival of a British general and a brigade would have relegated him to a subordinate position. This suspicion does not accord with the fact that Lawrence first raised his voice against the proposal at a time when there was no thought of sending him to the Hejaz and when he had no desire to go. There is a far more natural reason in Lawrence's long-standing desire to see the Arabs achieve their freedom and keep it independent of foreign tutelage. If he did not wish to see them protected by the British, still less did he wish to see them absorbed by the French and turned into good French. The improvement in their civic virtues would not, for him, compensate the loss of what he regarded as the essential spirit of liberty. And the French were not only a more extensive threat to his idea, but a more active threat. They would be the cuckoo in his nest. Lawrence's report earned him new respect in a quarter where he had formerly been regarded as a disrespectful and eccentric young civilian in uniform. He was suddenly translated in the eyes of General Headquarters from amateur to expert status. This, however, is the usual fortune of critics when their criticism happens to suit their professional audience. Lawrence's observations and arguments against sending a brigade to Rebek were most welcome to those who did not wish to spare it. Murray and his staff turned round and said I was a broth of a boy. They telegraphed my note in extenso to Robertson, who sent me a message of thankfulness. Why not? So excellent an expert must be utilized further and sent where he could continue to uphold such sound views. As this newly formed opinion in high quarters coincided with that already held by the man who knew his work best, Lawrence was told by Clayton to return to Yambo, where he would act as liaison officer with and advisor to Faisal. His reaction to this new commission, which was to be of such far-reaching consequence, may be related in his own words. This being much against my grain, I urged my complete unfitness for the job. Said I hated responsibility. Obviously, the position of a conscientious advisor would be responsible, and that in all my life, objects had been gladder to me than persons, and ideas than objects. So the duty of succeeding with men, of disposing them to any purpose, would be doubly hard for me. I was unlike a soldier, hated soldiering, whereas the Sirdar had telegraphed to London for certain regular officers competent to direct the Arab war. Clayton replied that they might be months arriving, and meanwhile, Faisal must be linked to us. So I had to go, leaving to others the Arab bulletin I had founded, the maps I wished to draw, and the file of the war, changes of the Turkish army, all fascinating activities in which my training helped me. to take up a role for which I had no inclination. As our revolt succeeded, onlookers have praised its leadership, but behind the scenes lay all the vices of amateur control, experimental councils, divisions, whimsicality. Nay, if there is a flick of irony in these last words, there is, I am sure, none of that false modesty which the foreigner terms English hypocrisy, and with which the Englishman struggles to hide his thoughts from himself, succeeding in proportion to his individual lack of humor. Lawrence's words are rather those of a man who realizes the limitations of other men all the better for being conscious of his own, and whose low opinion of himself springs from an acute perception of the lowliness of all humanity. To me, at least, his words are the natural product of his strange, because uncommonly successful, power of detachment. It was early December when Lawrence landed again at Yanbo, where the British had now established a base for Faisal and were accumulating supplies. There also was the nucleus of a regular Arab force in process of formation, and a British instructor, Captain Garland of the Egyptian army, who was a connoisseur in the art of demolition by dynamite. Lawrence was to be one of his most apt pupils. Down south at Raybeg, several more British officers, headed by Joyce and Davenport, had arrived with 300 Egyptian troops and a flight of the Royal Flying Corps. These officers were also helping to train several hundred assorted Arabs, who formed another installment of the new Sharifian regular army. How many they were no one exactly knew, for their Turk-trained officers had retained the modern Turkish, or 18th-century British, habit of drawing rations for a generously estimated number. Lawrence rode inland to Mubarak, where he came unexpectedly in sight of hundreds of campfires, and heard the roaring of thousands of excited camels, as well as other sounds of confusion and alarm. He found that it was Faisal's force, just arrived, and Faisal himself explained the cause. A Turkish detachment had slipped round his outposts in the Wadi Safra and cut them off, then descended on Bir Said, where they took Zaid's main contingent by surprise and dispersed it in wild flight. Faisal himself, who had left Zaid on guard while he tried to raise another tribal area, had heard of the disaster and rushed back with his 5,000 to bar the road to Yanbo. There was such an air of panic in the encampment during the night that it was fortunate the Turks did not follow up their success. Before dawn, Faisal decided to move to another position, as much to distract his men's minds as on tactical grounds. Lawrence spent the next 2 days with Faisal, and during them obtained an insight into Faisal's methods of command, which intensified his admiration for the leader who was holding together so shifting and shiftless a force. Faisal, fighting to make up their lost spirits, did it most surely by lending of his own to everyone within reach. He was accessible to all who stood outside his tent, and he never cut short petitions, even when men came in chorus with their grief in a song of many verses and sang them around us in the dark. His extreme patience was a further lesson to me of what native headship in Arabia meant. His self-control seemed equally great. When Lawrence saw the arrival of the sheikhs of the Harb and Ajil, whose carelessness had been mainly responsible for the disaster, he feared a scene, and thought of the meaning of Faisal's name, the sword flashing downward in the stroke. But instead, Faisal rallied them gently, chaffing them for having done this or that. I never saw an Arab leave him dissatisfied or hurt, a tribute to his tact and to his memory, for he seemed never to halt for loss of a fact, nor to stumble over a relationship. Lawrence also paints a picture of camp routine. Just before daybreak, the army imam uttered the call to prayer in a strident voice. As soon as he ended, Faisal's imam cried gently and musically from just outside the tent, an ordinary bell tent with a camp bed and rug and an old Baluch prayer carpet. An hour or so later, the flap of Faisal's tent was thrown back, as a sign that he was open to callers from the household. After the morning's news, a tray of breakfast would be carried in. It consisted of dates, with occasionally some odd biscuits or cereals. Then Faisal dictated his correspondence to his 2 secretaries, the task being liquidated with sips of bitter coffee and sweet tea alternate. At about 8 o'clock, Faisal would buckle on his ceremonial dagger and walk across to the reception tent, sitting down at the end facing the open side, with his entourage in a semicircle behind, and the suppliants waiting outside for their turn. The audience was usually finished by noon, when the household and guests reassembled in the living tent to await the luncheon tray, laden with many dishes. But Faisal himself was a very light eater. He smoked incessantly, and was apt to wave the tray away too soon for the satisfaction of those who loved their food. After lunch came talk over coffee and syrupy green tea, and then after perhaps an hour's retirement to his tent, the reception was renewed. A walk followed, if there was time. Soon after 6, the supper tray appeared, followed by talk, the recital of Arabic verses, and an occasional game of chess, with cups of tea at intervals until very late. Faisal retired to sleep. Faisal asked Lawrence if he would wear Arab clothes while in camp, as khaki was associated by the Arabs with Turkish officers, whereas Arab dress would not only attract less notice, but also help his acceptance by the tribesmen as one of their accredited leaders. On Lawrence agreeing, he was fitted out in splendid white silk and gold-embroidered wedding garments, which had been sent to Faisal lately, was it a hint, by his great-aunt in Mecca. It was after this visit that Lawrence made a report on the Arab forces which foreshadows his future strategy. As a mass, they are not formidable, since they have no corporate spirit or discipline or mutual confidence. Man by man, they are good. I would suggest that the smaller the unit that is acting, the better will be its performance. 1,000 of them in a mob would be ineffective against 1/4 their number of trained troops. But 3 or 4 of them in their own valleys or hills would account for a dozen Turkish soldiers. When they sit still, they get nervous and anxious to return home. Faisal himself goes rather to pieces in the same conditions. When, however, they have plenty to do, and are riding about in small parties, tapping the Turks here and there, retiring always when the Turks advance, to appear in another direction immediately after. Then they are in their element, and must cause the enemy not only anxiety but bewilderment. Nay, Lawrence's stay in camp was brief. It was more urgent to see if the defenses of Yanbo were progressing. But Faisal followed close on his heels. The Turks had attacked again soon after Lawrence's departure, and after a long-range exchange which offered the illusion of success, the men of the Juhayna tribe on Faisal's left wing had suddenly careered off the battlefield. Their subsequent excuse was that, being tired and thirsty, they had dashed back to camp to make themselves a cup of coffee. An Arab battle had certainly a flavor of comic opera, but the humor of this could best be appreciated in retrospect. The disappearance of the Juhayna had led Faisal to fall back hurriedly on Yanbo. Lawrence had telegraphed to Captain Boyle for naval aid, but the question was whether it could arrive in time. Our war seemed entering its last act. He did not miss the opportunity of taking a fine photograph, from the parapet of the Medina Gate, of the fugitive army as Faisal led it into Yanbo. This was a good place to defend if only the weapons were available. Built on a coral reef, some 20 feet above the water, the little town was half encircled by the sea, while the land approaches ran across a flat expanse of sand that could be raked by machine guns from the walls, and also by ship's guns from the sea. These arrived with reassuring promptness. Boyle concentrated 5 ships within 24 hours, sending one of them, the shallow draft monitor M31, up to the end of the south-eastern creek of the harbor, where she by across the Turks' probable line of approach, dominating it with her 6-inch guns. As darkness fell, her searchlight rays crossed with those of the Dufferin on the plain outside the town, floodlighting the approach. The air was tense that night. About 11, there was an alarm when a Turkish reconnoitering patrol encountered the outposts, and Garland called out the garrison to man the defenses, which had been hastily wired and buttressed with earth. All the ship's searchlights were turned on to traverse the plain with their beams, but nothing more happened. I say, why you oh? When Lawrence himself woke, after a good 8 hours sleep on board the Suva, the plane was deserted. Afterwards, we heard Die Turks. Hearts had failed them at the silence and the blaze of lighted ships from end to end of the harbor, with the eerie beams of the searchlights revealing the bleakness of the glacis they would have to cross. So they turned back, and that night, I believe they lost their war. No, we never, Brian. So it may well have seemed to those at Yanbo at that critical moment. Yet, with a longer horizon, the idea of a single dramatic turning point seems questionable. It does not accord with the nature of the Arab War, diffuse in time and space. In such a war, ideas that gradually evolved into a changed state had a more decisive significance than any particular act. If the change that was now about to develop might be dated from the passive pyrotechnic display at Yonbo, a discussion which took place on New Year's Day, 1917, has a greater claim, because it gave birth to the idea that made an old project practicable. Back in October, Faisal had proposed an advance along the coast to occupy Ray, 180 miles north of Yanbo, and form a new base there from which to operate against the Hijaz Railway, threatening the lifeline of the Medina garrison. But the project was postponed, and its prospects undermined by the Arab reverses in December. The Sharifian forces had been thrust back on the defensive, and were clinging precariously to Yanbo and Raybeg. It was only Faisal's personal hold over the tribes that was keeping them together. If he were to move away, his departure might easily spell the fall of both Yanbo and Raybeg, for neither Al nor Zaid had the same power of personality, and their performances hitherto had diminished such prestige as they had enjoyed. Yet if Faisal remained, the end was almost as probable. The immobilization of the Arabs, if it continued, would soon mean the demobilization of their forces. Wilson came up to Yanbo on his way to Egypt and urged on Faisal the necessity of the move to Wei, as well as its value. He promised that the fleet would support the advance and also safeguard Raybeg until Wei had been occupied. Faisal was fully alive to the advantages, but still dubious about the risks. The cloud was dispersed by the light of a new idea which promised to distract the attention of the Turks from the coast in the south, while Faisal was moving north. It originated with Lawrence, although completed by Faisal's local knowledge in the choice of the best sites. This vital suggestion was that Abdullah, who had advanced from Mecca in December to the neighborhood of Medina with 4,000 or 5,000 irregulars, should move to the Wadi Ais some 50 miles north of Medina. From this well-watered valley amid the hills, he could not only be an immediate menace to the railway, but could intercept the caravans that were bringing supplies to Medina from Hale and Central Arabia. The Turks were making slow progress towards Raybeg, hampered by the raids of the Harb tribe in their rear, and they would hardly fail to react to this greater menace to their lifeline. Once adopted, the plan was put into operation with remarkable promptness. On January 2nd, Lawrence carried out a preliminary move to gain experience in raiding and help cloak the departure from Yanbo, but with a party of 35 Arab camelmen, he rode southeast to a valley near the Turkish lines of communication, climbed over the precipitous ridge, and opened fire on the tents of a Turkish post. Satisfied with the panic they had caused, Lawrence's party crawled back over the ridge, regained their camels, and rode back to Yanbo, bringing in 2 stray Turks, whom they had run across. The same morning, January 3rd, the Arab army made a preliminary bound to Awai, a group of wells 15 miles inland from Yanbo, and about 10 miles north of Mubarak. Here they could still cover Yanbo, and yet have taken a stride on their way to Wai, while awaiting a reply from Abdullah. For simplicity of organization, Faisal made up the mass of his expedition from the Juhina tribe, in whose territory he was now operating, although he added a sprinkling of the Harb, the Atiba, and the Billi. in whose territory they lay, to give him any tribed character. He also took his agile bodyguard, 1,200 dashing camel men, who had been originally raised by the Sheikh of Rus from the peasants of the Central Arabian Oasis for service in the Turkish army, and had come over to Faisal complete when the revolt took place. Lawrence accompanied Faisal on the march out to Awai, a colorful procession. When the starting signal was given, Faisal and his bodyguard mounted, while the other contingents, standing beside their couched camels, lined the road waiting to follow in his wake. As he passed each in turn, they gave a silent salute, to which he responded with a "Peace upon you." Once the column was on the way, the drums struck up, and the whole broke into a song in honor of Faisal and his family. Lawrence rode on his left and Sheriff on his right, while immediately behind came 3 banners of faded crimson silk with gilt spikes. It looked like a river of camels, for we filled up the wadi to the tops of its banks and poured along in a 1/4-mile-long stream. Lawrence himself rode back from Owai to Yanbo to settle details of the naval cooperation in the advance on Waj. As a precaution against any sudden Turkish spring on Yanbo, he took the opportunity of moving the accumulated stores aboard the Hart. The problem of loading them quickly without civilized port facilities was solved by a happy expedient. The Hart had large square ports on her lowest troop deck along the water level. These were opened, and 1,000 tons of rifles, ammunition, food, and other supplies were pushed straight in, like posting letters in a box. And when Boyle arrived in the Suva, he generously promised to allow the Hart to be used as a floating base throughout the northward march. Thus of old had the Persian host been victualled in their invasion of Greece. Meantime Ali, under pressure from Wilson and the Sheriff, advanced some 40 miles out from Raybeg, while the British aircraft bombed the Turkish encampments. This drew Fakhry's attention effectively and led Ali to push raids almost to Medina. Indeed, he became so emboldened that he telegraphed back to say he was about to take up dispositions for the siege of Medina. He had actually moved a few miles nearer, when a Turkish air raid on his own camp caused a fresh recoil. But by that time Faisal was in Waj. Abdullah, for his part, had continued his march north as planned. It had led the Bedouin to rally to his cause. They surprised and destroyed a Turkish battalion posted south of Medina. On January 13th, Abdullah himself attacked and captured a Turkish convoy bound for Medina and laden with gold. Nearly half the Bedouin then disappeared with their loot. On January 19th, Abdullah established himself safely in the Wadi Aizaz. As soon as Faisal had received news that Abdullah was moving, he had begun to slip by stages behind the coastal hills to Bir el-Wahidi, where he was nearly halfway to Wai and only 4 miles from the coast at Umlaj. Lawrence went thither by sea with Boyle to await him. They were joined on the 16th, the day after their arrival, by Major Vickery of the Royal Artillery, who was the forerunner of the newly formed British military mission under Nuko. Vickery, from long service in the Sudan, was a first-rate Arab linguist as well as a most capable soldier. Among other regulars, he was strongly unconventional, both in appearance and outlook. But like others of this stimulating type, he was apt to remember his caste and don a conventional mask in face of unprofessional soldiers. His own informal way was affronted by Lawrence's, and especially by what seemed airy talk of the Arab army, tapping at the gates of Damascus within a year. Lawrence's exultant burst of enthusiasm grated on Vickery, who had not felt the depression now magically lifting as Yanbo was left. Vickery, on the other hand, jarred Lawrence by a remark that service in Arabia was professional suicide, and also offended his sense of fitness by wearing a British helmet under his Arab headcloth. An old Arab guide who saw Vickery riding in front of him suddenly cried, "Mashallah, the head of an ox!" astonished at the spread of his headcloth, and this so tickled Lawrence's sense of humor that his laughter stung. Thus, a needless friction was generated between two men, both exceptional in their own ways. Vickery disappeared from the scene too early to share in the ultimate triumph, or to discover in Lawrence those qualities which made other regulars such surprising admirers, and so surprisingly ready to be guided by the man who was nominally their junior. Vickery, on arrival, went with Boyle and Lawrence to Bir el-Wahidi to confer with Faisal as to the arrangements for the advance on Waish. The force totaled over 10,000, of whom 5,100 were camelry and 5,300 were on foot. 50, whom Maulud proudly called cavalry, were mounted on mules and had already proved so useful that Lawrence had telegraphed to Egypt for another 50 mules, which were now landed. They stampeded as soon as they were ashore and caused a hilariously exciting disturbance before they were recaptured and saddled. For its fire support, the force had 10 machine guns and a battery of 4 Krupp mountain guns, now manned by Arab crews. It had been found that as long as they were handled by Egyptians, the Arabs, as at Mubarak, were apt to leave the guns to maintain the battle while they took a rest. Another advantage of the transfer was that, instead of the battery having a complement of 360 camels, in the hands of the Arabs this was reduced to 80, although the same amount of ammunition was carried. The Kaaba, Mecca, dawn in Nakhl Mubarak, Faisal's encampment. December 1916. Indeed, the whole baggage of Faisal's force was carried by 380 camels, and although so great a reduction was only possible through the aid of the navy as a floating base, it threw into vivid relief the Arabs' relative independence of transport in comparison with any regular force. In moving light lay the key to success, for the stretch of country that the force had now to cross was so barren and waterless that hunger and thirst were serious risks, especially as Faisal was taking along so many militarily superfluous foot for the sake of creating a moral impression of Sharifian power and Arab unity. The last water before reaching Vey was at Abu Zuraibat in Hamdiche, nearly 50 miles short of their goal. It was decided that the army should be split up into sections, leaving Bir el-Wahidi on the 18th and moving independently to Abu Zuraibat, where they would concentrate on the 20th. And to ease the further problem of the final lap, Boyle agreed to land 20 tons of water 2 days later at Haben, where there was supposed to be a possible harbor. The actual attack would be supported by the Navy with 6 ships and seaplanes to direct their fire. The Hart also took on board a party of 500 Arabs who were to be landed with a naval detachment on the unguarded northern flank of Way at dawn on the 23rd, by which time it was reckoned that the cavalry would have closed all the enemy's bolt holes into the interior. Vickery took charge of this landing party. At noon on the 18th all was complete, like Sherman's army at Atlanta in 1864, also famous for its economy of baggage. Faisal's was about to plunge into the depths of the unknown, but depths known to be more barren, from which they could only hope to emerge if and when they clasped hands with the fleet at their distant goal. As with Sherman's army, the telegraph, here a wireless telegraph, brought them as a final comfort good news from the theater they were quitting, that Yambo and Rabig were still secure and Abdullah close to the Wadi Ais. After lunch the tent was struck. We went to our camels, where they were couched in a circle, saddled and loaded, each held short by the slave standing on its double foreleg. The kettle drummer, waiting beside Ibn Dakil, who commanded the bodyguard, rolled his drums 7 or 8 times, and everything became still. We watched Faisal. He got up from his rut, caught the saddle pommels in his hands, put his knee on the side, and said aloud, "Make God your agent." The slave released the camel, which sprang up. When it was on its feet, Faisal passed his other leg across its back, swept his skirts and his cloak under him by a wave of the arm, and settled himself in the saddle. As his camel moved, we had jumped for hours, and the whole mob rose together. The Agile, on an order, moved out to right and left his wing. A patter of drums, and the poet of the right wing burst into a song of Faisal and the delights he would afford them in way. The right wing took up the refrain. A few moments later, the poet of the left wing retorted with a similar extempore verse, and then the whole bodyguard burst into their marching song. The march had not gone far when two solitary horsemen appeared. They proved to be the emir of the Guhaina and Colonel Newcomb, who had just landed at Umlej, heard the news and galloped to catch the column. He was brimming over with joy at being in time for the adventure, and he brought to it an outlook that accorded with that of both Faisal and Lawrence. His coming, which might so easily have caused discord, because of his seniority, made for harmony as well as activity. Skin-Face Newcomb was one of those exceptional men who, themselves, standing out above the mass, recognize unhesitatingly the superior gifts of another, because they are free from the jealousy which commonly enfolds like a cloud the peaks of mankind's range. Long sojourn in the desert may have aided Newcomb's clear sight. He judged men by their worth, not by their rank, and having convinced himself of Lawrence's qualities, his sole idea was to give them full scope. Like a cricketer who comes in to bat lead in the innings when his side's best batsman is master of the bowling, Newcomb sought nothing better than to back up the man who was making the runs. When he joined the expedition, he asked Lawrence, "What do you want me to do?" saying that seniority didn't matter a damn. One of the first points on which he took Lawrence's advice was on the question of wearing Arab dress. Lawrence remarked that, if a few Arabs were to go to Wigan in Arab dress, the children would probably throw stones at them. Newcomb saw the point, and from that time on dressed as an Arab as long as he was with Faisal's army. The second day's march was delayed by heavy rain until the afternoon. Towards evening progress quickened when the force reached the Egyptian Pilgrim Road, a broad, well-beaten track that ran beside the shore. More delays were caused by lack of water on the route and lack of time sense among the Arabs. The primitive Duhina had no unit of time smaller than the day, or of distance longer than the span or shorter than the stage, itself a variable, according to the rider's inclination and his camp, and they could not realize a number larger than the digits. Such conditions were a complication to staff work. The force was 2 days behind timetable when at last it reached the Wadi Hamd, a trough 15 miles wide, which was the mouth of a dry river longer than the Tigris. Here was the flood water pool of Abu Zuraibat where they camped and were joined by Sheriff Nazir of Medina, young and audacious, who had been harassing the Turks at Way for weeks past. Many also of the Bili tribes came to swell the advancing host and to consume more time in talk. Newcomb decided to ride ahead on a fast camel to meet Boyle at Haben, arranged that the Hardin should return there again with water, and secure if possible a postponement of the naval part of the attack on Way. But on reaching Haben, himself delayed by the Arabs' leisureliness, he found that the Hardinge had left an hour before. So he could do nothing beyond waiting until she returned, a trying experience for so energetic a leader. Lawrence, following next day with the army, heard distant firing that suggested the navy had grown tired of waiting for the Arabs. When they at least reached Haben on the afternoon of the 24th, they found that the Hardinge had returned, and her boats were landing water tanks in a hazardous sea. They heard also that Waish had already been attacked, although the Hardinge had come away before the end. After making a heroic speech to the garrison on the importance of fighting to the last man, when he heard that Faisal had reached Abu Zuraibat, the governor had slipped off in the night with his few cavalry, heading for the Hejaz railway. The 200 Turkish infantry had stayed to fight, but were subdued by the naval gunfire, so that the landing party captured the place without much difficulty. Only about a third of the garrison escaped. The news, and the prospect of loot that might soon be gone, now so quickened the time sense of the Arabs that they began trickling northward during the night. Only a small proportion had been able to get a drink from the water tanks at Haben, for the animals had come first. The men, indeed, covered the last 50 miles on half a gallon of water and no food. but no physical pangs could check them now. When dawn broke, Faisal and his assistants rallied, the contingents ready for the final advance, an attack if necessary, for it was uncertain whether the garrison was still holding out. Fragments of it were soon met, trying to escape, but only one put up a show of resistance. No further shot greeted the Arabs as they crested the last ridge, and they found the little town in the possession of the Arab landing party, which had lost a score of men killed. By European standards, it was a cheaply won victory. But Lawrence had become so imbued with Arab standards that the news made him rather uneasy, because of the way its ripples would be likely to spread through all the families bereaved. Bloodless victories were the kind that the Arabs appreciated as an inspiration to further ones, and Lawrence's understanding of this need marked a stage in the evolution of his theory of irregular warfare. Nevertheless, the capture of A proved a turning point for good in the evolution of the Arab revolt. From that moment, the danger of Mecca waned, and a new danger to the Turkish garrison of Medina loomed on the horizon. For the moment, it was only a potential danger, as Y was 150 miles from the railway lifeline, but it had the practical effect of an actual stroke without the cost of it. The initiative passed definitely to the Arabs. British aircraft and Arab spies reported a general reflux of the Turkish troops towards Medina. Zayd was emboldened to advance and found the defiles of Medjez and Elgair abandoned. A large part of the Turkish Hijaz force was drawn off bit by bit to guard the railway. A detachment of about 5,000, known as the Second Composite Force, was formed at Tabuk, an important station 300 miles north of Medina. Another, called Theo 1st Composite Force, was formed at Ma'an from battalions of the Turkish 7th Division brought down from Syria, another entry to the credit account of the Shmu. This force, originally about 3,000 strong, later rose to 7,000. Every unit of force drawn north brought compound interest to the Arab cause, augmenting the adherence of the Sheriff as the Turks' power of retaliation diminished. Moreover, these Turkish forces could no longer be concentrated. They had to be parceled out among the many stations on the line, posted in wire-surrounded blockhouses. Instead, merely of division of 1 into 3, it meant multiple subdivisions. Such were the results that flowed from this driving of a wedge into the length of the railway zone on which the Turks depended. Hitherto, the Arabs had knocked at the pointed end of the railway and hurt themselves in the effort. Now they had exposed its vulnerable length. The almost bloodless move to Y had pierced no vital organ, won no decisive battle, but it had changed the Turks at Medina into a beleaguered garrison, although they suffered no actual siege. Interlude: the art of handling Arabs and others. The domestic sequel to Y was less happy than the strategic. Relations between the Arabs and the British military mission passed through a difficult phase, during which the issue balanced on a knife edge, not merely proverbial. That improvement came and prospect widened was due to Faisal's example of tact, to the proof given by several of the British officers that they were capable of holding their own in Arab tests of endurance, and to Lawrence's subtly extending influence, especially with Faisal. The weeks that followed the capture of A had given rise to many awkward incidents and an ominous atmosphere. The Arab chiefs were so quick to suspect interference that they were ever ready to resent the presence of infidels. Many of them behaved as if the British officers were their servants, and set an example of rudeness that was imitated by their followers as well as by their slaves. When a remonstrance was made to Nasir, he replied, "Don't forget that until a month ago we never had a European in this country. If we had, we should have shot him. You must give us time to get used to it." On another occasion, when Newcomb asked questions of an envoy from Jouf, the Arab contemptuously remarked that he had not come to meet a hare, but to see Faisal. When this and other instances of contemptuous behavior came to Faisal's ears, he assembled his followers and spoke to them straightly, telling them not to forget, when dealing with a British officer, that he had come far to help them, deserved respect and should be treated as one of themselves. Better still, Faisal set the example himself. Thus, gradually, the British officers came to be tolerated and even, in varying degree, appreciated. Nevertheless, there was a long way to go between this equality and the ascendancy which one among them later attained. At this time Lawrence still kept in the background, in the conference tent as well as outside. Although he was already in Faisal's confidence, he paraded it so little that many of the Arabs who came to Faisal's camp ignored his presence or treated him with scant respect. To some of his own countrymen, bred in the tradition of British superiority and commissioned dignity, his indifference to slights that made their blood boil was a source of perplexity. Astonished at his unruffled manner when slaves brushed past him or spat in his presence, one they were inclined to ascribe his capacity to eat humble pie, to his upbringing, to his own street Arab past. But on the memory of some of the more discerning was engraved a picture of Lawrence sitting mute, giving no orders but using his influence, watching everything that passed and weaving his scheme. When the campaign moved north, his method would change, and he would come out more into the open. Not only because his own prestige had grown, but because none of the sheriffs save Faisal carried the weight in the north that they did in the Hijaz. Lawrence's journey north in May, which culminated in the capture of Aqaba 2 months later, would mark the transition. But from his earlier experience, he evolved a theory of the art of handling Arabs, which he wrote out in the form of 27 articles, as a confidential guide to newcomers from the British Army who might wish to profit by that experience. It is so illuminating, not least on his own mind, as to be worth reproducing in extract. The 27 articles. Handling Hejaz Arabs is an art, not a science, with exceptions and no obvious rules. A bad start is difficult to atone for, and the Arabs form their judgments on externals that we ignore. When you have reached the inner circle in a tribe, you can do as you please with yourself and them. Learn all you can about your Ashrafo and Bedu. Get to know their families, clans and tribes, friends and enemies, wells, hills and roads. Do all this by listening and by indirect inquiry. Do not ask questions. Get to speak their dialect of Arabic, not yours. Until you can understand their allusions, avoid getting deep into conversation, or you will drop bricks. In matters of business, deal only with the commander of the army, column, or party in which you serve. Never give orders to anyone at all, and reserve your directness and advice for the company, however great the temptation, for efficiency's sake, of dealing direct with his underling. Win and keep the confidence of your leader. Strengthen his prestige at your expense before others if you can. Never refuse or quash schemes he may put forward, but ensure that they are put forward in the first instance privately to you. Always approve them, and after praise modify them insensibly, causing the suggestions to come from him, until they are in accord with your own opinion. When you attain this point, hold him to it, keep a tight grip of his ideas, and push him forward as firmly as possible, but secretly, so that no one but himself, and he not too clearly, is aware of your pressure. Remain in touch with your leader as constantly and unobtrusively as you can. Live with him, that at mealtimes and at audience you may be naturally with him in his tent. Formal visits to give advice are not so good as the constant dropping of ideas in casual talk. When stranger sheikhs come in for the first time to swear allegiance and offer service, clear out of the tent. If their first impression is of foreigners in the confidence of the sheriff, it will do the Arab cause much harm. Be shy of too close relations with subordinates. Continual intercourse with them will make it impossible for you to avoid going behind or beyond the instructions that the Arab COA has given them on your advice, and in so disclosing the weakness of his position, you altogether destroy your own. Treat the sub-chiefs of your force quite easily and lightly. In this way, you hold yourself above their level. Treat the leader, if a sheriff, with respect. He will return your manner, and you and he will then be alike and above the rest. Precedence is a serious matter among the Arabs, and you must attain it. Your ideal position is when you are present and not noticed. Do not be too intimate, too prominent, or too earnest. Avoid being identified too long or too often with any tribal sheikh. To do your work, you must be above jealousies, and you lose prestige if you are associated with a tribe or class and its inevitable feuds. Magnify and develop the growing conception of the sheriffs as the natural aristocracy of the Arabs. Intertribal jealousies make it impossible for any sheikh to obtain a commanding position, and the only hope of union in nomad Arabia is that the Ashraf be universally acknowledged as the ruling class. The Arab reverence for pedigree and the Prophet give hope for the ultimate success of the Ashraf. Call your sheriff city in public and private. Call other people by their ordinary names without title. The foreigner and Christian is not a popular person in Arabic. Wave a sheriff in front of you like a banner and hide your own mind and person. If you succeed, you will have hundreds of miles of country and thousands of men under your control, and for this, it is worth bartering the outward show. Cling tight to your sense of humor. You will need it every day. A dry irony is the most useful type, and repartee of a personal and not too broad character will double your influence with the chiefs. Do not cause a laugh at a sheriff except amongst sheriffs. Never lay hands on an Arab. You degrade yourself. You may think the resultant obvious increase of outward respect a gain to you, but what you have really done is to build a wall between you and their inner selves. It is difficult to keep quiet when everything is being done wrong, but the less you lose your temper, the greater your advantage. Also, then you will not go mad yourself. While very difficult to drive, the Bidu are easy to lead if you have the patience to bear with them. The less apparent your interference, the more your influence. They are willing to follow your advice, but they do not mean you or anyone else to be aware of that. It is only after the end of all annoyances that you find at bottom their real fund of goodwill. Do not try to do too much with your own hands. Better the Arabs do it tolerably than that you do it perfectly. It is their war, and you are to help them, not to win it for them. Actually, also, under the very odd conditions of Arabia, your practical work will not be as good as perhaps you think it is. If you can, without being too lavish, forestall presents to yourself. A well-placed gift is often most effective in winning over a suspicious sheikh. Never receive a present without giving a liberal return. Do not let them ask you for things, since their greed will then make them look upon you only as a cow to milk. Wear an Arab headcloth when with a tribe. Bidu have a malignant prejudice against the hat, and believe that our persistence in wearing it is founded on some immoral or irreligious principle. If you wear a hat, your new Arab friends will be ashamed of you in public. Disguise is not advisable. At the same time, if you can wear Arab kit, when with the tribes, you will acquire their trust and intimacy to a degree impossible in uniform. It is, however, dangerous and difficult. They make no special allowances for you when you dress like them. You will be like an actor in a foreign theater, playing a part day and night for months, without rest, and for an anxious stake. Complete success, which is when the Arabs forget your strangeness and speak naturally before you, counting you as one of themselves, is perhaps only attainable in character. While half success, all that most of us will strive for. The other costs too much, is easier to win in British thing, and you yourself will last longer, physically and mentally, in the comfort that they mean. Also then, the Turk will not hang you when you are caught. If you wear Arab things, wear the best. Clothes are significant among the tribes, and you must wear the appropriate, and appear at ease in them. Dress like a sheriff, they agree to it. If you wear Arab things at all, go the whole way. Leave your English friends and customs on the coast, and fall back on Arab habits entirely. It is possible, starting thus level with them, for the European to beat the Arabs at their own game, for we have stronger motives for our action, and put more heart into it than they. If you can surpass them, You have taken an immense stride towards complete success. But the strain of living and thinking in a foreign and half-understood language, the savage food, strange clothes, and stranger ways, with the complete loss of privacy and quiet, and the impossibility of ever relaxing your watchful imitation of others for months on end, provide such an added stress to the ordinary difficulties of dealing with the Bidou, the climate, and the Turk that this road should not be chosen without serious thought. Religious discussions will be frequent. Say what you like about your own side and avoid criticism of theirs unless you know that the point is external, when you may score heavily by proving it so. With the Bidou, Islam is so all-pervading an element that there is little religiosity, little fervor, and no regard for externals. Do not think from their conduct that they are careless. Their conviction of the truth of their faith, and its share in every act and thought and principle of their daily life, is so intimate and intense as to be unconscious, unless roused by opposition. Their religion is as much a part of nature to them as is sleep or food. Do not try to trade on what you know of fighting. The Hejaz confounds ordinary tact. Learn the Bidou principles of war as thoroughly and as quickly as you can, for till you know them your advice will be no good to the sheriff. Unnumbered generations of tribal raids have taught them more about some parts of the business than we shall ever know. In familiar conditions they fight well, but strange events cause panics. Keep your unit small. The more unorthodox your proceedings, the more likely you are to have the Turks cold, for they lack initiative and expect you to. Don't play for safety. The open reason that Bidou give you for action or inaction may be true, but always there will be better reasons left for you to divine. You must find these inner reasons before shaping your arguments for one course or another. Allusion is more effective than logical exposition. They dislike concise expression. Their minds work just as ours do, but on different premises. There is nothing unreasonable, incomprehensible, or inscrutable in the Arabs. Experience of them and knowledge of their prejudices will enable you to foresee their attitude and possible course of action in nearly every case. Do not mix Bidou and Syrians, or trained men and tribesmen. Arab townsmen and Arab tribesmen regard each other mutually as poor relations, and poor relations are much more objectionable than poor strangers. In spite of Arab example, avoid too free talk about women. It is as difficult a subject as religion, and their standards are so unlike our own that a remark, harmless in English, may appear as unrestrained to them as some of their statements would look to us, if translated literally. Be as careful of your servants as yourself. The beginning and ending of the secret of handling Arabs is unremitting study of them. Keep always on your guard. Never say an unnecessary thing. Watch yourself and your companions all the time. Hear all that passes. Search out what is going on beneath the surface. Read their characters. Discover their tastes and weaknesses and keep everything you find out to yourself. Your success will be proportioned to the amount of mental effort you devote to it. 1. Lawrence has enlarged upon this point for my education, remarking that the officer's astonishment showed that they knew more about the manners of Egypt than of Arabia. The slave was only behaving before me as in his master's presence. Arab grandees habitually play with their slaves. I was glad to be accepted as natural. Arabian slaves are privileged persons and rank next to children. A slave, for instance, can eat with his master, and usually does. A servant? Never. A slave can sleep with his master. A servant must sleep outside the door. A slave can call his master by name, a servant not. Bezanti. 1. The Arab plural of Shara. Chapter 8. Spreading Ripples. February-March 1917. Faisal's success brings in fresh allies. Operations against the railway are begun. Political friction and French ambitions. Lloyd George urges an advance into Palestine. Despite weak opposition, the advance is slow to mature. They turn the desert into a workshop and call it war. The delay brings a threat of Turkish withdrawal from Medina to reinforce Palestine, a call to Lawrence, and a chance for reflection. The capture of Ye opened a new horizon in both the political and military spheres. The former received attention first, largely owing to Lawrence's sage advice, pressed with emphasis that it would be best to enlarge their political base of action before beginning military action, so that the subsequent operations could be of wider range and yet more secure. The political effects of the wedge became manifest almost immediately and continued to augment, giving a larger meaning to an old chief's remark during the advance from Yanbo. It is not an army, it is a world which is moving on wage. The Bili tribe, for the most part, did not delay to offer their services to the man who had so successfully established himself in their territory. This accession, although an uncertain one, enabled Faisal to release the Juhina to assist Abdullah in the Wadi Aish area. North of the Bili territory lay the Beni Atieh, who likewise promised allegiance and free movement through their country. North of them again lay the southernmost tribes of that vast area ruled by Nuri Shalon, the emir of the Ruwala, and head of the great confederation of the Anasi. Although his military support against the Turks could hardly be expected yet because of his dependence on the markets of Damascus and Baghdad, his benevolent neutrality was essential to an extension of operations. For he controlled the Wadi Sirhan, a 200-mile chain of waterholes which stretched from Jauf, his capital, to Azraq, near the Syrian border. The free use of this communication cord was needed by Faisal if he were to secure the active help of Atta, the great fighting chief of the eastern Hawattat. And upon Atta's help depended the possibility of extending the tide of revolt to Aqaba and Mayan. These desires received promise of fulfillment soon after the occupation of Vaish. First arrived a welcome present of baggage camels from the Ruwala. Then came emissaries from the eastern Hawattat, while an ever-increasing stream of sheikhs and volunteers from lesser tribes came in to offer allegiance. Them Faisal made take the oath on the Quran, to wait while he waited, march when he marched, to yield obedience to no Turk, to deal kindly with all who spoke Arabic, and to put independence above life, family and goods. But oaths notwithstanding, it was mainly Faisal's personality, his tact, and his patient impartiality, which stilled their hereditary feuds and kept the peace among them. British gold, dipped out in handfuls, also acted as an ointment. Another important individual accession was that of Jafar Pasha, who had last been in action on the far side of Egypt leading the forces of the Senussi against the British. After his capture, he had tried to escape from the citadel at Cairo, but the blanket rope had, not unexpectedly, failed to bear his weight, and crippled by his fall, he had been retaken and fined the value of the blankets. When he heard of Jemal Pasha's execution of his Arab friends in Syria, he volunteered to assist the sheriff and was now given command of the new Arab regular force that was being formed. Finally, after weeks had passed, Atta himself appeared, gauntly majestic, the very figure of a warrior. In 30 years of incessant warfare, he was said to have slain 75 men with his own hand, excluding Turks, whom he did not trouble to count. He had been wounded 13 times and married 28 times. A slumbering volcano, he was a charming companion until he ceased to smile, save that he loved to tell appalling stories about the private character of everyone, himself included. That day of his coming was a day to be remembered. It meant so much to their cause, but he relieved the solemnity by giving them a lighter incident to remember when he suddenly dashed out of the tent and pounded his false teeth in pieces, explaining, "I had forgotten. Jemal Pasha gave me these. I was eating my lord's bread with Turkish teeth." "Nay, I'll let them know." By the time Atta joined them, the military sequel to the capture of Vai was in active development. It took the form of a concerted series of raids on the Hejaz Railway, with the aim of interrupting supplies and loosening the Turks' hold on Medina. Now that British officers, of bold initiative and trained judgment, were available, as well as ample explosives, these raids became a far more serious interruption than in the past, when the Arabs had simply pulled up a few rails, usually laid by the Turks within a few hours. No longer would trains run into Medina every alternate day with unruffled regularity. The 500-mile stretch of railway between Ma'an and Medina was divided into 3 almost equal sections: Ma'an to Tabuk, Tabuk to Madain Saleh, Madain Saleh to Medina. From Madain Saleh, a caravan route ran eastwards to Hale in central Arabia. Just south of it was El Alal, whence a caravan route ran to the Red Sea coast at 130 miles distant. But these 2 important stations, like Tabuk, were strongly garrisoned. Hence the opening raids were aimed above and below them. The first heavy stroke was delivered by Garland. Setting out from Moish on February 12th with a party of 50 Bedouin, and moving southeast, he reached the railway at Tawera after an 8 days camel ride. Relying on Arab reports that trains now ran only during the daytime, he judged that he had time to make an extensive break carried out at leisure under cover of the night. He therefore sent a party to lay explosive charges under a bridge south of the station, while he himself mined a section farther down the line. Then, to his dismay, he heard the sound of a train coming from the north. It made a brief stop at the station, and then steamed on its way. With only a few minutes in hand, he had just time to complete the laying of a reduced charge and to run back from the line, when the train was barely a couple of 100 yards away. The explosion came when he had gone only 50 yards. The engine left the rails and toppled down the embankment. The crash aroused the Turkish post at the station, and the garrison hurried out of their blockhouses. It was a testimony to the coolness of the Arab entrusted with the other demolition that he paused to fire his charge and blow up the bridge before they reached him. The raids multiplied in scale and frequency, and Newcomb proved his raiding talents. On the night of March 3rd, he attacked Dar el-Hamra, north of Madain Saleh, with a party of Arabs. The station was stormed, 15 prisoners were taken, and a stretch of the line was wrecked. More might have been wrecked if the Arabs had been as thorough as in their search for loot. Hornby became another famous raider. Both he and Newcomb reveled in playing lone hands, and took to Arab dress completely. Later, Joyce and Davenport joined in the game after their arrival from Red. For Wingate, as well as the officers on the spot, quickly appreciated the advantage of operating against the enemy's tenuous and sensitive flank, instead of against his short hill-barred front below Medina. This led to a progressively northward concentration of force and effort. On March 8th, Wingate gave orders to Wilson to evacuate Rabig and bring the Egyptian detachments, as well as the Arab regulars, up to Wa. There also was now installed the light of aircraft under Major Ross, the Egyptian detachment continuing to act mainly as the guard over its landing ground. The French detachment, however, was only moved as far as Yonbo, where it formed a new base, and continued to assist the forces of Ali and Abdullah. It was now at last reinforced by a mountain battery, for which Bremond had long appealed. This separation of the French and British also helped to diminish the chances of friction, which, even though personal relations were often good, was so apt to arise from differing political interests, and still more, from suspicion of each other's motives. Differences were accentuated, first, by the tendency of Hussein and Abdullah to play off one ally against the others in order to keep them both from interference, and, second, by each Allah's fear of arousing Arab suspicions if they appeared to become operating too closely. Abdullah, in particular, was ever ready to sow the seeds of distrust. In October, when urging the dispatch of a force to save Rabig, he had complained to the French, "What the British fear is not Moslem opinion, but that you will come in their train. The capture of Baghdad by the British in March caused a fresh access of mistrust, and Abdullah accused the British of breaking faith with the Sheriff. But the Arabs were even more mistrustful of the French efforts to establish a political and commercial footing in the Hejaz, and showed an amusing aptitude in frustrating them. A fresh source of trouble for both had arisen through Hussein's action at the end of October 1916, in proclaiming himself king of the Arab nation. Both British and French were taken completely by surprise, and both found it equally unpalatable. For the French, it was an obvious challenge to their future intentions in Syria. To the British, it was not merely distasteful from the point of view of ultimate policy, but had the immediate practical disadvantage of offering offense to the other great Arab chiefs, especially Ibn Sa'd, and so being likely to turn them against both Hussein and the British. The High Commissioner in Egypt had promptly telegraphed Hussein to express disapproval. The French and British governments in accord followed this up by delivering similar notes. They were willing to recognize him as king of the Hejaz and as chief of the Arab population in revolt against the Turks. But to find a suitable form of address proved a worse difficulty because of the various senses attached to the word Jala. The French pointed out that it had the meaning of majesty and was employed by them in addressing the Sultan of Morocco. As the British had refused this to the Sultan of Egypt, they did not like to cause trouble by granting it to Hussein, and their attitude was interpreted by the French as meaning that they regarded the Hejaz as a British dependency. Eventually, after weeks of agitated correspondence, the British officers were instructed to address him as Your Lordship. It mattered little because there was no exact relationship between Arabic and European words, and common sense soon led both British and French representatives on the spot to modify their instructions accordingly. There were cross-currents also in the military sphere, and undercurrents. Stimulated by the capture of Vier, and anxious to use his large detachment still in waiting at Suez, Brahman sought to win support both in Cairo and on the Arab coast for his project of occupying Aqaba. He found general agreement as to the idea, but polite differences of view when it came to the question of execution. The general staff in Egypt had no more desire to send a force to Aqaba than formerly to Raybek. Faisal, whom he visited at Ray on January Gist, had no desire to see a Franco-British force at Aqaba. When Brahman spoke of the place being lightly held, Faisal neatly turned the argument into a reinforcement for his own reply that he could and would undertake the capture of Aqaba without European aid. Faisal's army coming back into Yanbo. December 1916. The triumphant entry into Aqaba. July 1917. Brahman had already seen Lawrence in Cairo and had tried to enlist his support. He had only succeeded in arousing Lawrence's suspicion of his ulterior motive. A Franco-British force at Aqaba might be as great a barrier as a hostile Sirhan to his aim of spreading the Arab revolt into Syria. Hiding his deeper objection, he told Brahman that Aqaba must be taken from the rear, as otherwise the mountain barrier behind it would bottle up any advance from it towards Mayan. Failing to deter the Frenchman by this sound strategic argument, Lawrence hastened back to Wai to warn Faisal before Brahman arrived. He had the pleasure of listening to Faisal's answers to Brahman, and enhanced Brahman's displeasure by his aggravating smile. Balked in his Aqaba design, Brahman was henceforth reduced to fostering the operations against Medina. Doubts of his zeal in this direction had apparently been aroused in France. For Joffre, the commander-in-chief, had recently sent him a telegram saying, "From your telegrams, you seem to fear the taking of Medina by the Arabs, by reason of the encouragement that it will give to their aims in Syria." This attitude, already known to the English and to the Sheriff, is likely to give rise to the belief that we are trying to go back on our agreements, and may have serious consequences for the development of our action in the Levant. It is essential, therefore, that your attitude should not lend itself to such an interpretation. No, but by one of the sublime ironies of human affairs, this reluctance to achieve the capture of Medina was now to be shared by the man most opposite to Bourmond, although for very different reasons. Lawrence's new attitude was due partly to a fear that the Turks, ejected from Medina, would be able to strengthen their hold on Syria, and thus check the spread of revolt there. It was due also to the growth of a new theory of war in his mind, which rejected and reversed the theory of the French, and also the British, official school of war. Its growth coincided with a change in the military situation. Under the impulsion of Britain's new Prime Minister, the initiative against Turkey was at last to be regained. Immediately he came into office in early December, Mr. Lloyd George pressed for an offensive campaign in the East with a view to some striking success, economically one, that would enhearten the Allied peoples, wearied by the drab slaughter of the Somme. Sir William Robertson did his utmost to resist this demand, an affront to his sacred principle of concentration at the decisive spot, and his resistance stiffened when Murray asked what force he would need to press his advance beyond El Arish over the frontier, suggested that he would like 2 additional divisions, if they could be lent to him temporarily. Robertson replied to Murray on December 12th that the Prime Minister wishes you to make the maximum possible effort during the winter, but added himself that no further troops could be sent until the winter was over. A telegram from Murray next day showed that he had reckoned on using 3 of the possible divisions for passive defense of his communication. On December 15th, Robertson instructed him to be as aggressive as possible with the troops at your disposal subject to your main mission of defending Egypt, and added that he did not quite understand why, when Murray had occupied El Arish and cleared the enemy from Sinai, it should be necessary to keep so large a proportion on the lines of communication. The question seems pertinent when we compare this estimate with the far smaller force that the Turks allotted to guard their far longer lines of communication against an omnipresent threat. When this new impulse came from home, Murray's preparations to occupy El Arish were almost completed. They had certainly been long in maturing. In his truly excellent history of the Palestine campaign, General Wavell, himself an eminent professional soldier, remarks, "The lines of communication organized for the advance across Sinai were a typically British piece of work. Slow, very expensive, immensely solid. The famous epigram of Tacitus on the Romans, 'They make a desert and call it peace,' might aptly be inverted for this British advance. They turn the desert into a workshop and call it war." It is claimed that it was Sir Archibald Murray's foresight in basing the advance from the first on so broad a foundation as the standard gauge railway and 12-inch pipeline, which made possible the subsequent drive of the army up to and beyond the gates of Aleppo. But this drive did not take place until 20 months later, thus allowing a somewhat long interval in which any defects of a more rapid preparation in 1916 could have been remedied. And in the original advance, which at last began at the end of 1916, solidity did not suffice to prevent a check. Elaborate water arrangements delayed the pounce on El Arish until December 20th. Then, just when all was ready, the enemy withdrew. An empty town was occupied on the morning of the 21st. The garrison of this Turkish outpost, 1,600 strong, had fallen back on the fortified posts of Magdaba and Rafah. The former, which lay inland, and was thus a threat to the flank of any further advance, was captured by Chauvel's mounted force on the 23rd, after the garrison had put up a fight so stout that Chauvel, fearing lest he might be held there without water, had actually issued orders for a withdrawal just as the defenders began to give way. The railway was pushed forward across the 20 miles to El Arish by January 4th, a contrast to the previous rate of progress. On the evening of the 8th, Chetwode advanced against Rafah with Chauvel's force and an additional brigade. He surrounded the Turkish position soon after dawn, but the curious course of the Maghdaba fight was here repeated. In the afternoon, orders for a withdrawal had been issued when, suddenly, before the order could reach them, the men of the New Zealand Mounted Brigade stormed the key of the position. But it was Turkish folly and the false pride of keeping their foot on Egyptian territory which had provided the British the chance of bringing off these two coups. Kress von Kressenstein had vainly urged the withdrawal of these outlying garrisons to the main Gaza-Beersheba line of defense, and the loss of over 3,000 men seriously diminished the already weak garrison of this position. To meet the advance of 3 British infantry divisions and 2 mounted divisions, the Turks had only 1 weak division and the remains of a second, and they suffered a continual drain from Arab desertions, an effect which may justly be counted an indirect credit to the revolt in the Hejaz. A 3rd weak division was brought down by the Turks in February, during the lull of nearly 3 months that followed the British advance to Rafah. But even so, they could oppose only some 13,000 fighting men, rifles and sabers, necessarily scattered, to the 40,000 of the British. Thus, there was the prospect of the big success that the British government desired. It was important, however, that no large reinforcements should reach the Turks. 3 weak divisions were holding down the restless Arabs in Syria, and at the most one of these might be spared. But in Arabia there was a Turkish force, almost as strong as that which faced the British in Palestine. Far stronger indeed, if we count the 3 divisions south of the Hejaz. At present that force was being pinned down at no expense of manpower to the British, save a handful of officers. Such a distraction of the enemy's force from the decisive spot in Palestine should surely have gladdened the heart of the most doctrinaire upholders of the textbook principle of concentration. But if Medina were abandoned and the Turkish forces withdrawn northward, the scales in Palestine would be decisively changed. Early in March, a telegram from Jamal Pasha was intercepted by wireless in Cairo. Only part of it could be deciphered. That part, however, seemed to convey an order for the evacuation of Medina and for the Turkish forces to retire north up the railway in mass. It suggested an order of march, with baggage and headquarters on an accompanying train. The obvious danger to the British plans in Palestine led to an urgent appeal from Cairo to Faisal to take Medina if possible, or otherwise intercept the garrison on its retreat up the rail. A messenger was sent down to Way by a special ship to tell the British mission of the intercepted telegram and urge prompt action. Newcombe was up country, operating against the railway, so Lawrence took the responsibility of urging instant action. To meet the appeal, Faisal hastened to move forward detachments to a chain of 4 advanced bases near the railway, against which the raids were now multiplied. And Lawrence himself decided to set out for the Wadi Ais to spur Abdullah to attack Medina as the General Staff desired. He was ill with dysentery at the time the message came from Clayton, but he refused to let his weakness balk him, and he set out with a small escort of mixed tribesmen on the long camel ride through the hills. But the effort taxed his strength so hardly that he could scarcely keep his seat, and twice suffered from fainting fits. In this pitiable state, his mind was haunted by the ever-present thought that he might collapse completely on the way and be handed over to the worse than unmedical care of the desert tribesmen, his mission unfulfilled. Faisal's Agale bodyguard. January 1917. To add to these physical and mental trials, at the first evening's halt a quarrel occurred among the party in which one of them, a Moor, murdered an Ajali. It was settled with primitive justice by an informal court-martial on the murderer. The other Ajali demanded the desert law of blood for blood, and Lawrence in vain tried to dissuade them. Finally, seeing that if balked they would take vengeance privately, which would start a new blood feud, Lawrence forced himself to carry out the summary execution of the murderer, shooting him with his own hand. Somehow, He scarcely knew how. Lawrence succeeded in holding out against his weakness until Abdullah's camp was reached on March 13th. There he delivered his message and then staggered to a tent, where he lay 10 days recovering his strength. As his head cleared, while still too weak to be on his legs, he had time to think. More time than he had ever had since the revolt began, and with experience behind him on which he could reason. His thoughts went back to the many books of military theory he had read in pre-war days. They worked forward from these to the actual conditions of the campaign in which he was engaged. The contrast between that theory and present reality were so great that, gradually, startling new ideas took form in his mind, ideas that would be revolutionary in effect. Chapter 9. Martial Reveries. March 1917. In 1757, Marshal Saxe's Reveries on the Art of War was published posthumously. The book became a military classic of the 18th century. It was translated into English in the very year of its publication. Its immediate success may have owed something to Saxe's fame as a commander, the man who had beaten the English in Flanders. But it owed more to the originality of Saxe's military ideas, which had already made their mark in the actual practice of war. Now, more developed in his book, and generating a greater force, they came like a shattering blast to the encrusted conventions of his time. In an age of regularity, he introduced irregularity as a lever. In an age of immobility, he coiled the spring of a new mobility. In an age of professional pedantry, he showed more freedom from custom, and more of the scientific spirit of inquiry than any of the generals of the French Revolution, who were able to operate in much freer conditions. He was, perhaps, fortunate to be not only Maurice of Saxony, but the most successful of all the marshals of the century. He certainly showed discretion in withholding publication of his Reveries until after his death, for his manner of criticism was no less devastating than his proposals. He prefaced them by the remark, "War is a science so obscure and imperfect that custom and prejudice, confirmed by ignorance, are its sole foundation and support." He described the prevailing theory of war and its sacrosanct dogmas as no better than maxims blindly adopted, without any examination of the principles on which they were founded. Our present practice is nothing mere than a passive compliance with received customs, to the grounds of which we are absolute strangers. Nay, in seeking to rescue his successors from the bondage of convention which had reduced 18th century warfare to a draft-board formality, he saw that the conditions which produced immobility and rigidity must first be remedied. And he saw most of the ways in which to remedy them, though not all of his ideas were applied even in the wars of the Revolution. Some waited for the 20th century. In his dictum that the whole secret of the art of war rests in the legs and not in the arms, he anticipated Napoleon's well-known saying that his victories were won by the legs of his soldiers. Saxe also saw, like Sherman in Georgia, and in contrast to Napoleon and his 19th century disciples, that there is a limit determined by mobility to what one may call the economic size of any particular army, and that the effective strength of an army may cease to increase when its numbers cause a decline in mobility, unless it is engaged in passive defense or is within fortified lines. Saxe declared that a general of parts, with an army of such economic size, would be able to dominate an enemy double the size, for multitudes serve only to perplex and embarrass. The army of his dream took its inspiration from the Roman legion, that remarkable blend of strength with flexibility. But he did more than merely adapt this to the 18th century conditions, suggesting innumerable improvements in armament, equipment, and tactics, all tending to develop the power of maneuver and apply fire in maneuver, especially through releasing the independent action of the individual. In particular, he proposed to cut down transport and rid himself of the encumbrances of magazines. But the significance of Saxe's legionary organization was greater as a whole than in its parts. For here in embryo was the divisional system, the organization of an army in separate divisions capable of moving and acting independently. It meant that an army, hitherto a limbless trunk, grew arms with which it could grip the enemy at different points while it struck him at others. Through this, above all, strategy was to be revolutionized in the Wars of the Revolution. Sax was no less creative when he passed on from these branches of an army to what Liddell styled the sublime branches of the Arctic of war dining roll. And here, while his bum teaching is distinguished by its variety, yet continuity of ideas on the central arte dingle of playing upon the enemy commander's mind, upsetting his balance and dislocating his dispositions. When in his imaginary cases, one can trace Napoleonic combinations in embryo mingled with a Hannibalic guile. Every plan hides a trap. Sax's fame was obscured, and his influence thereby diminished by the spectacular successes that Frederick the Great achieved so soon after his death. Victories that, for all their brilliance, brought Frederick to the verge of ruin and cast the shadow of bankruptcy over a strategy which, in its pursuit of decisive battle, lost sight of the goal of war. As a creative military mind, Frederick's cannot compare with Sax's. It is an irony of history, and also a tragedy, that his reputation should have overshadowed Sax's. But, in France, at least, and by his criticism, no less than his construction, Sax paved the way for that renaissance of military thought, which in turn, through the more developed ideas of men like Bourset and Guibert, gave birth to what is erroneously termed the Napoleonic method. Napoleon certainly applied it within the limits of his understanding. He did not create it. In the glare of his triumphs, however, the source of his system was lost to sight. Nor was that all. The very system itself, that was the source of his success, became obscured, first, by his gradual distortion of it. The difference between the system to which he was the fortunate heir, and the theory which became his legacy, might be expressed by drawing a distinction between Bonaparte and Napoleon. General Bonaparte applied a theory that created an empire for him. The Emperor Napoleon developed a practice which wrecked his empire. It wrecked other empires a century later. From 1806 onwards, the superiority of numbers which Napoleon enjoyed from the vast resources of imperial power had a growing influence on his conduct of war. If he still exploited mobility, he unconsciously pinned his faith to mass and subordinated his art to his weight. In his campaigns after Jena, he was too apt to rush at his opponents, confident that his machine would crush them if he could only bring them to battle. His victories were won less by surprise than by sheer offensive power, expressed in his new artillery tactics of a massed concentration of guns to blast a selected spot. At Eylau he suffered a check, and at Aspern his first defeat. His victories, moreover, were purchased at a cost which caused an increasing drain on his military bank balance of manpower. The intoxication of success had upset his balance of mind. In 1813, his bankruptcy was declared, and in 1815, an undischarged bankrupt, in debt again, went to serve his sentence at St. Helena, a world debtor's prison. He paid the penalty of violating the law of economy of force, which depends on mobility and surprise. The new mobility, as conceived by Sax, Bourset, and Guibert, had the purpose of concentrating superior strength against the enemy's weak points, of concentrating it unexpectedly at vital points that the enemy had been deceived into weakening. It was abused when employed merely to form a superior mass, to multiply numbers at unweakened points. The true virtue of the new power of mobile concentration lay in its variability, not in its density. It meant the power to shuffle a hand so deftly that a trump could always be produced at the critical point, not merely a quickened power to assemble a hand. But Napoleon had tended increasingly to forget his early sleight of hand, and to rely on the hand that fortune dealt him, trusting in the mere strength of his cards. Thus he lost points, and finally the rubber. The lesson was lost on the generations that followed, blinded by the glamour of his colossal gambit. The original Napoleonic system was obscured by the Napoleonic legend. In this darkening of military thought, there developed a swing of the pendulum back to immobility, due to the new theory of mass, on which fresh weights were piled by Napoleon's disciples, beginning with Clausewitz and culminating with Foch. Gathering momentum, the pendulum continued with fatal force until it crashed on the hard realities of 1914 and buried itself in the immovable trenches of the Western Front, from which it was only extracted after 4 years of effort that left Europe exhausted. Only in the East, especially the Middle East, was mobility given opportunity, and the opportunity taken. There, more significantly, arose a new and extreme theory of mobility, which was applied with dramatic success and had a far-reaching effect in irregular warfare. But it has also a message for regular warfare of still greater potential range. That theory evolved from the reveries of Lawrence as he lay on his sick bed in Abdullah's camp. His thoughts traveled back to the military books he had read while at Oxford. They were an astonishingly wide collection for a man whose main interests were medieval architecture and pottery, a far wider course of study than almost any regular soldier had undertaken, certainly in England. He began when about 15 or 16, on what he calls the usual school boy stuff. Creasy's 15 Decisive Battles of the World, Napier's History of the War in the Peninsula, Coxey's Marlborough, Mahan's Influence of Sea, Power on History, Henderson's Stonewall, Jackson. Tough matter for a schoolboy's digestion, and Henderson was the bounds of many a staff college student's horizon. Mixed with these, Lawrence read many technical treatises on castle building and sieges, old ones such as Procopius, Vegetius, and about Demetrius Poliorcetes. A little later, he came to Clausewitz and his school, to Kiemerer and Moltke, Goltz, and some of the post-1870 French military writers. These seemed to him very partial books, even Clausewitz, and so, being dissatisfied, he worked back to Napoleon himself. On the way, he had a look at Jomini and Wiesen, and in the latter at least struck a definition of strategy that made a deep impression: the study of communication. Then he was drawn, through reading a French study of Napoleon's Italian campaign, to browse in Napoleon's correspondence, a series of 32 volumes. This had inspired Lawrence with a desire to study the textbooks that Napoleon himself had studied. Thus he came to Guibert, and, going a step further back, to Bourset and Saxe. So far as I have discovered, there is only one copy in England of Bourset's treatise, and that lies in the War Office Library. This, like other rare books, Lawrence tracked down through the advice of Reginald Lane Poole, my most unpontifical official tutor at Oxford, who had read every book and remembered the best ones. These writers pleased Lawrence because he found broader principles in them. Saxe stayed in his mind, yet at the back of his mind. Later, Lawrence would regard Saxe as the greatest master of his kind of war, but that they was after Lawrence himself had made war and gained practical experience. At the time he felt that Clausewitz was intellectually so much the master of them all that unwillingly I had come to believe in him. Apart from this intellectual interest in the theory of war, Lawrence had studied quite a number of battlefields, mainly for the interest of recreating them on maps. Beginning with sieges directly related to his pursuit of castles, He had tried to get an idea of the bigger movements. He had visited Rocroi, Cray, Agincourt, Malplaquet, Sedan, and one or two other battlefields of 1870. He also saw Valmy and its neighborhood, and tried to refight the whole of Marlborough's wars then. When he went to Syria, he followed step by step the campaigns of the Crusaders. But these excursions were not undertaken with any conscious purpose of fitting himself for future command, nor was his reading. My interests were only in pure theory. I looked everywhere for the metaphysical side, the philosophy of war, about which I thought a little for some years. Now, in an unforeseen way, he had been drawn into action, and found himself, unfortunately, as much in charge of the campaign as I pleased. In such circumstances, the clear-thinking man is often more handicapped than the purely instinctive man, or at least more conscious of his handicap, when suddenly called on to practice what he has casually thought about as a pastime. The strangeness of direct contact with an activity familiar at second hand makes him acutely aware of his own deficiencies of training. He is apt to exaggerate the proficiency of fellow workers whose air of naturalness in the little things they are used to doing effectively conceals from him, for a time, their limitations in that sphere outside the familiar routine that they fulfill without recollection. But if he continues, and has leisure to reflect, his greater capacity for thought may provide an impulse to clear the ground of accumulated debris, and achieve a new construction on his wider foundations of study, which he can now check by personal experience of actual conditions. Plunged suddenly into action at Yambo, Lawrence's immersion had been too complete hitherto for him to rise to the surface and get his head above water. Now, however, enforced inactivity served him as a life-buoy. It is true that after his first visit in October, he had written a reasoned appreciation of the situation which showed a masterly treatment of the immediate problem. But there had been no time until now to ponder the course of future action, or develop a theory on which to act. His thought retraced the course of the campaign in the Hejaz from the time that Raybeg had seemed in imminent peril. The professional soldiers had put their fingers on Raybeg as the key of Mecca, and had urged the importance of holding it. None of them, British or French, had regarded the Bedouin as of any value in defending it, or any other fixed position. The course of events had justified their view. Yet he himself, with no professional reputation to lose, had reported that the tribesmen, if strengthened by light machine guns and regular officers as advisors, should be able to hold up the Turks indefinitely, while the Arab regular force was being created. The issue, paradoxically, had justified his view also. Although the Arabs had given way whenever attacked, Raybeg was still intact. This might be sheer luck. Indeed, the Turks had given his appreciation a rude shock by breaking through the belt of hills that he had deemed impregnable. Yet their advance, with its worst obstacles past, had petered out. True, it might certainly have been renewed and have reached Raybeg if Faisal had not suddenly moved away and produced a threat to the Turks' communications that had sent them scurrying back. Perhaps it had been the mere prospect of this threat that had made them hesitate so long in their advance on Mecca. Even so, it looked as if this failure to reach Raybeg, when they began advancing, might be largely explained by the distance they had had to travel, by the 140 miles that separated Raybeg from Medina. So long as the Arabs had space to fall back, their delaying power might be equivalent to defensive power, and they could have the advantage of unlimited space so long as they had no vital point to cover. That advantage was possible with a nomadic people, hence a farther argument for transferring operations northwards. The virtue of irregulars lay in depth, not in force, but merely to delay the enemy and prevent them from winning was not enough, according to the textbooks. Field service regulations said that the defensive attitude must be assumed only in order to obtain or create a favorable opportunity for decisive offensive action. This meant that the Arab tribal forces could be only a strategic stop. gap until the Arab regular force was ready for action. Irregulars would not attack positions, and so they seemed to be incapable of forcing a decision. S was almost inevitable in view of the general course of military thinking since Napoleon. We all looked only to the regulars to win the war. We were obsessed by the dictum of Foch that the ethic of modern war is to seek for the enemy's army, his center of power, and destroy it in battle. Nyong. That was the purpose which Lawrence had come all the way from Way to persuade Abdullah to attempt. The Medina garrison must be destroyed. But how was it to be done? Spurred on by the urgent appeal from Cairo, he had set out from Way to carry the message without pausing to think out its implications. But now in his tent, with the fever subsiding, he could cogitate the problem at leisure, as far as the flies permitted. His mission began to seem rather unreal, if it had a spice of humor. Lawrence sought to find, and it was not easy to find, an immediate equation between my book reading and our present movements. However, the books gave me the aim of war quite pat, the destruction of the organized forces of the enemy by the one process, battle. Victory could only be purchased by blood. This was a hard saying for us, as the Arabs had no organized forces, and so a Turkish Foch would have no aim, and the Arabs would not endure casualties, so that an Arab Clausewitz could not buy his victory. These wise men must be talking metaphors, for we were indubitably winning our war. And as I thought about it, it dawned on me that we had won the Hejaz War. We were in occupation of 99% of the Hejaz. The Turks were welcome to the other fraction till peace or doomsday showed them the futility of clinging to our window pane. Now, it was a satisfying thought and a surprising one, yet the more he turned it over in his mind, the clearer it shone. But then what about Medina? And the answer flashed out from reflection. Why bother about Medina? Even if it could be captured, which was clearly impossible with present means, what would be the good of capturing it? Indeed, here was a further thought. Would it not be harmful to do so? It was no base to us, like Reb, no threat to the Turks, like Y, just a blind alley for both. The Turks sat in it on the defensive, immobile, eating for food the transport animals which were to have moved them to Mecca, but for which there was no pasture in their now restricted lines. They were harmless sitting there. If we took them prisoners, they would cost us food and guards in Egypt. If we drove them northward into Syria, they would join the main army blocking us in Sinai. On all counts, they were best where they were, and they valued Medina and wanted to keep it. Let them! This seemed unlike the ritual of war of which Foch had been priest, and so I began to hope that there was a difference of kind between him and us. He called his modern war absolute. In it, two nations professing incompatible philosophies set out to try them in the light of force. A struggle of two immaterial philosophies could only end when the supporters of one had no more means of resistance. An opinion can be argued with, a conviction is best shot. The logical end of a war of creeds is the final destruction of one, and Salambo, the classical textbook, instance. Foch seemed to have gone back to the old wars of religion. His philosophy might apply to the struggle between France and Germany, but not to the British attitude, for all efforts to make our men hate the enemy just made them hate war. Moreover, any war that stopped short of the extermination of the enemy people, as even the World War would, obviously fell short of the Foch ideal. Thus, although Foch and his fellows of the 19th century school of military thought talked as if absolute war was only kind, Lawrence now began to realize that it was only a variety of war, and I could then see other sorts, as Clausewitz had numbered them: personal wars for dynastic reasons, expulsive wars for party reasons, commercial wars for trading reasons. Then I thought of the Arab aim and saw that it was geographical, to occupy all Arabic-speaking lands in Asia. In the doing of it, we might kill Turks. We disliked them very much. Yet, killing Turks would never be an excuse or aim. If they would go quietly, our war would end. If not, we would try to drive them out. In the last resort, we would be compelled to the desperate course of blood, on the maxim of murder war, but as cheaply as possible for ourselves. Since the Arabs were fighting for freedom, a pleasure only to be tasted by a man alive. No. This new realization of the narrow horizon of the accepted teachers of the 19th century, the men who had formulated the doctrines which the armies of Europe were now trying to carry out, with rather poor result, led Lawrence's thought back to those 18th century teachers, whose broader principles had long ago impressed him. It gave him a new appreciation of Saxe in particular, and of those reveries which Carlyle, the devotee of Frederick, had scornfully dismissed as a strange military farrago, dictated, as I should think, under opium. If Lawrence had ever had any inclination to accept such a verdict, he lost it now. Through experience, he now saw Saxe, not as a dreamer, but as a supreme realist. It was Saxe, he remembered, who had written, "I am not in favor of giving battle, especially at the outset of a war. I am even convinced that an able general can wage war his whole life without being compelled to do so." Foch had held Saxe up to ridicule for that remark, contrasting it with Napoleon's remark in 1806. "There is nothing I desire so much as a great battle." In scornful comment, Foch had added, "The one wants to avoid battle his whole life. The other demands it at the first opportunity." Nah. Lawrence, freed by contact with experience from the metaphysical spell of Clausewitz, could now appreciate Saxe's practical point of view. He saw that Saxe had kept his mind on the ultimate aim of war, to which battle is only a means. Saxe himself had fought several battles, all victories. But he did not fight battles for battle's sake, like Napoleon and his heirs were inclined to do. Lawrence began to wonder whether, having been compelled to cut adrift from Foch's theory, he could not instead apply Saxe, where Foch's had, obviously, no relation to the actual conditions. Saxe's might be adapted. It was Saxe who had remarked, "There is more address in making bad dispositions than is commonly imagined, provided that they are intentional, and so formed as to admit of being instantaneously converted into good ones. Nothing can more confound an enemy, who has been anticipating a victory, than a stratagem of this kind." The remark might have been coined to fit the Hejaz campaign. So long as the Arabs had been concentrated in face of die Turks, the scales had turned against them. Once they began to stretch out, it had turned the other way. And the more they had become separated, the worse had become their enemies' plight. Lawrence now turned to study his future problem in this new light. My personal duty was command, and I began to unravel command and analyze it, both from the point of view of strategy, the aim of war, the synoptic regard which sees everything by the standard of the whole, and from the point of view called tactics, the means towards the strategic end, the steps of its staircase. In each I found the same elements, one algebraical, one biological, a third psychological. The first seemed a pure science, subject to the laws of mathematics, without humanity. It dealt with known invariables, fixed conditions, space and time, inorganic things like hills, and climate, and railways, with mankind in tight masses, too great for individual variety, with all artificial aids, and the extensions given our faculties by mechanical invention. It was essentially formidable. Nodni. In the Arab case, the algebraic factor would take first account of the area we wished to conquer, and I began idly to calculate how many square miles. Perhaps 140,000. And how would the Turks defend all that? No doubt by a trench line across the bottom, if we were an army attacking with banners displayed. But suppose we were an influence, as we might be, an idea, a thing invulnerable, intangible, without front or back, drifting about like gas. Armies were like plants, immobile as a whole, firm-rooted, nourished through long stems to the head. We might be a vapor, blowing where we listed. Our kingdoms lay in each man's mind, and as we wanted nothing material to live on, so perhaps we offered nothing material to the killing. It seemed a regular soldier might be helpless without a target. He would own the ground he sat on, and what he could poke his rifle at. Then I estimated how many posts they would need to contain this attack in depth. Sedition putting up her head in every unoccupied one of these 100,000 square miles. I knew the Turkish army inside and out, and allowing for its recent extension of faculty by guns and aeroplanes and armored trains. Still, it seemed it would have need of a fortified post every 4 square miles, and a post could not be less than 20 men. The Turks would need 600,000 men to meet the combined ill wills of all the local Arab people. They had 100,000 men available. It seemed the assets in this part of command were ours, and climate, railways, deserts, technical weapons could also be attached to our interests, if we realized our raw materials and were apt with. The Turk was stupid and would believe that rebellion was absolute, like war, and deal with it on the analogy of absolute warfare. Analogy is fudge, anyhow, and to make war upon rebellion is messy and slow, like eating soup with a knife. Captain Lawrence, early in 1917. So much for the mathematical element, which I annoyed the others by calling hecast. The second factor was biological, the breaking point, life and death, or better, wear and tear. Bionomics seemed a good name for it. The war philosophers had properly made it an art, and had elevated one item in it, effusion of blood, to the height of a principle. It became humanity in battle and art touching every side of our corporal being and very warm. There was a line of variability, man, running through all its estimates. Its components were sensitive and illogical, and generals guarded themselves by the device of a reserve, the significant medium of their art. Galtz had said that when you know the enemy's strength, and he is fully deployed, then you know enough to dispense with a reserve. This is never. There's always the possibility of accident, of some eyall in materials, present in the general's mind, and the reserve is unconsciously held to meet it. There is a felt element in troops, not expressible in figures, guessed at by the equivalent of Atala in Plato, and the greatest commander is he whose intuitions most nearly happen. 9/10 of tactics are certain, and taught in books, but the irrational 10th is like the kingfisher lashing across the pool, and that is the test of generals. It can only be ensued by instinct, sharpened by thought, practicing the stroke so often that at the crisis it is as natural as a reflex. Yet, to limit the art to humanity seemed to me an undue narrowing down. It must apply to materials as much as to organisms. In the Turkish army, materials were scarce and precious, men more plentiful than equipment. Consequently, our cue should be to destroy not the army, but the materials. The death of a Turkish bridge or rail, machine or gun, or high explosive was more profitable to us than the death of a Turk. The Arab army just now was equally carry of men and materials. Of men, because they being irregulars were not units, but individuals. And an individual casualty is like a pebble dropped in water. Each may make only a brief hole, but rings of sorrow widen out from them. We could not afford casualties. Materials were easier to deal with and put straight. It was our obvious duty to make ourselves superior in some one branch, gun cotton or machine guns, or whatever could be made most decisive. Foch had laid down the maxim, applying it to men, of being superior at the critical point and moment of attack. We might apply it to materials and be superior in equipment in one dominant moment or respect. For both men and things, we might try to give Foch's doctrine a negative twisted side, for cheapness' sake, and be weaker than the enemy everywhere except in one point or matter. Most wars are wars of contact, both forces striving to keep in touch to avoid tactical surprise. Our war should be a war of detachment, We were to contain the enemy by the silent threat of a vast unknown desert, not disclosing ourselves till the moment of attack. This attack need be only nominal, directed not against his men, but against his materials. So it should not seek for his main strength or his weaknesses, but for his most accessible material. In railway cutting, this would be usually an empty stretch of rail. That was a tactical success. We might turn the average into a rule, not a law. War is antinomian, said Colin, and at length we developed an unconscious habit of never engaging the enemy at all. This chimed with the numerical plea of never giving the enemy soldier a target. Many Turks on our front had no chance all the war to fire a shot at us, and correspondingly, we were never on the defensive, except by a rare accident. The corollary of such a rule was perfect intelligence, so that we could plan in complete certainty. The chief agent had to be the general's head, de Fouquier said this first, and his knowledge had to be faultless, leaving no room for chance. We took more pains in this service than any other staff I saw. The third factor in command seemed to be the psychological, that science, Xenophon called it diethetic, of which our propaganda is a stained and ignoble part. Some of it concerns the crowd, the adjustment of spirit to the point where it becomes fit to exploit in action, the prearrangement of a changing opinion to a certain end. Some of it deals with individuals, and then it becomes a rare art of human kindness, transcending by purposeful emotion the gradual logical sequence of our minds. It considers the capacity for mood of our men, their complexities and mutability, and the cultivation of what in them profits the intention. We had to arrange their minds in order to battle, just as carefully and as formally as other officers arranged their bodies. And not only our own men's minds, though them first, the minds of the enemy, so far as we could reach them. And thirdly, the mind of the nation supporting us behind the firing line, and the mind of the hostile nation waiting the verdict, and the neutrals looking on. It was the ethical in war, and the process on which we mainly depended for victory on the Arab front. The printing press is the greatest weapon in the armory of the modern command, and we, being amateurs in the art of command, began our war in the atmosphere of the 20th century, and thought of our weapons without prejudice, not distinguishing one from another socially. The regular officer has the tradition of 40 generations of serving soldiers behind him, and to him the old weapons are the most honored. We had seldom to concern ourselves with what our men did, but much with what they thought, and to us the diethetic was more than half command. In Europe, it was set a little aside and entrusted to men outside the general staff. In Asia, we were so weak physically that we could not let the metaphysical weapon rust unused. We had won a province when we had taught the civilians in it to die for our ideal of freedom. The presence or absence of the enemy was a secondary matter. These reasonings showed me that the idea of assaulting Medina, or even of starving it quickly into surrender, was not in accord with our best strategy. We wanted the enemy to stay in Medina and in every other harmless place in the largest numbers. The factor of food would eventually confine him to the railways, but he was welcome to the Hejaz Railway, and the Trans-Jordan Railway, and the Palestine and Damascus and Aleppo railways for the duration of the war, so long as he gave us the other 999,000ths of the Arab world, if he showed a disposition to evacuate too soon, as a step to concentrating in the small area which his numbers could dominate effectively, then we would have to try and restore his confidence, not harshly, but by reducing our enterprises against him. Our ideal was to keep his railways just working, but only just, with the maximum of loss and discomfort to him. The Arab War was geographical, and the Turkish army for us an accident, not a target. Our aim was to seek its weakest link, and bear only on that till time made the mass of it fall. Our largest available resources were the tribesmen, men quite unused to formal warfare, whose assets were movement, endurance, individual intelligence, knowledge of the country, courage. We must impose the longest possible passive defense on the Turks, this being the most materially expensive form of war, by extending our own front to its maximum. Tactically, we must develop a highly mobile, highly equipped type of army, of the smallest size, and use it successively at distributed points of the Turkish line, to make the Turks reinforce their occupying posts beyond the economic minimum of 20 men. The power of this striking force of ours would not be reckoned merely by its strength. The ratio between number and area determined the character of the war, and by having 5 times the mobility of the Turks, we could be on terms with them with 1/5 their number. Our success was certain to be proved by paper and pencil as soon as the proportion of space and number had been learned. The contest was not physical, but mineral, and so battles were a mistake. All we won in a battle was the ammunition the enemy fired off. Our victory lay not in battles, but in occupying square miles of country. Napoleon had said it was rare to find generals willing to fight battles. The curse of this war was that so few could do anything else. Napoleon had spoken in angry reaction against the excessive finesse of the 18th century, when men almost forgot that war gave license to murder. We had been swinging out on his dictum for 100 years, and it was time to go back a bit again. Battles are impositions on the side which believes itself weaker, made unavoidable either by lack of land room or by the need to defend a material property dearer than the lives of soldiers. We had nothing material to lose, so we were to defend nothing and to shoot nothing. The precious element of our forces were the Bedouin irregulars, and not the regulars whose role would only be to occupy places to which the irregulars had already given access. Our cards were speed and time, not hitting power, and these gave us strategical rather than tactical strength. Range is more to strategy than force. The invention of bully beef has modified land war more profoundly than the invention of gunpowder. 1. Here, set out in his own words, we have the new theory of irregular warfare as it took form in Lawrence's mind. To paraphrase would be an impertinence, and also an injury to knowledge. For even though one may have come by a different road, through larger fields of war, to a view of war wherein Sachs developed and Lawrence adapted would fit the picture of regular warfare, no similarity of view would justify the attempt to gild the lily, to interpret, with less command of words, what is so lucent as to repel the loan of a lens. No one could dare to improve Lawrence's exposition of the theory that took form, if not perhaps final form, during his reveries in the Wadi Ais. It is, however, in the light of that exposition that we should interpret Lawrence's initiative in the events that followed. 1. Anyone who is interested in the pre-war source of Lawrence's military ideas will find a fuller study of them in my book, The Ghost of Napoleon, published in 1933. Chapter 10. Spreading the Infection. April-June 1917. Lawrence raids the railway from Abdullah's camp. He returns to Faisal's camp to find a plan in development for a narrowly concentrated attack on the railway. Disliking this plan, he privately concerts a long-range alternative. He sets off with a few Arab chiefs on a ride to the Syrian desert. While a force is being raised in the Sirhan, Lawrence makes a still more daring ride through Syria itself past Baalbek and Damascus. As soon as Lawrence was well enough, he began to discuss future action with Abdullah. Instead of suggesting an attack on the Medina garrison, still safely there, he proposed a series of raids on the railway, and offered to show the way himself. The kind he had in mind would be enough to annoy the enemy without making him fear its final destruction. But he found that he had no need to dissuade Abdullah from more severe measures. Abdullah's theory of war seemed to be that the tongue is mightier than the sword, and although he revealed a fluidity of thought that should have pleased Lawrence, it never crystallized into positive action. He was certainly full of projects. In a conversation on March 20th with Lawrence and Captain Raho, an officer from French Africa, he spoke of moving into the Yemeni to free it from the Turkish yoke, but apparently it was only another of his verbal smoke screens to hide his real intention of sitting still. He was, however, definite in rejecting French demands for a bombardment of Medina, saying that he would reduce it by famine. From Lawrence's new point of view, Abdullah's evasions were most reassuring. They were also a practical confirmation that his new theory was in accord with reality. There was, however, among Abdullah's assistants a more energetic warrior in Sheriff Shakir, a very centaur on horseback, who, despite great wealth, affected a nomadic simplicity of life to match his reckless disposition. Shakir needed little prompting to make a raid against the railway, and promised to bring 800 or 900 of the Atiba and a mountain gun. Lawrence, although still unfit, went ahead on March 26th with a small advance party, including Ratio, to look for a suitable target. He found it at Abba el Nam, a station garrisoned by some 400 Turks and 25 goats. But when Shakir arrived, he brought only 300 men, too few to storm the station. So Lawrence decided to occupy the attention of the garrison by a direct bombardment, while he aimed to blow up the railway to north and south, and thus trap a train which had halted there. This gave Lawrence the opportunity of laying his first mine. The Martini lock to fire it was a device used by the Boers in South Africa against us. Then he went back to rejoin the force and wait for morning. The action opened by a bombardment of the station. A shell hit the train and caused the engine to uncouple and steam off towards Lawrence's mine. But the charge exploded late, and the crew were allowed the chance of repairing the slight damage to the engine, owing to the sudden disappearance of the machine gunners who had been posted to open fire on. Meantime, Shakir's men, covered by smoke from the burning trucks, had captured 2 of the enemy's outlying posts. But they hesitated to assault the station and retired content, taking some 30 prisoners and leaving a battered station. Map 5. The Northern Theater. Lawrence lost no time in making a fresh effort. He set out again 2 days later from Abdullah's camp with a party of Juhina tribesmen and buried a garland mine near Madari station to catch a train coming north from Medina. This time the train passed over the mine without exploding it, owing apparently to a slight ground subsidence caused by a heavy storm that prevented contact between rail and trigger mechanism. But the failure this time was a relief, not a disappointment to Lawrence. For, when seemingly too late, he had seen that the train was full of women and children who were being evacuated from Medina. Later, when electric mines became the rule, Lawrence, according to other officers, took extreme precautions to avoid wrecking any refugee train, and, if in any doubt as to whether a train contained women and children, gave it the benefit of the doubt. But he also took care to turn this lucky failure to profit. After dark, he went out to reset the mine. Searching for the hair trigger buried in the ballast was hazardous work, and he had visions of blowing up his own party instead. In his report, he remarked, "Laying a garland mine is shaky work, but scrabbling along a line for 100 yards in the ballast looking for a trigger that is connected with 2 powerful charges must be a quite uninsurable occupation." But at last, after an hour, he found the trigger and fixed it afresh. Then he blew up a small bridge and cut the rails at numerous points as a bait for the Turkish breakdown train from Hidia, which duly hurried to the scene and was caught by the mine. Having done something to develop the pinprick strategy, and growing tired of Abdullah's evasions, Lawrence returned to Faisal's camp early in April to preach his new gospel there. Since the move to the advanced bases, the British officers, together with Sharif, Maulud, and a large force of Billy, had been amplifying the attacks on the railway. They were becoming too serious for Lawrence's taste, and looked like becoming more so since more machine guns and even 2 armored cars had arrived. Newcomb was planning to move Faisal's whole force astride the railway near Medainsela and thus cut off Medina definitely. Lawrence, in contrast, now deemed it wiser to restore the Turks' confidence by reducing the enterprises against him, so as to keep him in his present absurd position, all flanks and no front. In detail, I criticized the ruling scheme. To hold a middle point of the railway would be expensive, for the holding force might be threatened from each side. The mixture of Egyptian troops with tribesmen was a moral weakness. If there were professional soldiers present, the Bedouin would stand aside and watch them work. Jealousy, superadded to inefficiency, would be the outcome. Further, the Billy country was very dry, and the maintenance of a large force up by the line was technically difficult. Neither my general reasoning, however, nor my particular objections had much weight. The plans were made, and the preparations advanced. Everyone was too busy with his own work to give me specific authority to launch out on mine. All I gained was a hearing and a qualified admission that my counter-offensive might be a useful diversion. No. What he had in mind was far more than an alternative offensive, I presume. Counter-offensive is a slip of the pen to the one aimed at Medane's Salem. In fulfillment of his theory, his idea was to spread the infection of revolt over as wide a space as possible. That meant spreading it northward, and for this, a more northerly base was needed. His aim thus coincided with the long-cherished project of occupying Aqaba, but with the vital difference that in his design it was to be taken by the Arabs from the interior instead of by a Franco-British force from the sea. Outside Faisal's tented way, the venture was in the true Elizabethan tradition, a privateer's expedition. When it succeeded, authority would hail it with delight and reap its fruits. Later still, official narratives would even refer, disingenuously, to the mission entrusted to Captain Lawrence. But in truth, it was a purely private venture, undertaken without orders, and even without assistance from any British source. Faisal provided the money, camels, stores, and explosives for the scheme. For its execution, Lawrence had found not merely an ally, but a blood brother in Auda, an inverted crusading baron who seemed to have marched straight out of Lawrence's former medieval dream world to greet him. With Auda, he concerted a plan. Accompanied by Sheriff Nazir, as Faisal's deputy, they would set out to find the eastern Hawitat in their spring pastures of the Syrian desert, raise a mobile camel force among them, and bring this down south for an attempt to seize Aqaba by surprise from the east, a pounce on its back. The eastern was the unguarded side, the line of least resistance, the easiest for us. Our march would be an extreme example of a turning movement, since it involved a desert journey of 600 miles to capture a trench within gunfire of our ships. But there was no practicable alternative. Lawrence was convinced that the longest way round would prove the shortest way there. His mind was ever on the mountain wall that towered behind Aqaba and could be so easily used by the Turks to block any advance from a landing. But he also looked beyond to the issue. He had pledged himself to fight for Arab independence, not for the enlargement of the British Empire. The venture was launched on May 9th. It was a small party that Nasir led forth that afternoon. Besides Lawrence and Auda, it included Nisib, who was to be Faisal's envoy to the Syrian peasants, Zeki, a Syrian officer, and an escort of some 20 camelry. Baggage was light. Each man carried a 45-pound bag of flour. As his rations for 6 weeks, there were 6 camel loads of explosive for demolition work en route, and 20,000 pounds in gold to encourage recruiting. The first stage was a short one, to the little fort of Sibail, on the old pilgrim route from Egypt. They started again after dark, toweling more comfortably in the comparative coolness of the night than after a bare 2 hours' rest before dawn they did during the following day. This was a foretaste of ordeals in store. The white sand reflected a cruel glare from the summer sun, and the bare rocks on either side of the path threw off waves of heat that made heads ache and swim. They could have crossed this torrid zone more rapidly, but for the baggage camels, which grazed all day as they went along. Auda, anxious about their poor condition, would not allow them to be hurried. The hours lingered interminably, but relief came at last, when towards evening they reached the oasis of El Kur, where they met Maulud and others. From these they learnt that Sheriff, whom they wanted to meet at their next stopping place, was away on a raid. The news caused them to rest in the shade of the palm trees for a couple of nights, a welcome excuse for some. To townsmen this garden was a memory of the world before we went mad with war and drove ourselves into the desert. To Ada, there was an indecency of exhibition in the plant richness, and he longed for an empty view. So we cut short our second night in paradise, and at 2 in the morning went on up the valley. On the second morning out from El Khor, the narrowing valley converged to precipitous cliffs up which they had to climb by a mere goat tracka, so steep and treacherous that only by dint of pulling and pushing were the camels enabled to reach the top. Even so, they lost 2 camels in the pass. Lawrence himself was suffering from a fresh access of fever, made worse by boils, and was thankful when, dipping down into the sun-sheltered Wadi Jizzle Gorge, they came in sight of Sheriff S. in camp. He was still away, so that they enjoyed 3 more days' rest. During it, Lawrence unwillingly acquired 2 devoted servants. Lying in a daydream, he was suddenly disturbed by an Ajili youth named Dodd, who had come to intercede with him for a beloved friend who was in trouble with the captain of Sheriff S. Agil, and had been sentenced to a beating for his mischief. Lawrence made inquiries, but found the captain of the Agil adamant, and only secured the offer that Bod might take a share all his men Faraj's punishment if he liked. This concession Bod joyfully accepted. Next day, 2 youthful figures, bent with pain, hobbled up to Lawrence and declared themselves his servants. He promptly rejected the offer, whereupon Faraj, not to be spurned, went down on his knees to Nasir in almost girlish appeal that he would soften Lawrence's heart. And in the end, Lawrence accepted Nasir's advice to take them. Sheriff at last arrived, with news of a fresh rail-breaking success, and better still, of new pools of rainwater near the railway. This would shorten our waterless march to Fayr by 50 miles. Next day they left Abu Raga, and had only gone a short way when they sighted 5 or 6 camel riders coming from the direction of the railway. Were they friend or foe? Ada and Lawrence, who were ahead, moved so as to be ready to fire. The doubt was soon quenched, and at the head of the approaching party, Lawrence saw a fair-haired, shaggy, bearded Englishman in tattered uniform. It was Hornby, returning from another of the lone hand expeditions in which he shared the honors with Newcomb. After a greeting and a brief exchange of news, the march was continued. Mile after mile of it lay over a lava field that was trying for the soft feet of the camels, and meant a tediously slow gait for their riders, scorched by the sun overhead but afraid to go faster, lest their mounts should go lame. To add anxiety, the camels were all sick with mange, picked up in the infected ground of Vey. If they were to break down in the forced march that lay ahead, the party would be stranded in the desert. The services of Bod and Faraj now proved a boon by their assiduous care of Lawrence's mount, whose itching face they soothed with butter as an ointment. On the 11th day out from Vey, they at last reached the railway near Dazad, some 50 miles south of Tabuk. A few of the party crawled up a sand peak to reconnoiter it unobserved. To their relief, it looked quiet and deserted, with no sign of the Turkish patrols of which they had been warned. Under Lawrence's guidance, the Agil fixed gun cotton and gelatine charges to the rails and lighted the fuses, while Ada was inspired to poetic improvisation by the thunderous proof of the dynamic power of dynamite. As a parting gesture, they cut 3 telegraph wires, fastened the ends to half a dozen camels, and drove them forward to drag a growing tangle of wire and broken poles behind them, until the accumulated weight brought the camels to a halt. Then we cut them loose and rode in the falling dusk, laughing after the caravan. Now they had come to a vast desert plain, sloping downward to the east, that was called El Hul, the Desolate, because it was so utterly void of the least trace of life. On the 12th day they rode in the teeth of a desert wind of such intensely dry heat that their shriveled lips cracked open and the skin of their faces chapped. For 3 days after Lawrence's throat was so dry that eating was painful, but they pushed on relentlessly, driven by the thought of the next water ahead, and the thought of their fate if they failed. By sunset, they had covered 50 miles, and, starting again, before dawn, at noon reached the well of our desire. For danger of raiding parties, they had to retire to a hidden spot half a mile from the well, putting out sentries. A 14th day's ride over the interminable plain brought them to another pool. On the 15th they sighted a corner of the Great Nephud, the famous belts of sand dunes which cut off Jabal Shammar from the Syrian desert. Palgrave, the Blunts and Gertrude Bell amongst the storied travelers had crossed it, and I begged Otta to bear off a little and let us enter it, and their company. But he growled that men went to the Nephud only of necessity, when riding, and that the son of his father did not raid on a tottering, mangy camel. Our business was to reach our fire alive. So they marched on over monotonous sun, reflecting sand and the still worse stretches of polished mud, stabbed in the eyelids and stabbed in the back of the head, till they nearly swooned from an eddying pain that only relaxed as if to let them store new capacity for suffering. That night, Otta became anxious lest another hot headwind might delay them a 3rd day in the desert, for they had no water left. So they started again earlier than ever, and when morning came the Aegeal dismounted and led their camels on foot to eke out the poor beasts' remaining strength. Lawrence suddenly noticed that one of his men, Gassim, was missing. The loaded camel, riderless, was being led by one of Otta's Hawathat. No one seemed to care much what had happened to Gassim, who, besides being surly, was a stranger from Ma'an. The man's own road fellow was a Syrian peasant who knew nothing of the desert and had a foundered camel. Lawrence felt that he must take the duty of rescue on himself if he was to establish his claim to be a leader of the Arabs, not merely an attached foreigner. So he rode back alone in the emptiness. My temper was very unheroic, for I was furious with my other servants, with my own play-acting as a Bedouin, and most of all with Gassim. It seemed absurd that I should peril my weight in the Arab adventure for such a worthless fellow. Lawrence had ridden for about an hour and a half, when at last through the shifting mirage he saw an object that might be a man or might be a bush. He turned off the track, and moving nearer, saw that it was Gassim, a pitiable figure stumbling painfully along. Lawrence hauled him pillion-wise onto the camel's rump, stirred her up, and turned about. Gassim's moaning wails spurred the camel on, so that Lawrence was afraid she might founder. As Gassim would not stop, Lawrence ferociously threatened to throw him off. The threat seemed so genuine that it quieted him. After nearly 4 miles, a jumping black bubble in the mirage ahead split into 3 and became palpable as Otta and 2 other men. I yelled jests and scoffs at them for abandoning a friend in the desert. Oh! Otta pulled at his beard and grumbled that had he been present I would never have gone back. However, they had rejoined the caravan, and Nesib showed vexation at the way Lawrence had risked his own life and Otta's for a whim. Otta promptly turned on him, glad to rub into a townsman the paradox of tribe and city, the collective responsibility and group brotherhood of the desert, contrasted with the isolation and competitive living of the crowded districts. The excitement followed by the argument helped to distract their thoughts from the pain of the journey until a few hours later they saw sand hills fringed sparsely with tamarisk. It was the promised land, the Sirhan, and safety. Even so, they had to sleep that night on the prospect of water, not on the fact. Not until 8 o'clock next morning did they reach the wells of Arfaya. Here they spent a day's rest in relatively luxurious ease. Yet that night They had a brusque reminder that the desert was not the only danger, nor the only barrier to Arab unity. For when drinking coffee round the campfire, a hail of bullets suddenly broke up their coffee housing. One man lay mortally wounded. Others might have followed but for the instant action of Atta's cousin in kicking sand over the fire. The sheltering darkness gave them a chance to find their rifles and beat off the raiders. From this long desert journey, Lawrence acquired the Arab habit of drinking. To drink to overflowing point when the chance came, and go sparingly on a few sips for several days on end between wells. He also gained further insight into the mind of the Syrian Arab. As they rode along the Sirhan from oasis to oasis, Nasib and Zeki entertained the party with pictures of how they would plant and reclaim all this country when they had established the Arab government of their dreams. Such vaulting imagination was typical of Syrians, who easily persuaded themselves of possibilities, and as quickly reached forward to lay their present responsibilities on others. Lawrence's reflection gained point from the fact that when he pointed out that Zeki's camel was full of mane, Zeki launched forth into a long discourse on the veterinary department of state, minutely organized and scientifically equipped, that would be established when Syria was free. He and Nasib became so absorbed in planning its organization during the next few days that they ignored all reminders about dressing the camel's itching skin, until, at last, it died. Lawrence also lifts a corner of the veil over his own mind when he tells of his reply to their complaint that he had the English fault of snatching at the merely opportune, whereas their nature was to be content with nothing short of perfection. O Nasib and O Zeki, will not perfection, even in the least of things, entail the ending of this world? Are we ripe for that? When I am angry, I pray God to swing our globe into the fiery sun, and to prevent the sorrows of the not yet born. But when I am content, I want to lie forever in the shade, till I become a shade myself. Nazuli Shal. It was their 19th day since leaving Y, when they reached one of the encampments of the Hawitat. After feasting that evening, a solemn council of action followed in the morning. The first resolve was to send a present of 6 bags of gold, 1,000 pounds in each, to the Emir Nuri Shalan. This, it was hoped, would encourage him to turn a blind eye to their mustering of force, and a kind eye to the families and herds while the fighting men were away. Atta was to be the envoy. The rest of the party, and Lawrence with them, were meantime made the guests of the Hawitat, and feasted twice daily. Each morning they went in solemn procession, on led horses, to a different family's tent. Each time, without variation, a similar pyramid of mutton in an encircling wall of rice was borne into their midst in the same huge tribal food bowl. The centerpieces were the boiled sheep's heads, propped on their several stumps of necks, so that the ears, brown like old leaves, flapped out on the rice surface. Then, over all, cauldrons of boiling fat were poured over the pyramid. Then the guests would be called to eat, would feign a polite preliminary deafness, each urging the other forward, would finally kneel around the bowl, and, after turning back their sleeves, would all dip their hands simultaneously into the fiery mass. Urged on by their standing host, they would eat at a speed increased by the silence that was a conventional tribute to the excellence of the fare. When the greediest eater was finally satiated, a discreet signal to rise would come from Nasir, the chief guest. Oh, the imp and Lawrence could not be wholly restrained from relieving the solemnity of the feast by passing some hideous, impossible lump of guts in place of the choice titbit which custom demanded that guests should occasionally hand to each other. But he adapted himself better to the strain than Nasib and Zeki, who broke down internally under this round of hospitality. On May 30th, it was happily ended, through the tribe moving on to fresh pastures, accompanied by their guests. This chance of sharing in a Bedouin trek was an interesting experience, and would have been restful but for the plague of deadly snakes which infested the Sirhan that summer. Walking about at night in bare feet was perilous, but resting was hardly less so, for the snakes were keen to share the warmth of blankets with their owners. 7 of Lawrence's party were bitten. The habitat treatment was to bind up the bite with snakeskin plaster and read chapters of the Quran to the patient until he died. 4 of the 7, however, recovered under this treatment. But to Lawrence, who had an acute horror of all reptiles, these days were a strain, as they were to most others except the mischievous pair, Faraj and Bold, who delighted in alarming their seniors by the cry of "snake." This playful habit had a sequel akin to the nursery. "A cry of wolf." For one day, Lawrence sharply ordered them not to cry it again. An hour or so later, he noticed them smiling and nudging each other, and following their glance saw a brown snake coiled under a nearby bush, ready to strike at him. He instantly heaved himself out of the way while one of his men leapt in to kill the snake with his riding cane. I told him to give the 2 boys a swinging half-dozen each, to teach them not again to be literal at my expense. Lawrence's order was taken up in chorus by other long-suffering men, each claiming his 6 of revenge, until the tally was so large that the punishment was exchanged for a sentence of drawing water under the women's orders. More humiliating if less physically painful. A few days later they met Otta, returning with an escort of Ruwala horsemen that was an instantly visible sign of the success of his mission. These now took the oath of allegiance to Nasir as Faisal's representative. Besides their formal presence, each new party deposited on our carpet their privy, accidental gift of lice, and long before sunset Nasir and I were in a fever with relay after relay of irritation. Lawrence's sense of humor is, also, rather like the lice in the carpet, deposited wherever he goes and taking others unawares. He even dared to parody Otta's epic style in telling lurid stories, to the huge delight of Otta himself. Since their arrival in the Sirhan, they had been gradually moving along it northwestwards towards Azraq. And at Nebk, about midway between Arfaja and Azraq, they decided to make their preparations for the swoop on Aqaba, which lay almost due westward, and about 200 miles distant by the route through Bear. While Nasir and Otta were discussing plans, Nesib formed a new and entirely different picture of a triumphal march on Damascus, in which the Hawitat would be joined by the Druze and the Syrian Arabs. Lawrence alone seems to have grasped the dangers of this premature step, this imaginary conquest of Syria, which would in reality have been a rush into the Turks' jaws, while the adventurers were isolated, both from Faisal and from the British forces. It was all the more rash because of the fact, which they knew before leaving Bay, that the British advance had been held up in front of Gaza after 2 costly assaults. In Lawrence's view, Aqaba was essential to prop open the door to Syria. If they tried to go straight through to Damascus, the door would slam back on its hinges and would be difficult to open again. Nor was that all. So long as the Turks held Aqaba, they might use it to threaten the rear of the British advance into Palestine. Lawrence was not forgetful of the duty of helping the British army, nor did he overlook the fact that if the Arabs performed this service, they were likely to receive more help, in material, from the British. As the mobile right wing of Murray's force, they would be valued more highly than as a remote distraction. And at the same time, they would be fulfilling Lawrence's tactical principle of extension of depth. The possibility of Nasib's plan being accepted instead led Lawrence to take a devious way of frustrating it, by playing on the latent jealousies among the Arab leaders, suggesting to Otta that Nasib wanted to supplant him in the leading role, and to Nasir that a man of his pedigree should not suffer himself to be dominated by an inferior. There is a certain irony in the way that Lawrence, the prophet of Arab unity, practiced the ancient Roman maxim, divide and rule. To the possibilities of such personal hegemony he now seems, consciously or unconsciously, to have awakened. Perhaps to it may be traced the astonishing episode that followed, his 400-mile ride through Syria and back to Nebikat. Although their airy design of an immediate advance on Damascus to the neglect of the concrete Aqaba plan had been frustrated. Nizib and Zeki proceeded with a more limited mission of sowing the seeds for a future rising in Syria. To this end, they now went north to the Jebel Drus to open propagandist operations. Lawrence decided to go north also, to explore the strategic possibilities of his intended post-Aqaba step and to take soundings among the Syrian tribes, feeling that he was likely to gauge the depth of their assurance with more realism than Nisi. Moreover, his appearance among them would be an encouraging sign of Britain's prospective power to intervene, while by his own intervention he might help to allay their mistrust of Britain's ultimate intentions. Yet he himself was by no means happy as to these. He had just gained an inkling of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which left him profoundly uneasy, although when confronted by Arab suspicions, he blandly dismissed them. He undertook the ride through Syria in a mood of recklessness, seeking to drown in a deep draught of danger the memory of the way he had pledged himself to the Arabs as surety for Britain's good faith. Disgust at his own countrymen's double-dealing was heightened by the exasperation aroused in listening day after day to the endless scheming of Nisib and Zeki. "To hell with them all," seems to have been his inward comment. "They're going to make an awful mess of it. But at any rate, I'll go up and test Deem myself." He left Nib on June 3rd and returned on the 16th. Even in the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, he tells nothing of his experiences. Legend has woven a fanciful pattern round them, and it may have amused him to leave this untouched. Another reason for reticence was that during this journey, he kept no notes, both because he rode so far and fast, and because of the risk of their falling into the Turks' hands. But on his return to Egypt after the capture of Aqaba, he wrote a report of the journey for Clayton. When a friend asked to see this report a few weeks later, he wrote back, "I handed it to Clayton, whose eyebrows went high. Some of it was comic, some scurrilous, some betrayed horrible secrets, and who sat on it. I don't think anyone in the Savoy ever saw it whole. It certainly never went to HC, or WO, or FO, and I am too tender-hearted to ask after it now. It was an inescale, dull document of 3 pages, and compressed 2 months' march into it, rather dull, except to one who knew Syrian politics. It's all ancient history now. Now, here is the partial outline of this amazing ride. He was unaccompanied by any of his party, and escorted instead by successive local guides, among them an old sheikh, whom he had known before the war. He passed by Berga, which lies in the desert east of the Jebel Drus, and subsequently turned northwest to a spring which lies between Tadmor, ancient Palmyra, and Damascus. Eventually he reached the Aleppo-Damascus railway near Ras Bulbak. Here he blew up a small bridge, as reported in an enemy signal, which was intercepted by our forces at the time. Then he bore south, traveling under the auspices of the Syrian revolutionaries. He visited many of their leaders and discussed with them plans for a rising when the moment was ripe. He took care to dissuade them from a premature move. Out of this purpose arose the most amusing incident of his trip. One of his hosts sent a message to Ali Riza Pasha, the Turkish base commandant at Damascus, who, like so many of his fellows, was privy to these underground movements. Ali Riza came out to see Lawrence on the outskirts of Damascus, and in their interview Lawrence asked him to keep Damascus quiet, telling him that Aqaba was for the time their real objective. He did not actually enter Damascus, nor did he see, as alleged, posters that put a price on his head and displayed a portrait of him. On his way back to Neb, however, he stopped at Ziza to see the sheikh of the Beni Sak. And there, while he was sleeping, a relative of the sheikh crept into the tent and whispered, "They've sent to the Turks to say you are here." Lawrence deemed it wise not to give the sheikh the benefit of the doubt. Crawling out through the back of the tent, he mounted and rode away. The most important incident of the whole trip was a meeting with Nuri Shalan, whom Lawrence saw in his tent near Azraq while on his own way towards Nebki. For the time, Lawrence desired of Nuri Shalan no more than his benevolent neutrality. Nuri Shalan, however, was perceptibly nervous lest his relations with the Turks might be compromised by the presence of Nazir's gathering force in the Sirhan. To his surprise, Lawrence suggested to him to send into the Turks and say we are here. This astonishing candor veiled a strategic subtlety, calculated to serve a double purpose. For in easing Nuri Shalan's position, it might smooth the Arabs' path to their goal. Knowing that the expedition was now ready to move, Lawrence wanted the Turks to think it was an imminent menace to Damascus, while it would be actually moving south to capture Aqaba. Chapter 11. Strategy fulfilled. July 1917. From the Sirhan, Lawrence moves down on Aqaba, approaching from the rear. As a preliminary distraction, he cuts the railway in the north, near Deraa. On July 1, 1917, the Arabs cross the line south of Man. A Turkish fora accidentally forestalls them at Abu el-Lisal. After a day-long fight, the Turks are routed by a sudden charge at dusk. The path thus cleared, Lawrence descends the Wadi Idai, frontally impregnable, reaching Aqaba and the Red Sea on July 6. This almost bloodless success has far-reaching strategic effects. When Lawrence arrived back at Nebki, he found that Atta had been quarreling with Nasir Arni. But the trouble was easily smoothed out, and just before noon on June 19th, the expedition set out on the march to Aqaba that was to change, for a second time, the face of the Arab war. The size of the expeditionary force, only 500 strong, gave it an air of Gideon that was both symbolically and geographically apt in the circumstances. The first bound was westwards to Beir, a group of wells and historic ruins some 60 miles distant and about 40 miles short of the Hejaz Railway. On the second day, as they approached Beir, Atta asked Lawrence to ride ahead with him. His son, slain in a blood feud, had been buried there, and Atta, intending to pay the tribute of a lament over the grave, was paying Lawrence the tribute of companionship in his grief. But when they drew near Beir, they saw smoke rising from the wells and found that 3 had been dynamited. Luckily, they discovered that the smallest was intact, and managing to repair one of the others, staved off the peril of being without water. The discovery, however, aroused uneasiness lest the Turks might have destroyed the wells at El Jafur, their intended next bound, just east of Ma'a. So they decided to pause a week at Beir while they sent a reconnaissance to El Jafur, and also took soundings among the local tribes whose support they needed. The plan they had formed was to debouch suddenly from El Jafur, cross the railway south of Ma'an, and capture Abu el-Lisal, a large spring at the head of the pass that ran down from the Ma'an plateau towards. The capture of Abu el-Lisal was thus the key to the gate. It would enable them to shut off from Ma'an the Turkish posts on the Aqaba road, which would then be likely to collapse from hunger even if they were not overthrown by a tribal rising. Map 6. Aqaba Ma'an Zone. In preparation for the coup, it was necessary to lull the Turks' suspicions. This seemed difficult, not only because the desert was a place of echoes and every unfriendly Arab a potential Turkish informer, but because Aqaba was such an obvious objective. Lawrence pinned his faith to the Turks' long-proved stupidity, and planned to play on their fumbling suspicions by measures of distraction. He certainly wove a fine web. When himself in the Jebel Drus he had dropped hints of a move towards Damascus. Nuri Shalan had helped by passing a warning to the Turks, and Lawrence counted on Nazib's incautious and unconscious aid towards the same end. Newcomb had also unintentionally let papers fall into the enemy's hands which outlined the scheme of a far-flung move by Tadmor against Aleppo. Lawrence crowned the edifice of deception by a northward raid with 100 Arabs against the railway between Amman and Deraa. It meant a long and hard ride if they were to be back in time, for the spot chosen was over 100 miles north of Beir. On the second evening they approached the Doolittle Bridge, but found it unexpectedly well guarded and repairs in progress. So they decided to go a little farther north in search of a good spot for laying a mine. To catch a train would be even more effective than to blow up a bridge, for Lawrence wanted to give the Turks the idea that the Arabs' main force was in the neighborhood. They found a site of excellent promise and took up a waiting position in a rocky amphitheater high on the rear face of a nearby hill. During the morning there was an alarm when they sighted a body of Turks mounted on mules heading towards them. But they slipped out of a position that might have become a trap without the Turks seeing them, and moved to another hill at Minafir. From here, when darkness descended, Lawrence went down to the line and buried a large automatic mine in a drainage culvert below the track. The next day was spent in tedious waiting for the expected train to come, but the afternoon was enlivened by the reappearance of the Turkish detachment. Although the enemy were twice their strength, the Arabs were eager to attack them, trusting in surprise and the superior weight of a camel charge against mules for the advantage. The Arabs claimed that in a mounted fight they could always beat the Turks, and estimated that their own loss was not likely to be more than half a dozen men. But Lawrence refused to sanction the attempt, counting this too large a price to pay for a success that was superfluous to their mission of pure distraction. Even Marshal Saxe might have questioned Lawrence's extreme standard of economy, yet Marshal Foch would surely have approved his paramount aim of conserving every possible man to expend, if necessary, at Aqaba. Lawrence, however, had further motives. He did not want to burden himself with 200 prisoners, and he feared that a bag of 200 mules would be so rich a meal that it might spoil the Arabs' appetite for Aqaba. Although his restraint was not appreciated by the Arabs, he gained his way, through the forceful aid of their leader, Zal. No train, however, appeared to compensate the forfeit, and for lack of water the party could wait no longer. So after dark they went down to the line and blew up rails, choosing the most curved ones as the most difficult to replace. They left the mine to catch the repair train. Then they rode south, moving across the chord of the Great Amman bend in the railway, until they came near Atwi station. Here the sight of a Turkish soldier driving a hawk of sheep proved too strong for the hungry Arabs to resist. Zal, with a small party, stalked a cluster of officers and officials who were drinking coffee outside the booking office. Zal's shot that killed the fattest of them was the signal for a rush to plunder the station yard, and under cover of the turmoil the sheep were driven off to the hills. The Turks defended themselves successfully in a part of the station, but the Arabs set fire to the other part, and also cut rails and telegraph wires over a long stretch of line, without losing any men. Then, retiring a few miles, they settled down to kill and cook the sheep, and afterwards marched through the night to Bear. Here they had good news. Mask had obtained a week's supply of ior, which would secure them freedom of maneuver, and also promises of support from the clans on the route to Abu el-Lisal. A messenger also arrived from Nuri Shalan to say that 400 Turkish cavalry had been sent down the Sirhan in search of them, but were being guided by the most time-wasting route. It was clearly important to profit by the grace thus provided. So on June 28 the Arab expedition left Bear for El Jafir. They found the wells demolished but were able to open up the shaft of one, and thus enjoyed not only the water, but the humor of picturing the Turks' false sense of security. The attack was planned to take place 2 days before the Turks' weekly caravan of supplies set out from Ma'an to revictual the posts on the Aqaba route. Meantime, the blockhouse that covered the approach to Abu el-Lisal was stormed by the local Dumania tribesmen as arranged. The moment that this news came, on July 1st, the expedition moved out from El Jifr and headed for the railway, sending a party to hinder the Ma'an garrison by stampeding its camels. On reaching the railway, they blew up the bridges on a long stretch of the line, with the particular idea that the Ma'an garrison would move south down the line instead of southwest, to Abu el-Lisal. This hope, however, was dissipated by the discomfiting report that a Turkish column had already appeared at Abu el-Lisal, forcing the Diwania to abandon the blockhouse. The Turks' arrival was sheer accident, A Turkish relief battalion had just arrived at Ma'an and was forming up in the station yard ready to march into barracks when the news of the attack on the blockhouse reached them. A mountain gun was added, and the battalion marched off to the rescue before the news of the attack on the railway could arrive. Finding the blockhouse a shambles, the commander encamped at the spring of Abu el-Isa Jorset. This ill stroke of fortune was a lesson to Lawrence in the accidents of war that may wreck the best laid plan unless it has variance. And here a variant was difficult. But a sense of time and an instinct for surprise may change the balance of fortune. And here, both were shown. The moment that the ill news came, Nasir's men threw their baggage on the camels and were on the march instantly. They rode all night and at dawn reached the hills near Abu el-Lisal, where they were met by the rather dejected Jumaniya. No waiting strategy could now avail, and action was promptly planned. The Arabs extended, moving along the encircling hills until they had surrounded the still sleeping encampment, while Zal rode off with the 50 horsemen to cut the telegraph and telephone wires to Ma'an. Then they began to snipe the Turks, hoping to goad them into an uphill charge. The Arabs kept continually in movement, disappearing and reappearing at ever-fresh points, so that the Turkish riflemen had no targets and their mountain gun expended its shells fruitlessly. The heat of the day was so great that such activity became a strain and ultimately a torture to skin and throat. But if the Turks were able to sit still in their hill-cupped camp, they were sitting in a furnace and were less fit to withstand the fiery test. Thus, as the day prolonged, the stratagem that won many an ancient battle was here repeated, whether consciously or not. The Turks were being ripened for the sickle. The sickle fell under the impulsion of an insult. Lawrence, exhausted with the heat and depressed with the prospect, had crept into a hollow where there was a trickle of muddy water from which he could moisten his lips. There Nasir joined him. After a time Atta appeared, and smiled rather scornfully at their frailty, retaliating for some of Lawrence's past criticisms by the question what he thought of the Hawaitat now. But instead of amends, Lawrence angrily offered a new insult. By God, indeed they shoot a lot and hit a little. Atta tore off his headcloth, threw it on the ground, and rushed back up the hill like a madman, calling to his men, who assembled round him and then scattered downhill. Lawrence, now disturbed as to what he had done, hurried after Atta, whom he found alone on the hilltop. But the only thing that Atta would say was, "Get your camel if you want to see the old man's work." By the time Nasir and Lawrence had reached the lower step, where the camelry had now assembled, Atta and his 50 horsemen had disappeared. Lawrence rode forward to the edge and saw them charging down the last slope into the valley at full gallop, firing from the saddle at the Turkish infantry, who had just formed up to force their way back to Ma'an. The charge came in their rear. They swayed at the sight, and then suddenly broke. Nasir screamed to Lawrence, "Come on!" The 400 cavalry poured down the slope. The Turks' attention was all on Atta, so he also took them by surprise and in flank, and a charge of ridden camels going nearly 30 miles an hour was irresistible. As Lawrence himself was on a racing camel, he outstripped the others, and was alone when he charged into the Turks' ranks. The camel suddenly fell, and he was shot out of the saddle like a rocket, traveling far before he hit the ground. Luckily, however, the body of his camel behind served as a boulder, dividing into two streams the charging mass that would otherwise have surged over his own body, stamping it flat. By the time he recovered, the fight was over. It only lasted a few minutes, and like most mounted successes was more truly a massacre achieved by surprise and velocity. 300 of the Turks had been slaughtered before the Arabs' lust for vengeance was sated, and a further 160, mostly wounded, were then taken prisoner. The Arabs had only 2 men killed. Atta was intoxicated with the rapture of battle and came up crying, "Work, work, work, were our words, work, bullets, Abu Tay." He had shown Lawrence what his tribe of the Hawaitat could achieve. His clothes, his holster, his scabbard, and his field glasses had all been riddled, but he was unscathed. a miracle which he ascribed to an 18-penny Glasgow reproduction of the Quran, for which he had been gulled into paying £120 many years earlier. From prisoners they learnt that Ma'an at the moment was occupied by only 2 companies, not enough to hold its defensive perimeter. The news was a temptation to turn aside and take it. Such a chance would not come again, for the Turks were sure to send early reinforcements. The Howitat clamored to seize the opportunity, and Otta himself inclined towards the idea. But Lawrence here proved in practice, as already in theory, that the strategist in him was master of the tactician. He refused to be drawn away from his strategic end by a tactical success, following the precept of Foch instead of anticipating the practice of Ludendorff. But unlike Foch, he sought a strategic end that was tactically attainable, and to that extent was more in accord with Ludendorff's intention, if happier in its application. A base was necessary for the successful continuation of his strategic design, and only by taking Aqaba could he obtain it. If the Arabs went to Ma'an now, they would soon be thrown out, and then be stranded without supplies or support. The Arabs were, in fact, thrown out of Abu el-Lisal soon afterwards. While it was Lawrence's strategic reasoning that checked them from turning back against Ma'an, it was Otta's tactical instinct, coupled with his superstitious fear of lying among the dead, that got the Arabs on the move again the same night. Lawrence was feeling the physical shame of success, a reaction of victory, when it became clear that nothing was worth doing, and that nothing worthy had been done. In search of some covering for the wounded prisoners, he went back to the battlefield to take some of the dead men's clothes, only to find they had all been stripped. An impulse moved him to straighten out the heap of corpses, laying them side by side as if in a sleep that gave him a longing to share their company rather than that of the triumphal plundering mob. But once back with the force, the strategist revived within him. While the force rested in a hollow, letters were dictated to the sheikhs of the coast tribes, telling them the news of victory and inviting them to keep the Turkish garrisons engaged until the force arrived. There was grand strategy, not merely strategy, in the further series of letters to the commanders of the 3 Turkish posts of Guveyra, Kethira, and Kadra, on the way to Aqaba, telling them that, if our blood was not hot, we took prisoners, and that prompt surrender would ensure their good treatment and safe delivery to Egypt. Lawrence was treading in the path of Scipio and Saxe, in smoothing the enemy's path to surrender. Close on the heels of the messengers followed the army. It looked like a Turkish army, for the Arabs, following the habit of primitive victors, had donned the tunics of their dead foes. After a 5-mile ride from Abu el-Lisal across the plateau, they came to the edge and saw the Guveyra plain far below, as a man looks down from the gallery of a vast amphitheater. As the column wound down the precipitous corkscrew descent of the Negab Pass, they could appreciate the hopelessness of any advance from the sea, even if, by a miracle, the road from Aqaba to Guveyra had been opened. Hampered by the fatigue of victory and their prisoners, the march was slow. Only 15 miles had been covered when the force halted for the night short of Guveyra. But here they were met by the local sheikh, Ibn Jad, with the news that the garrison of Guveyra, 120 strong, had surrendered. This removed one of the most serious obstacles in their path, for Guveyra was the northern gateway to the gorge of the Wadi Itham. Resuming the march next day, July 4th, they came to Kethira, 18 miles on. Here, to their disappointment, they found that the commander of this cliff-top post, commanding the valley, was bent on resistance. They suggested that their new ally, Ibn Jad, might prove his worth by attacking it after dark. Misliking the prospect, he argued that the full moon would mar the attempt. But Lawrence had noticed in his diary that an eclipse was due, and so cut hardly into this excuse, promising that tonight for a while there should be no moon. The eclipse came, and while the superstitious Turkish soldiery were firing rifles and clanging copper pots to rescue their threatened satellite, the Arabs climbed into the post and took the place by surprise. 70 infantry and 50 mounted men were taken prisoner. Next day the Arab force descended the Wadi Itham gorge, so narrow that in places the bottom was only a few yards wide. There were many places where, as Sir Hubert Young has remarked, one company with 2 or 3 machine guns could have stopped an army corps. To meet the oncoming menace, the Aqaba garrison, 300 strong, had hastily marched inland to reinforce the post at Qadra, but all their entrenchments faced seawards, so that they were laid bare by the unexpected approach from the rear. And the local tribesmen, eager for a share of the plunder, had already risen and were surrounding the Turks. Twice a summons was sent to them to surrender, and repelled by bullets. Many of the Bedouin clamored for an assault. Lawrence's reasoned preference for relying on hunger pressure was affected by the shortness of food in his own force. However, a third attempt was made with moral suasion. This time it produced a promise of surrender in 2 days, if help did not come from Ma'an. It was pointed out to a Turkish officer that the Arabs could not be restrained so long. Delay would mean massacre. The Turk yielded, promising to surrender at daylight. But during the night fresh tribesmen swarmed to the scene like flies to the jampal, and, not knowing the arrangement, opened fire on the Turks as soon as it was light on the 6th. Nasir, however, intervened, and his march down the valley with the Ajil checked both sides. Firing ceased, and the Turks at once surrendered. While the post was being looted, Lawrence raced on to Aqaba, only 4 miles farther, and splashed into the cooling sea. Historical aptness should have called to his lips the cry of the 10,000, Thalassa, Thalassa. But in fact his thoughts were entirely on his feet at this moment of triumph. 2 months had passed, all but 3 days since the little expedition had left the seacoast at Way. Since then it had covered a vast elliptic curve through the depths of Arabia before returning like a boomerang, and with snowball increase of force, to strike the neighbor port of Ve in the back. But the longest way round had proved the easiest way there. The capture of Aqaba was like a sudden break in the clouds that overhung the Egyptian front in the spring and summer of 1917. From the point of view of moral effect, it was the one definite achievement that could be set off against the double British failure before Gaza. Strategically, it removed all danger of a Turkish raid through Sinai against the Suez Canal, or the communications of the British Army in Palestine. It also opened up a new line of operation by which the Arabs could give positive assistance to a renewed British advance. Tactically, the Aqaba operation had inflicted a permanent loss of some 1,200 men, prisoners, and killed, on the Turks, at a cost of 2 men killed in the conquering force. There is indeed a slightly ironical flavor in the fact that Lawrence, in his first trial of the new bloodless strategy, had levied a blood tax on the enemy at the highest rate that modern murder war can perhaps show. By the strictest canons of orthodox strategy, by the World War standards of killing Germans or killing Turks, it was an unrivaled achievement. The British forces, in trying unsuccessfully to capture Gaza in March and April, had only succeeded in killing or capturing 1,700 Turks at a permanent cost to themselves of 3,000 men. In other words, they had sacrificed roughly 2 men to kill 1 Turk, the same number that the Arabs had sacrificed to kill 1,200 Turks. As an object lesson in the abstract principle of economy of force, the Aqaba operation was remarkable. For all this had been achieved by the use of less than 50 men from the Arab forces in the Hejaz. As practical economy of British force, it was more notable still, for it was attained by the detachment of merely 1 unwanted officer from the forces in Egypt. Greater still were the ultimate effects of Aqaba, for its capture ensured that the Arab ulcer would continue to spread in the Turks' flank, draining their strength and playing on their nerves. Unlike their relation to this Spanish ulcer, the British, as an army, had hitherto done little to assist the spread of this infection. They lacked a Wellington, but the sun that shone on Aqaba lit up a better prospect in Egypt. For on June 27th, 9 days previous to the capture of Aqaba, a new commander arrived in Egypt, Sir Edmund Allenby. It was a prophetic significance that his arrival should thus coincide with Lawrence's vindicatory triumph. One is noteworthy, however, that Lawrence had conceived one, a fresh testimony to the way he had absorbed the strategic wisdom of the ages. My alternative plan, for I hardly expected to crash the battalion at Abba al-Lisan, was to hold them there on the defensive, and force them to fight their communications open again to Ma. This would take all their reserve and transport. While so occupied, they would not be able to look towards Aqaba, but half our force would have gone down via Batra towards Rome, and fallen upon Guwera, and then marched down the Wadi Atim to Aqaba, which we would have taken while the Turkish force at Lisan was being contained. It was a feasible plan, but it was inferior to what we did, as the destruction of the Ma'an garrison at Lisan gave us leisure at Aqaba to organize it as a base and for defense. Con. P.I. 158. Inferior, probably, in effect, but from the point of view of military art history, is the poorer by its too successful avoidance. Chapter 12. A New Horizon. July 1917. The capture of Aqaba was unknown to the British. To preserve his prize, Lawrence, after making original dispositions for defense, rides across the Sinai Desert to fetch succor and supplies. His achievement coincides with the arrival in Egypt of a new British commander. Allenby's promise of support inspires Lawrence to put forward a new plan. The Drake of the Desert. He would carry the war into the Turkish Main and wage it on privateering methods. It was over 3 years since Lawrence had seen Aqaba. He had come back to it under strangely different conditions that lent piquancy to familiar landmarks. The gull of Aqaba may be pictured as a croquet hoop laid flat. At the right-hand corner was the little town, now tumbled in abject ruins by repeated naval bombardments. At the left-hand corner was a clump of red rocks that caught the eye from the sea, and, by so doing, had earlier saved the life of a French air pilot who had staggered down to the shore after a crash in the interior. A short way down the left-hand edge was Jebel Faraun, the little island which long-dead crusaders had garrisoned. The gulf itself was prolonged by a great dry trough, the Wadi Araba, that ran between high cliffs towards the Dead Sea. From it on the right-hand side, a few miles behind Aqaba, diverged the gorge of the Wadi Itham, which led to Mahan. After his first splash of exultation, Lawrence suffered the sudden disillusionment of a goal attained. The life that he had not expected to keep lost, the savor that it had borne while being risked. The very drabness of the scene accentuated the barrenness of his satisfaction. Hunger called him out of this trance, back to the barrenness of the cupboard. There were 500 of his men, 700 prisoners, a couple of thousand new allies to feed, and no supplies, save for the green dates that the palms offered, and the meat that the camels might afford at the price of mobility. He had proved his generalship, but now he had to be a quartermaster general. Partly because of his irregular leave-taking, he had set out from Woe without the same thorough arrangements for naval cooperation as in the earlier move to Wei. He had, indeed, been promised by Boyle that a ship would sail up the Gulf of Aqaba as often as possible. But the problem of keeping watch for the Arabs' arrival was complicated by the uncertainty of this arrival as well as by the Turkish mines in the sea. Approaches to Aqaba. Actually, when Lawrence reached Aqaba, he heard that a British ship had appeared and disappeared about an hour earlier. It meant that he could hardly hope for another visit before a week had elapsed. Map 7, Amman, Der, a zone. Thus 2 military problems now confronted him. Or rather, 2 sides to one problem, that of keeping the prize he had gained. How was it to be held against the Turks? How was it to be held on an empty stomach? The solution of the first was in accord with Lawrence's new and original theory of war. It was arranged to cover all the possible approaches to Aqaba, not by a series of interdependent posts, but by 4 independent ones, sited in places as nearly impregnable by nature as possible, and each menacing the enemy's rear if he tried to advance by the other, so that while not one could be easily taken, none could be neglected. It seemed a good way to paralyze an assailant's initiative. There is to be a post at Guerra where Atta himself went, a post at Batra on the flank of Abu el-Lisal, another in the rocks at Nabathi and Petra, and a 4th at Delaga, on the intermediate Wadi Garandil route to the great Wadi Arabatra. The last provided a backstairs communication between the 1st and 3rd, and would also serve to keep the doubtful Sinai and Beersheba Arabs from joining hands with the Turks for Maya. To site posts of this kind successfully in a hurry, a soldier needs to be not merely a tactician, but a high-speed geographer. Lawrence's map studies with Headley and the survey of Egypt were of great value to his plans here, as always. In the solution of the second and more urgent part of the problem, Lawrence was also characteristically individual. He decided to go himself across the Sinai Desert to Suez and obtain the dispatch of a food ship. It was a hazardous venture. There were 150 miles of the Sinai Desert to cross, and only one well on the route. If any rider fell out, he was doomed, yet both camels and men were tired when they started. Lawrence himself had been averaging 50 miles a day for a month past. Picking out 8 of the best riders and camels, he set off on the night of his arrival at Aqaba. As they rode round the bay, they discussed the choice between going gently and risking collapse from hunger, or going fast and risking collapse from exhaustion. Finally, they decided to keep it a walk, but ride almost continuously. This meant transferring the worst strain to the rider instead of the camel. The first test came early, in climbing the steep path, 1 in 3.5, up the Sinai Scarp. Men and camels were trembling with fatigue when they reached the top, and one, obviously unfit, was sent back while there was still time. Near midnight they reached Themed and paused for a drink at its wells. No more water would be met until they reached Suez. A few minutes pause at dawn. Again at midday, when roughly midway, near the ruins of Nekhel, an hour's halt at sunset before crossing the Mitla Hills, another hour at the second day's coming. That was all the rest they allowed themselves. Their failing strength eked out by the cooling breezes that greeted them from the Gulf of Suez. They were among the sand dunes by noon on the 8th, and at 3 o'clock rode, weary but relieved, into Shat, the post on the canal opposite Suez. But the manner of their welcome was a fresh trial, hardly bearable. They found the post deserted, with no one to tell them that the troops had moved out to a camp in the desert because of an outbreak of plague. Lawrence found a telephone in the empty offices and rang through to headquarters at Suez, only to be told that he must apply to the inland water transport for a passage across the canal. This he did, only to be told that there was no boat available. Adding that one would be sent in the morning to take him to quarantine, the Inland Water Board rang off. I refused to spend a single superfluous night with my familiar vermin. I wanted a bath, and something with ice in it to drink, to change these clothes, all sticking to my saddle sores in filthiness, to eat something more tractable than green date and camel's sinew. I got through again to the inland water transport and talked like Chrysostom. It had no effect, so I became vivid. Then, once more, they cut me off. I was growing very vivid, when friendly northern accents from the military exchange floated down the line. It's no be good, sir, talking to them theft. Water bath. Ow. The operator took the initiative of putting Lawrence through to Major Littleton at the embarkation office. He at once promised to send his own launch, asking Lawrence not to give away the fact of the breach of red tape. Within half an hour the launch appeared and carried Lawrence across to Suez, where, after overcoming the distrustful manner of the Sinai Hotel staff, he had 6 cold drinks and a hot bath, followed by dinner in bed after he had arranged for the care of his Arab companions. Next day, armed with ticket and pass, he boarded the train for Ismailia and Cairo. On the way he had a fresh encounter with officialdom, and was sufficiently refreshed to indulge his leg-pulling propensity. The military police looked suspiciously at this Englishman in bare feet and white silk robes. Instead of showing his pass, he curtly said, "Sheriff of Mecca." "Staff." "What army, sir?" "Mecca." "Never heard of it." Lawrence retorted, "Would you recognize a Montenegrin dragoon?" As Allied troops were allowed to travel without passes, the police were driven to wire up the line for a special intelligence officer. When he boarded the train, perspiring, Lawrence produced his pass. The would-be spy-catcher did not appreciate the joke. The train was just running into Ismailia, and here on the platform, Lawrence saw Admiral Wemyss, deep in talk with an unknown general. Lawrence seized the chance to speak to Captain Burmester Wemyss, Chief of Staff. For a moment Burmester failed to recognize Lawrence, so burned with the sun and so fine drawn through prolonged strain. His weight had fallen from about 9 stone to 6 stone 10 pounds. But there was no barrier of red tape from the moment of recognition. Stirred by the news of Aqaba's capture, Burmester gave instant orders for the Dufferin to load up with all available food at Suez and steam for Aqaba. From Burmester, Lawrence learnt that the unknown general was Allenby, sent out to replace Murray after the second failure at Gaza. Of this also Lawrence now heard for the first time. He fell to wondering whether this heavy rubicund man was like ordinary generals, and if we should have trouble for 6 months teaching him. Murray and Belinda had begun so tiresomely that our thought those first days had been, not to defeat the enemy, but to make our own chiefs let us live. Nine, Lawrence had an early chance to gauge Allenby's attitude. On arrival in Cairo, he made his report to Clayton, and arranged Whittingham for £16,000 in gold to be sent at once to Aqaba, so that Nasir might be able to redeem at once the notes that Lawrence had issued. They were penciled promises, on army telegraph forms, to pay so much to bearer in Aqaba. It was a great system, but no one had dared issue notes before in Arabia, so early redemption was essential if Arab prejudice was to be overcome for the future. Then, before Lawrence had been able to get new uniforms made, there came a summons from Allenby. In my report, thinking of Saladin and Abu Ubaidah, I had stressed the strategic importance of the eastern tribes of Syria, and their proper use as a threat to the communications of Jerusalem. This jumped with his ambitions, and he wanted to weigh me. No. For almost 3 years in France, Allenby had been the target of criticism. The Bull, as he was universally known, had fitted his nickname both in action against the enemy and attitude to his subordinates. An ardent cavalryman, trench warfare had irked his spirit and several times goaded him into launching attacks that were not justified by the openings nor guided by knowledge of the real situation. At other times, showing more research for surprise than was the custom, he had been frustrated by the high priests of the artillery cult with their ritual bombardments, and by his own inability to counter their technical argument. He had been irked, too, by subordination to Haig, a man of equal determination but more orthodox thought, whom he had outshone as a column leader in South Africa, only to fall behind on the ladder of promotion. The strain between them was not merely due to personal differences. Allenby was a man cast by nature for an independent role, better and bigger in carrying out his own plans than in executing another's. Here he had an essential likeness to Lawrence, in other ways so different. His transfer to Egypt was a turning point in his career, as it became a fresh turning point in Lawrence's. The steel harness of Western warfare had sat uneasily on Allenby's shoulders, and in this new theater, itself more open and occupied by a foe less mechanically endowed, he found the right field for his gifts and his instinct. He needed little persuasion to place his trust in mobility rather than in hard pounding. Even so, Lawrence felt that he was hardly prepared for anything so odd as myself. A little bare-footed silk-skirted man offering to hobble the enemy by his preaching, if given stores and arms, and a fund of 200,000 sovereigns to convince and control his converts. Allenby could not make out how much was genuine performer and how much charlatan. The problem was working behind his eyes, and I left him unhelped to solve it. Well, shoo. Lawrence did most of the talking and expounded his ideas of eastern Syria, its people, and the policy to be adopted. At the end, Allenby briefly said, "Well, I will do for you what I can." And Lawrence gradually found that what General Allenby could do was enough for his very greediest servant. The 200 pounds sterling. Zero was later increased to 500 pounds sterling. Zero, of which Lawrence had a balance of 10 pounds sterling. Zero, to return when Damascus was reached. If Lawrence had already perceived a new horizon, Allenby's words brought it closer. The assurance encouraged him to draw up a program and submit it to Clayton. In the discussion that now took place, we can see the change that 7 months had wrought in Lawrence, the passage he had made between Yambo and Aqaba. Before going to Yambo, he had tried to evade the responsibility of being advisor. Now he sought the far greater responsibility of being director. But he did not mind whether he had, or who had, the trappings of authority so long as he had the reality. To be king without the crown had been his desire. He did not ask for command, but that his policy and strategy should be adopted in the Arab theater of war, that his new northern plan should become the official one. By making this point clear, he turned the flank of Clayton's objection that even irregular war did not reverse regular methods so far that the most junior officer should take command. Lawrence was more than willing to accept the practical alternative that Joyce should be sent as commanding officer at Aqaba. For with Joyce, as with Newcomb, he would be assured not only of a free hand but of solid backing. Joyce would make a strong shaft for Lawrence's spearhead, and all the stronger because Joyce had the capacity for that necessary organization which Lawrence was anxious to escape, needed to escape if he was to direct. Lawrence has an astonishing grasp of detail. To read some of his intelligence reports is a revelation of the rare combination of wide views with minute observation. And I have often been amused as well as impressed by his super-methodical organization of some quite petty job, although the method is usually unconventional. But he long ago learnt the truth that the man who tries to do everything himself will never achieve anything big. Experience had shown MD that he had to be the spearhead of any big drive that his plan required. The others had courage and the team spirit, but he alone could supply the decisive ingenuity. To quote his own words, which others have endorsed, "I knew my ground, my material, and my allies. If I met 50 Czechs, I could yet see a 51st way to my object. But if I had to be the spear point, I dared not weary myself over shiploads of rice and flour. Distribution of effort is the beginning of military wisdom." As for the program itself, the deliverance of Syria now succeeded the deliverance of the Hejaz, which, virtually accomplished, dropped into the background. Now the essential difference between the land that had been delivered and the land that he sought to deliver was that whilst the former was almost entirely desert, the latter was predominantly cultivated. It was easier to lift the yoke from floating globules than from a settled body. The new problem required a new treatment. Lawrence realized that the Arab peoples in the north could only be freed through the aid of the British army, whose northward advance was the necessary lever to overturn the Turkish dominion that the Arabs could undermine. Each was necessary to the other, and each might help the other's progress. The cooperation need not be close. In fact, it would be all the better, strategically and politically, if British and Arabs were long-range collaborators rather than direct associates. Such was Lawrence's idea, and in Allenby he found a ready response to it. We agreed to keep the Dead Sea and Jordan between us, except when he gave me notice he was going to Amman, and I gave him notice I was recruiting in Sinai. In strategic policy, it meant adaptation to settled instead of nomadic conditions. In principle, it should be easier to develop a sense of unity and a creed of nationality among a people who were tied to their fields. But in actuality, unity was likely to break apart on the many divisions and subdivisions of the people. The mountain range that runs north and south divides a settled part into a coastal strip and an inland plain, so different in climate as to create utterly different conditions of life. And beyond the cultivated interior lies the vast desert stretch. Moreover, the river valleys running down to the Mediterranean create a series of lateral intersections. Varieties of religion introduce subdivisions within subdivisions, and Turkish policy had craftily deepened the mixture. Moreover, the chain of cities, Jerusalem, Damascus, Horns, Hama, Aleppo, and that exotic plant, Beirut, produced an urban class essentially apart from the peasant population, although differing between cities. Syria was thus a patchwork quilt of many colors sewn together, under the hand of the Ottoman government, by the thread of a common language, Arabic. If the colors were mixed, most of them were vivid owing to the general tendency of the Syrian mind to indulge in fanciful daydreams. Lawrence's boyhood dream of a united Arabia had shriveled in contact with Arab realities, especially among the Syrians. But in their dreams he saw a means, the only means, of stirring them as a whole into revolt against the Turk. The fusion would be temporary, but it might suffice to shatter the Turkish Empire and to secure the victory. To detonate the explosion, he must strike their imagination. The fuse must be sufficiently novel to be kept apart from their damping jealousies. It must not be of European manufacture, lest it scratch their conceit. Faisal should be the fuse, as a personification and projection of the past glories of the Umayyad or Ayyubid dynasties. In strategic direction, the new campaign would be aimed at the Hauran. Once the Hauran rose, the object of the campaign, Lawrence calculated, would be achieved. Deraa and the Yarmouk Valley would provide the leverage on which to bear in loosening the enemy's hold on the Hauran. To reach them, it would be necessary to set up and mount a fresh ladder of tribes, similar to that from Wa to Aqaba. It would again be a curved ladder carrying them out through the desert before it turned in. The steps of the ladder would be formed of the Hawitat, Bini Sakhr, Shararat, Ruwala, and Sarahin, to raise us 300 miles to Azraq, the oasis which offered an advanced base for operations against the Hauran. In strategic execution, the new campaign would be a repetition of the old, but improved through the experience already gained. Not without reason had the camel been called the ship of the desert, but Lawrence's thought traveled back to Francis Bacon's dictum. He who commands the sea is at great liberty, and may take as much or as little of the war as he will. His own war was more Elizabethan than Phocian, and the Arabs had command of the desert. Desert operations should be like such wars at sea, in their mobility, their ubiquity, their independence of bases and communications, their lack of ground features, of strategic areas, of fixed directions, of fixed points. Camel. Raiding parties. Self-contained as ships, could cruise without danger along any part of the enemy's land. Frontier. Just out of sight of his posts along the edge of cultivation, and tap or raid into his lines where it seemed fittest or easiest and most profitable, with a sure retreat always behind them into an element which the Turks could not enter. The Arabs' freedom of movement was fortified by an intimate knowledge of the desert. Front of Syria. Lawrence himself had traversed much of it on foot before the war, tracing the movements of Saladin. As our war experience deepened, we became adepts at that form of geographical intuition, described by Borsay as wedding unknown land to known in a mental map. The tactics, Lawrence conceived, should always be tip and run, not pushes, but strokes. The Arabs should never try to maintain or improve an advantage. They ought to move off and strike again somewhere else. As he wrote later, we used the smallest force in the quickest time at the farthest place. If the action had continued till the enemy had changed his dispositions to resist it, we would have been breaking the spirit of our fundamental rule of denying him targets. This was a far subtler and also more profound principle than the familiar concentration at the decisive spot. More practical too in application. And with slight adaptation it would fit regular warfare, for the use of mobile forces. The necessary speed and range for this distant war could be attained through the frugality of the Arabs, and their efficiency in handling that intricate animal, the camel, which, like a tank, has a remarkable performance in skilled hands and easily breaks down in unskilled. The Arabs were free from the encumbrance of an elaborate supply system. This has cramped the strategic mobility of modern armies, as the machine gun has crippled their tactical mobility. Each man was self-contained, carrying on the saddle 6 weeks' food for himself, a half bag of flour, of 45 pounds weight, which he baked for himself. This gave us a range of over 1,000 miles out and home, and that was more than ever we needed, even in so large a country as Arabia. And the camels themselves served as an emergency ration, if so tough a one as to deserve the title of iron ration. The camels lived on grazing as they marched. Thus, after their 6 weeks on the road, they would be worn thin and would need to be sent to pasture for a long rest, which meant the replacement either of the camels or of the raiding tribe by another. The new strategy was well adapted to tribal conditions. It was impossible to mix or combine tribes, since they disliked or distrusted one another. Likewise, we could not use the men of one tribe in the territory of another. For concentration of force, this would have been a ruinous handicap. But it suited the principle of the widest distribution of force, enabling the Arab command to have the greatest possible number of raids in course at the same time. And, by using one district on Monday, another on Tuesday, a third on Wednesday, fluidity could be added to mobility. One remark that T.E. made to me is worth quotation here. I have always been a realist and opportunist in tactics, and Arab unity is a madman's notion for this century or next probably. English-speaking unity is a fair parallel. I never dreamed of uniting even Hejaz and Syria. My conception was of a number of states. No way. Chapter 13. Securing the Base. August-September 1917. Lawrence's persuasion secures the transfer of Faisal's forces to Aqaba for operations in the north as Allenby's mobile wing. Liquid funds. The Turkish threat to Aqaba is paralyzed by pricks. Lawrence begins to operate against the railway. Lawrence's first definite proposal towards the new campaign was that Wai should be abandoned, and Faisal's whole force transferred to Aqaba. When the authorities in Cairo hesitated before this bold suggestion, Lawrence increased its boldness, urging the withdrawal from the Yanbo Medina area of all the stores and money that were being used to sustain the operations of Ali and Abdullah. While Faisal was at Aqaba far up the flank of the Hejaz Railway, and Allenby was before Gaza threatening an advance into Palestine, the Turks were not likely to strengthen the garrison of Medina. The important thing was to prevent them weakening it and trying to withdraw their forces northward. A little encouragement, through a further slackening of effort in the south, might aid this purpose without involving any serious danger to the Arabs in the Hejaz. Here, however, Lawrence was donning the mantle of Robertson and pressing a military theory beyond the limits of political expediency. But the stiffening of opposition to this further suggestion brought with it a relaxation of caution towards his first. Thus Lawrence's political instinct was justified, and he promptly exploited the weakening. Aqaba was only 130 miles from the British position at the Wadi Ghazi, whereas it was 700 miles from Mecca. He suggested that, as a logical consequence, Faisal's force should be transferred from Hussein's sphere of control to Allenby's and become an autonomous army, with Faisal its commander, under Allenby's supreme command. Their future lines of operation ran in the same direction. Before this proposal could be adopted, 3 potential human obstacles had to be overcome: Faisal, Wingate, and Hussein. Lawrence was able to give the assurance that Faisal would accept. They had talked this matter over in months before. Would Wingate hand over to another the care of the now sturdy infant he had done so much to nurse? Clayton sounded him. He found him willing to see the larger issue and relinquish Faisal's force for Allenby's use. Thus, of the possible obstacles, only Hussein remained. Lawrence offered to go down and persuade him. The Dufferin had just returned from Aqaba, and she was ordered to carry Lawrence to Jeddah. On the way, she called at Ray. Here he disembarked and traveled by aeroplane to Jeddah, 100 miles distant, the advanced base to which Faisal's army had moved early in July in order to operate more effectively against the railway. The airway of travel was a pleasantly quick contrast to his last inland ride in this region, and on arrival at Jeddah, it was a joy to meet again his old comrades, themselves now crowned with the laurels of many successful railway raids. From him, they heard fragments of his experiences in the north, and from them he gathered news of what had happened in the past 3 months. On the debit side was the detachment of the Billy from the Sharifian cause. Early in May, their sheikh had joined the Turks at El Ala with 400 of his men, and although he evaded their invitation to attack Faisal, he induced his brother to leave Faisal's army, bringing away his men and the arms with which they had been supplied. Another accession to the Turkish side, more notable than really influential, was Ibn Rashid, the Emir of Hale. His arrival indeed was the sequel to a disaster, for in April, when conveying a large convoy of supplies to the Turks in Medina, he had been trapped and routed by Zaid near Hanaki, 80 miles northeast of Medina. Zaid had captured 3,000 richly laden camels, a similar number of sheep, 4 mountain guns, and 250 prisoners, mostly Turks. This was one of the most important coups of the Hejaz War, and the gain far outweighed the fact that Ibn Rashid himself, with about 1,000 followers, had then joined the Turks at Madain Saleh. His chief effect was to impose an extra strain on their limited supplies. In the raids on the railway that hampered its working, the handful of British officers had continued to play the foremost part. The Arabs, indeed, regarded them as exhausting allies and complained, "Newcomb is like fire. He burns friend and enemy." And Lawrence, who had strategic reasons for wishing that Newcomb would not press too hard on the railway, remarks that he did 4 times as much as any other Englishman would have done, and 10 times as much as the Arabs thought necessary. Their passive resistance had played a part in balking the original British intention of severing the railway completely, although the Turks had also taken a shrewd step to frustrate a strong concentration of effort by filling in the wells within reach of their main stations. In the middle of May, Newcomb had made several breaks around Muaddam, between Madain Saleh and Tabuk, slipping away before the forces from these stations could close upon him. He reported that the repairs were being made with old rails, which showed how the Turks were being hit in their weak side, the material side. In July, Newcomb and Davenport made a large-scale raid, with marked success, on a long section of the line near Kolhat Zamrad, 140 miles north of Medina, while the Arabs captured the station immediately above it. Joyce carried out a series of raids further south around Tawera with a mixed force of Egyptian, French, Algerian, and Arab troops, destroying thousands of rails and several large culverts. Faisal, however, had moved to Jeddah without enthusiasm, under pressure from Wilson and Abdullah. His thoughts wandered ever to the north, to Aqaba and to Syria. Thus he welcomed with delight both the news and the message that Lawrence brought. He accepted the new plan instantly, ordered his cavalry to march to Aqaba, and made arrangements that the Arab regulars, now numbering about 1,800 men, should be shipped there as early as possible together with all the stores from Ruwaysh. He also gave Lawrence a letter for Hussein. Next morning at dawn, Lawrence flew back to Way and re-embarked in the Dufferin for Jeddah, where he received Wilson's unstinted promise of moral and material support. Hussein came down from Mecca and, under Wilson's influence, agreed to Faisal's transfer. Lawrence was struck by the similarity between the two men in the narrow orbit of their thought, their loyalty to a cause, and their intense honesty of purpose, which in Hussein's case led him, perhaps not without cause, to view everyone else, save Wilson, as potential crooks. Yet Lawrence himself was hardly less disturbed when a telegram from Cairo reported that the Hawitat were in treacherous correspondence with the Turks at Man, and a second telegram suggested that Atta was in the plot. As he held the keys to Aqaba, the menace was obvious. Lawrence boarded the Hart and sailed at once for Aqaba, which he reached on the afternoon of August 5th. On landing, he did not tell Nasir of the report, but simply asked for a swift camel and a guide. He also told Nasir that Hussein had granted him a month's leave to visit Mecca, a long-sought privilege which so delighted Nasir that he sold Lawrence Ghazala, peerless among camels. Riding through the night up the Wadi Itham, Lawrence reached Guwera and found Atta talking with other leaders in a tent. They showed signs of confusion, but he greeted them gaily and chatted about trivialities until he had a chance of speaking to Atta and his cousin Mohammed El Dailan alone. When he mentioned the subject of their correspondence with the Turks, they told an elaborate story of a ruse played on the Turks. It was too elaborate to be convincing. Lawrence pretended to enter into the joke, but he perceived that there was more behind. They were angry that no guns or troops had yet come to their support, and that no rewards had been given them for taking Aqaba. They were anxious to know how I had learnt of their secret dealings, and how much more I knew. We were on a slippery ledge. So was Lawrence, as an individual, although he does not emphasize the point. He played on their fears by carelessly quoting, as if they were his own words, actual phrases from the letters they had exchanged with the Turks. And he told them, incidentally, that Faisal's whole army was coming up, and also of the munitions and money that Allenby was sending. Finally, he suggested that Atta might like an advance installment of Faisal's bounty. Atta saw that the immediate moment would not be unprofitable, that Faisal would be highly profitable, and that the Turks would be always with him if other resources failed. So he agreed in a very good temper to accept my advance, and with it to keep the Hawitat well-fed and cheerful. Now, easier in mind, Lawrence set out back to Aqaba after dark. Riding all night, he had a talk with Nasir on arrival, and paddled out in a derelict canoe to the Hardinge just as the dawn was coming. He had been gone only 36 hours, and had not been expected back for a week. But while he went below to sleep, the ship made full steam for Suez. Thence he telephoned a reassuring report to Cairo, in which he said that the reports of treachery were unfounded. This may hardly have been true, but since Egypt kept us alive by stinting herself, we must reduce impolitic truth to keep her confident and ourselves a legend. The crowd wanted book heroes, and would not understand how more human old Atta was, because after battle and murder, his heart yearned towards the defeated enemy now subject, at his free choice, to be spared or killed, and therefore never so loved. Liddell. Lawrence here, in half-humorous fancy, throws a veil of romance over Atta which enhances his picturesqueness, by unjustly obscuring his business capacity. The Arabs had undoubtedly come to look upon the British treasury as an inexhaustible gold shower worked by a hand pressure tap. The more they pressed, the more constant the flow. From the highest to the lowest, this belief pervaded them, so that they not only expected presents of money, but did not even expect to pay for the goods that money could buy. They were continually asking the British officers for presents, and had no false dignity over their scale. One day, for example, hearing that one of the senior officers of the mission was going to Egypt, Nasir asked him to bring back a pair of boots, and made it clear that he expected them without payment. The officer, rather astonished, replied that it wasn't done among people of our station, adding that he would certainly procure the boots if Nasir liked to pay for them. But Nasir took no pains to hide his annoyance and sense of grievance, saying bitterly, Lawrence gets me all I ask for. It is such experiences as these that have given rise to natural, if unjust reflections on the source of Lawrence's authority among those who have heard of them at second hand died, door. Without doubt, Lawrence, who had no care for his own money, was prodigal of public money in his efforts to forward the cause. For the military purpose, that prodigality showed a far greater wisdom in adaptation of methods to conditions than any attempt to adhere to financial regulations or English conventions. And it was worth far more than its weight in gold from the military point of view, now and later. Lawrence happily had never been broken into the departmental harness that placed so tragic a restraint on the development of our resources, and of munition supply in particular. Instead, he acted in accord with Britain's historic tradition, and free from blinkers, saw that it was a choice between money and men's lives. Nevertheless, he personally laid out less than £500,000 up to the end of the war, and the whole of the British payments to support the Arab revolt amounted only to £4 million in gold, of which about half came back in purchases of food and clothing. The tactful tip of a mere £1,000 to Ouda helped to secure the outer defenses of Aqaba against a Turkish advance during the critical weeks, while Faisal's forces were being conveyed to Aqaba. On August 7th, Joyce embarked at Ray with 400 Arab regulars and a French machine gun section. Another 1,000, under Ja'far, followed 10 days later, and finally on the 23rd Faisal himself arrived with another 400 and the Egyptian detachment. Armored cars were also sent, but the aircraft were not available lor the moment, as they had to be taken back to Egypt because of the strain of the summer heat on men and machines alike. While these forces were arriving, Wemyss' flagship, the Euryalus, had kept a godfatherly watch over Aqaba. The moral effect of her 4 funnels carried much farther inland than her guns could hope to reach. Her crew, moreover, had built a pier which soon proved of invaluable service when a supply officer arrived in the person of Goslet, who had brought business system into the chaos of Vey. These measures of security were a race with time, for the Turks for once had acted with unwanted promptness. By the beginning of September they had concentrated 6,000 men at Ma'an with 16 guns, all from the north. And later in the month they were reinforced by a cavalry regiment taken away from the Palestine front, leaving only 2 there. A detachment of 2,000 men had been pushed out to Abu el-Isal, 55 miles n.e. of Aqaba, which it had fortified. Little enough could have been done to stop the enemy had he come forward with determination, but so harassed was he that he never could muster nerve for the attempt. This is the verdict of the British official history of the Palestine campaign. In this paralysis by pricking, Lawrence's tactical theory had a new fulfillment. 3 means were utilized: distraction from a flank, disturbance from the air, and demolitions of the railway. As the Turks were, obviously, intending a direct advance on Aqaba, Lawrence concerted an indirect threat against their western flank, with the idea of drawing off their attention and provoking them into an attack up the Wadi Musa, 60 miles in of Aqaba, where the natural obstacles were so tremendous that the human defending factor might behave as badly as it liked, and yet hold the place against attack. This is a noteworthy contribution to defensive doctrine. He had Wellington's use of the lines of Torres Vedras in his mind, while intending a characteristic adaptation and development. To bait the hook, the Arabs at Dalaga began to worry the Turks and soon drew them into a counterstroke from which they recoiled and left booty in the Arabs' hand. Lawrence did not fail to impress the financial lesson on the peasants of the Wadi Musa, and, to give them moral support, Maulud went up with his mule cavalry and posted himself among the ruins of Petra. This encouraged the local tribesmen to give free play to their animal and rifle-stealing proclivities, to the Turks' increasing irritation. The air cooperation was arranged with Major General Geoffrey Salmond, commanding the British Air Forces in the Middle East, and was carried out by a fight from El Arish under Captain Stent. An advanced landing ground was reconnoitered at Quintia, in eastern Sinai, 40 miles northwest of Aqaba. Lawrence spent 2 days hard work in choosing and marking this landing ground and taking up stores for the flight. On August 28, it arrived over Ma'an, flying low, and dropped 32 bombs. 8 direct hits were scored on the engine shed with serious damage, and 2 on the barracks caused nearly 100 casualties. The flight spent the afternoon in patching the machines, which had been caught by several shrapnel bursts. Early next morning, 3 of them took off and headed for Abu el-Lasal, where they bombed the camp, scattering both the Turks and their horses. They flew so low that they suffered many punctures, but none of the machines were brought down. As a farewell before returning to El Arish, Stent and his pilots went out again during the midday heat, when the Turks were somnolent, and bombed the battery that had annoyed them. Lawrence then himself took charge of the railway operations. To increase their effect, he had decided to experiment with the direct firing of a charge by electricity at the moment the locomotive of a train passed over the chosen spot. He intended also to capture the train thus stopped. For this purpose, in addition to the Hawita, he obtained 2 sergeant instructors from the army school at Zaitun, one of whom, an Englishman, trained a squad of Arabs to handle Stokes mortars, while the other, an Australian, trained a squad of Lewis gunners. They became known as Stokes and Lewis after their beloved tools. Although it was not their duty, and neither could speak Arabic, they volunteered to accompany the raiders. Lawrence was delighted to have this help, and his sense of humor was titillated by their reactions to the strange conditions. Stokes becoming more English and punctiliously correct, while Lewis treating the Arabs with a free-going familiarity, became rather annoyed when they returned it. Lawrence chose for his first target Mudawara Station, 70 miles south of Ma'an, with the idea that if he could destroy its well, the only water in the dry sector below Ma'an, the train service across the gap would become uneconomic in low. The detachment reached Guevara on September 9 and found 2 sources of disturbance. One was the morning aeroplane from Ma'an, which bombed it with timetable regularity. The other, more serious, was the incessant money wrangle which had now come to a head between Atta and the other clans of the Huitat. Some of those in the south towards Mudawara were threatening to break away, and their threat imperiled Lawrence's purpose. Atta was obstinate, not to be moved even by Lawrence's beguiling chaff, although he retorted by calling Lawrence the world's imp, truly a flash of inspiration. To await events, Lawrence moved off with his party up the valley of Rum, a journey which ever after remained in his mind. For the valley converged until it became a 2-mile-wide avenue, between tremendous walls of rock, carved by the weather so that they gave to this processional way greater than imagination, the likeness of a roofless cathedral in the Byzantine style. Arrived at the springs of Rum, Lawrence was met by the heads of the discontented clans. Unable to overcome their dissensions or secure the necessary baggage camels, he set off alone with 1 follower and rode back through the mountains to Aqaba by an unexplored shortcut, thus traversing the third side of a tribe. Here he explained the situation to Faisal and obtained the services of a mediator, Sheriff Abdullah el-Fayer, as well as 20 baggage camels to carry his stock of explosives. On their return to Rum, negotiations succeeded so far as to procure him 100 men of the Huaytat, but this number was only a third of what he had desired. The party set forth on September 16th, the various sections glowering at each other. None save his own men would obey Zal, whom they regarded as Atta's henchmen. Thus Lawrence had to assume direct leadership of a band who seemed to him ominously untrustworthy. Next day they reached a well in a valley a few miles from Mudawara Station and found the water fouled with the carcasses of camels. At dusk Lawrence and Zale, with the sergeants, reconnoitered the station. It looked so solidly stone-built as to be proof against Stokes mortar shells, and the garrison appeared to be about double their own strength. Lawrence decided to abandon his project of storming it and to devote his efforts to the destruction of a train. So the party moved south next morning to a point where Zal had told them of a curve in the line and of hill spurs that would enable them to set an ambush with a good field of fire. Lawrence found a drainage culvert which suited his purpose. Its collapse would be sure to derail the train even if the explosion failed to wreck the engine. Here, between the ends of two steel sleepers, he dug a bed to hold 50 pounds of gelatine, fixed the explosive plugs, and covered up the traces of his work. It took nearly 2 hours. Then he unrolled the detonator wires, burying them in the sand as he went, towards the ridge, 200 yards away, whence he intended to fire the mine. Another 3 hours passed before all was ready. Meantime, a site was chosen for the Stokes mortars and Lewis guns on a high ledge that overhung the line and offered a safe path of retreat. Leaving a man on watch, they withdrew to a concealed camp in a nearby valley. The problem now was to keep the Bedouin hidden until a train appeared, and its difficulties soon became manifest. The strain of waiting irked them, and they moved about restlessly despite all instructions. About 9 o'clock next morning, a fighting patrol of about 40 Turkish soldiers was seen approaching from Halat Amar station in the south. This menace was frustrated by sending a party to meet them and draw them aside by a simulated flank retreat into the hills. The bait was swallowed. But another alarm came about noon, when all the small permanent patrols came up the line. To Lawrence's relief, they walked past the hidden mine and his hiding place without any sign of notice. However, about noon he saw, through strong glasses, a party of Turks about 100 strong emerge from Mudawara station and trudge south. It seemed that the only course was to slip away before they reached the spot, and the Arabs began to pack up. Railway raiding party. Newcomb on left, Hornby on right. Lawrence amid the results of a raid. Suddenly the watchman called out that a cloud of smoke was rising from Halat Amar. Lawrence and Zal dashed up the hill in time to see a train coming. In a wild scramble, the Arabs took post, the riflemen extending in a long line so that they might rake the coaches at close range. As the train approached, drawn by 2 engines, a random fire was opened from it. Behind the engines were 10 box wagons packed with troops. As the second engine was over the culvert, Lawrence raised his hand as a signal to the hidden mine firer. With a terrific roar, the mine exploded, throwing up a column of dust and smoke from which lumps of iron and even a whole wheel came flying out. A deathly silence followed. Lawrence ran south to join the sergeants, while a hail of bullets smote the train, from which the surviving Turks tumbled out to seek the sheltering embankment on the far side. Here, however, the Stokes shells caught them, and as they bolted from the shambles, the Lewis guns mowed them down. The Arabs rushed in to loot the wrecked train. The same overriding call brought the detached party hurrying back from the south, oblivious of their duty of holding off the Turks from Halat Amar. Lawrence realized that before long he might be caught between these Turks and those from Mudawaka. But it was hopeless to call off the Arabs until they had had their fill of looting, so he used these few minutes of grace to blow up the leading engine as best he could. The Arabs had gone raving mad with the lust of plunder, and in their frenzy fought among themselves over the spoil. They burst open the trucks and dragged the contents onto the side of the line, where carpets and blankets, clothes and clocks, foodstuffs and arms were littered in wild confusion. Meantime, a cluster of shrieking women rushed at Lawrence, imploring his protection until pushed aside by their even more abjectly terrified husbands. A Turk so broken down was a nasty spectacle. A more dignified appeal came from a group of Austrian artillerymen, but when Lawrence turned away after reassuring them, a dispute broke out in which the frenzied Arabs slew most of them. Besides about 70 dead, 90 prisoners were taken, and by Lawrence's orders, marched off quickly to the rallying place. The Arabs had only 1 killed, but they were soon all missing, having dispersed with their spoil. Thus the 3 British soldiers were left alone by the wrecked train. Happily, when they were about to abandon the guns and run for it, Zal and another Arab came back with camels and helped them to load the mortars and Lewis guns. The ammunition had to be left, so they made a pile and set light to it, slipping away themselves on foot under cover of the explosions, which halted the advanced Turks. When they caught up the main body, however, they found that Salem, the Negro who had fired the mine, was missing. Lawrence asked for volunteers to go back to find him. After a pause, Zal offered, and then 12 of the Noazira. With them, Lawrence rode back, but found a swarm of Turks around the wrecked train who, sighting them, gave chase. The pursuit was looking dangerous when Lewis appeared with his gun, coming back alone to their relief. Even so, the danger was not over when they rejoined the main body. The encumbrances of victory had turned it into a stumbling baggage caravan instead of a fluid military force, and they had to water at the well near Mudawara, uncomfortably close to the Turks, before they could push on to rum and safety. They reached it, however, without interference. 2 days later, we were at Aqaba, entering in glory, laden with precious things and boasting that the trains were at our mercy. The sergeants found that Cairo had been clamoring for their return, and so from brief adventure returned to dull routine. They had won a battle single-handed, had had dysentery, lived on camel milk, and learned to ride a camel 50 miles a day without pain. Also, Allenby gave them a medal each. The exhilaration that Lawrence found in this type of warfare at this time is shown in a letter which he wrote to a friend. The last stunt was the hold-up of a train. It had 2 locomotives, and we gutted one with an electric mine. This rather jumbled up the trucks, which were full of Turks shooting at us. We had a Lewis and flung bullets through the sides. So they hopped out and took cover behind the embankment and shot at us between the wheels at 50 IDs. Then we tried a Stokes gun, and 2 beautiful shots dropped right in the middle of them. They couldn't stand that. 12 died on the spot, and bolted away to the east across a 100-yard deep belt of open sand into some scrub. Unfortunately for them, the Lewis covered the open stretch. The whole job took 10 minutes, and they lost 70 killed, 30 wounded, 80 prisoners, and about 25 got away. Of my 100 Howitat and 2 British NCOs, there were 1 Arab killed and 4 Arabs wounded. The Turks then nearly cut us off as we looted the train, and 1 lost some baggage, and nearly myself. My loot was a superfine red Baluch prayer rug. I hope this sounds the fun it is. The only pity is the sweat to work them up, and the wild scramble while it lasts. It's the most amateurish, Buffalo Billy sort of performance, and the only people who do it well are the Bedouin. Only you will think it heaven, because there aren't any returns, or orders, or superiors, or inferiors, no doctors, no accounts, no meals, and no drink. P.S. Give my salams to Holditch and tell him to sprint, or we'll be in Damascus first. Lawrence soon rode out on a fresh venture, this time to train disciples in the art of demolition, taking a French officer, Captain Pisani, together with 150 Arabs. He also took the precaution of starting out with a large caravan of empty pack camels. For variety, Lawrence chose to operate in the north near Ma'an, and finding a suitable spot on the railway, an embankment pierced by bridges, he buried a new type of automatic mine and set his fire ambush. They waited all day and the next night, and when the train at last appeared, it passed over the mine without an explosion. But the Arabs were pleased when they saw that it was merely a water train. Lawrence then went down to the line to lay an electric mine over the Liddell. Patrols passed up and down, with no suspicion of its presence. On the second morning, September 6th, a patrol appeared in sight and a train in the distance behind it. Lawrence calculated that the train might arrive first by a few hundred yards. So it proved. As the engine was exactly over the bridge arch, he gave the signal. Another column of dust and smoke soared skyward, while the Lewis guns poured their bullets into the wreck. A Turk appeared on the buffers of a truck near the tail and, uncoupling, allowed the last 4 trucks of 12 to slip back down the gradient. And a Turkish officer from the window took a shot at Lawrence, grazing his hip. Meantime, the Arabs, led by Pisani, had stormed the rest of the train, in which they captured 70 tons of food destined for Madain Salah. Some 20 Turks had been killed and a number more taken prisoner. The attackers suffered no loss, although they nearly lost their leader a second time. For in their eagerness to carry away their plunder, they left Lawrence to roll up the heavy electric cable single-handed. And when 2 of them came back to look for him, Turkish relief parties were converging from both sides, the nearest only a quarter of a mile distant. But he slipped away just in time. After the raiding party had returned to Aqaba safely on September 8th, Lawrence wrote a report which contains an illuminating passage. A feature of the Hawitat is that every 4th or 5th man is a sheikh. In consequence, the head sheikh has no authority whatever, and as in the previous raid, I had to be OC of the whole expedition. This is not a job which should be undertaken by foreigners, since we have not so intimate a knowledge of Arab families as to be able to divide common plunder equitably. On this occasion, however, the Bedouin behaved exceedingly well, and everything was done exactly as I wished. But during the 6 days' trip, I had to adjudicate in 12 cases of assault with weapons, 4 camel thefts, 1 marriage settlement, 14 feuds, 2 evil eyes, and a bewitchment. These affairs take up all one's spare time. From now on, the railway raids from Aqaba were multiplied, dislocating the traffic and demoralizing the travelers. During the next 4 months, 17 engines were destroyed and scores of trucks. Traffic was disorganized up to Aleppo, for we posted notices in Damascus, warning our friends not to travel by the northern railways, as our threat was about to be extended thither. The Turks had rail guards up to Aleppo. Soon, as the rolling stock was drawn from a common pool for Palestine and the Hejaz, the success of this strategy of killing engines not only diminished the prospect of the Turks being able to evacuate Medina, but constricted the artery on which depended the Turkish army that faced Allenby, and at a time when they needed all their strength to oppose the menace of Allenby's advance. For on this, the curtain was now about to rise. Chapter 14. Leverage on Palestine. October-December 1917. Allenby renews the attack on the gates of Palestine. The bolts are drawn beforehand by resourceful ruses. Mein Erzhagen's comedy of craft. Lawrence considers the possibility of raising the Arabs in the Turks' rear, but because of a doubt, decides against this course. He prefers, instead, to risk himself, and accordingly sets out on a raid against the Turkish army's rail communications. Allenby captures Beersheba, but a delay imperils his main stroke. Newcomb's Mirage distracts the Turks' attention and opens the way for Allenby's breakthrough. After further delays, Jerusalem is gained. Lawrence, meantime, attempts to blow up a vital bridge in the Yarmouk Valley, only to be foiled by a stroke of ill luck. He falls into the Turks' hands but escapes. Gaza, on the coast, and Beersheba, 35 miles inland, form the 2 natural gateways into Palestine from the south. Between them lie a series of ridges which form a natural rampart easy of defense. The Turkish field defenses stretched eastward for 30 miles from the sea at Gaza, leaving a gap between them and the separate defenses of Beersheba, which covered the flank of the main position. The British Army, after dragging its weary length across the Sinai Desert, had twice tried in vain to force the strongly fortified Gaza Gate. Beersheba, less artificially strong, was protected by the difficulty of transport and water supply for an attacking force. In an appreciation drawn up by Sir Philip Chetwode and his Chief of Staff, Brig. General Guy Donné, before Allenby's arrival, it was pointed out that to attack Gaza again was to attack the enemy's strongest point. Success could be gained only by sheer weight of artillery, and would be only local success, as the Turks were prepared to swing back from Gaza to a second position in rear, pivoting on their left near Tel Esh Sharia. Virtually inaccessible to direct attack, this nerve center and pivot might be exposed by an approach from the southeast. In order to have room to operate and water for the attacking force, it would be necessary to pinch off Beersheba before the attack on the flank of the enemy's main position was developed. This plan was not appreciated by some of the other generals who, preferring heavy security to hazardous mobility, clung to the dogma that to overcome the enemy at his strongest point was the way to cause the collapse of the whole. They were not shaken in this belief, even though such an attempt had courted twice repeated failure, and ascribed this to an indubitable mismanagement rather than to a misguided principle. If Allenby himself was still under the influence of the mass methods of the West when he landed in Egypt, he was susceptible by cavalry instinct to the appeal of mobile maneuver, and he was not long in adopting the plan foreshadowed in Chetwode's appreciation. In its development, he was guided by Daunay, who now joined his staff, and like Bartholomew the next year, was the brain behind the titular chief of staff. In a plan where concentration of numbers was more difficult than near the sea, success must depend on distraction, so that a concentrated effect, relatively greater, might be attained by a smaller mass against a point of weakness. For this the enemy must be deceived and maintained in his delusion. Secrecy was the first condition. Preparations were concealed as far as possible, and the bulk of the troops were kept on the Gaza flank until the last possible hour. The Royal Flying Corps, just reinforced and re-equipped with faster machines, played a greater part in concealing the preparations. But secrecy alone was negative, and in fact, the veil was penetrated by the enemy's intelligence. A positive deception was needed, especially in view of the enemy's preparations to reinforce the Palestine front. It was supplied from the ingenious brain of a British intelligence officer, Richard Meinertzhagen, who drafted the mock agenda for a staff conference in which a main attack on Gaza was to be preceded by a feint against Beersheba, and instructions for these operations. To give the fake a more persuasive air of reality, he concocted several intimate letters from home to himself, also a private letter of biting criticism on the pseudo-plan from an imaginary friend on the staff, and included 20 pounds in notes. All these he placed in a haversack which he stained with fresh blood from his horse. Then, on October 10th, he rode out into no man's land as if on reconnaissance, drew the fire of a Turkish cavalry patrol, drew it after him in pursuit, pretended to be hit, rolled in the saddle, and eventually dropped his haversack as well as his field glasses and other articles. A few days later, a notice was inserted in Corps orders saying that a notebook had been lost, and a copy of this order, wrapped round some sandwiches, was also dropped in no man's land. The Turkish NCO Al-Waq, who found the haversack, was rewarded, and his corps commander published an order warning his officers against carrying papers when out on reconnaissance. More important from the British point of view, the Turks now concentrated their efforts on strengthening the defenses near Gaza, to the neglect of those on the other flank. Kress von Kressenstein also kept his only reserve division behind the Gaza flank, despite the suggestion of his distant superior Falkenhayn that it should be placed at or behind Beersheba. And when the attack on Beersheba actually came, on October 10th, Kress refused the appeal to send reinforcements. To Meinertzhagen's subtle web of ruse were mainly due the faulty dispositions of the enemy, if a share of the credit must go to Murray's successive failures at Gaza, which had apparently persuaded the Turks that British stupidity was limitless. Distraction was certainly more necessary than ever. Since Allenby's coming, the British had been reinforced not only with troops, but with heavy artillery. Owing to his own demands and Lloyd George's vigorous pressure at home, the army in Palestine had now been raised to 7 infantry and 3 mounted divisions, totaling some 75, 0 rifles and 17, 0 sabers. But the Turkish strength had also grown, if even more on paper than in reality. Its 8 weak divisions and 2 cavalry regiments mustered some 30,000 rifles and 1,400 sabers. Moreover, like a looming cloud behind them, there was the new Yildirim, Thunderbolt army group which had been formed under Falkenhayn's command to turn the scales in the Middle East. It included 7 Turkish divisions now assembling at Aleppo, and had a steel corps in the new German, Azia Corps, made up predominantly of artillery, machine guns, and other mechanical specialists. Originally intended by the Turks to recapture Baghdad, Falkenhayn had decided to divert it to an offensive on the Palestine front. This was barely forestalled by the British attack. In considering his means of distraction, Allenby had bethought himself of his Arab allies. A telegram was sent to Lawrence which caught him on his return from the Ma'an raid. An aeroplane carried him across the desert to General Headquarters, where he gave an account of the existing situation around Ma'an, and pointed out the value of partial pressure on the Hejaz artery, rather than complete strangulation, so that the Turks might be induced to cling on to Medina while incapable of serious mischief. As regards more direct action in aid of Allenby's coming offensive, Lawrence's decision hung between 2 courses, suspended by a doubt. We knew, better than Allenby, the enemy hollowness and the magnitude of the British resources, that superior knowledge was the natural consequence of being behind the Turkish front. Given fine weather, Allenby should be able to take not only Jerusalem but Haifa also within a month, sweeping the Turks in ruin through the hills. Such would be our moment, and we needed to be ready for it in the spot where our weight and tactics would be least expected and most damaging. For my eyes, the center of attraction was Deraa, the junction of the Jerusalem, Haifa, Damascus, Medina railways, the navel of the Turkish armies in Syria, the common point of all their fronts, and, by chance, an area in which lay great untouched reserves of Arab fighting men, educated and armed by Faisal. Now, the Arabs alone, by their superior mobility and pervasive fluidity, had the chance of striking this solar plexus of the Turkish body. Lawrence pondered for a while whether we should not call up all these adherents and tackle the Turkish communications in force. We were certain with any management of 12,000 men, enough to rush Deraa, to smash all the railway lines, even to take Damascus by surprise. Any of these things would make the position of the Beersheba army critical, and my temptation to stake our capital instantly on the issue was very sore. Lawrence's restraint was due to a doubt of the British Army's capability and a perception of the consequences of failure to the ultimate aim. Although the Arabs around Deraa were ready enough to rise, Lawrence felt that the risk was not one that Faisal could scrupulously afford unless he had a fair hope of then establishing himself there. A withdrawal would have involved the massacre, or the ruin, of all the splendid peasantry of the district. They could only rise once, and their effort on that occasion must be decisive. To call them out now was to risk the best asset Faisal held for eventual success, on the speculation that Allenby's first attack would sweep the enemy before it, and that the month of November would be rainless, favorable to a rapid advance. I weighed the English army in my mind, and could not honestly assure myself of them. The men were often gallant fighters, but their generals as often gave away in stupidity what they had gained in ignorance. Allenby was quite untried, and his troops had broken down in and been broken by the Murray period. Of course, we were fighting for an Allied victory, and since the English were leading partners, the Arabs would have, in the last resort, to be sacrificed for it. But was it the last resort? The war generally was going neither well nor very ill, and it seemed as though there might be time for another try next year. So I decided to postpone the hazard for the Arabs' sake. The underlying doubt which held Lawrence back was here a wiser counselor than his reasoned calculations. For, as he admits, he underestimated the crippling effect of Allenby's too plentiful artillery, and the cumbrous intricacy of his infantry and cavalry, which moved only with rheumatic slowness. But although his sense of duty to the Arabs stopped him from risking their future, his sense of duty to Allenby compelled him in compensation to risk himself in a stroke against the communications of the Turks, who were facing Allenby. To it he was also impelled by his sense of the importance of proving to Allenby that the Arab wing of his army was a profitable asset. The site he chose for his stroke was the Yarmouk Valley, the narrow and precipitous gorge up which the railway from Palestine climbed to Dira Junction. This section of the railway formed the right-hand half of the cross-stroke of the small TT, attached to the large TT thus. The line, winding upwards, crossed and recrossed the stream by numerous bridges. The bridge farthest west and the bridge farthest east would be the most difficult to replace. To cut either of these bridges would isolate the Turkish army in Palestine for 1 fortnight from its base in Damascus and destroy its power of escaping from Allenby's advance. For practicability, this plan had the advantage that the Turks deemed danger to the bridges so remote that they guarded them lightly. They were 420 miles from Aqaba by way of Azra. For potentiality, it had the further advantage that if the Turkish army collapsed under the double pressure from in front and behind, the raiding expedition to Yarmouk could be converted into a general uprising of the Arabs, which would carry them like a wave into Damascus. With Allenby following, Allenby accepted the suggestion and asked that the stroke should be attempted on November 5th, or one of the 3 following days. His own attack on Beersheba was timed for October 31st, and he hoped to follow it with the main stroke against the Turks' inner flank at Shiria a few days later. Lawrence then returned to Aqaba to prepare for the expedition. As Nasir was still away, he arranged with Faisal for the services of Ain ibn el-Husayn, a young and dashing Sharifian leader who had Nukum in railway raids around El-Ala and had the prestige necessary to carry weight with the tribes near Azrak-Didal. Through Ali he could count on the Beni Sakr and might obtain the aid of the Sarahin. The Ruala, unfortunately, had moved away to their winter pastures. The Arab sympathizers in Damascus were also warned to be ready, in particular Ali Riza Pasha, the Turkish base commandant, and the sheriff's unsuspected ally. And in view of the difficulty of blowing up the great steel bridge which was their target, and the risk of becoming a casualty, Lawrence took an understudy in Wood, the base engineer at Aqaba, for the purpose of holding enemy reinforcements at bay while the demolition was being done. Lawrence arranged to take a party of Indian machine gunners who had already been operating in the raids from Vej. At the last moment they were joined by the Emir Abdel Kader, grandson of the man who had resisted the French in Algeria during the E40s, and himself head of the colony of Algerian exiles who lived on the north bank of the Yarmouk. He was on his way back from a visit to Mecca, and his offer to help was welcomed because it offered a chance of controlling the middle section of the Yarmouk Valley through his men, without the risk of raising the countryside as a whole. After coming to this decision, they were disturbed by a telegram from Bremond warning them that Abdelkader was in the pay of the Turks. It was not easy to tell whether this suspicion of Abdelkader had more substance than his anti-French views, and Lawrence's view of Bremond inclined him to give Abdelkader the benefit of the doubt. Faisal remarked, "I know he is mad. I think he is honest. Guard your heads and use him." Lawrence decided to take the risk, showing him our complete confidence, on the principle that a crook would not credit our honesty, and that an honest man was made a crook soonest by suspicion. But Abdelkader was to prove the grit in the wheel, if less from knavery than from stupidity. Fanaticism and injured dignity were his particular aspects of foolishness. The expedition left Aqaba on October 24th, riding by way of Rum to Jeffur, where Atta was encamped. Lloyd accompanied them thus far, before going, regretfully, back to Egypt on his way to join the inter-allied staff at Versailles. Lawrence had the more reason to regret his going because of the friction already developing between Ali and Abdel Qadir. Oda, too, they found still quarreling with the lesser chiefs over money, while Zal, upon whose raiding experience Lawrence had especially counted, showed no relish to share in the venture. Glut of success had changed the hard-riding gallant of Spring into a prudent man, whose new wealth made life precious to him. As they sat round the fire the night before launching out from Jeffre, they felt a creeping reverberation, a cadence of blows, too dull, too wide, too slow easily to find response in our ears. It was like the mutter of a distant, very lowly thunderstorm. It was the bombardment of the Gaza defenses by the British guns in preparation for Allenby's attack. 2 divisions of Chauvel's desert-mounted corps and the 4 infantry divisions of Chetwode's Weni, sidestepping eastward, were already sidestepping eastward by nightly stages for the decisive stroke. 60,000 rifles and sabers were thus assembled close to Beersheba, held by less than 5,000 Turks. Pinned by the British infantry attack on the morning of October 31st, their eastern flank was encircled by the Australian and New Zealand horsemen. Shortly before dusk, the town was captured. The left flank, at Shiria, of the main Turkish position now lay exposed. Water was the main limiting condition. Before Die Second Act could open, the water supplies at Beersheba had to be developed. The mass of the mounted force was the brake on its mobility. Fortunately, the wells had been captured almost intact, so that Allenby was encouraged to count on being ready to attack the Shiria position on November 3rd or early on the 4th. It was preceded by a fixing attack on the night of November 1st, which bit into a segment of the Gaza defenses. But the water problem at Beersheba belied optimistic hopes and jammed the machinery of the offensive. Partly this was due to faults in the human factor. Allenby's men and horses had not the same endurance capacity as Arabs and camels. A hot Khamsin blew, and in raising clouds of dust produced a thirst that drained the water supplies beyond calculation. And the hope of finding sufficient water north of Beersheba to eke out the supply was also disappointed. Thus, the second act had to be postponed until November 6th. The delay allowed the Turks an ominously long interval in which to reinforce the threatened spot. That they did not do so was due largely to the initiative and self-sacrifice of another member of the British mission to the Arabs. And it offered one more proof that, in distraction especially, the resourceful man counts far more than any number of herdmen. Newcomb had been shipped back sick to Egypt in July, paying the price of his rail-raiding exertion. While in Cairo, he suggested to Allenby that he should move with a small party into the desert east of Beersheba and raise the Bedouin against the Turks at the moment of Allenby's offensive, blocking the road north to Hebron and Jerusalem after Beersheba had been captured. Allenby accepted the proposal, and Newcomb chose 70 British cavalry with a few Arab scouts to form his party. It was very strong in firepower for its size, having 10 machine guns besides a number of Lewis guns and explosives. Newcomb's detachment moved out from Asluj on October 30th and made a wide circuit to Es Semua, 20 miles northeast of Beersheba. On the evening of the 31st, he moved down to the Beersheba-Hebron road and cut the telegraph to Jerusalem. Hearing that night from friendly Bedouin of Beersheba's capture, he determined to bar the Hebron road so as to cut the enemy's northward line of retreat. In thus staking his tiny force, Newcomb hoped for the speedy advance of the British cavalry to his relief, a hope which proved vain. But his distraction opened a path through the center for the British army, for it spread such alarm behind the Turkish front that it created a strategic mirage. In it, the enemy's imagination saw the bulk of the British army advancing north up the Hebron road, straight for Jerusalem. So strong was the delusion that they forgot that a British army marches on a weak stomach, which needs constant care. Having at the outset kept their main strength too close to Gaza, they now went to the other extreme. Not only did they dispatch their one division in general reserve to the Hebron flank, but also drew off the reserves from the Shiria sector, where Allenby's blow was about to fall. Thus they locked up nearly half their force in the Judean hills, where it took no part in the fighting for a week after the capture of Syria. A share of the credit is certainly due to the British cavalry patrols, which pushed north after the fall of Beersheba. But from German and Turkish evidence it seems clear that Newcomb earned the lion's share. His own hopes of the hill Arabs joining him had been disappointed. Unlike the Turks, they preferred to wait on realities rather than clutch at promises. But the fear of an Arab rising had almost as much effect on the Turks as the reality, for a time. On November 1st, Newcomb's party were attacked by about 100 Turks whom they repulsed with loss. But next morning, after he had blocked all communication for 40 hours, the petty obstruction was cleared away by converging forces from Hebron and Dahri. After 20 of his men had been killed and most of his machine guns disabled, he surrendered when the German-commanded Turks reached positions from which they could have shot down the survivors. The self-immolation, which came from a self-immobilization, was a sacrifice of doubtful value. It was magnificent, but it was not a regular war. The fact that he had appeared from the east seems to have contributed far more than his actual obstruction to the impression he made, for it apparently conjured up a picture of a wide encircling move by British mounted forces heading for Jerusalem. A graphic description of the effect is given by Obergeneralist Stober, who arrived in Hebron just after Newcomb's capture. The place was like a disturbed ant's nest. The staff of army headquarters was standing beside its horses, saddled for hasty retreat. Mounted Turkish gendarmes dashed through the excited populace. The main body of the English was said to be only a few kilometers off. As in all panics of this sort, rumor had grossly exaggerated the facts. A whimsical touch was given to the affair by an old Arab procuress, who, in the midst of the universal terror, was calmly preparing to meet the enemy with a band of scantily clad dancing girls wearing colored transparent veils. Now, by that same evening, 2 Turkish divisions and 2 cavalry regiments were stretched out in the hills near the Hebron road, with a 3rd division on the way. There they remained, rubbing against the edge of the British army's flank in a series of ineffective actions, until on November 6th, Chetwode's real blow crashed, like a fist through a paper screen, into the Syria defenses, where 2 Turkish regiments only were now stretched out to hold 6 miles of front. Unfortunately, the great cavalry wave that was to sweep like a torrent through the gap dwindled to a thin trickle, through shortage of water and the excessive effect of machine guns in checking horsemen. The Turkish army escaped the disaster that had seemed imminent, and the British had to resign themselves to a more deliberate advance up the coastal plain. Not until November 14th did they succeed in capturing Junction Station, thus securing control of the branch railway running up to Jerusalem, and forcing the Turks anew into divergent lines of retreat, one part falling back north while the other withdrew east to cover Jerusalem. Then Allenby swung in, fighting his way eastward through the Judean hills until, after a further check, Jerusalem was at last gained on December 9th, the keys of the city being vainly offered by the mayor to a couple of mess cooks, who had lost themselves while looking for water, and then to a couple of sergeants on outpost duty, before he at last found a British soldier willing to accept the prize that countless crusaders through the centuries had striven for in vain. The British capture of Jerusalem was a heavy blow to Turkey's prestige, all the more damaging because it followed the loss of Baghdad. But as a moral tonic to the Western Allies, its effect was far wider and greater, for it helped to soften the sting of a series of disheartening failures and disasters. The year had seen the collapse of Russia, the extinction of Romania, the bankruptcy of the Franco-British offensive in the West, the grave mutinies in the French army, the engulfing of the British in the mud of Passchendaele, the disastrous breakdown of the Italians at Caporetto. Even as December arrived, a German counterstroke had turned the hasty joy bells of Cambrai into a mockery. Then, as a timely Christmas present, came the redemption of the place to which the thoughts of Christendom turned at Christmastide. At such a time of the year in the war, the gaining of Jerusalem delivered a new message of hope. What of Lawrence meantime? He had been less fortunate than Newcomb in his mission, if more lucky in his escape from a danger worse than capture. The omens were inauspicious. As he was setting out from Jaffa, on October 31st, Otto whispered in his ear, "Beware of Abd el-Qaeda." Next day, there was another disquieting incident when a band of Beni Saker appeared from several quarters and closed round them menacingly, firing over their heads. When the hostile tribesmen found Lawrence's party well posted for defense, their manner changed, and they pretended that the lapse was due to ignorance, saying that it was a Beni Saker custom to shoot over strangers, changed suddenly from prospective prey into honored guests. The party were received at Bear by a parading swarm of horsemen, who hailed Ali with the shout, "God give victory to our sheriff," and cried to Lawrence, "Welcome, Aurons, harbinger of action." Abd el-Qaeda, feeling the need to emphasize his presence, mounted his horse and began to prance delicately in slow curves, crying out, "Halt!" whoop in his throaty voice, and firing a pistol unsteadily in the air. His seat and his aim were so obviously uncertain that his solo performance went unappreciated. At the feast which followed, he again tried to assert his dignity by rising before the others had finished, and then grumbling that the meat was tough. Reinforced by the chief, Mila, and 16 of his followers, the party moved on northward next day, fortified by the distant drumming of the British guns, whose echoes floated across the Dead Sea hollow. But the Arabs' reaction was mixed. Lawrence heard them whispering, "They are nearer. The English are advancing. God deliver the men under that rain." Their own dislike of artillery fire gave them a throb of sympathy for the Turks. But it was not only that. They were thinking compassionately of the passing Turks. So long their weak oppressors, whom, for their weakness, though oppressors, they loved more than the strong foreigner with his blind, indiscriminate justice. Lawrence himself was qualified to interpret that feeling. When still a little short of Azraq, they met a band of the Seralan who were just starting out to swear allegiance to Faisal. But when invited to share in an operation nearer home, their enthusiasm cooled. They declared that to attack the Western Bridge was out of the question, as the Turks had just filled the district with hundreds of military woodcutters. They also showed deep suspicion of Abd al-Qadir, and so were unwilling to trust themselves in his section of the Yenormuk Valley. Yet, without their aid, the venture was hopeless. And in an effort to overcome their hesitations, Lawrence addressed them round the camp fire, seeking to combat in words this crude prudence of the Seralan, which seemed all the more shameful to us after our long sojourn in the clarifying wilderness. Now, like the orations which Livy and other classical writers put in the mouths of generals before battle, that address, as remembered, may not be of verbatim accuracy, but it has the value of retrospective judgment. It deserves quotation, not so much for its direct historical relation to the issue, but for its light on Lawrence's philosophy. We put it to them, not abstractedly, but concretely, for their case, how life in mass was sensual only, to be lived and loved in its extremity. There could be no rest houses for revolt, no dividend of joy paid out. Its spirit was accretive, to endure as far as the senses would endure, and to use each such advance as base for further adventure, deeper privation, sharper pain. To be of the desert was a doom to wage unending battle with an enemy who was not of the world, nor life, nor anything but hope itself, and failure seemed God's freedom to mankind. Life could only be mastered by holding it cheap. In order to bring forth spiritually creative things, men must avoid being hampered by physical ties and wants. With most men, the soul aged long before the body. There could be no honor in a sure success, but much might be wrested from a sure defeat. Omnipotence and the infinite were our two worthiest foemen, indeed the only ones for a full man to meet, they being monsters of his own spirit's making, and the stoutest enemies were always of the household. In fighting omnipotence, honor was proudly to throw away the poor resources that we had, and dare him empty-handed, to be beaten, not merely by more mind, but by its advantage of better tools. To those who attained clear sight, failure was the only goal. By believing utterly that there was no victory, and by inviting blows, one might alone conquer omnipotence. This was a halting, halfway, coherent speech, struck out desperately, moment by moment, in our extreme need, upon the anvil of those white minds round the dying fire. And hardly its sense remained with me afterwards. For once my picture, making memory forgot its trade, and only felt the slow humbling of the Serahin. The night, quiet in which their worldliness faded, and at last their lashing eagerness to ride with us whatever the bourne. The rare man who attains wisdom is, by the very clearness of his sight, a better guide in solving practical problems than those, more commonly the leaders of men, whose eyes are misted and minds warped by ambition for success. But to give such guidance he must for the moment cease straining after the infinite and become, in a relative sense, short-sighted. Lawrence seems hitherto to have made this adjustment, but now one feels he had for some months so strained himself in conquest of his physical being that his power of practical guidance may have been affected. Here, to some degree, if still more in the adverse conditions of the problem, may lie the explanation of what followed. At the same time, it is only fair to quote Lawrence's own comment. We were only a cat's whisker off success, and is the boldest thing we ever tried. Next day, November 4th, they reached Azrak, a magic place, peopled by the ghosts of poets, kings and Roman legionaries. But the inclination to dream was dispersed by the news that Abd el-Qadir had disappeared, heading for the Jebel Drus. It meant a limitation of their target, as well as a threat of betrayal. Of our three alternatives, Qais had been abandoned. Without Abd el-Qadir, Wadi Khalid was impossible. This meant that we must necessarily attempt the bridge at Tel el-Shehab. Lack of alternatives, as Borsay had been the first to point out clearly, meant a greatly increased chance of the enemy blocking or accident stopping the single path. The very fact that their now inevitable target was the nearest bridge made discovery more likely, especially as to reach it they would have to cross the open country between Remthi and Dira. Abd el-Qadir had probably gone over to the enemy, and the Turks, if they took the most reasonable precautions, would trap us at the bridge. Nevertheless, after taking counsel, they decided to gamble on the incompetence of the Turks. On the night of the 6th, they slipped across the Hejaz Railway, a little below Dira at a stony place where their passage would leave no sign. And there did not seem to be any unusual activity among the Turkish railway patrols, which was somewhat reassuring as to Abd el-Qadir's action. A short way beyond they found a pit where they lay up in hiding. It would serve as the jumping-off point for their actual raid across the open, which would have to be made under cover of darkness. To reach Tel el-Shihab on the Palestine branch, blow up the bridge, and get back into safety east of the Hejaz line between dusk and daybreak meant a ride of 80 miles in 13 hours. Lawrence regretfully decided that this was beyond the capacity of most of the Indian soldiers. The discipline of their cavalry training had tired out them and the animals in our easy stages. He picked out 6 of the best under Jemadar Hassan Shah so that he could have one machine gun available. Apart from his own small bodyguard, the party was made up of 20 of the Beni Sakr as the storming party and 40 of the Serahin, less dependable as fighters to guard the camels and carry the explosives. As the party crossed the white furrows of the pilgrim road in the dark, Lawrence had a momentary thrill as he remembered that it was the same track he had seen a year ago, nearly 800 miles farther south, on his first ride inland from Rep. Those miles were the measure of accomplishment, and Damascus, but a little way off. Yet the slight distance might suffice for the proverbial slip betwixt the cup and lip. In Lawrence's present mood, the feeling overcame him that the Arab revolt was doomed to be one more of those caravans which set out for a cloud goal and perished in the wilderness without the tarnish of achievement. His reverie was broken by sudden shots from some shepherd, frightened by the stealthy approach of the caravan. There was another momentary alarm when a gypsy woman rushed shrieking out of a bush beside the track. Away to the north, the station flares of Dira gleamed like a lighthouse at sea. At last they began to go downhill, then heard a faint sighing like wind among the trees far away, but continuous and slowly increasing. It told them they were near the great waterfall below Tel el-Shehab, and so near their goal. They drew rein on a grassy ledge. Before us from a lip of darkness rose very loudly the rushing of the river which had long been dinning our ears. It was the edge of the Yarmouk Gorge, and the bridge lay just under us to the right. No. The explosives were silently distributed among the carriers, while the Beni Sakr reconnoitered ahead. A little further, and at last, below our feet we saw a something blacker in the precipitous blackness of the valley, and at its other end a speck of flickering light. It was the bridge, and the guard tent on the far bank. Wood posted the Indian machine gunners ready to spray the guard tent with bullets, while the rest of the party pushed on to the abutment of the bridge. The solitary sentry, to Lawrence's annoyance, stayed at the opposite end. Suddenly there was the clatter of a falling rifle. The sentry jumped. His yell brought the guard tumbling out. The Indians were too late to catch them before they took cover. The Beni Sakr exchanged volleys with them ineffectively, while the Sarahin porters dropped their loads into the ravine and bolted, fearing to be blown up if a bullet hit the blasting gelatin. With the means of demolition lost, the raid had lost its purpose. The only thing was to get away while there was time. The clamor aroused the villages for miles around, but after a tense ride the party reached the railway at dawn, cutting the telegraph wires where they crossed in petty compensation for the prize they had missed. The bitterness of the contrast was gall to Lawrence. We were fools, all of us equal fools, and so our rage was aimless. Ahmed and Awad had another fight. Young Mustafa refused to cook rice. Faraj and Daud knocked him about until he cried. Ali had 2 of his servants beaten, and none of us or of them cared a little bit. Our minds were sick with failure, and our bodies tired after nearly 100 strain miles over bad country in bad conditions, between sunset and sunset, without halt or food. So, none of the Arabs cared to return to Azraq empty-handed, so there was a general shout of approval when Ali suddenly said, "Let's blow up a train." They all looked to Lawrence, the expert. He did not share their delight. Blowing up trains was an exact science when done deliberately, by a sufficient party, with machine guns in position. If scrambled at, it might become dangerous. He felt that the Indians, who were the machine gunners, had suffered enough from cold and hunger. His stand on their behalf was accepted by the Arabs, but as they still were eager for a chance at a train, Lawrence yielded to their desire. At dawn on the 9th, Wood led the Indians back to Azraq, while Lawrence took the 60 Arabs back to the railway, near his old site at Minafir, and laid an electric mine beneath the rebuilt culvert. But he had only 60 yards of cable, which left the firing point perilously close to the line. A tiny bush about a foot high served to conceal the wires, but not the firer. One train passed before they were ready, and another in the morning, owing to the mist and rainstorms, hiding its approach from the man on watch. Everything seemed to be going wrong. However, the bad weather offered Lawrence the consolation that Allenby was unlikely to finish the war before the Arabs were ready for a better effort. On the 10th, the rain still swept the landscape. About noon, a train was signaled, and Lawrence hurried over to the embankment to fire the mine. When the train eventually came along, panting up the gradient, he saw that it was packed with troops. It seemed too late to change his plan, so when the engine reached him, he pushed down the handle of the exploder. Nothing happened. And then he realized that he was kneeling in the open in full sight of the troop train as it crawled past 50 yards away. The bush, which had seemed a foot high, shrank smaller than a fig leaf. His only chance was that the Turks might take him to be a casual Bedouin, not worth shooting. The miracle happened. Mud and rain had fortunately dimmed the splendor of his white and gold dress. As soon as the train had passed, he pushed the wires quickly but deftly under the earth and bolted like a rabbit for cover. A few hundred yards on, the train stuck, and while it was raising steam, an officer's patrol came back to have a look at the ground, but failed to discover the wires. Then followed another cheerless day for the party, hungry and sodden, yet not too sodden to quench their exasperation. And when a new morning came, the luck had changed, as Ali had predicted. A two-engine train with a dozen passenger coaches appeared, and Lawrence touched off the mine under the leading engine. So close was he to the explosion that he was hurled backwards, with clothes torn, arms scratched, and a toe broken. As, half stunned, he staggered away from the wrecked train, the Arabs on the slope and the Turks on the line blazed at each other over him. 7 of the Arabs were hit in a rush to bring him in. The train was carrying the new commander destined to take over the defense of Jerusalem, and his escort, several hundred strong, checked any hope of rushing the train once the first shock of surprise passed off. The Arabs had now cause to regret their lack of machine guns. They barely held off the Turkish pursuit until they reached the hilltop, and, each man jumping on the nearest camel, fled into the desert where they rallied. The only booty to compensate them for the loss of several lives consisted of some 60-odd rials seized in the first rush, but these counted for much. Next day we moved into Azraq, having a great welcome and boasting, "God forgive us, that we were the victors." They decided to hold on to Azraq during the winter, using it as a base of propaganda and center of intelligence. It would also drive in a new wedge, separating Nuri Shalan from the Turks. They established their winter quarters in the old fort, which they repaired and made watertight. A caravan was sent to the Jebel Drus to collect provisions, and a stream of desert visitors poured in to exchange presents and hear tales of Aqaba, its forces, and its riches. Ali's mixture of reckless bravado and stately charm made him a potent representative of Faisal. He also had something of Lawrence's uncanny detachment. In the company of Ali and the atmosphere of Azraq, Lawrence could have rested content, living in imagination. It was with an effort that he pried himself apart in order to explore the country round. As Dara was his future target, he felt that he ought to examine it with his own eyes. So he put on bedraggled Harani clothes and walked through the defenses, accompanied only by an old peasant follower. For a time no notice was taken of him, but after passing the aerodrome a sergeant suddenly seized him by the arm, saying that the Bey wanted him. Protest was vain, and Lawrence was marched off to an office where, in reply to questions, he admitted he was a Circassian. That might explain his white skin, but it drew him deeper into the mire. For the second time in his life, he found himself forcibly incorporated in the Turkish army, and this time for a purpose for which Turkish officers have notoriously been apt to use their recruits. That night, the ordeal came, and when Lawrence resisted, he was handed over to the tender mercies of the guard to be brought to a suitable frame of mind. After various unpleasant forms of coercion had failed, he was thrashed into senselessness. But his gory state at least saved him from further attentions, and during the night he managed to escape from the hospital to which he had been carried. As he hobbled down the road, a tribesman took pity on him, and, mounting him on a camel, carried him to Nisibine, where he found the rest of his party. By a grim irony, it was during this escape that he chanced on the concealed route of approach to Dira, which he had set out to discover. Once back at Azraq, the reaction came, and the long strain on his nerves, followed by this last shock, made the place and the company unbearable. Propaganda palled on him, conscious all the time of my strangeness and of the incongruity of an alien's advocating national liberty. The war for me held a struggle to sidetrack thought, to get into the people's attitude of accepting the revolt naturally and trustfully. I had to persuade myself that the British government could really keep the spirit of its promises. Physical suffering had so accentuated the clearness of his sight that he could not induce the mild watering necessary for practical affairs, and the flattering obsequiousness of the Syrian townsmen seemed to coat him with slime. He decided to break away and go south in search of action. He left late on November 23rd with only one companion, and despite his physical weakness rode hard. The harder indeed because of the sheer detachment of spirit from flesh that through suffering he had attained. He passed Bear on the second night and would not tarry. I had a heavy bout of fever on me which made me angry, so that I paid no attention to Rahal's appeals for rest. That young man had maddened all of us for months by his abundant vigor, and by laughing at our weaknesses. So this time I was determined to ride him out, showing no mercy. Before dawn he was blubbering with self-pity, but softly, lest I hear him. At noon they reached Atta's camp, but only paused for a greeting and to eat a few dates. Rahel was now past protest, and rode as if grimly determined to outstay Lawrence. Even had we started fair, he had the advantage anyhow, over me in strength, and now I was nearly finished. I seemed at last approaching the insensibility which had always been beyond my reach. But a delectable land for one born so sluggish that nothing this side fainting would let his spirit free. Now I found myself dividing into parts. There was one which went on riding wisely, sharing or helping every pace of the wearied camel. Another hovering above, and to the right bent down curiously, and asked what the flesh was doing. The flesh gave no answer, for indeed it was conscious only of a ruling impulse to keep on, but a third garrulous one talked and wondered, critical of the body's self-inflicted labor, and contemptuous of the reason for effort. The night passed in these mutual conversations. My unseeing eyes saw the dawn goal ahead, and my parts debated that the struggle might be worthy, but the end foolishness and the rebirth of trouble. Those who saw Lawrence when at last, on the 26th, he rode into Aqaba, say that he seemed like a wraith, so white and remote. He said but the briefest word, just a mention of the bridge failure in the Yarmouk Valley, and then crept away to a tent. A few days later he received a summons to go up to Palestine. He went by air to Suez, and when he reached Allenby's headquarters, he found the air within so full of the noise of victorious battle that it drowned the echoes of his ride to the Yarmouk Valley, a tale on which he himself had no wish to enlarge. Not that his work had been unappreciated. For Aqaba he had been promoted major in order to be made Companion of the Bath, a decoration he never wore. He was also recommended for the Victoria Cross by Wingate, but the circumstances did not fit the customary condition. A reward that he appreciated more was the chance to be present at the official entry into Jerusalem on December 11th. Hastily rigged out by friends on the staff in the borrowed glory of a British brass. He took part in the ceremony at the Jaffa Gate, which, for me, was the supreme moment of the war. At the lunch after it, he heard with delight Allenby's rebuke to Endale, Picard's suggestion of setting up a civil government in Jerusalem. And immediately after lunch he seized the moment to discuss new military projects with Allenby. Allenby's idea was, first, to secure his gains by obtaining more elbow room north of Jerusalem and restoring the railway thither. Then, with a push of his right elbow eastward to drive the Turks from Jericho and clear the Jordan Valley north of the Dead Sea. He suggested that Faisal should now move north from Aqaba towards Tafila, near the southern end of the Dead Sea. Thus he could link up with the British on the other side and help them by cutting off the food supplies which the Turks were drawing from the corn belt between the Dead Sea and the Hejaz Railway. The grain ships which came up the Dead Sea were a buttress to the Turks' power of resistance, which it was important to destroy. Lawrence not only responded to this idea but added a second proposition, that when Jericho was captured, Faisal's base might be transferred there from Aqaba, and his 50 tons a day of supplies and ammunition delivered there. Allenby expressed his agreement, i.e., and when transport surpluses permitted, and Lawrence went back to Aqaba to prepare for this forward move by stages. One of his steps was the formation of a bodyguard. The reward offered by the Turks for his capture or killing, hugely raised since he had blown up Jamal Pasha's train, was sufficient reason, if not the only reason. Of course, the offer was rhetorical, with no certainty whether in gold or paper, or that the money would be paid at all. Still, perhaps it might justify some care. He had taken Faraj and Dode as his personal followers during the expedition that ended with the capture of Aqaba, and had added 3 Harani peasants soon afterwards. But all these save Rahel had now been left behind at Azraq, so that he had to find fresh followers, which his reputation made easy. The beginning had promise. As he was reading in his tent one afternoon, Alitha Giley stole in, dropped a superb saddle bag on the floor, and went away. He came again next day, and left a camel, saddle of equal beauty. On the 3rd day he came empty-handed and asked to be taken into Lawrence's service. His name was Abdullah el-Nahabi, Abdullah the robber, and he bore a recommendation from Ibn Dakhil, the old captain of Faisal's bodyguard, to the effect that he was the most experienced Ajili, having served every Arabian prince and having been dismissed each employment, after stripes in prison, for offenses of too great individuality. Ibn Dakhil said that the Nahabi rode second only to himself, was a master judge of camels, and as brave as any son of Adam, easily, since he was too blind-eyed to see danger. In fact, he was the perfect retainer, and I engaged him instantly. He examined the applicants for my service, and, thanks to him and to the Zaghi, my other commander, a wonderful gang of experts grew about me. The British at Aqaba called them cutthroats, but they cut throats only to my order. I needed hard riders and hard livers, men proud of themselves and without family. Lawrence paid them £6 a month, the normal wage for a man who provided his own camel and mounted them on his own picked beasts. Thus, they were able to spend their money on adorning their own persons. They dressed like a bed of tulips, in every color but white, for that was my constant wear, and they did not wish to seem to presume. This bodyguard served him not merely as a personal protection, but as the core of the force with which he made his mobile thrusts. Here was the other reason for its creation. It numbered some 90 men in all, though Lawrence was rarely accompanied by more than 30, both for the sake of mobility and because of casualties. In my service, nearly 60 of them died, but their offensive power was much higher than their nominal strength, because of their armament as well as of their morale. For Lawrence regarded 2 men to 1 Lewis or Hotchkiss gun as a reasonable proportion of manpower to weapon power. He exploited the mobile possibilities of the light machine gun to a greater extent than any other leader or in any other army. In his next campaign, he introduced the probing attack by light automatic fingers, 2 months before the Germans pierced the British front in France with the aid of similar but less economic infiltration tactics. In his way of using machine guns with crews of only 2 men and mounted on camels, they were even fired from the saddle occasionally. He foreshadowed that post-war development, the mechanized machine gun carrier. 15 years later, so stoutly does custom resist common sense, regular armies would still be debating whether these 2-man vehicles should not drag around a trailer with several superfluous men exposed to the enemy's bullets. Lawrence himself carried an Air Lewis, stripped of its clumsy radiator, casing and stock, in a bucket on his camp. It fired such a wonderfully dispersed pattern besides being so handy that he adopted it in preference to the rifle he had earlier used. This rifle had a history, It was a normal British short Lee Enfield, which had been captured by the Turks at the Dardanelles, and then, with a gold-engraved inscription, had been presented by Enver to Faisal. Lawrence in turn had obtained it from Faisal. After the war, he offered to restore it to the Essex Regiment, its original owner, but received no reply. Instead, King George took an opportunity of adding it to the collection in his private war museum at Windsor. It has a sinister series of notches cut in it. They were made by Lawrence whenever he brought down a Turk, until he lost zest in keeping such record. The rest of his personal armament consisted of a pistol and a curving gold-handled dagger, exquisitely carved, such as was carried by sheriffs, although not exclusively. That dagger gave rise to the legend that Lawrence was invested with the rank of sherific, or, more picturesquely, Prince of Mecca. A sheriff acquired his title by birth, and by birth only. As a descendant of the Prophet, there could not be such a thing as an honorary sheriff. The nearest approach to a justification for the story was that one day the Arabs were indulging in the pastime of giving themselves fancy titles. Lawrence was asked, "What title will you choose?" He replied, "Emir Dynamite Taw." This was so apt that it stuck, and for a time became his nickname among the Arabs. Chapter 15. A regular campaign. January-February 1918. To aid Allenby, the Arabs operate against the Corn Belt east of the Beed Sea, which feeds the Turkish armies. The Turks, reacting, fell into Lawrence's Wadi Musa trap. He meantime experiments in mechanized warfare. Following up the Turkish recoil, the Arabs press deeper into the Corn Belt and occupy Tafia. The Turks' second reaction gives Lawrence the opportunity of fighting the one-pitched battle of his career. According to the best historical models, he follows up this classical victory by a highly original coup, capturing a grain fleet with cavalry. But the Arabs dissipate the money provided to finance a further advance, and Lawrence quits them in disgust, intending to offer Allenby his resignation. Instead, he finds a fresh mission awaiting him. In the campaign of 1918, Faisal's Arab forces had not merely an indirect influence on Allenby's situation, but became a cooperating part of his forces. This brought a change in the form of their own operations, which assumed a more regular pattern. Their very title, newly coined, of the Arab Northern Army, seemed to induce a crystallization of their movements and objectives. This had its drawbacks, and brought its disappointments in the first half of the year. Yet, during that period they appear, on the whole, to have created more opportunity for Allenby's forces than these created for it. And the campaign provided Lawrence himself with an opportunity to show his capacity in regular operations that he, half-humorously, despised. Along the Corn Belt, which lay parallel to the railway, was a row of 4 small market towns, widely spaced, which formed hooks on to which a controlling force could fasten. The southernmost was Shebec, 20 miles northwest of Ma'an. Then came Tafila, almost level with the south end of the Dead Sea. Beyond it lay Karak, and at the northern end of the Dead Sea, Madba. Early in October, the Arabs had encroached on this belt by occupying Shebec for a few days and tearing up the lines of the light railway which the Turks used for collecting wood fuel for the Hejaz Railway. This threat stung the Turks into action at last, drawing them into the trap which Lawrence had baited for them in the Wadi Musa. They launched their effort on October 27th, just as Lawrence himself was setting out on his ride to the Yarmouk Valley. An expedition of 4 battalions and a cavalry regiment, with 10 guns, moved out from Ma'an against Maulud position near Petra, which was held by 2 Arab camel companies and 2 mule companies, totaling barely 350 men, together with less than 200 Bedouin irregulars. After shelling the position for an hour and also dropping bombs on it, the Turks advanced to the attack. The poorly trained camel men gave way, recoiling on Malad's mule-mounted infantry, who, buttressed by the steep cliffs, brought the Turks to a halt. Then the Bedouin lapped round both their flanks, harassing them until at evening they retreated, badly bruised. Thus Lawrence's anticipations had been fulfilled, thanks to nature and to Maulud's skillful adaptation of the Kanawai model to Arab conditions, on a Torres Vedras foundation. A continuation of the raids on the railway, together with the harassing of supply caravans, caused the Turks first to draw off troops from Abu el-Lisil and then to abandon it, when they no longer had enough to hold the wide position. Thus, by January 7th, they had been forced back close to Mayan itself, and by contracting their zone, they inevitably relaxed their hold on the countryside. This opened the way for the Arabs to move north into the Corn Belt. While Maulud, helped by the intense cold, was thus shepherding the Turks back into Mal, Lawrence was engaged in a new experiment, a development of mechanized force. The fact that he had exploited camel mobility to a pitch undreamt of by regular standards did not, as with so many animal-loving regular soldiers, hide from him the possibilities of mechanization. Now, with a few days' breathing space, his mind harked back to the mud Fiats he had seen on his Mudawara raid in September. A motor road had been made through the Wadi Itham Gorge up to Guera, and the Rolls-Royce armored cars and tenders had been brought up there. Lawrence and Joyce arranged to make a reconnaissance with the tenders towards Mudawara. The surface more than fulfilled expectations, and the can touched over 60 miles an hour as they raced over the polished mud, while standing up without any fractures to the rough patches between the flats. The trial was so promising that, after running almost to Mudawara, they decided to attempt an immediate operation, and for this purpose went back to fetch the armored cars, which they reinforced with a section of 10-pounder mountain guns mounted on Talbot cars. They came within sight of the railway on New Year's Eve, and reconnoitered a Turkish post, which offered a suitable target. Next morning Joyce directed the action from a crest overlooking the post, while Lawrence enjoyed the double delight of being the comfortable spectator of a fight in which no lives were gambled. For the Turkish fire at the armored cars seemed to him like peppering a rhinoceros with bird shot. On the other hand, the cars lacked the obstacle-crossing capacity of tanks, and so could not eject the Turks from their burrow. But when they came back from their pleasure cruise, they had at least given Lawrence a fresh extension of ideas. From the point of view of the orthodox strategist, armored cars could be only an auxiliary because of their lack of assaulting power upon entrenchments. But to Lawrence, whose chief desire was to see the enemy sitting in entrenchments, they offered a primary weapon. Not only was the railway brought within a day's run from Guera, but all movement on the Turks' part might henceforth be menaced by an agent that they could not meet in the open. Thus the British had only to develop this new weapon to be within reach of the real aim of strategy, the paralysis of the opponent. Unfortunately, Lawrence was at least a generation ahead of the military world in perceiving the strategic implications of mechanized warfare. He had no power to obtain the provision of vehicles adequate in form and number for their new strategy. Moreover, he could not even secure acceptance of the strategic theory. The British command still hankered after the capture of Medina. Their minds moved along direct channels, and they wanted to wipe the Turkish force in the Hejaz off the balance sheet, instead of encouraging the Turks to sink more capital in this bad investment. As in the peninsula, a century before, their victories threatened danger to their own purpose. Wellington's early battles had been profitable because they drew the French towards him in Portugal, and thereby gave the Spanish guerrillas a chance to tighten their grip in other parts. But when in 1812 he began to press deeper into Spain, his victories caused the French to contract their zone. This concentration in the north revived their power of resistance, and the struggle was thereby prolonged. The French were saved from the sudden and complete collapse which would, in all probability, have come if they had continued to cling on to the whole country. In Arabia, early in 1918, it looked as if the example of 1812 might be repeated. That it was not repeated would seem to have been due to three factors. First, the Turks were more stupid than the French and refused to heed their German advisors' plea to withdraw their forces from the Hejaz. Second, the British were less effective in their early operations than their forebears under Wellington had been, so that their later operations had the chance of more effect. In fairness, it should be recognized that they were fully aware of the dangers of a Turkish withdrawal, and that their desire to sever the Hejaz Railway permanently was dictated by the idea of preventing such a withdrawal. But they lacked Lawrence's subtle perception of the fact that as long as the railway was not severed, the Turks would continue to send down it food and materials that would have been of more service in bolstering up the Turkish forces in Palestine. Lawrence showed his subtlety not merely in theory, for as he grew in understanding of his own theory, he took pains to ensure that the Arab operations should never sever the railway by adopting what one may call a Fabian internal strategy. It seemed to him, he has remarked, less bother than setting up a kindergarten of the imagination for the benefit of the British staff, and his sense of humor was tickled by their readiness to excuse the Arabs' ineffectiveness because of the way it mattered their own sense of professional superiority. The moves against Tafila were now unfolded. The plan was for a threefold convergence from east, south, and west. As the opening move, Nasir swung out eastward to the plain of Jeffer with the idea of swinging in to attack Jurfed Darawish, the nearest station 30 miles above Ma'an. His force comprised a band of the Beni Sakr, a detachment of 300 Arab regulars under Nuri Said, and one mountain gun. Nasir's advance was directed towards a ridge which overlooked the station. With characteristic precaution, Lawrence had gone there a few days before and reconnoitered a gun position. The ridge was occupied under cover of darkness, and the line cut above and below the station. At dawn, the mountain gun opened fire, and with a lucky hit, silenced the Turkish gun on a lower knoll. The Beni Sakr then charged on camelback round the foot of the ridge, and their appearance from an unexpected direction caused a panic among the Turks that produced their prompt surrender. Over 200 prisoners were taken for a loss of 2 lives. A couple of trains in the station were looted thoroughly and damaged less thoroughly because of the distracting delicacies destined for the officers at Medina with which they were loaded. On the next day, and the 2 following, there were heavy falls of snow and hail, and the cold was so intense that 10 of Nasir's men died in 1 day from exposure. This caused them to fall back on their tents at Jeffer. The desire of storing their booty was doubtless an additional incentive. But the news of Jurf's capture was the signal for a fresh rush on Shobek by the hill Arabs around Petra. The bleak weather failed to stop them, and the Turks were no more successful. The news of Shobek's capture unleashed Nasir again, and after a swift night ride through the snow, he arrived at dawn on the cliff overlooking Tafila. Summoning the inhabitants and the small Turkish garrison, 150 men, to surrender on pain of bombardment. It was an empty bluff, as Nuri Said's regular detachment was not with him, and his bluff might have been called if Atta had not suddenly ridden forward alone to the edge of the town and cried, "Dogs, do you not know Atta?" The defenses of Tafila collapsed before his trumpeting voice as those of Jericho had once collapsed before Joshua. The town had surrendered long before Masters Matalga arrived from the westward, from the Wadi Araba. Capture was easier than retention. The clans had old feuds and began quarreling among themselves. Atta, as usual, was the storm center. The rumbles hastened the arrival of Zaid, who had been given charge of these Dead Sea operations by Faisal. Ja'far and Lawrence accompanied him, and a small force of about 100 Arab regulars with 2 mountain guns followed as fast as the bad roads allowed. Zaid did his best to compose the troubles with the ointment of gold. Atta was treated according to the principle of the street vocalist who is paid to go away. But harmony was hardly attained before the Turks introduced fresh discord. Lawrence, valuing Tafila only as a step in the ladder towards the Dead Sea, had not imagined that the Turks would place a value on it sufficient to draw them away from opposing Allenby's advance. Thus he was taken by surprise when a Turkish force, hastily collected at Amman, was rushed south to regain Tafila. It comprised 3 weak battalions, 100 cavalry, 2 mountain howitzers, and 27 machine guns, and was led by Hamid Fakhri Bey, the commander of the 48th Division. Marching from Kerak on January 23rd, it fell next afternoon upon the Arab pickets, guarding the Wadi Hessa, a gorge 10 miles northeast, which separates the land of Moab from the land of Edom, and formed the apparently impregnable approach to Tafila. The sudden onset, however, rolled the pickets back before they could be reinforced. The Battle of Tafila. In view of a possible attack, Jafar had chosen a defensive position on the overhanging heights behind the great ravine of Tafila. Lawrence had disagreed with this plan both on tactical and on political grounds. The precipitous slopes offered dead ground for an attacker who could push past the eastern flank and turn the position while himself immune from fire. And the abandonment of the town would throw its people into the Turks' hands. Nevertheless, the sudden emergency gave no chance for reconsideration, and about midnight, Zaid gave the order to fall back to the chosen position behind the town. This created a panic in the town, as Lawrence had foreseen. He stayed behind with his bodyguard after the rest of the force had left. It was freezing hard, the ground all over ice and snow, and in the dark, narrow streets, the crying and confusion were terrible. I went out and walked about, listening. The men were in a passion of fear, nearly dangerous, but not to me, for I was wrapped up in a dark cloak and not distinguishable, and my guards were all around in case of accident. It was important to know the real public opinion, and soon we saw that they were in horror of the Turks, ready to do all in their physical capacity to support against them a leader with any fighting intention. This was satisfactory. So he took the initiative of sending 20 of the Motalga forward to help those of the peasantry who were still opposing the Turks' advance. He went himself to find Zaid, whose calmness in the crisis seemed a good omen. Lawrence profited by it to offer the germ of a battle plan. This was to culminate in a victory of which most generals would have been proud, but of which Lawrence himself, in retrospect, professed to be thoroughly ashamed. He blames it on a fit of berserker rage, and his explanation is as enlightening as it is delightful. The Turks should never, by all rules of sane generalship, have returned to Tafalail at all. It was simple greed, a dog-in-the-manger attitude unworthy of a serious enemy, just the sort of hopeless thing a Turk would do. How could they expect a proper war when they gave us no chance to honor them? Our morale was continually being ruined by their follies, for neither could our men respect their courage, nor our officers respect their brains. Also, it was an icy morning, and I had been up all night, and was Teutonic enough to decide that they should pay for my changed mind and plan. They must be few in number, judging by their speed. We had the pieces and could checkmate them easily. Only in my wrath I went too far and determined to play their kind of game, to deliver them a pitched battle such as they intended, on the pygmy scale of our Arab front, and to kill them all. I would rake up the old maxims and rules of the military textbooks and parody them in this action. It was a wanton step, for both the strength and the ground were on my side, and I could have won by refusing battle, beat them in maneuver as on 20 similar occasions before and after. Somehow, bad temper and conceit together made me not content just to know my power, but anxious to display it openly to the Arabs and to the enemy. As a military apologia, it is a gem. So is the battle that followed by any military test. Zaid had realized the disadvantages of the chosen position, and readily accepted Lawrence's proposal to send forward Abdullah, the chief of his bodyguard, with a few men on mules and a couple of light automatics, to test the Turks' strength and dispositions. The reinforcements stimulated the Motalga and the villagers, who drove back the Turkish cavalry screen onto the main body, just moving out after a cold night in bivouac. Lawrence and Zaid could hear the distant bursts of machine gun fire. But while Zaid wished to wait for definite news from Abdullah, Lawrence was anxious to force the pace, and so went forward himself. In the streets of Tafila, he found some of his bodyguard rummaging among the goods there strewn. He ordered them to recover the camels and bring up their light automatic. Map 8 Battle of Tafila. Crossing the Tafila ravine, he climbed onto the plateau beyond, and there found a ridge. Oh, straight bank with some Byzantine foundations in it. A very proper place for a reserve or ultimate line of defense. This low ridge formed the base of a triangular plain, some 2 miles across, bounded by low green ridges along each side. The apex pointed northeast, and through it ran the road from Kerak along which the Turks were now pressing. Lawrence, by dint of forceful persuasion, collected some of Zaid's personal camelmen whom he found hiding, and made them sit along the skyline of the reserve ridge. They looked important. From a distance, there were some 20 of them, like the points of a considerable force. They were to add all newcomers to their display till further notice, and particularly my villains with their gun. I gave them my signet for authority. Nah. Then he pushed on across the plain, and met Abdullah coming back to report to Zaid. His ammunition was exhausted, and he had lost 5 men from shellfire, but he was still full of fight, and was only intent on persuading Zaid to come forward. Leaving him to do this, Lawrence walked on. Shells were now bursting on the plain, and to add to his discomfort, the stalks of wormwood scored his bare feet. When he reached the apex, he found about 60 men holding the corner of the western ridge, while the Turks were pushing down the eastern ridge to outflank them. He came first upon a cluster of peasants. They said they had finished their ammunition, and it was all over. I assured them that it was just beginning, and pointed to my populous reserve ridge, telling them to withdraw there and collect fresh ammunition. He mounted the ridge where the Mutalga were still holding on, quoting to them the adage not to quit firing from one position till ready to fire from the next. In command was young Mitab, stripped to his skimp riding drawers for hard work, with his black glove curls awry, his face stained and haggard. My presence at the last moment, when the Turks were breaking through, was bitter, and he got angrier when I said that I only wanted to study the landscape. He thought it flippancy, and screamed something about a Christian going into battle unarmed. I retorted with a quip from Clausewitz about a rearguard effecting its purpose more by being than by doing. But he was past laughter, and perhaps with justice, for the little flinty bank behind which we sheltered was crackling with fire. The Turks, knowing we were there, had turned 20 machine guns upon it. Me, all right. Lawrence asked Midyab to try to hold on for another 10 minutes, while he, having no horse, set off on foot at a run. As he ran, he did not forget to count his paces to help in ranging on the position when the Turks occupied it. This Mutalga Ridge was going to be the province we would lose to win the battle. A death trap for the enemy ignorant of our game. And so I ran away in good spirits. Before he reached the ridge, the Mutalga horseman caught him up, but Mitab lent a stirrup to help him along. To Lawrence, with his fondness for inversions, this Waterloo stirrup, charge in reverse, may have had a pleasing piquancy. Safely reaching the reserve ridge, he found some 80 men now distributed along it, and more arriving. We had the automatics put on the skyline, with orders to fire occasional shots at long range to disturb the Turks. After the expedient of Messina in delaying enemy deployment, one feels that Lawrence's wrath must now have evaporated under the rays of his humor, and that he had entered with zest into his parody of orthodoxy. His 200 men deterred the Turks from advancing by showing themselves generously until about 3 p.m. Zaid came up from the old position with some 50 of his men and 200 villagers. He also brought 9 machine guns and light automatics, and a mountain gun to strengthen the fire defense. We remembered just in time that movement is the law of strategy, and started moving. Razim Bey, an Arab regular, was dispatched with about 80 mounted men, horse, camel and mule, and 5 light automatics, to make a circuit round the eastern ridge and envelop the enemy's left wing. Since the books advised attack not upon a line, but upon a point, and by going far enough along any finite wing, it would be found eventually reduced to a point of one single man. Razim liked this, my conception of his target. He promised, grinningly, to bring us that last man. The remaining Arabs paraded about the reserve ridge, at Lawrence's instigation, to cloak the departure of the cavalry. Meantime, the Turks on their opposite ridge were bringing up an apparently endless procession of machine guns and dressing them by the left at internals along the ridge, as though it were a museum. It was lunatic tactics. The ridge was flint, without cover for a lizard. Thanks to Lawrence's pacing, the Arab guns had the range, 3,100 yards, and were only waiting to sweep the Turks' ridge. While they waited, a fresh reinforcement arrived, about 100 men from the neighboring village of Lm, or Amat. Their arrival decided us to abandon the precepts of Marshal Foch, and to attack from, at any rate, 3 sides at once. So we sent the Imam men, with 3 automatic guns to envelop the enemy's right or western flank. As they happened to arrive on the scene from this direction, it might seem that geography had as much part as strategy in deciding the form of their attack. But the facts, which Lawrence does not disclose in his book, are that Zaid had called on the Imam to reinforce his main body according to the orthodox principle of concentration. When Lawrence intervened and sent them back to work round the flank that the Turks had so conveniently exposed to enfilade, his flair for the weak spot, here the right spot in a double sense, found an apt response in the Arab peasants, his instruments. Primitive men, who know not Marshal Foch, have a sound instinct for finding the enemy's rear, especially when, as here, it offers a covered approach. While the 4 automatic weapons on the reserve ridge swept the Turks' position and occupied their attention, Razim's 5 light automatics, for invisibility, were handled by only 2 men apiece, were pushed forward unseen until, with a sudden burst of fire, they crumpled the Turks' left wing. The cavalry then charged in to exploit the disorder. The men of El Aime also crept to within a few hundred yards of the machine guns on the Turks' right flank, and thence shot down their unsuspecting crews. As soon as this was seen, the Arab reserve charged across the central plain with crimson banner flying to complete the victory. Lawrence's thoughts outpaced them, and ran on to the Wadi Hesa gorge. It was going to be a massacre, and I should have been crying sorry for the Turks. But after the angers and exertions of the battle, I was too mentally tired to go down into that awful place and spend the rest of the night saving. I knew that by my decision to fight, I had killed 20 or 30 of our 600 men, and the wounded would be perhaps 3 times as many. It was 1/6 of our force gone on a verbal triumph, for the destruction of 1,000 Turks would have no effect on the issue of the war. Had I maneuvered, I could have worn them out and ruined them, losing perhaps only 5 or 6 men in doing so. One may question, however, whether there was time for maneuver to take effect without losing Tafila with its potential train of political ill effects. Nor were Lawrence's other self-reproaches fully justified, although the Turks ID'd in confusion, leaving their commander dead and abandoning 2 howitzers and all their 7 machine guns, as well as their baggage. Their cavalry combined with the Arabs' tiredness to check the pursuit when the Wadi Hesa was reached. But over 200 prisoners were taken, and many more killed, while the retreat was harried by the Bedouin from the Karak district. The exact loss is uncertain. Lawrence heard that only 50 fugitives returned, whereas a Turkish report puts the figure at about 400. A German, although indefinite, suggests that a much smaller proportion escaped. The Turkish report probably includes the garrison of Karak, as this retired to a man with the fugitives. Heavy snowfalls and a wind of razor edge extinguished the Arabs' flickering impulse to follow up their success, and even Lawrence was constrained to recognize that the effort placed too high a tax on human capacity. The clumsy helplessness of camels in mud would also be a tactical danger. But although his force was chained to Tafila, his mind was projected towards his Dead Sea objective, and there succeeded in exerting a strategic influence. He bethought himself of Abdullah el-Fair, camped down in the sunny, snow-free plain on the southern shore of the Dead Sea. He could operate if they could not. So Lawrence got through to him, told him of the victory, and moved him to seize the chance of raiding the little lake port near El Mizra on the eastern shore, whence the grain of the Karak district was shipped north to feed the Turkish armies. Abdullah el-Fair picked out some 70 Bedouin horsemen and rode thither along the narrow track between the hills of Moab and the water edge. At dawn on January 28th, only 3 days after the Battle of Tafila, they reached the cove and found a motor launch and 6 dhows anchored. Like the Athenians at Yogospatamoi, the crews were resting on the beach. Inverting Lysander, Abdullah el-Fair charged them from the land side, and thereby achieved a far rarer feat, the capture of a fleet by cavalry. 10 tons of grain and 60 prisoners were taken. After scuttling the ships and burning the huts, the expedition returned, without a casualty. This attainment of his strategic aim, the interruption of the Turks' line of supply, pleased Lawrence far more than his own tactical victory. It helped to wipe out the regretted stain of blood, and put him in a good mood to write his report of the Tafila operation for the staff in Palestine. He made the report a fuller parody of orthodoxy than the battle, phrasing it in the impersonal tone and professional jargon that soldiers have loved since Caesar wrote that masterpiece of official deception, De Bella Gallico. Thus, as Lawrence has said, his professional superiors might take him for a reformed character, an amateur humbly following in the footsteps of the masters, instead of a clown making fun of the professional procession that, with Foch, their bandmaster at the head, went drumming down the old road of blood into the house of Clausewitz. His jest was crowned by the award of the Distinguished Service Order. When he next saw Allenby, he suggested that a naval DSO would be more appropriate, a retort that showed his sense of values no less than his sense of humor. A few months later, he had a fresh opportunity. When out on an expedition, 2 British aeroplanes sighted his camel party and gave chase. And although Lawrence made his men ride round in a ring, the customary signal to show that they were friendly troops, the aeroplanes continued to pelt them with bullets, luckily without effect. Lawrence's way of reporting the incident to Sir Geoffrey Salmon was to recommend himself for the Distinguished Flying Cross for presence of mind in not shooting down 2 Bristol fighters which were attempting to machine gun my party from the air. In the weeks that followed his success at Tafila, he had need of his humor. The continued hard weather frustrated his further object of occupying all the Corn Belt and linking up with Allenby at the northern end of the Dead Sea. The tribes ahead promised their support, but the tribesmen with him were held fast by the snow, and the longer they stayed, the more they lapsed from his idea of activity. They were still more definitely immobilized by having to send their camels down to warmer pastures in the valley. Sick of being cooped up in his unsavory and verminous quarters at Tafila, Lawrence decided early in February to return to his base and collect more money ready to nourish the spring campaign. It was hard riding on the soft ground, with the camels continually slipping in the slush, while their riders were nipped by a wind that, exasperatingly, froze them without freezing the path underfoot. They passed Maulud's post at Abu el-Lisal without anyone hailing them. His unfortunate Arab regulars, provided only with British khaki drill of summer pattern, had lost half their strength in toll to the bitter weather, which alone prevented the Turks from overwhelming the remnant. At last Guera was reached, and there Lawrence found not only Joyce, but Alan Dawnay, head of the newly formed Hejaz operations staff, known as Hedgehog. that had been formed at Cairo in November for closer liaison with it, and the greater organization of the Arab operations. Lawrence stayed 3 nights, and then, receiving £30,000 sent up by Faisal, set off back to Tafila, which he regained alone after a still more trying ride. There he found a young Arabic-speaking intelligence officer, Kirkbride, who had come across from the Palestine front. Movement forward was now practicable, and Lawrence made a reconnaissance to the Dead Sea with that idea. But, when on returning, he urged it on Zaid, he met difficulties, due still more to Zaid's entourage. The chief excuse was a pretense that Zaid had spent all the money intended to subsidize the advance in payments to the local tribesmen who had simply been sitting still. Finding argument vain, Lawrence told Zaid that if the money was not returned, he would leave him. The shock of this disappointment, coming after a long period of strain, seems to have given Lawrence a desire to be quit of the whole business, and he felt that he had now an excuse. The frustration of his military plans was a reflection on his power over the Arabs, on his judgment of men, and it nullified the very purpose for which Allenby was employing him. With the thought of offering his resignation, he set out westward to see Allenby. After a ride of nearly 80 miles, he reached Beersheba, where he was greeted with the news that Jericho had been captured. Then he went on to Allenby's headquarters and luckily met Hogarth on the station platform. Here was a man to whom he could relieve himself. He blamed himself for Zaid's moral failure. He declared that he was sick of responsibility. He complained of the free hand he had been given and taken. By offering him a choice, instead of giving him an order, his chiefs in Cairo had put on him the moral responsibility for buoying up the Arabs with promises that might never be fulfilled, and that if fulfilled militarily might be hollow politically. Worse still, small as was his faith in British promises, he had lost his faith, through experience, in the Arabs' power to consolidate in peace, the goal to which he had led them in war. Thus, for his own part, he wanted to go back and become a cog in the military machine, with things comfortably arranged for him. The harness of obedience was better than the self-applied spur of command. The blue mist in Wadi Itham, tulips exploding on the railway near Dera, Lawrence's Ghazala and foal, Jafar Pasha and Sheriff Nazir at Shobek. The state of his body partly explained this attitude of mind. I was a very sick man, almost at breaking point. But there was more behind it. Undoubtedly, the few days he had spent with the armored cars in ordinary British soldier company had shown him the attractions of this carefree, subordinate existence. Even its comforts made appeal to his racked body. Cars were better vehicles than camels for the fighting spirit to preserve its energy. The impression of those days, reinforced by later experience, was to affect his post-war choice of occupation. Hogarth did not attempt to argue with Lawrence, but took him to breakfast. Over breakfast, Clayton made a new call on his services, sweeping aside his protests on the score of necessity. General Headquarters had been trying for days before his unwarned arrival to get in touch with him, and aeroplanes had been sent to fetch him. This call for Lawrence was the sequel to a fresh call on Allenby from the west, and by a paradox, Lawrence's double shame at Tafila had done far more towards answering it than he realized, an hour later. Chapter 16. More and More Regular. Marjuli, 1918. The next stage beyond Jerusalem. Lloyd George's vision of Aleppo. Allenby's shorter-range aim is upset by the British disasters in France, which drain his strength, the Turks' weakness. A call to Lawrence? The Arabs are to follow up a British move into Jordan. The British failure reacts on the Arab cause. The Arab regulars, in Lawrence's absence, suffer a check at Ma, but the effect is redeemed by Daunay's stroke below it, which permanently severs the rail connection with Medina. The British, in Lawrence's absence, go into Jordan again, to chase a shadow. This fresh failure paralyzes them for the time and exposes the Arabs at Ma'an to danger. The Arabs avert the danger by breaching the railway above Ma'an. Allenby's gift of 2-0 camels inspires Lawrence to his boldest design. The need for it is forestalled by the rapid recovery of Allenby's offensive power. Immediately after the capture of Jerusalem, Allenby, in practical reward, received the promise of a further reinforcement. He was asked in return to outline his further plans. His reply emphasized the handicap of the wet season, but intimated that during it, he would operate against the Hejaz Railway to isolate the 20,000 Turks south of Amman. Later, after pushing forward his left gradually, he would prepare another large-scale offensive with naval cooperation. These designs seemed far too narrow to Lloyd George when he saw them. His desire was to see Turkey knocked out of the war. To this end, he would like to see Aleppo gained, cutting off the Turkish forces in Mesopotamia, or at the least Palestine fully occupied. Allenby was asked what extra force he would need for the alternative goals. Allenby replied that he hoped to achieve the lesser task by midsummer with his present force, but for the larger he would require at least 16 infantry divisions, more than double his present force. And even if he had them, he doubted whether he could supply them. He made it clear to the government that he preferred to continue the steady step-by-step advance previously outlined than to follow Lloyd George in airy flights of imagination. And his reply makes it clear to the historian that his horizon was still bounded by siege war views of mobility, strategic, and tactical. He was justified insofar as mobility is dependent on its instrument. Map 9. Robertson was, naturally, strong among the spokesmen of impossibility, but his influence was waning, his supersession coming. And on January 21st, military representatives on the new Supreme War Council of the Allies took the decision, under Lloyd George's pressure, to stand on the defensive in France, Italy, and the Balkans, and to undertake a decisive offensive against Turkey with a view to the annihilation of Turkish armies and the collapse of Turkish resistance. To arrange it, the British government sent out General Smuts, an old exponent of mobility at Britain's expense, on a mission to examine the position of the Palestine and Mesopotamia forces. In the consultations that followed, Smuts found that he had to adapt Lloyd George's desires to realities, of which perhaps the grimmest were not concrete obstacles, Turkish or geographical, but idea. He had to descend from Boer to British conceptions of mobility. The final scheme was that Allenby should be reinforced with 1 British and 1 Indian infantry division from Mesopotamia, and an Indian cavalry division from France. Thus he would have 10 infantry and 4 mounted divisions. With this, Allenby promised to make an offensive as vigorous as the progress of his railway would permit. His plan was to begin with the steps he had already suggested, and then extend them northward, up the coast, keeping step with the advance of the railway. A smaller column would try to advance inland on Damascus and occupy the Hauran with the aid of the Arabs and Druses. Only the first part of the plan was ever put into operation because of the break in the Western Front that followed the German offensive of March 21st. The crisis in France led not only to a cancellation of Allenby's instructions, but to the draining of his force. 2 complete divisions were taken away, while 9 yeomanry regiments and 23 infantry battalions were also drawn out of the remaining division. Their places were filled by Indian troops, who were fitted into the original framework as far as possible, and despite the difficulties, the result reflected great credit on those responsible for the organization and training. The reconstituted force had 7 infantry divisions, as in the original, and 4 mounted divisions instead of 3. Ultimately, these disturbing reductions proved the proverbial blessing in disguise, for they compelled the British command to develop both its means and ideas of mobility, while freeing them of the threatened incubus of numbers too large for supply while in movement. And in September, that force achieved a rapid and sweeping triumph that the double-sized force proposed in January would never have attempted. To quote the verdict of the official history, Allenby's spring plan was sound but stiff and mechanical, and it made transport master instead of servant. By reflection, during the summer, Sir Edmund Allenby, so when they done, transformed it coal that it achieved in less than a fortnight what its original would have taken many months to perform. An unofficial historian might dispute it. The design plans claims to the qualification sound for history hush many lessons to tell us that a plan which seeks security at the expense of way, surprise, and mobility is the depth of unsoundness. In view of the reasonable excuse that the conditions of enemy resistance especially had changed vastly by September, it is interesting to have a look on the other side of the hill. Liman von Sanders, the successful defender of Gallipoli, who took over the supreme command of the Turks in Palestine in February, was informed on arrival by von Falkenhausen that the British were so superior along the entire front that they could pierce the front at any time and place they might select. Liman von Sanders agreed after inspecting the front. Falkenhausen was chief of staff of the so-called 7th Army in the inland sector facing Jerusalem. According to Liman von Sanders, it had only 3,900 rifles available for the defense of a 16-mile front. The 8th Army held the coastal sector. The 4th Army east of the Jordan comprised all the troops guarding the Hejaz Railway down to Ma'at. The 10 divisions of the two armies facing the British between the Jordan and the sea were reduced to an average strength of about 1,300 rifles. Ration strength was about 3 times as large, but in the fighting strength should be included the machine gunners, who averaged about 800 a division. The Turks indeed had a higher number of machine guns than the British, 60 to a division, and here lay their real defensive strength. Mobility was the means to overcome it, and here the British had long handicapped themselves. Another significant point is that the Turkish strength was actually weaker in the spring, when Allenby was to have attacked, than in the autumn when he wrought their collapse. In September 8, fresh Turkish battalions had arrived, as well as 10,000 men as drafts, to fill the gaps caused by casualties. In addition, 3 picked German battalions were added to the 3 already there. But these, as well as 4 of the Turkish battalions, were sent to the 4th Army, the Arab Zone. Indeed, when Allenby's blow fell in September, there were almost as many Turks pinned down inactive east of the Jordan as faced the British west of the Jordan. The visit from Smuts was the cause of the call to Lawrence in February. Allenby wanted to know what aid the Arabs could give in the large offensive plan which he had now been encouraged to undertake. If he was to push northward, he needed the Arabs to cover his eastern flank by drawing off the attention of the Turkish 4th Army. This meant that instead of the creeping paralysis over the widest possible area of Lawrence's strategic theory, Faisal's army would have to concentrate on producing a more sudden local paralysis in the Amman area, in order to fit in with Allenby's plan. To do this, it would itself have to be relatively concentrated, another violation of irregular principles. Thus, out of loyalty to Allenby, Lawrence was now drawn to propose what he had hitherto opposed: the capture of Ma-an. We should have to take it before we could afford a second sphere. With more transport, he asked for 700 baggage camels, as well as more firepower. They could take a position some miles north of Ma-an and cut the railway permanently, so forcing the Ma-an garrison to come out and fight them. And in the field, the Arabs would easily defeat the Turks. It was a highly regular conception, of the highest quality. To attempt it, the Arab army would need assurance against the Turks coming down the railway from Amman and catching them between pincers. Allenby replied that this would be fulfilled by his own coming preparatory move against Amman, during which he intended to put a garrison in Es-Salt. He also sent to Aqaba 2 camel transport units, which enabled the Arab regular army to maintain itself 80 miles from its base. At a conference on February 28th, it was settled that the Arab armies should move at once to the Ma-an plateau to take Ma-an, and that the British should move across the Jordan, occupy Es-Salt, and destroy the railway south of Amman. Allenby's chief of staff, Bowles, wanted the Arabs in the north to help in the British advance, but Lawrence did not regard such close cooperation as practical. It was too much like mixing oil and water. He argued that it would be better to wait until the raid on Amman was over and Es-Salt permanently occupied, as the deliberate retirement from the railway might easily be misinterpreted as an enforced retreat, and so cause a reaction among the Arabs. Chetwode, who was to direct the advance, asked how his men were to distinguish friendly from hostile Arabs, since their tendency was a prejudice against all wearing skirts. I was sitting skirted in their midst, and replied naturally that skirt wearers disliked men in uniform. The laugh clinched the question, and it was agreed that we support the British retention of Salt only after they came to rest there. It was also decided that when Ma-an was captured, the Arab regulars would be moved up and based on Jericho. Thence they would act on Allenby's flank in the intended drive to the north. But all these plans were doomed to go awry, although the path to success had been cleared by Lawrence's self-despised success at Taffalah. By it he had achieved a strategic effect that he seems neither to have calculated nor subsequently appreciated at its due value. For the Turks, who could understand a smack in the face better than a creeping paralysis, were stirred by their defeat at Tafila to avenge it. For this purpose, they dispatched the bulk of the garrison at Amman on an expedition to regain Tafila, just as the British were preparing to advance on Amman. From that moment everything turned on time. The expedition was dispatched by the Hejaz Railway. One column detrained at Coatrani, 35 miles to the northeast of Tafila, and another at Jurfed-Dirawish, 17 miles to the southeast. Both converged on Tafila, and although Zaid seems to have put up a stout fight against heavy odds, he was forced to evacuate the town on March 6. The Turks followed him up and drove him back again next day towards Shebek, but he avoided the loss of any guns or material. After this empty parade, the expedition set off on its return journey a fortnight later, and the Arabs promptly reoccupied Tafila. But before the bulk of the expeditionary force was back, the British had begun to cross the Jordan, on the night of March 21st, for the raid on Amman. The Turks had barely 1,000 rifles to oppose the British 60th Division, Anzac Mounted Division, and Imperial Camel Brigade. Unfortunately, heavy rains confronted the British with Jeremiah's question, "How wilt thou do in the swelling of Jordan?" And the answer was not a happy one. First, the British postponed the attempt for 2 days, until the 21st, hoping for an improvement. Then a check at one of the crossings caused a long delay while arrangements were made to clear it by a flank attack from the other, so that the passage was not completed until the morning of the 24th. Further time was lost in the advance across the Great Plateau, owing less to the enemy's resistance than to the badness of the routes, and to a failure to obtain previous information about them. Assault was not occupied until the evening of the 25th, and Amman, about 25 miles from the Jordan, was not reached until the morning of the 27th. The delays had allowed time for a German battalion and a mule-mounted Turkish battalion to arrive back from the Tafila expedition, and also for Lyman von Sanders to hurry down larger reinforcements by rail from Damascus. For the next 4 days, vain attacks were hurled against the Amman defenses. Eventually, by a finely executed night, approached the New Zealanders' captured hill, 3,039, a dominating height south of the town, early on the 30th, thus gaining what, according to the textbooks, was obviously the key of the position. But the Turks, sadly ill-educated, refused to recognize the fact, and so the key was not turned in the lock. Reluctantly, and perhaps rather late, recognizing the force of impregnable facts, the British began their retirement during the night, and they had done little damage to the railway during the 4 days it had lain in their hands. Lawrence called it unpardonable carelessness. They went to Amman, not to take the beastly village, but to smash the railway. Miles of the line, from Amman southward, was in their hands, and they hardly broke a rail. The retreat across the muddy plateau, amid crowds of wailing refugees, was as depressing as it was exhausting. And under these conditions, the original intention of holding assault permanently was apparently forgotten, the garrison joining in the general reflux on April 1st. Economically, the raid had not been too unprofitable, the capture of nearly 1,000 prisoners nearly balancing the British casualties. Morally, the effect was as damaging to the British as it was enheartening to the Turks. The British had not only forfeited the opportunity created by a handful of Arabs at Tafila, but had exposed their numerous Arab supporters around Amman to the Turks' vengeance. Lawrence had ridden north ready to take advantage of Allenby's occupation of the assault. He left Abu el-Lisal on April 3rd with a convoy of 2,000 baggage camels, carrying ammunition and food. The scale of the convoy shows the scale on which he had prepared to act in the Medeba area. It was equipment for 10,000 irregulars for a month. In the passage across the railway, he had an amusing little adventure. For as he climbed the embankment, a sleepy Turkish soldier suddenly stumbled out of a culvert, saw Lawrence, pistol in hand, found that he was separated from his own rifle, and resigned himself to his fate. He seemed hardly to believe his luck when he heard Lawrence's cryptic words of reprieve. God is merciful. But his reaction was like that of a London gutter snipe after a narrow escape from being run over. For Lawrence, glancing back, saw him cocking his fingers to his nose. On April 6th, after 4 easy stages, the convoy reached the well-watered Atara district southeast of Amman, and here found some of their Beni Saker allies in camp. The intended plan was that as soon as the British had taken assault, the Beni Saker would move westwards across the railway to Theme, the main watering place of the tribe, and then, covered by Allenby's cavalry, establish their headquarters at Medeba. But all these ideas were dispersed by the British failure at Amman. Desert news seems for once to have traveled with curious slowness. For according to Lawrence's account, it was nearly a fortnight after the British had reached Amman that the Beni Saker, in their camp less than 40 miles distant, heard of it and began moving towards Theme. Then, however, messages seem to have multiplied quickly, first to say that the British were retiring from Amman, and then that they had pounded from Es-Salt. These reports were like a cold douche to the Arabs, who were not comforted by Lawrence's hopeful denials. He himself grew seriously disturbed in the conflict of rumor, and sent Adhub, who might be trusted not to lose his head, to Salt with a letter for Chetwode, or Shea, asking for a note on the real situation. This precautionary search for information seems to have been rather belated. Very late at night, Adhub's racing horse hooves echoed across the valley, and he came in to tell us that Jemal Pasha was now in Salt, victorious, hanging those local Arabs who had welcomed the English. The Turks were still chasing Allenby far down the Jordan Valley. It was thought that Jerusalem would be recovered. I knew enough of my countrymen to reject that possibility, but clearly things were very wrong. We slipped off, bemused, to the Tahrir again. And Lawrence, at Aqaba. This reverse, being unawares, hurt me the more. Allenby's plan had seemed modest, and that we should so fall down before the Arabs was deplorable. They had never trusted us to do the great things which I foretold, and now their independent thoughts set out to enjoy the springtide here. The arrival of a band of gypsies gave them an opportunity to exchange the dubious prospects of war for the immediate pleasures of woman. The presence of these gypsy women gave Lawrence a different outlet of his unexpended energy. He hired 3 of the women as companions on a reconnaissance of a man, dressed up himself and Faraj in similar clothes, and walked through the town. The visit convinced him that the defenses of Amman did not invite attack, but he also found that the appearance of himself and his companions was too inviting for some of the Turkish soldiers, so that they had to take to their heels to escape these unwelcome advances. Doubtless to the surprise of the Turks, the adventure persuaded Lawrence that he would, in future, as apparently on his Baalbek ride the previous June, wear British uniform when visiting enemy quarters, on the ground that it was too brazen to be suspected. Seeing that prospects in the north were clouded for the time, he now determined to rejoin Faisal, and also to send back the Indians from Iraq, where the garrison had spent a trying winter. One of those who had died from the cold was Dodd. His bosom friend, Faraj, did not survive him long, nor had he the wish to linger when shot through the body in a scuffle with a Turkish railway patrol on the way back. Finding him mortally wounded, Lawrence made an attempt to carry him away in a blanket, but he screamed so pitifully from the pain of his wound that they put him down. Then, rather than leave him to be tortured by the Turks before death, Lawrence forced himself to put a bullet through Faraj's head. More ill news greeted Lawrence when 2 days later he came in sight of Ma'an. This time it was due to the folly of Arabs, but Arabs who, unlike the Bedouin, were steeped in a regular tradition of warfare. Faisal and Ja'far had accepted Lawrence's plan of indirect approach to Ma'an, but it did not satisfy most of the officers of the new Arab regular army. Instead of being wise enough to lure the garrison out into the open by placing the Arab army astride the railway, they clamored for a direct onslaught. Joyce had argued in vain against blunting their untried weapon, whereat Maulud, eager for an assault, had complained to Faisal of English interference with Arab liberty in this case to imitate Western military follies. Then Joyce had fallen ill and been taken back to Egypt with pneumonia. By the time Donné arrived to reason with the Arab officers, the chance for reason had gone, because of their feeling that they must justify their boasts. Donné had therefore devised a plan adjusted to their desires, while still retaining indirect moves. The available force, was distributed in 3-part cell. A center column of Arab regulars under Maulud command together with Audas Abutai horsemen. A northern column, also of Arab regulars, under Ja'far, and a southern column under Donné's direct control, which comprised the armored cars and the Egyptian cavalry, together with some Bedouin. Maulud's center column opened the ball by storming Ghadir el-Hai, the next station south of Ma'an, on the night of April 11th. It then moved up to attack Ma'an. On the night of the 12th, Ja'far's northern column captured Jerdoun station, the station immediately above Ma'an, taking 200 prisoners and 2 machine guns. After burning the station, the column moved down the line during the day and destroyed 3,000 rails. But the inherent weakness of the plan was that it allowed too little time for this railway bait to be swallowed by the Turks before the Arab regular army was committed to an assault on Ma'an. When Lawrence arrived on the scene, early on April 13th, the center column had just succeeded in capturing Jebel Semna, the low hill which overlooked Ma'an from the southwest, but Maulud himself had been badly wounded. Lawrence hastened up to his litter, and in response to his inquiries, the old fighter muttered, like an Arabic version of Nelson at Trafalgar, "Yes, indeed, Lawrence Bey, I am hurt, but thanks be to God, it is nothing. We have taken Semna." More happily, he recovered, but the attack made little further progress. The success at Semna encouraged the hot heads, and Faisal received a petition signed by all his officers in which he was implored to allow the sons of the Arabs to hurl themselves against the Turkish trenches. He and his British advisers felt that it was useless to expostulate. Where reason had already failed, the Arab officers could only be cured by experience. Ja'far came down to Ma'an to direct operations, and on the 16th Nouri said led an assault on the station covered by the artillery. But as they reached it, the French guns ceased fire. Lawrence, who was following the advance in a Ford car, hurried back to find the cause of this ominous lapse of artillery support, only to be told by Pisani that every round had been expended. Pisani bitterly added that he had begged Nouri said not to attack when there was such a deficiency of ammunition. Thus, the Arabs, who had taken 70 prisoners in their coup, were compelled to relinquish their hold on the station, and, as so often happens, lost more heavily in their retreat across the open than in their successful advance. It was the more disappointing because of the fighting spirit they had shown, and the skillful way they had used ground cover in this first serious test of the new army. Ota's Abu Ta'i, however, had not lived up to their Abu el-Lisal reputation, doing little to help Nouri's attack. Even allowing for the difficulty of working regulars and irregulars together, the Abu Ta'i had been disappointing, and when Ota came into Faisal's tent and said, "Greeting, Lawrence," Lawrence retorted, "Greetings for yesterday evening, Ota." On the 18th, Ja'far withdrew to the Semna position and attempted to procure Ma'an's surrender by invitation. The Turks' reply showed an inclination to accept but regretted the necessity of complying with superior orders to hold out until the last cartridge. Ja'far signified his readiness to facilitate this process of exhausting their ammunition. But in the interval, Jemal Pasha, relieved of British pressure at Amman, was able to send down a force to reoccupy Jurdun Station and pass a packed convoy of ammunition and food across the Tailless Gap into Ma'an. Meantime, the British-Egyptian Bedouin Southern Column had been breaking the railway south of Ma. Donné had organized this himself on what young terms, the most approved staff college lines. On April 12th, the party had gone out by car from Guwaira across the mudflats to reconnoiter the ground near Tel Esh-Sham Station, just above Mudawara. Leaving the cars under cover, Donné took his subordinate commanders and liaison officer by a covered route to the top of a rocky hill from which they could observe the objective. The gun sights, times for aeroplane cooperation, lines of approach for armored cars, successive positions for the ECC. Egyptian Camel Corps, even the general direction of the Beni Atiyah camel charge were planned out in the utmost detail. Young, seeing the mere 20 Turks who formed the garrison, could not help feeling that it was really not quite fair of Donné to make such a to date and elaborate plans for their destruction. On the return of the reconnaissance party to Guevara, they found that this beautiful structure had already been chipped. As a message from the Beni Atiyah announced that they had decided to attack Tibuk on their own, and so would not be able to fill their destined part in the Tel Esh-Sham plan. The vagaries of the Arab irregular were a trial to the regular mind, if also refreshing to it. It was fortunate that Donné, for all his immaculateness of inward conception and outward appearance, possessed a sense of humor that made adjustment possible. In the process, Lawrence also had opportunity to exercise his humor. Immediately after the check at Mayan, he had driven down to join Donné. Feeling uneasy at irregular fighting, his first guerrilla battle with that most involved and intricate weapon, the armored car, he was dubious also whether Donné, who did not speak Arabic, would realize the possibilities of friction latent in the mutual antipathy of Bedouin and Egyptians, or be able to smooth it over. So he decided to offer his services, delicately, as interpreter. Donnay had no false pride and welcomed Lawrence gladly when he arrived on the 18th at the camp, now established north of Tel Esh-Sham. Lawrence marveled when he saw it. The cars were parked geometrically here, armored cars there, sentries and pickets were out with machine guns ready. Even the Arabs were in a tactical place behind a hill, in support, but out of sight and hearing, by some magic Sheriff Haza and himself had kept them where they were put. My tongue coiled into my cheek with a wish to say that the only thing lacking was an enemy. Nah. Lawrence's delicate irony had been stimulated by the sight of the sentries marching up and down. They were giving us away across the quiet of the night. So he took the liberty of posting them in concealment, telling them to listen and keep still. The comedy of Sentry Go, a costly production, has been many times performed in our irregular campaigns, and delights a hostile gallery, even more than the Whitehall crowd. Subsequent performances in Ireland were greatly appreciated by the Sinn Feiners. Still more impressive were the operation orders, orthodox, sounding things with 0 times and a sequence of movements. Each unit had its appointed duty and time at which to perform it, all perfectly dovetailed so as to avoid hitches and ensure that each move was covered by proper fire support. The one difficulty was that Sheriff Haza could not synchronize his watch, having none, but Donnay overcame it by arranging that he should time his move by that of the cars. The first step would be to take the post which Joyce and Lawrence had engaged on New Year's Eve. Second, after lunch, to take South Post. The third to converge on and capture the station. At dawn on the 19th, the armored cars, which had taken station in the dark, rolled silently forward on top of the sleeping Turks in their trenches, and the astonished occupants promptly came out with their hands up. Hornby then dashed up with the Talbots, laden with explosives, and demolished Bridge A, which went up with a thunderous roar. Lawrence was shocked not only by the force of the explosion, but by the lavish way gun cotton had been used. So he ran forward with Donnay to show Hornby his more economical method of stuffing gun cotton into the drainage holes, which he thus converted into mine chambers, a use unintended by the bridge builders.